this puppet, he did it! Oh my gosh.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right from where his cards green? He got there!
Oh.
Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lamby with a pop-off, well-deserved. He stays in for another series.
It's the Hearthstone Grandmasters playoffs, and it is the second day of action, meaning that by the end of the day, we will know who all 4 of our semi-finalists shall be, heading into tomorrow, where we will finally know who our first player from Asia Pacific going through to the World Championship shall be. And if yesterday was any indication, I think we are in for an absolute treat of a day of Hearthstone, Gia.
That's absolutely right, Derek. So many exciting matches yesterday. A couple heartbreakers for the likes of Chonsu and Possessi. Possessi just getting absolutely trogged down by Alan's lineup. And then Chonsu coming so close. Maybe didn't quite play so much on point as he had been and earlier on in the season. But also happy endings for Alutemu and Alan making it through on Sunday. Some of the best players that Grandmasters has ever seen. And we get to see which 2 players are joining them tomorrow.
Yeah, Alan really able to, at the 11th hour, turn it around once again with his full aggro lineup. But speaking of full aggro lineups, we've got a couple more of those today, which might make the standings in the semi-finals a little bit more complicated for the likes of Alan. One of the main reasons that I think you are allowed to go for a full aggro lineup is Conquest, in which you have to bring 4 decks from 4 unique classes. Each player gets a ban, and essentially you have to win with all of your decks. Once you've won with it, it's ticked off. And because of that, if you can't win with one of your decks and just lose with it 3 times, you lose the series, even if you've won with your other 2 decks, which means target strategies are very, very viable in Conquest. And for Alan, as we quite clearly saw yesterday, he just had a hard target on Druid. He lost 4 games against all the other decks his opponent brought, and then won 6 in a row against Druid, against both Chonsu and Possessi to get through to the semi-finals. And we've got a couple of other players going for similar strategies, but maybe not quite so all-in as Alan went for.
That's right. Over in the respective winners bracket and elimination match, we have Mighty and Shaxi waiting for the winner of Okashinsuke and Lambi series, or the loser if you're Shaxi. And both of those players, Mighty and Shaxi, have slightly more aggressively tuned lineups. Shaxi with 8 Trogs and Mighty with sort of a hybrid where he does have Beast Druid, Face Hunter, and then Rogue and Paladin as well. So sort of a target on Demon Hunter to a certain extent as well. And still having, of course, very good matchups into the Druid that we've seen Alan prove. But for the first match of the day between Okashinsuke and Lambi series, we have very similar lineups. In fact, as I was doing their key cards, I was like, did I click on the right player? Did I even move the tab? Because both of them have just the same archetypes in the same order.
Yeah, it's just a complete mirror between Okashinsuke and Lambi, who for the first series, obviously it's absolutely even, but then whether they win or lose, they might be in with a bit of a rough time against the aggro lineups from both Mighty and Shaxi. But we did see over in Europe, at least, that the Druids can win games against aggro, with Fury Hunter's absolutely disgusting victory over Yala to get the Abominable Lieutenant into a 50-50, just absolute filth. But of course, for our players, what they are all fighting for is the prize money is a very nice addition to it, of course. First place walking away with $2,633, very arbitrarily. But the main thing they're fighting for is, of course, the first place player also gets the 1 available spot at the World Championship. Given that this is, for many of our players, the last season of Grandmasters, this is really their last shot to make it through. Alutemu, obviously one such player. Mighty finishing at the top, Chonsu finishing at the top. Those players, alongside Possessi, will be going through to the last call to be played out in a few short months' time. But for most of our players, this is the final chance to make the world, from GM.
That's right, and that's why it was so heartbreaking for Possessi to take a loss yesterday against Alutemu, who played some lights out Hearthstone. That very first game was so exciting. Possessi setting up a lethal with a 30-30 Sethic, but Alutamu drawing Book of the Dead just got there in the end. And then Alutamu continued with his gratitude towards Sethic that he shared on Twitter, some incredible generations. And then he faced Chonsu straight away, where there was admittedly a big blunder from Chonsu that we didn't notice at the time, where Chonsu conceded a one-game miscalculating how much damage he would take in fatigue. But maybe not too bad overall, because Alutamu did just take the rest of the series 3-0, looking nigh on unstoppable against a lineup that was his own at the Masters Tour.
Yeah, I've gone soft in my fatigue maths. I used to be so good at it in the Odd Warrior days where you'd just be pure fatiguing all the way down, but nowadays it so rarely comes up. And it was never going to come up in this series, where once again, Alan had that full aggro lineup, taking a swift 2 losses to Possessi on the Demon Hunter and what was the other one? The Rogue as well, I believe, on the other side. But the Druid was the real Achilles heel for Possessi, losing the first 2 games swiftly, and then with another Trog every single game against the Druid, Alan drawing the Trog, he took a very, very cool win.
That's right. With this lineup crafted alongside Jarla, I think Jarla sort of expressed his envy towards Alan, who has drawn Trog on the play every single game yesterday. I wonder if he can replicate that tomorrow, because he will absolutely need to, given that the lineup is so all-in on targeting Druid. It worked out pretty well versus Chonsu. Also, towards the end here, Alan also corrected me as I was saying, like, he was popping off because Chonsu played Fungal Fortunes instead of Scale. But actually what Alan was most scared of was an early Kazakhstan, because he self-confessed that that is the scariest thing for the Paladin deck. Chonsu taking wins again on every deck that was not the Druid, but in the end, Alan with that super timely Traveling Merchant gave Chonsu no chance whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, this one was just the most one-sided of all. Chonsu just digging for, I don't know, a miracle 7-drop. Like, we can start to hypothesize again as to all the different randomly generated cards he could get to give him a chance. But realistically, there was no such opportunity there, which meant that Alan was able to squeeze through alongside Alutemu into the semi-finals. Possessi, I believe, alongside Chonsu, will be in with the possibility of qualifying through to the World Championships in last call. But like I said, for Alan and Alutemu, this was both their final chances in GM. So I'm glad that they are both still in with a shot, as I think you and I can both agree we would be ecstatic to have either of these 2 players as our representative through to the World Championship for APAC.
It's true. Last call is a thing where only one player can make it through throughout all the regions, so not particularly likely, but still they could potentially pull off a Gabby. Not that Gabby is already qualified through to Worlds, but winning a Masters Tour means that you can get into a seasonal championship, and then top 4 from there will bring you through to Worlds. And that's also a chance to see some names that are perhaps glaringly lacking from our proceedings this weekend. The likes of Glory and Give Please, some of the all-time greats of APAC, can still make it through the Masters Tour system. But over here in Group B, this is what we are going to be casting today. Derek, Oka Shinsuke versus Lambi to start us off, the winner of which will face Mighty with his aggressive lineup, and the loser of which will face Shaxi and his aggressive lineup.
Yeah, it kind of feels like damned if you do, damned if you don't for these players in terms of winning or losing. Although, you know, I think we may have been conditioned into thinking that the Druid, the ramp Druid, no matter which variant it may be, as long as it has wild growth in there, that version of Druid just auto loses to aggro after yesterday's display from Alan. But that is definitely not the case. You know, like I said, in Europe, we saw that that deck can take wins against aggro. And just on ladder, I'm sure you will have experienced it, having played either aggro or Druid, that there are just some disgusting Druid hands that even the best of aggro starts struggle to beat. And for all of our players, it's an exciting opportunity here, with lots of our players having very, very different stories as to how they've gone so far in Grandmasters, with Mighty just coming out of nowhere, qualifying through to Grandmasters after, you know, honestly, not an especially deep run in a Masters tour, just consistently decent results over multiple ones. And so he really was an unknown entity coming into this season of Grandmasters, I think it's fair to say, but for the most part has very pleasantly surprised does. 1 or 2 blunders apart. I think he's played a very high level of Hearthstone and would be a welcome addition through to the World Championship from APAC, like I said. But that's obviously contrasted against Okashinsuke, Lambi, and then Shaxi, who just go back further and further in terms of when they qualified through to GM.
Yeah, that's right. Mighty is a player who has just always been on the cusp of making a top 16 or top 8 in a Masters Tour. Has still been rewarded for his consistency with winning in the Swiss portions by making it to Grandmasters. And we've seen that he has been very great when he's focused, maybe distracted a little bit when connectivity issues are not on his side. And because of that, he is waiting in the winner's bracket, where I think Okashinsuke is feeling a little bit bitter about that. Or if I were him, I would feel that way, because he was so very close to getting that good seeding before Mighty just barely overtook him. But it's fine. Okashinsuke can still get there, but he has Lambi series facing him on the way. And we did talk about that the lineups are completely mirrored here. The archetypes exactly the same. All the lists nearly card for card the same. Just 1 or 2 tech choices here and there that are different. But the key thing is that the druids on either side are both of the dragon variant, with the Malagos and raid boss Onyxia at the top end. It's not going to be relevant for this series because it's mutually banned away, but I feel that this build maybe has some potential as both our players go on to face their respective opponents later on today, because I feel it has a lot more game against aggro.
Yeah, absolutely agree. If you're facing down a board full of trogs, you know, Bloom, Raid Boss, and Onyxia can answer that and get you some kind of board presence, even if they end up with a full board of 1/2s, because obviously your 2/1s can trade very nicely into it. The rest of the lineup, though, is, you know, on the one hand, to be expected, because it is essentially just Gabby's lineup from the Masters Tour with Rally Priest, Quest Rogue, and the Demon Hunter to round it out. But it does feel like these players have maybe deviated away from what was the original purpose of Quest Rogue, which was to get a good counter against Demon Hunter, and just transitioned into it being a good deck, I feel like, for the most part, with a less targeted strategy overall.
Yeah, it does have some game against Druid if you're ever in a position where you have to ban away a warrior instead, which we have seen from the likes of Possessi. I think banning away warrior because he also has Rally Priest, which is not a good matchup into that necessarily. Then the Quest Rogue, I think, also has game versus Rally Priest. Not quite so one-sided as Quest Rogue versus Old Miracle Priest, because the Rally Priest does have like more targets that can be removed, but I feel that Rogue curving out quickly and having that removal in their back pocket still lets it be slightly in the lead in that matchup. So that's something that we could look forward to seeing in this series potentially, but also perhaps the Rally Priest mirror once again that we did see yesterday, and it is one that can snowball out of control very, very quickly, depending on who gets the Drekthar first, or who can even just land a Sethic coined out on turn 1. That can already spell the end of the matchup. In terms of Okashinsuke as a player in particular, I'm just really happy to see that he has made it all the way through to playoffs, because I think alongside Chonsu, we have lauded him as one of the players to have finally come into their own after a couple of seasons in Grandmasters, seem to bloom and feel more confident, and he's just been playing on point recently. Mostly on the Kazakhstan Warrior is what I most remember Okashinsuke for, but the lineup doesn't have it this time.
Yeah, I feel like Okashinsuke has had a real glow up in this season of Grandmasters, where, you know, last season he wasn't bad, right? He finished middle of the pack, had a reasonable result. Unlike Treason, he did not get relegated out and then re-promoted back through as the other kind of newcomer Japanese Grandmaster that he's often inevitably by me compared to. But at the same time, it wasn't an especially dominant performance. There were a few weeks we didn't see him on stream because he just went 0-2, whereas this season it feels like the meta, something is just clicking for him. He's got this very precise style of play that leads to very planned out end games. And with these kind of decks where you have very limited or a finite number of resources, I should say, I think his allotment of said resources has been his real masterstroke so far. And Quest Rogue is honestly a perfect example of that, where you have a very, very big power spike in the mid game once scabs, informants, smugglers really start to come online. And he's been able to, like I said, allot those resources in just the perfect fashion to be able to bob and weave in between all of the removal of decks like Demon Hunter, Warrior, and Druid to an extent as well. And so I think for this first match, where he is on the Quest Rogue versus the Quest Fel Demon Hunter, as we said many times before, it's a good matchup. And I think it's the style of matchup that Okashinsuke really shines in.
That's right. I feel like the Demon Hunters on either side will actually be the problem deck, because I don't feel it's a particularly good matchup for Demon Hunter to face Rally Priest either. Just playing minions on curve can be very tough to deal with, although we have seen it go in the direction of the unfavorable ones before. But I'm sure Lambie is thinking he needs to get this win out of the way at some point, maybe just start with it. Speaking of Lambie overall as a player, I feel that he has been largely outshined by Chonsu this season, even though Lambie did pick up the first win of the season. It's just the fact that Chonsu won week 2 and 3 that sort of leads us to forget it. But Lambie's another player who has sort of finally had something click this season, where it's the first time he's had a really good finish towards the end. And in terms of lineup, though, I think that he's definitely had to bite the bullet in terms of his trash talk with Gabby a couple weeks ago at the Masters Tour. Lambie sort of flying the flag for old Miracle Priest with the Malagos in there, but he is bringing the rally version this time, and I think that's absolutely the right call for playoffs.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Even if you think the Miracle version is better, like the Rally version is just so much more fun. There's just so many boxes to open. It's like Christmas every single turn, getting to see what Sethic has for you on that particular pop-off that you can go for it. And overall, I do just think that the more consistent tempo approach that Rally Priest offers you is more suited to this metagame than the all-in power spike burst that the Miracle Priest gives you with these big pop-off turns with the Nazmani, and then cheapening a big Draconic Studies, something like that. Just because there's a certain amount of freeze, strong AoE removal that can deal with that, whereas the consistency of the Rally Priest, like I said, a lot of decks do struggle with that a lot of the time. So, like you say, I think the Rally Priest should be in a good spot against the Demon Hunter. I would argue it's in a pretty good spot against the Rogue as well. In my experience, Rogue needs to get off to an incredibly aggressive start to be able to efficiently stop Priest from doing what it wants to do in the early game. And then once you hit the mid game, if Priest has done what it wants to do and Rogue has done what it wants to do, I find that the Priest is generally able to counteract the stealthed big minions without too much difficulty, because you just have so many generated effects that can nicely deal with a big stealthed minion in the form of Shard of the Naru, Wave of Apathy, Shadow Word, Ruin, Soul Mirror. There's a lot of ways that you can complete them off.
Yeah, every deck wants to spend 30 mana in a turn, but Priest can actually achieve that, and so can Druid sometimes. So that is something that the Priest definitely has going for it. The power ceiling of the deck is higher than anything except maybe Druid in the current meta, I would say. But the Priest will come into play a little bit later, because, as we said, we will be starting off with Quest Rogue versus Fel Demon Hunter. And I guess it's a good time to sort of highlight the differences in the builds of Quest Rogue, because we did talk about the lineups and archetypes being mirrored, but a couple tech inclusions here and there could make a difference, because Lambie series is running one copy of Rustrat Viper in his Quest Rogue, which we have seen sort of fall out of fashion a little bit, maybe trying to pay heed to possibility of Paladin running around in the meta. He also has double Wicked Stab, whereas Okashinsuke only has one stab and no Viper. He's instead made room for something that I am still searching for, because they both still have double Neophyte. Oh, okay. Okashinsuke's running Foxy Fraud, so that's actually more potential to get off to a quicker start on board.
Okay, that makes sense, because, I mean, there's a lot of it's interesting to think that over the last couple of Masters Tours, it feels like the winning list or the winning lineup has taken a popular deck, taken out a spell, put in Neophyte, and just made it better. Whereas if we think back to Shao Ti, he took Pirate Warrior, took out Man the Cannons, and just stuck in double Neophyte, and then won the Masters Tour because he was just tempoing better than his opponent. Gabby, he wasn't the first to take out the Neophytes from the Quest Rogue. To take out the Wicked Stabs and put in Neophytes, obviously. But he put it to the best use in winning the Masters Tour. And Lambie here is going with a kind of hybrid approach where he has the Neophytes and the Wicked Stabs as well, which, I don't know. I do personally prefer the list that just doubles down on minion presence rather than burn. But it can get the job done, nonetheless.
Yep. My mandatory commentary on player outfits, Lambi series with the Hearthstone Singapore shirt, HTT Singapore, one of my favorite events ever. Love to see it.
I'm so sad. That shirt has just gotten so small for me now. It's literally like a crop top. I've gotten so fat since I last did it. I look like literally Winnie the Pooh with my tummy sticking out the bottom of a red shirt.
Oh man, I hope you wear pants though. Who doesn't?
You'll never know.
All right, trade Cutlass turn 1 for the 0 mana quest. We've seen this before. This can potentially even be saved till turn 3 to activate a SI7 agent if Okashinsuke wants to try and get some automatic combo value. But probably just daggers up, so that's still a possibility. Over on Lambi's side, he does play quest on turn 1 because he has the potential to actually progress quest straight away on turn 2 with trade Need for Greed, then coin Spectral Sight.
Yeah, which is not necessarily always an auto completion. I am always somewhat hesitant of players doing quest completion on turn 2 just because it's available, because a lot of the time it leads up to a more awkward hand on turn 3. It means it might be a little bit more difficult to outcast a glide later on as well. But at the same time, you know, as long as he doesn't draw completely dead afterwards, even the possibility of a turn 5 a turn 5 Kurtrus is very, very tempting.
However, the Neophyte does stop any possibility of quest progression this turn. So for Lambi, it's gonna have to just be hero power. I think it's not really worth trading the Need for Greed because there's nothing he could get off the top that he would want to play this turn anyway with only 1 mana remaining. So I like holding that for the guaranteed quest progression on turn 3, which as you talked about, at that point you have a much higher capability of progressing quest again on the very next turn with 4 mana available.
Well, I mean, Neophyte worked out pretty well last turn, so should we just go again, bounce it back with the 10 we play it? I don't know.
Run it back?
Yeah, it gets something on the board, right? And Tenru, of course, has a lot of utility in this matchup. But what is it really doing with the hand right now? You're very dependent on getting some draws for it to actually get any value.
True, he's just hit so few SI cards, and the only one in hand you don't want to play as the first one because it's just going to be tiny at that point, the Informant. So for Okashinsuke, I think he should just double down on trying to get pressure a different way here, stall until he can pick up a secret passage or something of the like, and then go from there. Question is, does he even play the quest this turn if it's just going to be Neophyte attack and then bounce and replay it? I don't see a reason to play the quest because if the Neophyte comes down again, Lambi can't even glide.
Yes, yeah. If you're going to deny glide, then I absolutely agree. But if you're going to go with this play where you don't go for the Tenwu, he makes the very correct choice just to get it down. And, you know, to be fair, I was advocating for the Tenwu just because it was mana expenditure, and I don't think it's going to get any better immediately. But 2 3/2s is a terrible board to have against Demon Hunter. Both Immolation Aura, Fell Barrage, or some kind of Arcanist plus Fell Scream play will just completely delete anything that you've done up until that point. And so even though it's a very slow approach to take for Okashinsuke, there's, I think, a very, very high probability that at some point in this game, Tenwu will hit the power spike it needs to get the use.
All right, Okashinsuke finally picking up a decent draw with the Swindle, which he can, of course, get for free with the Foxy Fraud. With only 2 mana remaining, though, there's not many things he can pick up from the Swindle that would end the turn cleanly. SI7 Skulker would be the dream, I suppose. But outside of that, we could just see him re-dagger, unless he wants to commit Tenwu to bounce the Foxy Fraud. Okay, second Swindle, not bad.
Yeah, now as long as he can get himself any cheap SI card at all, this hand does slowly start to untangle itself, and you can actually get the fluidity that you need by cheapening the Assassin, buffing up the Informant, and hey, there you go. Agent is perfectly reasonable. Even if it ends up being a passage next turn, it's some way to just get those quest ticks going.
Right. Scariest thing for Okashinsuke, of course, is double drawing into a potential glide from Lambi series, but not in hand at the moment. There is many ways to take a clear here, so which one of them is the best is the question. If he just goes for Immolation Aura, he leaves himself mana to pre-equip Eldrazi Warblades, which is nice to get that expenditure out of the way. Okashinsuke doesn't run Rostrat Viper either, so not going to be a big punish, but he can also just start searching for Glide or take Skull and coin it if he wants to.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, that is a feasible play on this turn, and he would be going into quest stage 2. But with the number of removal cards he's already drawn, it's, I think, very, very unlikely that he'll be able to clear the board. But that's not necessarily the end of the world. Like, this damage he's taking is still well within the safe zone for the moment, and he can clear up and heal at the same time with Fellscream Blast, Eldrazi Warblades, all that goodness in the subsequent turns. And so for the moment, he absolutely agrees. Even if it's not going to be completing quest, it could get him so many key discounts.
Ooh,
and it does
Fel
complete
Barrage.
quest.
Yeah, and the Fel Barrage is so clutch.
Oh.
Those are perfect pickups for Lambi
Wow.
series here. I was going to say the downside of Skull is you're kind of forced to dump a card there, or you pray that you get a dumpable card because you don't really want to dump the Fel Screen lest you overdraw. And also it doesn't progress quest, but those exact 2 pickups and the 4-mana Jace, this is just the dream for Lambi.
And this Jace for this early in the game is actually mega juiced. You have double Chaos Strike, Fel Barrage, double Immo, Fellscream Blast. Like, this is almost just a win con on like turn 6 it could be.
Yeah, no Furies needed, but of course, just playing Jace to clear the board doesn't mean you've already won against Quest Rogue. The strength of Quest Rogue against Demon Hunter is that towards the mid game, they're able to build board after board, back to back to back, with big minions that is difficult for Demon Hunter to actually remove. The window of breathing room for Demon Hunter doesn't come till much later in the game, so Jace by itself has to be timed quite carefully by Lambi, I think.
But I think for the moment, Lambi series, while he can continue to bolster the power of said Jace by playing a few Fel spells, his head should still be in the mindset of getting down Kurtrus, completing the quest, and getting that 7/7 online, which he could, depending on what he draws off the top or gets off Illidari Studies, could theoretically complete on turn 6. He could get it down.
Ooh, Fury as well.
Wow.
Is this just going to be a super early Jace lethal?
I mean, maybe.
Like, I am so tempted, if I were Lambi here, to just equip Warblades, go Fury Chaos Strike, send it to the Dome. Because on the next turn, you have Arcanist and Immolation Aura to clear up pretty much any board in sight. And then you can Fel Barrage face, and then you can go again with Jace. I love it. Okay, it's hero power over Chaos Strike, but sure, just fit in extra damage.
Yeah, same principle. You can probably get in a hero power and a Chaos Strike again next turn as well, alongside just an Arcanist Immo, which should be able to clear up essentially anything that Okashinsuke can develop. He's now played 2 SI cards, I believe, so that Informant will be at 5, and I don't think there's any way that he can get it up to higher than 6 health and play it on the same turn. So I think he just spends another turn setting up here, and then the turn afterwards, it very possibly actually just ends up with Informant plus Noggin Fog Generator, which with a Battlegrounds Battlemaster in hand is on its own a very, very threatening 1-2 punch.
It's true. Only question is, can he maneuver the Tenwu to actually get value here? Say if you go face with the SI7 agent, Tenwu re-SI, you can still play Foxy Fraud and the other SI in hand, fully spend your mana, and make sure that the Tenwu actually got value in terms of replaying an SI card. He goes for Informant plus the Tenwu play, so very similar in principle, but just goes for higher stats on the second SI card rather than more immediate tempo.
Which is, I think, fine. Like, you are expecting this board to probably get cleared in one way or another, and a full health minion does at least make it. So, Talented Arcanist plus Fellscream Blast is a little bit more awkward. But now with a second Fury picked up, this legit is just going to be lethal next turn.
I know, and because of that, I was wondering, do you ever just go Immo, Arcanist, Fel Barrage face? because the Immo would have cleared the board. That's the most aggressive possible stance. Not available anymore since Lambi started the turn spending mana with the Chaos Strike. But I was looking at that because ideally you want to save the Fury and the Chaos Strike while you still have a charge of the Eldrazi Warblades. And you could have played it the next turn, all of those attack buffing spells, and then the Jace straight away. And the Jace would have replayed double Immolation Aura by then, so you're very likely to still get a lot of damage face.
Okay, well, he could still go Fell Scream Blast, Immolation Aura, and then like Arcanist Fell Barrage. I don't think I prefer it to your line that did get the damage through, but I'm still kind of tempted to just get that 4 damage face with 1 tick of spell damage Fell Barrage. Just because if you go for the Arcanist Fell Barrage next turn, there's a very good chance that they've played more minions in the way. But this still, I think, should be providing him with lethal. Like, it's just straight up 10 damage with the Jace for double Chaos Strike, double Fury.
That's crazy.
Ridiculous.
And he even gets to still play Arcanist Fell Barrage before the Jace and a Fell Scream Blast. So yeah, I feel like Okashinsuke is just kind of dead. I mean, he can put a lot of stats in the way. Maybe he generates a taunt from the Smuggler, but it has to be something crazy like that because the draw from Lambi is just nigh on unbeatable.
Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if he top decks Soul Shard Lapidary or Marrow Slicer. Like, this is just Soul DH right now.
I know, that's what it feels like. It's been so long. But that was a fun deck. Just hit him in the head.
I love that deck. Okay, big scary board, not bothering with the stealth for the moment, which is, I think, quite reasonable. An 8-8 after you've just seen double Immolation Aura is rather unlikely to be killed. But at the same time, to be honest, after you've seen the plays that Lambi Series has just made, I think you can have a very strong read on 7 mana Jace, if not 4 mana Jace, to be able to come down in the next 1 or 2 turns.
True. Okay, so if you go Arcanist, Fell Scream, and then Fell Barrage, there is an order of proceedings where Jace is just lethal, but I think there might be an order where it's not, like if the Fell Barrage is the very first spell. But outside of that, it is just game. And even if you don't get the immediate lethal, man, there's nothing Okashinsuke can do to stop a 2-turn setup, right? He's Quest Rogue, no healing, no natural taunts. And that is just going to be the Fell Barrage after the minion was cleared away. Oh, sorry, it's double Fell Barrage, so it's always lethal. I didn't even notice he played 2. He played all the Fell spells.
It's even better. Was that literally every Fell spell in his deck minus like 1 Fell Scream Blast? I think that's the only one he missed from getting the full Royal Flush right at the start. What a ridiculous game of Hearthstone at Lambi Series, just completely unfazed by all proceedings here, as if it's just any old Saturday for him. Does go up 1-0 in a very impressive game 1.
Another day at the office. BRB, I'm just going to put Skull in all of my Fell DH and then get very punished every time it's not outcastable. Obviously, a huge outlier of outcomes of the matchup, and it's a very big deal indeed for the entire context of the series, because we were talking about at the beginning, I feel like the DH could be the problem deck on either side, but Lambi has already snuck away with a win on it, not even having to wait for the mirror, which is what I thought would be his best possible matchup. And this one didn't even look difficult. It's just the earliest Jace we've ever seen. And Okashinsuke, with sort of a subpar hand in the beginning, really couldn't do anything to stop it.
Which means that with the Demon Hunter out of the way, I think Lambi Series is just in a fantastic spot overall. We were both talking about how Demon Hunter feels like the potential weak spot, the Achilles heel for both of our players with their identical lineups. And given that it has a poor matchup against Rogue, I would argue a poor matchup against Rally Priest as well. Lambi Series just gets himself into an absolute prime position, now only needing to win with his own Rally Priest and his Rogue, which I think are both, as long as he's playing them well, which I fully expect he will, just puts him in a fantastic spot overall.
Yeah, completely agreed. Oka Shinsuke hasn't had the luxury of getting that easy win with Demon Hunter just yet, but he doesn't have to queue it up. We could see either of the mirrors left also with the Rally Priest versus Rally Priest or the Quest Rogue mirror, both of which I feel are extremely interesting matchups. Quest Rogue in particular, especially when you take into account the differences in reach available to either player. Oka Shinsuke with only 1 Wicked Stab and Lambi with 2 means that Oka Shinsuke has to be sort of more cognizant of how much board presence he leaves on the other side, because it can be a very board tense matchup where people just leave high attack minions stealthed. They just try and counter that by playing their own higher attack minions, setting up and threatening a counter lethal. And it's often the first player that blinks that is going to be in a bad spot, taking the trades for the other person. And then, of course, you also have to account for Battlegrounds Battlemaster and just generated weapons from the gizmos. A lot of different things that can play out there. It's not necessarily about first scabs is victory.
Yes, most certainly not. There's a lot of counterplay, both in terms of the early board skirmish and also how much damage you can push through as well. Because if you are playing double Wicked Stab, your opponent does have to be very, very careful about not just dying to weapon from the gyro blade, damage from that, the Wicked Stabs as well. Mr. Smite, if that is in the list too, can really bolster the amount of damage that you are dealing. But it is going to be, I believe, instead the Demon Hunter from Oka Shinsuke against the Rally Priest from Lambi series, which, again, like I said, I do think lends itself very nicely to the Priest, because you kind of combine the tempo-based approach that you can go for with the Rally version traditionally with a lot of the power spikes that the Miracle Priest has access to. Because even though I generally advise for a game plan that doesn't hoard a lot of spells in hand because you're afraid of Glide, if you have no other option and they don't have Glide, you can get yourself some truly blowout games as the Priest, where you just make a 15-15 Nazmani all in one turn, and the Demon Hunter can do nothing but just die.
That's right, and even if they do have the Glide, as Priest, you have a lot more leeway of playing around that compared to Miracle Priest, where they absolutely need to hoard resources for a big Nazmani pop-off turn, and they have so few ways of regenerating boards because it's only the 2 Nazmanis and a Malagos. With the Rally Priest, you're fine with letting some minions die early, you can raise dead them, you can rally them, and if they do stick early on, then you stick a Power Word Feast on them, Power Word Fortitude, and suddenly they're at the health total where Demon Hunter really struggles to remove them. In terms of the list from Lambi, there is something a little bit unusual here. The cut of Power Word Feast, I feel, is not something I've seen very much. I feel like it's just one of the best cards to double down on the Demon Hunter matchup, and even Druid to a certain extent. Make sure that you can actually pay off on having a minion stuck in the early game. Instead, he's teched in second shard of the Naru, which I imagine will be pretty useful in the Rally Priest mirror if that comes up.
Yeah, as I'm sure it will be a surprise to absolutely no one. I'm a big fan of a feast, and especially a second one to go alongside the first one. The shard will definitely not be helping him in this matchup, as he would much rather just go coin Sethic, feast it up, coin Nazmani, feast it up, to start really hitting your opponent nice and hard right from the get-go. But all things considered, with this starting hand, Nazmani, I'm absolutely keeping. The Insight was a bit more of a close one, but I was leaning towards holding on to it. However, I think by leaving it off here, Lambi series is really demonstrating a lot of what we've been talking about how you should play against Demon Hunter.
Yeah, just doubling down on trying to get the first minion possible on board and then just buff that. And the best way of buffing the Bloodweaver, of course, is with Power Word Fortitude, which means that you won't necessarily coin it out on turn 2. If you don't coin it out, then it gets a little bit scary into Glide. But having that coin in hand is, of course, helpful to make sure Fortitude is as cheap as possible, immediately playable when you get it. Oka Shinsuke also pretty deep in the tank as to whether he wanted to keep Glide or Magtheridon. Honestly, both of them you could think about. But I think not keeping Glide is paying respect to just Rally Priest players knowing what they're doing, which is not playing into Glide super hard. And the Magtheridon, pretty hard to activate this early, so I think he is just going for regular quest progression hands.
Lambi already presented with a bit of a conundrum in terms of how he wants to approach this early game, because, if Glide was not a possibility, again, as I said, you would very possibly consider going palm readings first and then set up for a Nazmani plus Bless all on the same turn. Whereas if Glide is a consideration, then you would much rather go coin, Nazmani, maybe palm readings, maybe just Bless right out the gate to get a 7/7 on board, which is very tough to answer.
Yeah, many different ways of approaching it. And he really has no context on Okashinsuke's hand because it was a full maul outside of the quest. Okashinsuke also, aside from looking for quest progression cards, I wonder if he had been presented the option to keep a Fel Barrage, if he would have, because that's one of the only ways to deal with Nazmani this early on. It so happens that he does have a 2-card combination. Oh, sorry, the Fury's still rank 1. So...
Chaos Leech?
Yep, that's the one. It's from Studies.
Or I-Beam, actually. Chaos Leech and I-Beam both just about get the job done.
Yeah, I-Beam combined with Fury, and I do think he absolutely has to pay respect to this. So he did see coined out Nazmani, which would imply not Power Word Fortitude, but just Feast or Bless suddenly multiplies his problems so much. Not I-Beam nor Chaos Leech presented, but he does get some Cycle.
Oh, so
no.
close.
Yeah, he can't
Turboing
even
through his deck.
finish the quest either to get that discounted. So
Yeah.
I guess the next best thing is just play these attack spells, try and survive until you get Kurtrus playable for a big swing.
Oh man, it's so sad that he's not discounting this hand. Like, if he could draw one more, he'd have 3 mana Maggie, 1 mana Arcanist as well, which all of a sudden really does open up a surprise clear with Magtheridon in order to swing the board massively back in your favor. But now that's like turn 7, absolute earliest, and Lambi Series is not going to be waiting for him to get there.
This gift is so tempting, but it doesn't actually help his board state that much, does it? You're still weak to Immolation Aura. I mean, it does help against Fel Barrage and Fel Scream Blast a little bit.
Right.
And to be fair, the only alternative that helped his board immediately was Bless. Palm Reading, I think, is a little bit too greedy for this spot. And the Bless also is still just weak to like Fury. So fair enough, he does go for the gift, but that is the Immo picked up for Okashinsuke, full clear available to him.
Yep, huge top deck. The only other consideration you could make is whether you go Magtheridon. Right now, I would argue is at least something you could consider, because there are not that many priest buff spells that are truly disastrous if they hit them. Like, even a Fortitude on one of your Acolytes would still allow you to go Arcanist, Immo plus Fury to take it out on the following turn. And so I think even though Okashinsuke was just considering a slam Immo at the start here, he's actually wrestling with the idea pretty heavily himself.
I mean, in terms of immediate punishes from the deck, I'd agree not many, but you're leaving double Nazmani on board, and they can do a whole lot more than just play cards from the deck with those two discounting effects. So I feel like it has to be the clear this turn, and just keep on with the game plan of eventually setting up for Kurtrus. But Okashinsuke, when did we call this guy a cautious player?
Imagine. Yep. This is a brave play, to say the least. And now Lambi Series has free reign to try and punish him, which I think has to start with, obviously, a palm readings, getting himself a very nice selection of spells.
Double Bless. And, he can go again with the palm reading.
Wow.
At that point, you discover probably a more expensive spell, because only the rally is going to cost something after second palm reading resolves.
Okay, he's trying to get it down to 0 first. Like, he could trade the shard now because that's not really doing anything, and then you could hope to hit Sethek or, I don't know, Feast, some kind of more immediately powerful play.
True. Still needs... Mounts? Is that playable this turn? I think it is, right? Wait, no. The Raise Dead can't be played. The Rally can't be played. Oh, wait, it is.
Oh, it is. It's exactly playable.
Yeah, you just go shard. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
The punish, the absolute punish on the back of an elephant, no less. You are just getting trampled by it.
Oh my goodness. It had to be something huge like that. I would argue just like another Fortitude still would have punished Okashinsky, because currently he only has the mana to go Arcanist, Immolation, or a Fury, which is at most 8 damage on one of the Acolytes. So at the 7-7 point where it was double bless, still gonna reward Okashinsky for his play, but anything beyond the 8 health, and especially Alec Mount, and his entire plan is in shambles. He is just dead.
He is just very dead. Man, 2 of the most absurd games of Hearthstone I've seen in a long time for Lambie series, and he just could not give a single F about it. He is cool as any amount of cucumbers you care to name, as he is 1 game away from going through to face Mighty in the upper brackets.
Crazy stuff. I mean, obviously the big turning point here was exactly what we laid out, Magtheridon versus Just Clear with Immolation Aura. I completely understand why Okashinsky went for that. It is not very likely that Lambie's hand would have that many buff effects and double palm reading. I would still be scared because there's double Nazmani, but in most worlds, you should still be able to clear most of it, I would say, with the Arcanist and the Immolation Aura. If we went back and took the Immolation Aura line without the Magtheridon, it was very likely that Okashinsky just had a completely dead turn 5 as well. So don't fault him for it, but man, that is a rough way to go out. He's gonna move on to his Rally Priest now. Okashinsky just sampling all of his lineup, even though none of them has yet to get a win. And that means Lambie on the Quest Rogue is going to have a pretty even matchup, I want to call it, because at the beginning I was saying I kind of like the Quest Rogue in the matchup, but you were saying you like the Rally Priest.
Yeah, exactly. As Okashinsky does make his way through the tasting menu of L's that he is garnering this series. Like I say, you know, it's easy to say that Rally Priest can beat the Rogue if it hits the power spike, because yes, Rally Priest can beat literally every deck in the game if it hits its true power spike. But I think even in the middle scenario, right, where you just hit 1 or 2 early minions, it's not necessarily the easiest thing in the world for the Rogue to clear these off at the start of the game, because they have a couple of nice removal options. Extortion is definitely number 1, but then the rushing 2/4, not the informant. Operative, that's the one. And the SI7 agent can make fairly quick work of your smaller minions. But even if you just go like Nazmani plus Shadow Word Devour when there's 1 or 2 minions on the other side of the board, that's difficult to clear off for the Rogue. And if they miss 1 minion being cleared off, the Priest can really start to abuse that effect very, very quickly. And so I think for the Rogue, it should be, obviously, as you're always trying to do, a nice, aggressive, stat-efficient start to the game. Because if you miss that, I really have hesitance to say that the Scabs quest completion win condition is good enough to be an anyway decent Priest hand.
Yeah, I would agree. The Priest will generally find a way to either put a taunt in the way or just straight up remove even a stealth Scabs, which you can do with Shadow Word Ruin against all odds. There's quite a few things that are generatable, or you can even just silence the stealth away. But there is a lot that Lambie can try to do to get ahead in the early game, and the Cult Neophyte ×2 being in there is also a big one. Timing of it, obviously pretty difficult to ascertain when it's going to be most disruptive, but maybe right after you've just seen a palm reading, you can kind of tell they're setting something up, and the Neophyte can protect your board a little bit. But for now, it's all about just trying to get the early SI curve, looking for Skulkers, Operatives, Smugglers.
Yeah, I don't think even the Swindle is a way to find some extra consistency in your draw at the start of the game is worth it at all.
Rek'Thar in the opener for Okashinsky puts already such an early timer on Lambie, because if he's not able to establish a dominant board state before that Rek'Thar comes down, it could end the game by itself.
Wow, and the rest of his hand is a really Drekthari type of hand. If he can just get himself palm readings in order to discount this, this could literally be a turn 4 pop-off. If you get one apiece of Sethek and Nazmani, the rest of his hand could be immediately very playable. So
Lambi
Lambi
paying,
series, yeah, trying to lock this one down as soon as possible.
right, paying heed to the possibility of just a Nazmani on curve. Having a minion on board allows him, with the 3-4, to trade into the Nazmani and then go operative to finish it off. And it also just fits his curve very well. And even if there isn't a minion for Oka Shinsuke, it's fine. Lambi can just do the same play anyway and lead up into an informant that at least has some measure of buff on it, gets a gizmo in hand, which is very important. Every single shot at a Fizz Flash Distractor can be game-defining here. Oka Shinsuke, with no turn 3 curve play, just decides to search through his deck with a Thrive and picks up maybe another Thrive, honestly.
Yeah, the gift is really tough because, you know, it's easy to say Raised Dead is not necessary, right? Because he has the rally to resurrect the Nazmani and the Sethek that he's hopefully going to end up with. But the gift is honestly too expensive at the moment. Like, just going rally into gift, that's turn 7, and that doesn't equal a pop-off anyway. You have to have other discounted cards first. And so, honestly, I would probably end up on Raised Dead, but I really don't hate the idea of Thrive at all.
Yeah, I mean, thriving in the first place here, I would imagine, is to look for a palm reading, something to help support the Drekthar hand even further. But he does end up on just the gift here, hoping at least that Lambi maybe will not be able to clear everything every single turn it comes down. So Oka Shinsuke goes Drekthar, right? Ideally, it pulls a 2 and a 3. If that board gets cleared, you rally again. Is Lambi going to be able to clear the 2 and a 3 again? Not super likely, I want to say. So maybe then the gift can get some value. But for Lambi here, don't think there's any questions about it. Just the operative play makes sense.
Well, I mean, the one consideration is that Oka Shinsuke could just go gift on the operative and give himself an eternally stealthed 1-1, which we've seen time and again is a really, really difficult thing for the rogue to actually deal with. And next turn, you know, like, you could buff it up. Holy Shadow Word Devour, sorry, the Power Word Fortitude as well. It was a consideration, at least.
It is, but I don't think you need to quite be so desperate as Rally Priest compared to Miracle Priest, where like generally you go for that stealth minion as Miracle Priest because you don't feel you're gonna stick any other minions. You have so few threats, but Rally Priest is definitely a different beast here. In fact, Lambi is struggling to deal with this first wave of threats. He can only deal with either the Sethek or the Nazmani, and I think in this position it should be the Nazmani killed off. I think right now the mana discounts are scarier to Lambi than additional spells being generated, but he disagrees.
Yeah, it's such a difficult one to try and pass through because a lot of the cards that you have in Rally Priest proper do not necessarily make this board pop off. And a big one of those is Power Word Fortitude, right? That allows you to get that health total really high. And weirdly enough, Sethek acts as a Nazmani in that instance because you can often go like renew with a Power Word Fortitude in hand to cheat out a mana and make it go down to 0 or 1 instead of 1 or 2, depending on how many minions you have in hand at the time. However, as we can see, Oka Shinsuke is absolutely fine with this situation at the moment because his hand, even without a Sethek, is just doing some very, very powerful things.
Concerned he's not started the turn yet because I thought this would be insta Power Word Fortitude on either of his minions, then copy the Nazmani and then start popping off a little bit. Although, having said that, there's no good mana sink here. It's really just the rally that you kind of want to payoff of all those discounts on, and that only summons a Sethek at the moment. So perhaps he's trying to greed this a little bit more, maybe bait Lambi into spending resources to kill the Nazmani before he then plays the rally and then gets a lot of value afterward. So if it's not a pop-off turn, it's just going to be value trades, probably commit the Power Word Feast so you get the healing on your minion as well, and then hero power back up on the Drekthar.
Wow, ends with gift. Oka Shinsuke, that is very late to play gift on a Nazmani. And I was going to say at the end of it that I do like playing Gift here in this instance, because I think with this hand, what you want to do is get a Nazmani dead for the rally, which the 1/1 Divine Shield is a very easy way to get a dead Nazmani, because your opponent essentially is forced into killing it off. But I wanted to see a few more spells played, like just this Holy Smite to cheat out 2 more mana. Imagine if this rally cost 2 right now instead of 4, or even just 3 with 1 mana discount. That can make all the difference in the world.
Yeah. Definitely looked like he wasn't too happy with the turn either, but in terms of overall mission accomplished, right? Nazmani dead,
Sure.
Rally summons Sethic and Nazmani now, and he still has mana to play Holy Smite, so you can potentially keep a train going if you then discount the Power Word for Shadow Word Devour.
Yeah, and he gets the important play of just being able to kill off the entire board on this turn. I want to say buff up the health on the Sethic, because I think that's still the most important one to protect right now.
I think so. Bit awkward with the breakpoints that Holy Smite plus Shadow Word Devour still doesn't kill the Informant, but you probably just accept that, trade the Drekthar in, and you still have a very strong lock on the board after that.
Okay. To be fair, if he goes Shadow Word Devour on the Drekthar and hits Power Word Feast as a discount, he could take a value trade and then heal all the way back up, which would be a very, very big presence on the board. But if he misses the Power Word Feast, then it becomes an awful lot worse. So I definitely don't begrudge him going for this line, which is what I was initially advocating for. And the hand that he's left with, to Okashinsuke's credit at the end, is absolutely gorgeous. This is a premium Rally Priest hand for the mid-game.
Super good. And initially I was thinking you should probably just spend the Holy Smite, even though it's not helping your damage breakpoints very much on that last turn, just to get more discounts and a generated card. But that's if you don't have the refill in hand. He absolutely does have the refill in hand though. Second Sethic, second Nazmani, and Gift of Luminance all available here. Palm Reading as well if he wants to take another setup turn, which I wouldn't begrudge him for, honestly. If he just wants to take this slow, it's very little pressure on the side of Lambi. You could think about what Cult Neophyte does as a punish on the next turn, but it's honestly not that much, I want to say, with the palm reading already committed.
No, honestly, I absolutely agree. I would fully hear out the argument that it's correct to go in on this turn, but I just wouldn't want to make my life that difficult, to be perfectly honest. Like, I'm sure you could get a pop-off here in one world or another just by going Sethic, Nazmani, Palm Readings, Gift it. You have a bunch of cheap cards. Sethic's maybe discounted at that point as well. But you can just do it next turn. And then if you know you're going to go in next turn, right from the start, you start popping off at the start of the game, and then that should be good enough to get the job done.
Oh my gosh, you got Drekthar too. What's even left though?
1 Nazmani?
I think so.
Yes.
That's so funny to see the Drekthar upside down and slowly turning and pulling the Nazmani from the deck.
360 no-scope Nazmani.
Okay. Quest for Lambi. I'm not sure where it's at, honestly. We're gonna find out. Okay. One more to Scabs. And that really has to be his out from this point, because he knows he's losing the resource race. And so you just kind of have to, from this point as Quest Rogue, pray that your Scabs does not get answered. They do have to generate something to deal with the Stealth Scabs, which is, you know, not an impossibility, but sometimes the hand gets too full or they run out of targets and the Scabs can stick around.
Extortion is a lovely pickup, though, to be able to complete the quest, as you said, and also just clear off the board. It's a very, very important difference. But like you said, for Okashinsuke, I think unless he gets the worst generations in terms of spells imaginable, he should be sailing through to a victory here, because this is just the dream. This just gets there. This is what the deck wants to do.
Hey. Playing very slowly here. I mean, he did start immediately, but there's hesitation between every card, which, you know, you can say is the optimal way of playing, but it depends how much time you think you have.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't actually know if that was supposed to be a second ethic though, because obviously you give yourself more outs of generations to deal with the scabs next turn, but you give yourself a lot more mana sinks when, you know, if you have a Draconic Studies in hand, I think you kind of want to just double down on getting that playable with double Asmani Bloodweaver.
That's active! There's no minions left in the deck.
That is active.
I mean, necessary, not, but active, yes. I'm pretty sure Okashinski can just win off of this board right now because the scabs, after it comes down from Lambi, can either be silenced or soul mirrored. And Lambi just doesn't really have ways of answering everything. Like, he'll get one more Fizz Flash Distractor, but that doesn't feel like enough.
Ends up with the 3-mana Kazakhstan. Nobody ever sees that one coming. You can almost go Kaz Soul Mirror all on the same turn next turn. As Lambi series has clearly got to do the best he can to mop this one up, probably in the form of tap the 5/5 Sethic, Whirligig to take out the 2/3, and then stealth up his scabs, I suppose, with the remaining 1 mana.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah, I did like the idea of just removing the Sethics because you know that the answer to your scabs, if it's stealthed, has to come in the form of a generated spell, and the Sethics help that solution. So I'm a bit surprised to see that he's just leaving the scabs unstealthed, but it's not as though there are no other stealth targets for Lambi. There's still another informant in the deck. In some worlds, you can even go like smite attack phase, then stealth it, and then try to get it to attack again the next turn. Something tells me that's not going to be the outcome though, because if Okashinski wants, he can play his 3-mana Kazakhstan, or he can just play Soul Mirror. There's all winning lines left and right.
This is absolutely bossing right now. He could just go Kazakhstan into Insight to get himself any minion he generates, trade both his amulets if he wants. This is ridiculous. Hyper Blaster, good. Boombox, good. Pure Cold, good. These are all fantastic cards.
Yep. I just want to take spell. Maybe 1 minion because you have an Insight. Okay, Book of the Dead. He still just has 2 Nazmanis. Everything can still get cheaper. It's crazy.
Everything costs 0, yeah.
Insta-book.
Oh, also, if he picked Wax Rager, which I don't think he did, he could have gone Wax Rager Amulet, which would be a sight to see.
Yeah, new archetype right there. Wax Priest. Strictly better than Boar Priest.
All right, I think he can get himself Bubba guaranteed off of that Insight, which is okay. It allows him to, I think, just about get enough board spaces to clear off the...
Oh, did he finish the turn, though? Yeah, okay, it's enough to clear the scabs, but that turn, a lot more could have happened, right? He could have at the very least traded an amulet before that to find perhaps a better answer to Bubba if he had picked Book or Wand. Not sure what he picked, but important part is Bubba played Kazakhstan, Lambi in danger still, but he actually has 8 damage on board when we come back from the disconnect. Okashinski was at 24, right? And there was a smite in hand. So, not over, I want to say.
Not over, yeah. If, from Lambi's perspective, if his opponent got no healing, didn't hit a Noyo Horn, sorry, in order to summon a board full of taunts, like, this is still theoretically winnable, because obviously the rally miracle portion of the deck is essentially deleted at this point, unless there's some absurd chain of Sethics, gift, bunch of targeted spells. You're all in on the Kazakhstan win condition, which, like you say, is very, very powerful, but not necessarily always so defensively powerful, is its one arguable weakness.
So for Lambi here, you probably think you cannot afford to play around Gnomish Army Knife or Horn. You never survive that. So I do like just the aggro game plan, right? He has outs if he draws his Wicked Stabs. He's running 2 of them. He could also find Passage to draw those out. He has Swindle at the moment, and he can spend his last mana stealthing up the Smite, which at the moment can only be answered by Soul Mirror from Okashinski, which takes a ton of mana.
Yeah, he's just praying for no book here, no wand, none of the usual suspects to be able to clear this off. But little does he know, like you said, it's going to be Soul Mirror in the end to close this one out. Obviously, from Oka Shinsuke's perspective, if he goes Soul Mirror, he is leaving himself dead to exactly double Wicked Stab, but he's already seen one so far this game, actually, hasn't he? I believe on the turn that it was Wicked Stab plus SI7 Assassin to clear off the board. So I think, from Oka Shinsuke's perspective, as long as he just goes Soul Mirror Hero Power to heal himself up, I don't think he's ever dead.
I agree. No generation for Lambie either. The only random aspect, aside from which gizmo you get as Quest Rogue, is minions off of Smuggler, and I don't think there's any at this breakpoint that would allow him to get 4 damage face. If Oka Shinsuke just puts a lot of taunts in the way, you can actually make a similar argument that he's never dead.
Right.
But he doesn't actually get that many taunts given the lack of board space, so I do prefer the Soul Mirror line. He can even fit in the hero power.
All right, Lambie is holding out for a miracle. He's found it in the last 2 games to just be able to steamroll his opponent, but this one does feel like a very far cry.
Okay, so Mole into Swindle, you get your second Wicked Stab and the Smuggler, and I'm just gonna say it's at 9 mana, you get King Crush.
You have to attack with it. Oh, into the Smuggler. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, got you. Okay.
I don't know what mana breakpoint is.
No. I like
Smuggler
it.
right now. I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that's the only out that I can think of.
I like where your head's at.
Relentless optimism.
Okay.
Can actually survive the turn, maybe.
Yeah, he's got a chance to hit Shadow Step or the Tenwu, of course, as well, to clear off a little bit more.
Yeah, okay.
There we go.
Both. Wow, it's a full clear. Oh, but that's Smuggler. And it's a, what cost? 8 cost?
8?
Oh my god! An A-bomb! It's happening in A5 too! What?
No shot. Absolutely no shot. Play it again. Come on, get it down. Get yourself a 10 drop as well.
Oh my gosh. 10 drop can't be King Crush anymore, but it's fine. Just got the board presence.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one. He's actually in this game.
Did Oka Shinsuke pick Wand? That's the main question now. He needs Wand.
Oh my god. Like, Horn just gets VT'd hard.
Yeah, it kind of does. Okay, trade. We gotta know what the other treasures are. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, he was offered Book. He must have picked Book, right?
I think so, but the book is not... Okay, Book plus Bubba lets you clear the A-bomb at least.
Yeah. Or, like, trade Book Horn would be where my head's at.
But if he's not trading, does he think he has no good treasures? I mean, that's what it would look like to me. It's just Horn here. He can probably survive the turn, but it's just not that good, I feel like. He's not trading? Oh my.
Lord. Okay.
Okay, so it's actually hard to clear everything. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wait, how does this work? You want to like bounce the Wind Fury, right? So you can put it between the 1-3 and the 1-7. 1-3 can ping off a shield on a 2-4, and then it can ping off a shield on a 3-4. And then you can Wind Fury the 7-7 and... Oh, but Wind Fury on the Tenwu doesn't do anything, right? It dies no matter... Yeah, there's no Annoyatrons. What? They're all modules and Psychotrons. I just... Okay.
Yeah, that's actually ridiculous.
Sure. Yeah. I still think this was the correct position for the Battle Master to go on, because anywhere else you only get two Wind Furies anyway. But you can talk about Lambie's positioning of the board prior to Battle Master, but never in a million years would I have thought that he'd be in this situation. So
absolutely ridiculous. And then you can just trade, take out another one.
yeah, and then your A-bomb eats one. A mole. What is
Win
this game?
Next turn, like he gets 2 more priest cards, he's just kind of winning. Hyper Blaster is good. It's not bad. But it's not taking out the Lieutenant, and currently his taunts on board are not going to be winning him the game.
Got a trade.
Oh no! That's another
got
one!
trade
That
again!
does nothing!
Epic Fist!
Bangs! Oh!
Huge.
That's
Enormous.
so big.
I think he just wins now. You Fang, you Hyper Blaster the Scrapyard probably, just to not let it get the... Oh wait, sorry. That's not the Silencer one. It's not.
No, yeah. So you attack into the 7-2, right? And then the 7-7 with the Hyper
Right.
Blaster.
Yep. So much health gained back from this. And yeah, you can still play the Powered Feast also to keep the Sethic train going.
Yeah, absolutely. Just cash that in while you can.
Pulling it back. How did we get in this position where Okashinsuke had to find a miracle out from Kazakhstan? He's kind of winning with the base rally deck, and then something weird happened.
Something very weird happened. Okay, you just take out the 4-1, I think, probably, because
Yeah.
it's the highest attack.
Okay,
Take
two priest
your
spells.
2 priest cards. Yeah.
I mean, studies? Kazakhstan! Yay!
Oh no!
I don't know if it's active, maybe not, but that draws nothing. Is Shadow Step a shadow spell? Does he have a shadow step left?
It is a shadow spell, yeah. I don't think he's got one left though. That's not bad though.
Oh my god, what are we watching? Maybe a delight?
A pirate or a stealth? What can that get him? Like,
A smite? I don't know.
yeah, or like a karma into a karma prime, something stupid like that.
I don't know, Derek.
I don't even know, dude.
I'm more at looking at this to like disrupt the Bubba that which they might have.
Right.
Okay, we'll see if he has a shadow step left.
He does.
Oh, he did have one. Okay.
Nice.
What is that? Shifty sophomore?
Shifty sophomore.
For both of them?
Oh, wow.
Wait. Deviant Delight doesn't give you the same one necessarily, right? I
don't
feel
think
like
so.
this is just a huge coincidence.
Yeah, well, spell burst, add a combo card to your hand, so the chain can keep going. He can go like
Oh my
Shifty
God.
Sophomore, bounce something back. Are there any combo cards that can save him here?
Oh no, I have to go look at the Hearthstone card library. Wait, we're really
literally
just
can't
here.
No, straight up.
I'm still upset that I asked the Shadow Step, is it a shadow card? Like, is Fireball a fire card? I don't know. Okay, what did he get? Plague Doctor?
Sight? Yeah, that's not doing it. All right.
I mean, he can get himself a huge informant, but it just dies to the Hyper Blaster. However, it's the only steppable target that gets him the combo card.
Exactly, yeah.
So what's the rub?
What are we watching?
I know all the steps.
All right. Vanessa is a combo card.
Oh.
That's not a good one, is it?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, Vanessa was interesting. Maybe you can get yourself like a horn or something later on.
One Thief is a combo card. I
Oh,
literally
yeah,
just
yeah,
searched
yeah.
combo.
Okay, no, that.
And that could find you Drake Fire Amulets or Rune of the Archmage, and we can continue this absolute fiesta of a game.
Well, no, it couldn't, right? Because it discovers rogue spells, doesn't it? Once you play it, or does it say
One
mage
Thief?
spell?
One Thief?
Yeah.
It discovers a mage spell, yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. But either way, That is going to be Lamby Series finally throwing down the concede. We can stop digging for some ludicrous win condition left available to him, and he can die with some dignity there at long last after just clawing on until the absolute last moment. Already one of the coolest series of Hearthstone I've seen in a long time.
It's just such a crazy endgame. I mean, Okashinsuke looked like he was winning for the vast majority of that, and then the Kazaka-san happened, and for some reason it wasn't that good right away. Lamby got that miracle secret passage that let him go, what, triple assassin in a turn or 3 removal effects, and then he generated the A-bomb, which ate so many stats that it looked like Lamby was just setting up lethal, but then Okashinsuke found the Hyper Blaster out, and it ended up in Okashinsuke's favor again. Very much a roller coaster of a game, but it's not the series over just yet. Derek Okashinsuke can take the Quest Rogue Mirror if he wants to, or try and get the win of the Demon Hunter unfavorable.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we've already seen the Demon Hunter beat the Rogue once today, and even though I would be astonished if Okashinsuke can beat Lamby Series in the same fashion with a 4-mana Jace to close out the game, it is still winnable in a multiple other ways. The Rogue can draw poorly, the Demon Hunter can get very rapid quest progression, and they can also, as we saw, just hit the Rogue in the face, and there's very few healing or taunting methods the Rogue has access to counteract that. But first of all, it is going to be the Rogue Mirror for both sides, with Okashinsuke having an ever so slightly different list to what we've been seeing from Lamby Series, right? Where, like you said, he's got in the double Foxy Fraud by making way of cutting one of the Wicked Stabs that Lamby Series has, and the Viper as well.
Yes, that is right. Getting the double Foxy Frauds in there can be quite useful just to help consolidate your board state at the beginning, because Wicked Stab is very much a dead card in the beginning of the matchup. You're all about trying to progress quest and take hold of the board. But later on, if Lamby has had the capability to stay even at least on quest progression, those Wicked Stabs go up so much in value, because then it's Okashinsuke who has to be scared of 8 damage bursts from hand at any given point. If the game goes long enough, could even be up to the rank 3 version, but in my experience, the Quest Rogue Mirror is a lot more volatile than that. At some point, a Scabs will hit the board, or even a Smuggler that's big enough, stealth on that, and then it's all about finding the Battlegrounds Battlemaster first.
That does definitely feel like the common play pattern of the mid game. One of the things I've liked a lot from a lot of players that I've seen, though, is when they are playing Scabs and entering that post-quest portion of the game. Some of the things that I've seen from the players I respect a lot is holding on to the stealth if you have an informant in hand, which I know when you see it is not necessarily the most genius of plays, but realizing that Scabs, while a 7/7, is not actually necessarily the biggest of all minions and not necessarily game-winning in its own right, whereas a creative use of the Noggin Fog generator is, I think, one way that you can squeak out a win when you wouldn't necessarily be getting one in the normal pan-out of how you would play Quest Rogue.
Right, Okashinsuke on the play. This is also a pretty interesting point of who you think is in the lead and the mirror, depending if they're going first or second. And generally, I like to have the coin available, because the turn 1 is always still just going to be quest, so it's not like you're necessarily behind on board. If they do have the Skulker, you can still coin out a 3-drop that's not immediately challenged by it, like the Operative. And there's quite a high concentration of 3-cost SI cards that having the coin to play those back-to-back on turn 2 and turn 3 is usually a big deal. And we see that as a possibility for Lamby here, even though second agent might not get value.
Interesting. Heavily prioritizing well, I suppose maximum efficiency of quest completion, because he gets the extortion played before it goes face. Before damage is dealt to the face with the SI7 agent. But it does just also mean that he's not wasting the combo effects of the SI7 agents. But I've still got to say, I kind of didn't mind the idea of just going coin SI agent, informant afterwards.
Yeah, I quite like that also, because you can make the argument that at some point you're going to have an extortion target that's not the face either, just on their minion, and I'd rather not waste that than the SI7 combo effect. But maybe Lamby is just trying to set up for agent plus a gizmo on the very next turn.
That's fair.
And there's quite a few gizmos that are nice to have early. The Gyro Blade being first of and foremost of which I feel just lets you get so much clearing potential, and even the Death Rattle helps you deal with stealth minions if your opponent leaves them up. I like that Okashinsuke's not unstealthing the 2-2 though. It's just almost never going to get value if you just send it face. Whereas as a stealth minion where Lambi can't clear it off with his own agent, it can give you some trading potential later on.
And so with Coin SI face, I think this makes every gizmo at least decent. Because all of the minions, obviously, are just playable. Gyro Blade is a clear. Noggin Fog, I think you would quite happily just stealth up and get 5 damage face. And even just Sap to send this back to the hand, it leaves you ahead on board, which is worth a good amount in this matchup, as we've said.
Giving Swindle here over Neophyte. I was looking at the Neophyte because it doesn't look to me like Lambi's got a spell-based turn right on the follow-up, but the Swindle is actually like pretty clunky in this early game, very heavily board-based battle, so in the end it makes a lot of sense to pick. Only gets punished, I suppose, if they have Foxy Fraud in hand, which Lambi did see Foxy Fraud as an option also, so he knows there's at least one that's still in the deck. For Okashinsuke, though, even though it floats mana, just going Spyomatic and second SI7 agent looks pretty decent here.
Yeah, the only reason why I would consider not going for that play, even though I do agree it's the immediately most powerful, is just because if you go Wicked Stab SI7 and then probably trade in the 2-2 alongside the 2 damage to kill off the opposing SI7 agent, is that on turn 5 you then have access to Spyomatic Assassin for exactly 5 mana, which I think is fairly likely to actually work out well, because the expected play is obviously Informant, but then a lot of the backup plays are just going to be like play a 3-cost minion, be it Smuggler, Agent, Operative, and then the Assassin with this line that Okashinsuke has taken works out gorgeously.
Yeah, very cleverly spotted by you both, and he'll get a complete grip on the board after this. Probably just give them Smite this early, it's not doing anything.
Agreed.
And he has Operative Swindle to follow up. Just great resource expenditure. The hand very fluidly hitting the board here is exactly what you want to do with a deck that is as tight on its mana expenditure as Quest Rogue. Lambi super far behind, has the capability to clear 2 minions, but it's expensive and doesn't even get him ahead on board. It just leaves him 1-3-3 versus 2 3-3s.
Yeah, I do think you have to take it in this instance. You want to play as many SI cards as you can before you go for the passage, so that he has the maximum chance of going passage, assassin, and then very possibly shadow stepping or 10-wooing it back as at the same time in order to get a tempo swing back in his favor. Because right now he is just losing on all fronts. He's behind on quest progression, behind on board, behind on health, and so he really needs a miracle turn off of this passage to swing it back in his favor.
Completely agreed. Okashinsuke here can just get the Scabs in hand with Spyomatic and both of the SI cards. Probably doesn't even need to trade, honestly. Just push the 6 face because he knows he's ahead. Give them Neophyte, I want to say, because you're just playing Scabs and can still play a Gizmo on the next turn. Or alternatively, don't even play a spell-based Gizmo, like Weapon and Minion or Double Minion, fine.
True, yeah, just start hitting them. It's very, very close to just being over at this point. Even with Okashinsuke's lower damage build, as we've said, with only 1 Wicked Stab, which has already been played, the amount of damage he's getting faced here just absolutely 100% forces Lambi series to get a stronger play next turn.
And even if he finds Assassin and double Shadow Step, I don't think that's strong enough to keep up with what Okashinsuke is doing. So for Lambi, I already feel it's as desperate as digging for Smuggler to give him some sort of miracle out. Yeah, I don't think there are too many.
I think his Assassin costs exactly 3 at this point, with 4 quest progressions done. There's Shadow Step, but there's no Assassin to be found, which means you could Shadow Step the SI7 agent, but you're not actually clearing anything extra from the board, because that means you'd have to go face with the attack instead of attacking into one of the opposing SI7 agents in this game of ping pong between the agents.
Might even be Neophyte, Step Neophyte, Wicked Stab. Oh god, everything sucks. Everything loses. And Lambi knows it, right? He just fell a little bit too far behind in the early game, and it's thanks mostly to Oka Shinsuke having a very solid opening curve, but mostly the way that he sealed the game was that very clever setup of the SI7 Assassin being held for the next turn with the Spyomatic. Went for Wicked Stab the turn before rather than Spyomatic, wasn't concerned about wasting damage, just making sure he had the cleanest possible answer to the expected on-curve play. Just very clever stuff. And now we can just go for Scabs, stealth it up, Gyro Blade face, everything face, and I think that sets up 100% lethal on the next turn.
Yeah, I think that's just insta-GG, unless there is, as you said, an absolute miracle from passage into double smuggler in order to get yourself the perfect 2 minions, one after the other, which would honestly have to be like Abominable Lieutenant again, which isn't even at that point yet, and you'd still be dead even if you hit that. Like, there really is just nothing.
Go Spy over Gyro Blade. Sure, he still has the lethal setup, even playing the weapon next turn. Give them a Skulker. Lambi not even gonna bother. We are going to game 5, Derek.
And it just feels like all these series we've had over the last couple of days have been so close, so anybody's game all the way through, apart from Alutemi versus Chonsu, which we shan't talk about for Chonsu's sanity, I think. As here, down to the Demon Hunter versus the Rogue, it starts as it ends with an unfavorable matchup needing to be won by Oka Shinsuke, just as Lambi series did right at the start, to upset the entire expected play pattern of the series.
Man, that would be something if it did pan out that way. But even though Oka Shinsuke's been winning some very clutch matchups all this time, I still feel like he's going to have a very, very difficult time in this last one. The Quest Rogue, most of the time, heavily favored against Demon Hunter because the expected play pattern is for them to just curve out, and the timing of when Quest Rogue's threats hit their very critical mass of stats is around the mid-game when Demon Hunter really just wants to find that one window to play Kurtra's quest reward. And if they spend a turn doing nothing but playing a 7/7, Rogue has a million ways to punish that in their arsenal. Bouncing it back, playing a bigger minion, stealthing up their own quest reward. It's just very difficult if the Rogue has hit any measure of a decent curve.
And I think that's why the kind of play that we saw from Alutemi yesterday becomes so ingenious when you look at it in context of what you're saying, of how you don't want to, also you don't really have time to play Kurtra's Demon Slayer, right? The 5-mana 7/7 from the quest. And so you just don't a lot of the time. You just say, okay, I don't really care about this. Yes, I'm going to complete the first couple of layers of quests, maybe the third as well, because I want to draw cards from my deck. But the reason you're drawing cards from your deck is to find Kurtra's Demon Render, the hero card, and then discount performers plus the Deadeye and just try and get a surprise kill on turn 8 or 9.
Yeah. Kurtra's and Jace being the other big one. Of course, we saw Lambi series get a very above average outcome with the Jace, with all the fell spells played early, and then the Jace on 4 mana by turn 7 just having lethal. Obviously that is the dream outcome, but even just Jace for full cost on turn 8 can get a lot of work done in terms of clearing the board, healing up, and pushing damage. Whether or not it's lethal, if you can play the Jace alongside Kurtra's hero card in a timely fashion, you can easily put together enough damage to just burst the Rogue down, because damage permanence is a very real thing against Valeera. Lambi with the keep of Smuggler picks up Skulker. The hand is coming together super nice.
Yeah, obviously the Smuggler is a little small at this point, but it's not the end of the world. As you could, of course, just wait. You could just play it. You could wait a turn passage and then Smuggler. A few ways still to play it. But Oka Shinsuke, with the Need for Greed off the top, is rewarded for his quest on 1G and not greeding it out with the hero power to try and bolster up his Demon Render, and instead just getting himself a really nice few discounts.
Yep, it's my favorite thing. Soddle's called me out for this multiple times. Every time it happens that a Quest Demon Hunter player plays Quest on 1 and finds Need for Greed, he's like, all right, you can say the thing. And you said the thing, thank you.
You're welcome.
Discounted Cutlass, not particularly good for Lambi because I feel this has much more utility as just helping him cycle through the deck. No real minions that he wants to clear with the 2/2 weapon itself. So for Lambi, we could see that traded away or held on for turn 5 to trade away because next turn looks like it's just passage.
Or weird turn for Okashinsuke. One that I think I'm leaning towards just equip and swing into the 2/2 with the Eldraki Warblades. But the presence of Viper in his opponent's deck does make me a little bit more hesitant to do so, I will say, because if they just played a 3/4 next turn to destroy my second half of the weapon, I think I would be quite sad with that outcome.
Yeah. Even if he double jumped and hit the good outcome of Spectral Sight, it wouldn't progress the quest quite yet. So I don't think it can be a card draw turn. It's just that this board looks a little bit too piddly to commit your resources into, right? It's like you have a full clear with Immolation Aura, Hero Power. You have a full clear with Talented Arcanist Fellscream Blast, but you've not taken that much damage. So is it right to even commit the resources? Okashinsuke says yes. Maybe free up some hand space. And it's maybe because he has the redundancy of board clears that he's willing to let go of an Immolation Aura. Still has tons of ways to deal with the next board with the Arcanist and Fel Barrage or Fellscream. So I think it's fine.
Do we like the look of Passage here, given that it's going into 3 mana, even if you can only play 1 SI from it?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
A little awkward.
You had the option of trading the Extortion and playing Tenwu so that you end up with 1 extra card in your hand for the next turn, but I feel like that's majorly offset by just getting 1 more SI card played towards your quest and also some presence on board. Big deal that Lambi has hit one of his Wicked Stabs and the Battlegrounds Battlemaster this early. Again, not useful at this point in the game, so he needs that Cutlass trade to come in big on the next turn, or just, of course, a good old top deck. For now, Okashinsuke still doesn't have that likely of a chance to progress quest this turn. So we could see like Fel Barrage and then equip, and then finally the double jump next turn. If he hits Glide, he's allowed to play it that same turn.
Yeah, that's probably the way to go. The only other thing I'm considering is going for some kind of massive hand dump play where you just go like Fellscream, Arcanist, Fel Barrage, which I know seems a little bit ridiculous, but just because next turn you have double jump, you have glide, you have a 50% chance to hit glide, that's what's making me not want to go for it, because in the half of the time that you hit Spectral Sight, you would be pretty sad that you've lost a lot of your key removal pieces. But basically the point I'm trying to make is that you can just dump a lot of your removal cards and hope to draw back into a hand full of card draw after you go for the glide the turn after. Right.
Many things to consider. I think Okashinsuke is definitely hoping to hit Spectral Sight over Glide in this position, actually, because the hand just sort of lends itself to waiting to play Jace on curve. He's expended a lot of Fel spells. He can juice the Jace quite a bit, and it'd be sad to lose the discount on it as well. Oh, 1 mana off.
Yeah, it's a little slow, but not the end of the world. He can still play it next turn for a 7/7, which is, starting to creep out of those crucial breakpoints that Demon Hunter often finds itself in terms of removal in the mid stages of the game.
Studies is interesting because if he doesn't hit something he wants to play, you can still double jump and play whatever you get off of it because of the discount. Oh, Spectral!
Whoa, that's big.
And the studies also had like utility of even if you pick up Kurtrus, like the 3/4, that was pretty good in this instant. Oh, Need for Greed as well. Very nice quest completion here for Okashinsuke. Progression, I should say, rather. He will go up to 10 cards though, so if he doesn't pick up something that naturally costs 1 or less, he will overdraw.
Would you ever consider just like trade it and play the double jump? Mainly just because like having Need for Greed in your deck is a pretty good card to have, especially as there's a decent chance you'll glide sometime in the near future.
Yeah, I think it's very reasonable. He could even just play Spectral Sight also because...
True. Yeah.
That card doesn't look like it's getting more than 2 draws at any point soon, given all the things he needs to dump from the left. Whereas if you hold the double jump, you can at least outcast whatever you get off of that on the next turn.
Yeah, that was a really close one. I wouldn't have actually hated the idea of just going for Spectral Sight there. More so because it gives you one final extra chance at playing Kurtrus Demon Render exactly for 6 mana next turn, which is, I think, far and away what Okashinsuke would most like to spend his mana on next turn. But with this instance, he has to rely on a pure top deck to find it, and given that he most likely won't, it is instead going to be either some kind of a hodgepodge clear turn, or instead going for a glide to complete the last layer of quest.
And with this much pressure developed for Lambie, I do think it has to be something of a hodgepodge clear turn. Lambie actually picked up a pretty good Demon Hunter card from the Mole, Sigil of Alacrity. You're never sad to see some cycle, and discounts are also pretty nice. That Immolation Aura picked up is so clutch here, though. Even having said that, it's still quite awkward to get the full clear here, because if you go Arcanist Immo, you either have to face tank the 8/8 to finish it off, or expend double Fell Scream Blast, which feels very bad. So can he do like Arcanist, Fell Scream, Immo after? Nope, it's still, you still have to face tank it.
I think I'm just tanking the 8 and playing Glide. You get to send Scabs back to their deck, right? Which is by far the scariest thing you're going to be seeing in the near future.
Right. Completely agree. And weirdly enough for Lambie, obviously it sucks to have the quest reward shuffled back, but the rest of his hand wasn't really that good, so it's not that much of a disaster for his Glide. And also, he has the Sigil still active, so he'll go up to 6 cards with the natural draw next turn.
That's right. And he can get himself a lot of reasonable draws, like, for example, the hand he's just gotten himself. Smuggler, Bounce It Smuggler is a really nice way to get a nice bit of pressure rolling. And just Tempo Assassin as well. I would not turn my nose up at that either.
You do know they have Kurtrus, so there's some reason to holding on to Assassin. But then again, if their turn is just play Kurtrus and you have all this pressure on board, that's pretty good too.
Breakfast.
Okay, that's a bit of a whiff. Tunnel Blaster.
Oh, you knew the name. Good for you.
Well, no, that's not the name, but that's basically the same card as what it is from
Oh,
the day.
okay. Yeah. Death Rattle, deal the attack damage to all enemy minions.
I think so, yeah.
All right, going again. This time he can play Assassin first if he wants to. He didn't start with Assassin because he needed all the mana available to do this entire turn. Oh, Matter Bomber. I know the name of that one.
She didn't go to medical school for 6 years to be Madder Bomber. It's Mad East Bomber. Okay.
Oh, it's Maddest. I didn't know the name of it. I'm sorry. No. Sorry, that's Dr. Maddest Bomber to me.
All right. Well, this is currently doing a whole lot of nothing for Okashinsuke, and unfortunately with no more reductions in mana available, I struggle to see a way for him to actually clear off this board. He would need to find Arcanist, of which he's already played one, right? And he's played both Immos as well. I kind of just don't really see it. Maybe you could get into a position where you can heal out of range of dying, even if you don't clear the board by finding Arcanist.
If you trade and find Kurtrus, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how big the bats were at that point, but now he doesn't even have the mana. It had to be the first card off of the tradable, and no dice. Magtheridon, no room to get the tokens, no mana, and no activation in hand either. It is just going to be game.
Yeah, he can go Fell Scream, which leaves him at, what, 17 damage on board? Maybe just about surviving from his perspective, but from where we can see with the Lambie series, just a straight up Swindle SISI, I think, is exact lethal.
Yep. Getting the attacks in first to make sure he's done the math right, because it's not natural to play Swindle at the beginning of the turn, but Lambie spots it very cleanly, and that's him through to the winner's match. And Okashinsuke is sent down to face Shaxi in the elimination.
That's right. After a very swift 2-0 start to the series, Lambi Series decided to take the scenic route to get the victory rather than just getting a win with his Quest Rogue in game 3 or 4. But in the end, does get the job done. And I think despite obviously losing those first couple of games with Quest Rogue against the Priest and the Rogue Mirror, for the most part, he was just playing some very solid Hearthstone. His mulligan decisions throughout, I think, were very, very spot on, especially in the form of the Priest, as I was talking about, in terms of what you want to do against Demon Hunter with just buffing up minions as they come down on the board. And his knowledge of just how to play around the removal from his opponent, where to position the stealth minions, all this goodness, I think was on point throughout.
I would agree. And on Oka Shinsuke's side, I think for the most part, a pretty clean series as well. I really liked what I saw on the Quest Rogue. Maybe a bit more hesitation than we would have liked on the Rally Priest, but he does have a little bit of time to gather himself because we will be playing out the winners match first before we move on to the elimination. So Lambi series versus Mighty is what we have to look forward to. And it's going to be a very different landscape to what we just saw of a complete mirror in terms of archetypes, because Mighty is bringing the spice here, despite him tweeting out never to bring Paladin in a tournament setting. Guess what, Derek? He has Paladin in a tournament setting.
He needs help. We need an intervention for Mighty at this point, because Paladin is no joke. Not even once, because you can see what it'll do to a man if you end up bringing it to GM. But unless we end up with a mirror in the decider match between Lambi Series and Oka Shinsuke, we are guaranteed an aggro deck, or an aggro lineup, sorry, in each of the remaining series for the day, which I think introduces an entirely different dynamic from what was this this mirror in terms of absolute identical classes and lineups and archetypes would be the word from both of our players. And I think it's going to be super exciting because our players in both Lambi Series and Oka Shinsuke do have, as you said at the start of the day, that slightly different build of Druid with the Dragon top end, Malagos, Raid Boss, Onyxia, and even the Cenarian Wards in there as well, which I think just helps them so much against these aggro decks in terms of being able to get down an actual win condition that you can play, taunt up, and try and close out the game all at the same time. But that is, of course, still waiting to be played out, as our next match is going to be Lambi Series against Mighty in the winners bracket match. It'll be about 10 minutes, I believe, because we need to give Lambi Series a moment to get himself centered and pick out his ban, which I think is not necessarily the easiest of things to do. So when we come back, we will find out who our first player from today going through to the semi-final shall be. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters playoffs here in the Asia Pacific region. We are in with the exciting match now, the feel-good match where we get to send one player through to the semi-finals to be played out tomorrow. That one step closer to going through to the World Championship for both Lambi Series and Mighty in this series. They are but 3 series wins away, Gia, from that spot at the World Champs.
Oh, it's so close that they can taste it. Mighty, in particular, has just tweeted out that he's really hungry for it. Not in the best condition physically. I think he has a bit of stomach pain, which is always tough to get through, but I think that it will not stop his focus here. Mighty, definitely one of the breakout players of the season, a new Grandmaster, but straight away qualifying through to Grandmaster's last call, getting second most points out of everybody in the regular season. And honestly, he's the player with the most points that's still in the run, because Chonsu has already dropped out, unfortunately. And Mighty has got a pretty brave lineup for himself here with a ton of aggro decks: Beast Druid, Face Hunter, Quest Rogue, and the buff Paladin.
That's right, yeah, going for a very similar strategy to Alan. We would have to guess where he is attempting to target the Druid. He's going about it in a slightly less all-in fashion that I think we saw from Alan yesterday, where he doesn't have the watch posts in there. He doesn't have Akani, so far as I can tell, in many of his deck lists. He does have it in the Hunter, sorry. So there's one, and the Paladin. So he is going in on the Akanis, but just the Crossroads watch post that is missing when compared to Alan's lineup, as we were saying yesterday. But I think, even though I would argue Alan had a slightly better read on what he was trying to do, Mighty's decks are still just all around pretty good against the field.
Yeah, and the Quest Rogue in here is one of those all-around decks that we've been talking about, where it does have game against Demon Hunter, doesn't fall flat on its face versus Druid, and it can get there against Paladins as well with all of that removal. Pretty interesting way of approaching it, because it's not the super hard target Druid type of aggro deck that we saw from Alan from the Shadow Priest, but maybe lets Mighty have a bit of a more flexible ban. We do see that Mighty was runner-up in week 2 and has had a very good record in Masters Tours, breaking the 60% mark. Of course, hasn't been to quite so many of them as the likes of Alutemu, but that's still a pretty impressive win rate for the sample size he's gotten. And of course, this performance in this season of Grandmasters, I think, has put to rest any doubts anybody had about Mighty's quality of play.
That is correct, yeah. Also getting him through, as we said, to Grandmaster's last call, which means that no matter what happens, it will not be the end of Mighty in Grandmasters, but he would obviously so love to just get his spot at the World Champs now, rather than mess about with having to get there against an entire open field of players from all different regions of Grandmasters next time. But his build of Face Hunter here is very, very interesting indeed, and I think leads me on to the fact that, like building on what you were saying a moment ago of how he's got a slightly more all-rounded lineup, a slightly more flexible ban, I think what this leads into for Mighty's lineup, where he doesn't have the watch posts and he's got Quest Rogue instead of Shadow Priest. Yes, it's slightly less good against Druid, because obviously Shadow Priest is better into Druid than the Quest Rogue is. But when we factor in this build as well, I think he's going for a kind of softer target on both Druid and Demon Hunter at once, rather than a more all-in target on just the Druid, which Alan was going for yesterday. And that is exemplified for me in the form of Moonfang, a card that is notoriously difficult for Demon Hunter to deal with, even when it's just in its 6/3 form, let alone if it's buffed up by Warsong Wrangler yet further.
Yeah, the Moonfang in there, or Moofang as Flood calls it. I think I should just call it Moofang forever as well, because Flood is kind of the one who sort of innovated Moonfang in Grandmasters, but of course Mighty really the only one bringing it in APAC and maybe across all the regions right now. It's also supported by the double Felmons in there, which I think also, as much as I hate the card, helped the Demon Hunter matchup a bit. So Mighty does have a sort of soft target on 2 decks here compared to Alan, who had hard target on Druid and then the Paladin as a good one into Demon Hunter, but the other two decks not quite so much. So it could be the next step of approaching how to build the aggro lineup for this meta when you can have a very hard read on most people bringing Kazakhstan Druid and the Paladin. Maybe the percentages aren't quite so polarized in some of his matchups, but overall he has more flexibility. Starting off with the opener here, Vulpertinger into Doggy Biscuit is exactly what you want to see in pretty much any matchup, but is that going to be enough to deal with Quest Rogue?
That's going to be the question, because like you say, a lovely start for Mighty with the buff, the one drop, Adorable Infestation, another incredibly efficient early game card in terms of all the different facets that it affords you. However, the Quest Rogue hand just looks fantastic in this instance. Skulker, coin SI Agent, step it and play it again all on the same turn. So many different alternate paths that could be taken. However, with the pickup of Iron Deep Trog, maybe Mighty is swayed into going for a different route that shuts down the coin as a possibility for Lambi series.
If he had gone for Trog and Adorable Infestation, that did set up a turn that makes it very difficult for Lambi to actually fight back. But maybe Mighty was thinking, doesn't shut down the expected turn 2 of just Skulker, so might as well push more damage immediately with the Doggy Biscuit. Does mean now that he can still go Trog, Adorable, and play the Marsol Cub. And even though the Trog can just die to being traded down plus a dagger, that's a pretty inefficient turn from Lambi, and Mighty's pushing a lot of damage in the meantime.
I've got to be honest, low-key, I was kind of tempted to just go like Adorable Hero Power on this turn. Like,
oh, wow.
I already want to just start pushing the damage because, like, look, he's dealing 4 damage this turn, opponent down to potentially 20. Quick shot in hand, you can go Wrangler into Rhino, which is almost guaranteed to do like at least 4 damage, I feel like, when it's attacking through. Instead, just going all in on the minion route, which is, I think, probably a little bit more responsible and does get you more damage. But basically, the headset, I think, should just be you are killing your opponent as quick as you possibly can.
Right. Oh, top deck Extortion is huge for Lambi here. He has the mana still to go SI7 Agent, Coin, Shadow Step. That cannot be overstated. I was going to say I really like the line from Mighty because putting another target in the way that maybe requires Lambi to take an inefficient turn means that you're protecting your Vulpertingers, and you could actually take Wrangler for Tinker instead of Rhino in that state and just immediately push the damage. With this top deck, though, Lambi gets himself so much more breathing room. I think double SI7 Agent on the 3/4 Tinker and then trade down the 1/1 Tinker is a great way of locking down the board.
Yeah, I'm mulling it over in my head, sorry to steal your segment again, as to whether it should be Smuggler, Step Smuggler, just because it's nice to actually lock down the board and get an actual counteractive win condition rather than just trying to clear the board every turn. But I think the fact that you get to stick a 2/2 and complete quest even faster, get those gizmos in hand, does probably outweigh that factor quite nicely. But now with Piercing Shot off the top as well, Mighty can just start counting because this is quite mappable at this point in terms of the amount of damage he can deal.
Oh yes, I still think it's Wrangler this turn to pull the Rhino. Oh, he didn't get the option for Rhino.
What?
He's running Mukla as well. Oh yeah,
he's just not even playing Rhino. My mistake.
Oh, he's not?
Yeah, it's just a non-Rhino list. My bad.
Okay. In that instance, then, yeah, pretty much every outcome was bad for him in this instance because it's really just become sort of a damage race now for Mighty. He knows he's not really winning back the board once Rogue is this far ahead. Okay, pretty nice minion for Lambi here. Just gets a good amount of stats here. I don't know all the names of the different avians released in the mini set. I am so sorry. But I do know that Mighty is in a whole lot of trouble here.
Yeah. Is that one Monstrous Macaw? I can't remember. Either way, I think it's, like you say, it's not like he's going to be running away with board control anytime soon, but I don't think board control is a lost battle at this point, especially with the Vulpertinger. Even just the 3/4 Wrangler is pretty juicy. And honestly, at this point, even though I was advocating for an all-in face damage push, that was imagining that Rhino is a possibility that he could go for. And in this instance where that doesn't exist, just going for the board control route is actually a deviation that I really, really like.
Still a lot of stats, to be fair. Double Vulpertinger plus the Neophyte hitting the board here means that Lambi, you know, ideally would have second agent to deal with this, but outside of that, it's kind of expensive to actually trade everything down. With the operative and extortion, he is able to remove the vast majority of this. Can also just start with the mole attack to see if there's some hunter card he could get. Like, for example, explosive trap would be pretty huge in this situation.
Yeah, bowler shot, very nice too.
But because you have no idea what you're going to get, you can't really figure out where to trade the mole beforehand. So just trading it into a minion to be safe is probably nice. That one is not useful, however.
What is that, like Wing Commander Eichmann? Is that what the card?
Yes.
Something like that, yeah. Well, it's going to be the first and last time you ever see this card in competitive Hearthstone, so enjoy it while you can. Someone please.
Is it rotating?
For when? Well, no, just because it's trash and it's never.
Oh, I see.
But I kind of want someone to clip that now, just so I can be made to look a fool when Big Hunter is meta.
True. Summon a beast from your deck and give it rush. If it kills a minion this turn, repeat. Like, if they print a 10-mana Rhino, you know?
Yeah. Trampling Rhino's big brother. It's got 50-50 of stats. Yeah, I'd play that.
Okay, face attack always happening for Mighty. Makes sense.
Uh-huh.
Probably just piercing shot hero power here. Maximize your damage. I don't think you can really fit in the Aug Merchant in a way that's beneficial here. If anything, if you wanted to play Aug Merchant, you probably put it on your 3-4 at the start of the turn, then put the damage on the opposing 3-4 and piercing shot it. But I don't like that line because you're not getting the maximum damage face, including hero power, which is a very relevant thing to weave in every single turn from this point. Because with the hero power, now Mighty gives himself an out of drawing quick shot into something. Like you could dump Aug Merchant and then play quick shot and then something else. It really does have to be next turn lethal though, because he is staring down Scabs this turn and a Smite in hand.
Right, and I do agree that this probably gave him the best chance of lethal because he couldn't have gone like hero power this turn, hero power, Aug Merchant, and then piercing shot his own guy, because that would have been a little bit off in terms of lethal. And so if we are looking at top deck aim shot, that is going to be one off.
He played Spy. I didn't see what he gave Mighty, I'm sorry, but it definitely was not burst damage.
Yeah, it was not a card that's going to be winning the game, which is, of course, the only thing that Lambi series is losing to at this point.
Yeah. He is playing around, like, there being damage in hand by taking all the trades here, which means that Lambi doesn't have immediate lethal in hand here. Still has the possibility of top decking Battle Master, which would actually still be... Oh, no, that would be lethal, right? With the Noggin Fog Generator plus Battle Master?
Yes, 18 plus 6, yeah, exact lethal with BGBM off the top.
So, Mighty still has a very real shot. Aim shot top deck or quick shot into additional damage. Piercing shot would also do the job here if the Spy Master sticks on board, and I think it will.
So maybe the play is to go... trade the 3-2, like trade your Spy Master into the Aug Merchant, or bounce it back and then like stealth up your 3-2, because basically I think you can make it so that you're still winning the game every time next turn, but you also make it so piercing shot is not an out is the most important thing to do here.
This guy's toast.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea. He is definitely still playing around quick shot into something as an out by playing the Fizz Flash Distractor, because Mighty cannot play the card from his hand, so the quick shot is never the last card in his hand. Goes Neophyte here, which also makes it harder for Mighty to do tracking into something, I suppose.
Oh!
That's a whiff.
Yeah, it's really tough to pass through, because for Mighty, there is no Furious Howl, right, in order to draw more cards, which would be the main reason I would consider playing Neophyte there. But I still think that maybe going like stealth the... You could go for the play of like stealth the Spy-O-Matic, attack and then stealth it again, because I believe he had 2 Noggin Foggers at the end there. And that to me was just, I think, a slightly more efficient way to lock out all the outs from your opponent and make it so I think it had to be exactly aim shot for them to be able to take the win.
Yeah, I agree. Just reduce the outs to exactly one. And I'm looking at the list again from Mighty. Clearly didn't read it at the beginning of the series. Sorry. You're right. No Furious Howl and also no tracking, which is what I thought was the reason for playing the Neophyte was. But
also one piercing shot, so even that wasn't an out. So well done, Lambie. Perfectly.
All right, yeah. There were then at that point literally 0 outs for Mighty. The bouncing of the Og Merchant was the most important thing to make sure that quick shot into something else was not an out. Very nicely done by Lambie. Bailed out a little bit by some of his draws in the early game. That early extortion really just put a wrench in Mighty's plans with that nice setup of the Vulpertingers. But it's not a disaster for Mighty, right? That was the one deck in Lambie's lineup that hasn't been banned that Mighty was thinking that it could probably get a win, and I'm still in a good spot because the lineup from Mighty is meant to prey on Druid and also Demon Hunter.
And that's exactly what Lambie series has to queue up. Now, one of the two, and going with the Kazakhstan Druid, as we've said a couple times, it felt like there were a lot of instances yesterday where for both Possessi, Alutemu, and even Chonsu as well, having the alternate list, or not so for Alutemu, right, because I think he did actually have this version of the deck and never had to face Alan, but sorry, for Possessi and Chonsu, having this version of the deck would have favored them much more, not even necessarily for the Bog Beam or the Iron Bark, or even the Cenarian Ward, even though all of those options would have been nice, as they can be very potent anti-aggro cards, but just to have the Onyxia, to have Malagos, which you can then immediately put an Iron Bark on as well, just to have these late game powerhouse cards that can actually win you the game in a matchup where playing Kazakhstan is just too slow 9 times out of 10.
Right. I think it's a much better anti-aggro deck, which is weird to say because you've added a 9-cost card and a 10-cost card to your deck in place of armor gain like Feral Rage, but you still have armor gain in the form of Cenarian Ward. It's just sort of paying credence to the way that the aggro matchups play out, which is stalling in the early game doesn't really do that much if you're not actually removing the board, since the aggro decks are just so resilient in putting wave after wave of threats online. And so actually ramping up to a real win condition as the Druid that is not Kazakhstan is the more effective way to go about it. And yesterday we sort of saw something very interesting where it was nice to like be Alutemu, not just so you can avoid falling into the lower bracket where Alan is waiting with his hard target Druid strategy. Alutemu also had this version of Druid, which I think is less vulnerable to aggro. Still an unfavorable to be sure, but Lambie has outs. One of them is Scale of Onyxia, but I think on the play, I think it's a bit too ambitious to keep.
Absolutely. We want to hit Overgrowth. We want to hit ways to play that even sooner than turn 4 in the form of Bloom, Vate, or Studies in order to get that down on turn 2 or 3, which is still possible, of course, off of the Guess the Weight or the natural draws. But the more interesting start to the game definitely belongs to Mighty, who has a few different ways to actually approach this starting hand.
Right, he does have the 1-coin-1 play into Sneaky Delinquent or Neophyte. And I do favor getting down double ones this turn, just to make sure that you protect the Trog from being hero powered down over 2 turns, which is actually a pretty real way to remove the board now that Mighty currently doesn't have any buff effects in hand. Overgrowth picked up by Lambie. No hesitation to put 2 more Trogs on the board. Sorry, 3 more Trogs on the board. It is all about trying to get to the win condition later on. Board space is eventually going to be an issue for Mighty here, but that's why I like the buff Paladin in this instance, right? You have a lot of cards that don't punish you for having a full board. You can just continue to stack stats on the minions you already have right now. But he knows that it's very likely next turn that his whole board gets filled up. So between the Sneaky Delinquent and the Neophyte, only one of those is actually going to see play for a long time after this.
Exactly, and that's why I think he was starting off with the Delinquent, because quite correctly he's realizing that Neophyte will be better next turn for him than this turn, but there's just a good chance he won't be able to play it. And so if he can stop his opponent from going exactly Wild Growth, which would be the best play available on 3 mana, I do think the Cult Neophyte would be worth it. But Mighty making the read that given that is the only play that he is really stopping his opponent from making on the following turn. Everything else at 2 mana would still be happily playable. He does just end up on the Delinquent, which is, I think, just fine.
Yeah. Because if the Neophyte had been played here, guess the wait's still available for Lambi. So Lambi clearly unfazed by this. He's not doing the like wince when he sees the Trog on turn 1. Nope, it's just straight Lightning Bloom into Overgrowth. He knows how the matchup goes, and he knows he's going to take a large beating in the early game, but as long as he can pull it back with a big swing turn, then he should be fine. And that's available as early as next turn if he likes with the Vate scale. We'll see if he feels like he can greed it out longer for maybe Vating an Onyxia if he picks up a second Lightning Bloom soon. But he doesn't have infinite time because Mighty has started applying the buff spells that really punish Lambi.
Yeah, he's tanking 11 each turn as it currently stands, which is obviously a lot, but it's not 14 is the important factor. So he does not have to act on this turn necessarily, which gives him a lot of room to consider his options, because he's already considering pretty outlandish outs here, given that he is quite clearly losing this game right now, which could be innovate Cenarian Ward into Brasswing is something he could consider. It could be wait for Bloom and then go innovate Bloom Onyxia instead of just going for the scale of Onyxia on this turn. Because basically the point I'm leading up to is I think that just innovate scale on this turn does not win him this game.
I agree. It doesn't clear the whole board, which is the big issue here, which leaves Mighty the option to either buff whatever's left there or just play another minion. And then Lambi's next turn, if he Vate scale this turn, is completely dead. He has unfortunately drawn the entire top end of the deck, which you only really want to see Raid Boss Onyxia at this point, which is why we see Lambi taking it a bit more slowly. He knows he's dead if there's like Hand of Adal ×2 or Hand of Adal Noble Mount, but you're not going to play around that combination of cards. Instead, hope for a miracle off of the Cenarian Ward. Like you said, Brasswing's the big one.
Okay, that's not a bad one to get. I guess you just kill off one minion and then maybe it opens up some taunts. Allow you to survive if your opponent doesn't have another buff effect.
But if you have the Lunar and then Cenarian Ward, you're replacing the board space with a Trog anyway. So
oh, true. Yeah.
Maybe you can ping the shield from the three. Yeah, I can see that. If you're going for Brasswing anyway, and I do think that's the only good. I mean, if he gets Forge Fiend, is he alive?
Well, that's true. Currently, yes.
From his perspective, yes, but Blessing of Authority would just kill him, I think.
No, alive at 1. I think actually with Blessing of Authority, weirdly enough, with the 8 armor.
Oh yeah,
as well, right?
True. Okay, so one amazing out in Brasswing and one out to survive in the Forge Fiend.
Yeah, he was considering scale, but it just doesn't get the job done. So it has to be Cenarian Ward. It has to be a miracle.
Did I summon it? Nope.
Oh, that's not bad.
But he's still... Oh, wait. Is he
The armory gains from that does, I think, keep him just about alive, right?
Oh, yeah. I forgot to factor in the 8 from Cenarian Ward itself. Yeah, he would have been super alive with Forge Fiend. But he's still in a pretty rough spot, right? Blessing of Authority still very strong here.
Is it definitely losing though? Because like, yeah, okay, you kill this off, and then if you don't kill off the actual 8 drop itself, you're going to be facing down another 5/5 taunt on the following turn, which then yes means you have to clear it off, and then scale can clear off quite a lot of what's left over.
Okay. True. Actually, it's not a full clear though because 3 more Trogs spawn, right?
Yes. So you'd have to leave 1, 2, 3.
1, 1, 2, I think, at the end of it.
Yeah.
Which is alive.
Which is alive.
And Kazaka-san does not keep you alive, so the scale's the only play. I don't think there's anything from Moonlit Guidance that gets there. Though, Mighty with 1 damage alive on board, and Mr. Smite. I was gonna say Holy Smite. Mr. Smite is still not lethal.
The ecclesiastical version of Mr. Smite once
Yes.
he joined the faith.
We've called him Dr. Smite. We've
Mr. Smite.
Father Smite.
Smite. Father Smite.
All right.
Yeah, and the Neophyte, I think, is really the nail in the coffin here, because if he'd found Innovate or Bloom off the top, which he actually does, he could have gone Kazakasan.
You can still.
We can still play
Bloom
Onyxia.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
You can. And that's a full clear.
Clutch. No way.
It is.
My God.
It actually is. Oh my God.
That's insane.
And Father Smite and his Hand of a Doll is 1 mana off being playable next turn.
Oh my God. Okay, so there's no other way he can draw and play that out. He has to consider, how does he stop his opponent from recovering? Probably, oh no, I was going to say Akani into Spell, but obviously you could just trade into the Akani and then that doesn't even work. Oh my Lord.
Yeah, and even if he were to get like Noble Mount from the Vindicator to play on Akani, there's still the 2-1 Whelp that can ping the shield. So, Mighty's just in a terrible position here. Still gonna go for the Akani. Not really sure what it achieves, but I guess it's just spending the mana. The important part is getting the stealth down here, which he wants the guaranteed 3 damage alongside Father Smite and Hand of a Doll for 8 damage. It's a lethal setup, but Lambi has so many shots at finding armor here. These are not it, though.
Okay, so in the list, he has no Feral Rages or Moon-Touched Amulets, so he needs to find
Guff
exactly
or an
Iron
ward
Bark?
again. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
Iron Bar.
Has to
It's
go
one of those
more.
situations where you have to pick what you want rather than what is
Right.
necessarily the most likely outcome, because you need armor to survive from... I mean, Lambi doesn't see that, but we can see it. Okay, Mighty is able to scrape by just barely. I thought Lambi had stabilized there, but the Smite plus the Hand of a Doll.
Yeah, partners in crime, Mighty and Smitey, are able to close this one out. And man, I actually thought the Lambi series was going to turn the corner on that one. That was such a cool pan out with, I can't remember what the A drop is called from Paladin, but getting that one to hit the taunts as well, forcing Mighty to trade in lest he face even more taunts that he have to trade into. I do think at all points along the way it was well piloted by Lambi series. Like we were saying, the real decision point for him was 6 mana. Do you go Vate and Nixia and hope that clearing the board is enough to somehow stabilize, or do you go for a miracle outcome off of the Cenarian board? And I think he made the exact right call to just go for the miracle. And he almost hit it. It was close,
Yeah.
not quite there.
An 8-drop Paladin card, and it was actually enough to stabilize, but that card was Templar Captain, I believe it's called.
There we
Not
go.
quite the ideal one. Got him very, very close here, but Mighty keeping his cool despite what looked like a disaster scenario. The entire lineup target slipping away from him. He could see it right in front of his eyes when that Onyxia came down, but he kept his cool, found an out over 2 turns, set up that stealth, put the Akani in the way, essentially just to spend his mana and maybe annoy Lambi for a little bit, make it harder for him to immediately gain armor, and then he found the Smite for the lethal. Very, very nice stuff, and that means that the Druid target procession can continue. How many more Trogs are we going to see this weekend, Derek?
It's yet to be seen. I think it could be a very, very high number if Alan has anything to do with it. But for at least one of these games against the Druid, it will not be a Trog game, because there's still the quest rogue that Mighty needs to get a win with, which is, I think, really the weak spot in his aggression, right? If he has a finely tuned weapon to just hard target the Druid, this particular I don't know, sword is blunt in the rogues. I struggle to make this analogy work. As I just think the aggression that you get at the start of the game is nowhere near enough to forestall the Druid from getting off its early ramp into its big threats later on.
Agreed. Especially
so-
the specific version of Druid that has other threats than
Yes.
just early Kazakhstan. But it is going to be the Hunter to start off, and Mighty was grimacing a little bit at the opening hand, only having one drop into very bad curve, but he saved a little bit by the Falmont to follow up. Not the ideal, because you'd rather get a spell to buff the Initiate and start the high attack on it immediately, but it's going to have to rely on the top of his deck for now.
Imagine being happy to see Imprisoned Felmore. You know you've messed up your deck building when that's a good card to see.
I don't know, man. Mighty last month tweeted, "I'm never playing Paladin again," and has just gotten a win with it. Nothing, you can't trust this man. No, I'm kidding.
All right, gets himself a nice top deck to get these two Flame Imps bolstered up to 3 attack apiece. It looks like for the moment, from Mighty's perspective, Lambie Series does not have access to Lunar Eclipse yet, which is obviously what he would ideally like here. And even though for Lambie Series this looked very much to be a coin overgrowth into the Scale of Onyxia afterwards to clear up the board, Guff does now change how that could possibly work.
Yeah, so if you Vate Guff, you can coin Hero Power, and that means that... Sorry, I meant Bloom Guff. You can coin Hero Power, and that means next turn you have 6 mana overloaded down to 4. You can still play Overgrowth.
It's pretty good. I mean, it's a full turn later that you're playing Scale, but you kind of offset that by the armor that you get yourself, and then you do have Guff active. But Lambie Series making the read that it's just far more important to get Scale actually played on the next turn. However, that could end up being a little bit harder to do if Mighty ends up hitting Ice Trap here.
Oh, doesn't find it. Yeah, that was the big one. He was absolutely looking for it. Doesn't find it, so you probably take Tactics. Oh no, Snake Trap. That's interesting.
Although actually, now that I say it, I think with Ice Trap, given that it makes the spells cost 1 more, Scale would actually still have been playable, right? Because you could have just gone Bloom, and still hit the Scale.
But it would have shut off like Vate Scale at least.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the whole reasoning behind skipping Guff makes sense for Lambie here. The 5 armor is a big deal, but it's not enough to compensate for all the damage he would take in the meantime, which was 11 minimum from the board that he saw at that point. So does have to be early Scale here, which is enough to stabilize for now. And actually, now that I think of it, Snake Trap does actually kill one more whelp than Pack Tactics would. So it's pretty clever from Mighty if he was expecting exactly Scale.
Yeah, I think Freezing Trap here, just because if your opponent plays Kazakhstan or gets a rush off of a Cenarian Ward, that's probably the most likely to disrupt them.
Difficult turn, though, between his 5-drop legendaries, because the Barracuda Bane will guaranteed pull him an aimed shot, which is a lot of damage on the immediate next turn. But the Moonfang is a very difficult to remove card. So by playing Barracuda Bane here, he is not paying credence to Cenarian Ward, but paying more credence perhaps to a second Scale. And I think it makes sense in this instance because Lambie was on 5 mana this turn. He couldn't even bloom out a Cenarian Ward in that instance.
Testing for the Ice Trap for the second time, but it is once again not the Ice Trap here, so he's able to get down the Studies. Guess the Weight, I do think does just make the most sense because it gives you another chance to hit Cenarian Ward next turn, which is definitely where his head should be at in these next few turns.
Mighty's 1 off here.
Ooh.
1 mana off, rather, because Aim Shot, Hero Power, Quick Shot would represent 10, and he has 3 on board. If he gets Refa, he's still 1 off lethal with Aim Shot, Hero Power.
Right.
And so the most important thing here is to set up the most damage you can possibly get over the course of 2 turns, I feel. So it might not even involve playing Doggy Biscuit.
Man,
Well, actually, no.
really close.
You can still go Doggy Biscuit, Aim Shot, Demon Companion, and then the next turn you still leave yourself the mana to go Aim Shot, Quick Shot, Hero Power, and you have the double buffed Hero Power. So I think the 1-2-3 line makes the most sense here.
I agree. I was wondering if it ever ends up as Moonfang, just because it's quite difficult for the for the Druid to deal with. But given that there's Scale or actual Onyxia herself, it's a little bit too squishy in this instance. So I do fully agree with the line he's taken. Get maximum damage online as soon as possible. Now forcing Lambie Series to hit the Cenarion or bust. I think pretty much here to have any real shot. And even then, I think there's just enough damage to close out the game anyway if he doesn't hit an extra way to gain health off of the Cenarion ward.
Right, because aim shot, quick shot, with the previous aim shot aura still intact, deals a total of 12 damage, and Cenarion would only take Lambie up to 12. Doesn't even hit the Cenarion ward, and that means Mighty gets another solid target on the Druid ticked off. Lineup doing its work, Derek. Now it's just down to the Quest Rogue, which is what we were talking about as maybe not so hard of a Druid target deck, but there's still the Demon Hunter up for Lambie, so I think the plan is coming together super nicely for Mighty.
That's exactly right. He's got a good matchup against the Demon Hunter. And again, I want to say around an even matchup against the Druid. Like, I think you could definitely make the argument for it being like 55% Druid. Honestly, I would hear out a Quest Rogue player making the argument that it's like 55% Quest Rogue if you're especially in love with the deck and think you can play it very, very well. But for the most part, the real difference is that this is not Shadow Priest, right? Which is undeniably just an incredibly dominant matchup against the Druid. You have the Trogs, you have the disruption, you have the burst damage, you have just board after board after board, in addition to the early refill as well. Whereas Quest Rogue, on turn 1, they're not playing 1-drops, they're playing the Quest, which is so fine for Druid. They don't mind that whatsoever. And so unless you're hitting kind of boards where you go Coin, Foxy, Agent, or just Skulker, Operative, Informant, you know, just bang, 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 mana expenditure every single turn, Druid, as I've said a couple times, should be able to find the time to ramp up. It's just about whether they can stabilize afterwards once they've gained that mana, where it becomes a little bit closer.
I totally agree, and I honestly don't know where we can find a Quest Rogue player that would argue in favor of Rogue being favored here, because Quest Rogue is not one of those rogue decks that seems to develop a cult following as many other rogue decks have. I feel like there's so many people that are completely in love with Garrote Rogue, old Miracle Rogue, that type of thing, because it just feels like such a powerful deck in terms of the combo potential at the end. You feel like a galaxy brain when you're able to pull it off. But with Quest Rogue, it's a lot simpler and more honest of a deck. Still difficult, I would say, in terms of trying to find the order of your SI cards to play that makes it most efficient in terms of stats every single time. But even having said that, the deck does not have that big of a fan following where you'd find a person that says it has no unfavorables.
I think you're right. People don't play Quest Rogue, they tolerate they don't love Quest Rogue, they tolerate it, right? Like, it's fine. It gets the job done. It's like the Jeep of Hearthstone decks, right? It's utilitarian in how it works, but not especially flashy or lovable. However, Mighty might be its closest thing to an Acolyte, as this is a gorgeous starting hand, enough to make anyone fall in love with it.
Right, the early curve is all there, and there is a stark contrast to Lambie's hand, which was severely lacking in ramp. He did pick up the Bloom from Pouch, at least, and he has a decent amount of card draw, but if he doesn't hit Overgrowth or Guff soon, this could be the game for Mighty to take it.
Oh, double Bloom, though, means any big card he can get his hands on is coming down right away.
And that's a growth and a correct guess on the weights. All right, the hand has druided. It has fixed itself.
Oh my god, what do you even do? Like, Solar Cenarion available as well. So you go, what? Moonlight this turn, Overgrowth up to 7, and then go Bloom Cenarion. What?
Oh,
Maybe
skip that! Onyxia!
Onyxia! Oh my god. Filth.
Ruined!
Filth. All right.
Yeah, they just do
cards.
this if you don't play exactly Trog against them.
True.
I mean, I guess, okay, Mighty can still hit Neophyte. That would be a big deal, but Lambie doesn't give a single hoot about these SI cards. Sure, it's a little bit of pressure in the early game, but he is just going to play Onyxia on turn 4 or something. Turn 5, okay.
Always flower.
Wait, no, he's playing it now. He's skipping the overgrowth.
Just playing
okay.
it. Oh my lord.
Yeah. yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Druidin with a win.
It's turn 3? It's turn 3, right?
No, it's just a natural turn 4, right? He hasn't gained.
Oh, turn 4. Right.
hard
Mighty had
mana,
the
but-
coin. My bad.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yup.
Well, okay, so in terms
Flash.
of options, Fizz Flash, well, I mean, first of all, you have to kill off the whelps before you can even target Onyxia. So you have to go like Smuggler 4 cost into... What's that spell burst
Samuro.
deal 2 to everything? Or Samuro, yeah, even better, perfect. Samuro to clear off all the whelps.
Oh, but I know what you're talking about. Wretched Tutor, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the one. Which
Okay,
obviously
easy.
cannot activate right now. So yes,
Yeah.
Samuro is the one you're looking for.
easy as Samuro of Mighty's life. And then he still has to find a Fizz Flash or Assassin. Don't worry about that afterward. First,
That's a
yeah. You get rid of all the henchmen and then you deal with the raid boss. Man, it really feels like Mighty has just walked into a level 100 dungeon as a level 2 squire. That's just what's happening here. I don't even play World of Warcraft, but I think that's a good enough general RPG type of analogy to work here.
Yeah, exactly. My man has just had enough of the Tree Sentinel, walked straight into Kaled, and is just being beaten up by Radana here with... That's an Elden Ring joke for you.
I heard Kaled,
Tyler.
and I was like, DJ Kaled?
TJ Kaled. Oh my god, that's such a good meme. Someone has to make that. Oh my
You're
god.
making that as soon as we go to break.
Yes,
Nobody's
they
kidding
are.
anyone here.
I've got a half an hour delay to be ahead of the curve before it's old news.
Dead? Dead.
Just dead. Yeah. You can. So what? You're going to be tanking. I mean, okay. We can see he's just dead unless he gets a taunt or a rush here to stop it off. But from his perspective, he could
Breakfast.
start with getting some way to survive. That's not it. And then Assassin after killing off the whelps next turn. I mean, it's just not there because Ironbark closes out the game. But from Mighty's perspective, there was maybe an avenue back into it.
Yep, Lambie even going with the BM overgrowth. Absolutely unnecessary here. Oh, man. Druid, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it just gets there sometimes, doesn't it? And Lambie series with that win obviously puts him in a better position in the series because he hasn't just lost. But weirdly enough, with the Quest Rogue as the one remaining deck, it's actually the Demon Hunter rather than the Druid that I think was in the really tough spot here. So even though he's won with the worst deck against aggro, against a full aggro lineup, with the way it works out, one of the best anti-aggro decks in the game in Demon Hunter is actually now going to struggle against the Quest Rogue as the one remaining deck.
Right, that's kind of why I hesitate to call Quest Rogue an aggro deck. Like, in
Right.
previous definitions of aggro in Hearthstone, it absolutely fits the bill, right? You just want to play minions on curve, you have a little bit of reach towards the end game. These days, in the current meta, it feels like to be called an aggro deck, you need to run Trog. That's just the definition of it. To be able to actually get underneath the curve of Druid and punish them for ramping up. So Quest Rogue, I feel, is more of a mid-range deck, honestly, where it does ramp up its strength most of the time towards the mid game, around turn 6, turn 7. You get the big threats online. You get scabs, and you get the size of minion that Demon Hunter really struggles to remove. So unless Lambie is able to pull off a similar miracle as he did in the first series versus Okashinsuke with all the fell spells in the world and a discovered skull played on turn 5, he's going to be in for an uphill battle.
All right, we're already looking at a very interesting hand for both sides, because for Lambie series, if his opponent has a slow start to the game this hand's pretty good. You know, Glide can be very effective in certain small instances against Queststroke. And this is obviously very easy to get the Glide over to the left-hand side. Unfortunately for him, though, Mighty has got a super aggressive hand dump type of hand with the Agent plus the Foxy Fraud into the Operative, into the Smuggler. And so for Lambi Series, he doesn't even want this Glide to be in the outcast position, most likely. It's just going to be giving his opponent cards.
Yeah, that's right. The Foxy Fraud immediately just played to be an additional 3-2. Sometimes you want to save Foxy to be the actual activator for a combo card, but in this instance where you have coin, it wasn't necessary, but it's still a play to make sure you get the most amount of stats immediately. Mighty here, the curve doesn't stop, right? It's Operative into Gizmo Agent, into Smuggler, working out perfectly, and Lambi is stuck with the double Glide hand you were talking about. Not only is the left-hand Glide going to be beneficial to Mighty here, it's locking in Spectral Sight for Lambi from being outcast.
I don't necessarily know how I feel about playing the Illidari studies there, because even if you're afraid of Neophyte, in order to make spells more expensive, the middle Glide was still playable. And it means that, you know, there was nothing really good he could have gotten there outside of Sigil Runner, which I don't think was that good anyway. You'd rather just save it for next turn. And now this Kurtrus is kind of lackluster.
I agree. Mighty here with the pickup of Foxy Fraud number 2. He's pair gaming, and he's also trimmed down his hand to only 3 cards. So the left-hand Glide from Lambi is not even just even in terms of the value for Mighty. It gives him more cards. It might not give him a better hand, though, because honestly, this hand from Mighty, even though it's just 3 cards, is absolute fire.
Yeah, it's so sick here. And so Lambi Series needs to go digging himself to find a more cooperative hand. He is looking for Fury to bump up his health. He's looking for Immolation Aura to clear the board next turn as well. Even a cheapened Expendable Performers is not a bad card to start mopping things up around turn 6 or 7.
Right. This is not the type of game where Lambi can set his sights towards combo to close it out. It's more just survival mode at the moment because Mighty has gotten the perfect opening curve beat down. Question is whether Lambi wants to commit a Fury this turn because it does rank up next turn to 3 attack. And if he picks up any additional buff for the Immolation Aura, it probably sweeps up whatever minion Lambi was going to swing into this turn anyway. Ooh,
Okay.
Give them
Very happy
Jace? Yeah.
Yep.
Mighty also just knows now what the Outcast card picked up by Lambi from the studies was.
True. Yeah, good point.
Okay. It's not even a full clear.
It's enough to stay alive, though, right? Whether or not you use the Fury on this turn, which it looks like he's not, because he can just set up Warblades number 2 and then Fury to kill off something a little bit bigger next turn. He's still alive, is the point, which means he can still keep struggling on. However, with Mr. Smite off the top, 1 mana off lethal, Lambi Series needs a monumental clear and health swing all at the same time.
Kind of a whiff of a 3-drop for Mighty, to be fair. Performers can clean this up and maintain decent amount of board presence for Lambi. Oh. Man, that's just even more damage with the Smite. But he's probably just going to play Smite next turn, right? Is it ever just Dagger here?
And it's tough. I mean, I was wondering if you ever just go Noggin Fog Generator in order to get a stealth minion in play, but it's so weak to Fell Screen Blast if your opponent does have it, or second Immolation Aura.
And I was thinking Dagger because in case this board gets cleared and Lambi doesn't have a buff for the weapon, he goes up to 7, and over 2 turns your Dagger does still set up for Smite lethal. Obviously, Mighty has no clue that Lambi was able to clear the board that easily and that there's a Fury in hand, so that still wouldn't have worked.
Mighty here just like, please be an idiot. Please one time be an idiot and just don't swing.
Lambi's just considering whether he needs to commit the Fury already, right?
Yeah.
which on 6 mana, he technically doesn't need to commit it. Just swing, I think, would get him out of any outs from Mighty because Mighty doesn't play Wicked Stab.
I do think so.
Wow, okay. I favored still playing the Fury though because there might be a Neophyte in the near future and maybe that makes
That's
your
fair.
next turn harder to actually play all the spells with Need for Greed.
Yeah, I wonder if he's ever trying to save it so he can save the second charge of the weapon and go Fury Jace in order to double buff and get
wow.
a huge health swing on turn 8. Like, it's one of the benefits I can see of holding on to it if he's never dead, like you say.
But he could certainly die over a 2-turn setup, so...
Absolutely, yeah.
In order to actually get the Jace to benefit this Warblades, I think Lambie needs to draw the Kurtrus hero card to actually get enough armor to be safe. And even then, there's now just a double stealth Skulker here.
And with no other minions on the board, on his side of the board, sorry, it means that the Fellscream Blast isn't going to be enough to clear it off. Lambie Series is going to have to find a more impressive way to either clear it or heal back up, which he can do, again, with Chaos Strike, Fury.
Honestly, pretty surprised to see Mighty not dagger face here. Maybe there's some breakpoint with like a discounted Fellfire plus Kurtrus that killing a minion actually keeps Mighty alive, but I was tunnel visioning on just getting as much damage face as possible in case there's the maximum amount of healing.
And weirdly enough now, Lambie Series is surviving the turn, and he's not a million miles off from just killing Mighty. He's now got Chaos Strike, Fury, 5 damage on the board as well. Like, is Jace lethal?
Like 7 damage on board, right?
Oh, sorry, I assume after the trade of the 4-2 into the 2-3.
Oh,
assume
right.
that would happen. Or bounce it back with Sap.
yeah. Well, either way, Jace definitely represents a lot of damage here. Okay, we actually have to count. Did you say it was double Fury or 1 Chaos Strike, 1 Fury in the Jace?
I mean, that's what I'm trying to remember, but I think it was just one of each. Unfortunately, the deck tracker does not like Furies. It says that there is 1 Chaos Strike left in the deck, so I think we can trust that as still being in there.
Okay.
And there have been 0 Fell Barrages as well, so I want to say that as long as the 2-3 is cleared off here, it's not quite lethal for Lambie Series next turn.
And if that's the case, then Mighty can just strike back, right? Because the Jace isn't even clearing a stealth Scabs, I don't think. No Fell Barrages played?
No Fell Barrages.
Okay. So yeah, if the Jace isn't it here, then Lambie needs to draw Kurtrus?
Or just to survive.
Mounted Arcanist also represents a lot of healing.
Again, Lambie might know something we don't here. Maybe he has played both Furies and I just forgot one of them. But
Well, he's not
like I
insta
said-
going in. I don't think it's lethal.
yeah, me neither.
Not enough damage in the Jace. Probably just 2 damage off. And so Lambie needs to switch to survival mode. And can he clear the Scabs? Is there...
Leech is interesting though, right? He can go Chaos Leech, Fellscream Blast, heal up for 7 on that turn.
That's not enough to deal with
So many
BGBM.
things. Yeah, he maybe dies to... That is a clear. That is a clear,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. He has to Fell Scream first, and then trade a 1/1 into the 4/1 at that point, and then the Kurtrus double attacks the Scabs.
No way. Or is he going Immo plus...
Okay, works too.
Also works, right? Yeah. Oh, no way!
Wow.
Kurtrus he picked like 5 turns ago ends up actually coming in clutch to clear off stealth Scabs here.
Mighty's headset.
Oh!
What? What?
Okay, I think that's just, hopefully, just a
Oh,
spectator
no.
disconnect and not a game disconnect.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
That's a game disconnect. Oh my god. What was the board state? Because Mighty was 1 off lethal there, right? Lambie was at 10. He had Smite and Gyro Blade in hand.
Uh-huh.
He drew an extortion. I can't quite remember how much mana he had available to him, but there was no more Noggin Fog. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he's 1 off no matter what, I'm just trying to figure out if, like, God forbid, we can't get back into the game. I think we can call it in Lambie's favor there, because if Mighty doesn't kill him on the very next turn, Lambie can then just go Jace for lethal.
Right. How much health was Mighty on at the end?
I'm unsure, honestly, but like he took 5 from the performers. There was Lambie could still hero power after the Jace that turn. Because I'm just going off of the Jace being 2 off a couple turns ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Oh no, this is the worst possible situation to disconnect from.
Yep, we're in the same boat as you, by the way. We're just seeing ourselves here. We can't see the board, so we don't know what we're expecting from the players. Like we say, hopefully it will be able to get back in, but that is not the message that we usually see when we get a short disconnect, right? It usually just ticks up a counter rather than literally Blizzard blowing you off the entire planet, leave from its servers, as it looked like it happened there.
Oh man. Yeah, you'd have to snipe a whole lot of games in order for that to happen to you.
True.
Blizzard blowing you off the planet. Yeah, that's a really tough one. I hope we get the word on that soon, but I guess we can pull up our VOD and take a look at it, because obviously we are not the judges of whether or not we can call a game here, but we can look at the last board state that was known to us and see if we can math it out, whether or not Mighty was 100% to lose from that situation.
All right, we got
pulling up the VOD
from Raven, thankfully, as well. So what? Yeah, 7 health, which means that Jace on the next turn with a hero power would be 1 off still, right? Because it's 2 from the Chaos Strike, 1 from the Fury. Oh, sorry, 3 from the Fury, 1 from the hero power, which is 6. And so assuming the Kurtrus is killed off, which it can be in the form of extortion, blade, hero power in order to get the 3 damage without having to tank it, or of course just Mr. Smite trade if you want to go that way. Which means
also
that
not lethal.
Yeah, it's not lethal for either side, which means that for Lambie series, if on the previous turn he'd gone for the line you were talking about of, instead of going Immolation Aura, he goes Bell Scream Blast plus hero power to deal the 1 necessary damage and then trades in 1. Oh no, he gets 1 damage
he gets,
from the hero power, but he loses it as well, right, from trading 1 extra in. So it actually equals the same. So I don't think Lambie series could set up guaranteed lethal on that turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He probably then just concluded save the Fell Scream in case he gets Arcanist off the top and gets bigger healing. And so because it was not lethal for Mighty and not guaranteed lethal for Lambie on the other side, we wouldn't even be able to call the game. Honestly, it was really just a tiny, tiny margin between both of those. It still could have gone either way there. But we need to go to a break, it looks like, to find out what is going to be ruled there. It appears that the game has crashed on everybody's end, not just between the 2 players. So hopefully we can get a bit more information on how we will resolve this later on.
Yeah, very unfortunate way for things to resolve, but we will get things sorted out as soon as possible. And then when we come back, in one way or another, the resolution of this nail-biting series between Lambie series and Mighty. We'll be right back.
Oh,
Oh, right, okay. Wow, we are straight into the game here between Mighty and Lambie series.
they reconnected.
Oh,
Nice.
what?
It's not a regame. It's the exact same
Oh my
spot.
god, they actually reconnected. Okay.
Wow. I'm shocked. But this is amazing news. We don't have to go through this entire gauntlet again. So, okay, right before the break, we were talking about how Mighty was one off of lethal this turn with Gyro Blade Smite, and Lambie was one off of lethal on the following turn with Jace and Hero Power. So he doesn't quite have it yet if we have been keeping track correctly. But I don't know if he has outs to get it either, because now there's a Neophyte aura and he can't like play a Fury off the top.
Okay. So now he's got obviously just the Jace, which will play Immolation Aura.
Yes.
But
And-
I think that's it in terms of clearing potential, right?
I think so. Memory's a bit fuzzy because a lot happened between the start of this game and now, but double
There's
immo.
two. Okay.
Okay. But it's no healing, which means Mighty still has it with Smite and the dagger.
Yeah, the out there was to go for the Jace into getting Fury in order to close out the lethal instead of the hero power, but he did not hit it, which means exact lethal is now available, and more if it was even necessary, with the pickup of Tenwu to play double smite on this turn. And for Mighty, after a excruciating final, having to sit through 5 minutes of disconnect before finally making his way back in, he's done it, Gia. My goodness. Mighty is our first player through to the semi-finals from Group B.
Wow, congratulations to Mighty. That was a hard-fought series right from the get-go. He was thrown a very unexpected hurdle at the very last stretch of it. Lambie as well, props to him for staying calm despite taking the loss after all of that inconvenience towards the end there. But Mighty, the lineup worked absolutely how he planned it to, right? He got wins against the Druid with the 2 decks that he built specifically to beat it, and then he had the Quest Rogue in there, which still has a good matchup into Demon Hunter, even if it does take the loss versus Druid. Did come down all the way to Game 5 series, not exactly the same way we saw from Alan, because it's not all about targeting Druid, but we'll see if this more flexible aggro lineup from Mighty can get the job done on Sunday. But that's only us halfway through the halfway done through the day, Derek. We still have our elimination match and the decider.
That's right, yeah, it's been a long broadcast already, but we're only halfway through the running series. We still have Okashinsuke versus Shaxi, and then one of the 2 versus Lambie series for the decider as well. But I gotta say, I am so happy for Mighty. He brought a bold lineup here, not even, I would argue, a traditional aggro lineup, because as you so cleverly, articulately put, Quest Rogue is not really an aggro deck anymore. It kind of, it's a specific purpose to try and target this Demon Hunter and to be all around decent against aggro in its own right. And I've got to say that because he got the win here, now heading into the semi-finals, I think Mighty is actually in just a pretty good spot, because he not only has the aggro lineup to try and target Druid and Demon Hunter against the likes of Alutemu, who has this more standard lineup, or potentially Okashinsuke or Lambie if they were to make it through instead of Shaxi, but he's also got a decent matchup against Alan as well, because Quest Rogue is just pretty good, I think, against a lot of these aggro decks in terms of just being able to lock down the board.
Yeah, I would say maybe not even so much the inclusion of Quest Rogue, because I can see Alan banning that away, but a lack of Druid. I mean, at least Kazakusan Druid. Mighty has Beast Druid. And so in terms of what Alan is trying to target, there's just nothing there. No Demon Hunter either to try and get the win with the Paladin. We can talk about the specifics of aggro mirrors a little bit more, but I feel like in the long run, maybe Mighty should come out just a little bit ahead there. Remains to be seen though, and perhaps we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves because we don't quite know the way that the bracket falls just yet without our last competitor there. And it could be anyone between Okashinsuke, Lambie, and Shaxi. Of course, Lambie is the most likely one to go through, given that he only needs to win one more series from here on out, whereas Okashinsuke and Shaxi have to claw it all the way back from the elimination match.
They do indeed, which we will get to see very, very shortly. Will Okashinsuke be going down 0-2, falling to the raw aggression from Shaxi, or will be able to just narrowly claw it back and send one of our original APAC GMs out of GM without having a single Worlds appearance. We shall see very, very shortly after this break. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters for the playoffs. We're finally done with those first two series of the day after an extended final game there, but one that had a satisfying conclusion in the end for Mighty, sending him through to the semi-finals, sending Lambi series down to the decider match where he is awaiting either Oka Shinsuke or Shaxi. And Gia, I got to ask you right out the gate, with Shaxi having this full aggro lineup, not a kind of halfway like Mighty was going for, does this make him an overwhelming favorite as it looked to be with Alan going for a similar strategy yesterday, or was that not necessarily representative of how this is always going to go?
I would not say overwhelming favorite. I think the theory of Shaxi's lineup still has hit its target in the Druid from Oka Shinsuke, but the key difference is that this Druid is the Raid Boss Onyxia variant, which we have already seen earlier on today can do some extremely gross things to pull a matchup that it was not favored against into its favor towards the end. There's also, of course, the rest of Oka Shinsuke's lineup, which I think Shaxi should expect to take some very quick losses to, whether or not he he bans the Quest Rogue or the Rally Priest, there's still going to be some good anti-aggro capability. The Demon Hunter as well can get in there against everything but the Paladin. And Shaxi, curiously enough, I think this time last season was in a very similar position where he just kind of went for an against the green type of lineup where he had gone for full aggro. It's a lot more popular this season than it was last, but it didn't quite work out for Shaxi then. I wonder if something has clicked this time, but in terms of the builds, there's not too much of a difference from Alan's. The archetypes are all the same. It's just whether or not he wanted to go even a step deeper and take the watch posts in there, which he has not.
Yeah, an inclusion that I do still like from Alan. We weirdly enough didn't actually see the watch posts be especially effective, as like the couple of times he played it, like once it was just coined out on its own and then immediately dealt with double Fel Barrage, if I'm not mistaken. But overall, against the likes of Druid and Demon Hunter especially, I do think it to be an incredibly potent record. A very impressive stat for Shax, almost more so than Alutemu almost hitting his 100th win in Grandmasters, is an exactly 50% win rate, almost impressively average.
I mean, in previous seasons, I think if we factor in this season, he should be slightly above that now, given he's made playoffs. But who knows? If he just takes fast losses here, he could go back down to 50%. I don't know. We gotta ask Lorinda. But I was more distracted by the stat that Set has effectively the same lineup as week 1. And, oh yeah, I just remembered. He was playing full aggro from week 1 as well. Maybe not quite in the LHS week where it really doesn't make sense to do that, but Shaxi is very much sticking to his guns here as we are back in Conquest. The Face Hunter is not quite so teched as Mighty's that we saw a while ago, with no Rhinos in there and just the Mukla and the Moonfang instead taking their place. Shaxi is sticking to a more traditional list with the True Aim Crescent still in there. The one of Wriggling Horror, though, I think should be pretty useful when targeting Druid. Running up into Rally Priest, though, I don't quite know if this is enough to get there.
Yeah, I have good news for you on the Shaxi 50% win rate front. He's actually gone 5-5 this season so far as well. He's actually hit the perfect 50-50. Not only has he gone 5-5 in series score, he's gone 21-21 in game score. He has just missed the 50-50 right now, hitting exactly neither impressive nor unimpressive play so far.
Oh my goodness. There's an anime called The Disastrous Life of Psyche K, and one of the side characters is a guy who is so impressively average that the main character wants to befriend him. The main character doesn't like anybody else who draws attention to themselves, but the average guy is his favorite, and he would be friends with Shaxi.
Sounds intriguing.
Okay, I didn't do anything but laugh at your Elden Ring references. Afford me some politeness here.
I said it sounds intriguing. I was polite.
It was a very sarcastic tone, though.
That's just how I sound all the time. Either way, for Shaxi here, no, it isn't Gia. Okay. Getting off to a very nice aggressive start here is obviously exactly what you want to do as the hunter, especially with everything up to 2 health right now. It means that Okashinsuke is going to be just shy of being able to actually clear anything off alongside the Nazmani plus Devour. And so in that case, I think he needs to set up for either obviously a perfect draw of another Shadower Devour, or honestly set up for some kind of a miracle turn, because right now just playing the tempo route is not going to get him anywhere.
Yeah, Shaxi hit the perfect curve, all the 1-drops immediately available, and Coin is just going to multiply the Trogs, which are going to have 2 attack because of the Kolak, probably the best outcome of Companion for Shaxi in this spot. Is he just dead if he plays Drekthar? There's going to be 8, 12, 13 damage on board, so not dead. So is it just Drekthar?
The alternative being you can go Nazmani, Coin, Devour, which would get it up to 10 health, leaving 7 on the board, which does, leave you with, if not likely an alive Nazmani, and even if they want to clear it, they probably have to trade a lot into it.
Dark, it multiplies the trogs.
Oh, of
I mean, the
course. Yeah,
Nazmani
yeah.
gets more than 10 health, yes, but there's just too much damage. I think it has to be
Right,
Drekthar.
Okay.
Oh, man. Is there immediate lethal top decks for Shaxi? 12-13, if he gets quick shot, it's actually one off. Warsong
That's an
Wrangler.
additional 4. 'cause you
Yeah.
buff those, so that's 8, 10, 12, 16, 17.
Yep, not quite lethal, but I think it's still an amazing draw here, right? He can just take any measure of praise. Actually, yeah, now that we look at it, this is a double Sethic board. This is not Nazmani. Like,
Yeah,
Okashinsky
yeah.
can't do that much with his mana with this board, so just all face, sure. But I kind of thought it would still be Wrangler for Volpertinger over Hero Power.
I do agree with that, yeah, because next turn then you're looking at just a Rhino as your potential damage if you assume the worst case of a full clear, which isn't necessarily lethal.
Maybe he's thinking of Wrangler for Rhino. I mean, if he didn't play it at the start of the turn, just take the Rhino.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then you realize, wait, I could have taken Tinger, and now I can't take the Tinger because I'm going to look like I made a mistake. No, I think he was planning for the Rhino from the start here. And that means Okashinsky needs an absolute miracle. Power Word Fortitude played here. If he gets second Devour, he can get the full clear, but...
Well,
and
you
he's...
start with the Devour, right? Because then the Fortitude costs 1 less.
Oh, true. Right.
With the double Sethic. And then you have a chance to hit... you have a chance to hit Condemn, but that would only be 1 damage, I guess, alongside the Shadow Devour. That would be able to clear up a lot of the board. But basically, you need to hit some cards by the name of Condemn, Fortitude, chain a bunch of those, or, of course, Devour to actually clear up this board.
He went for trades before Devour. Which is strange. Am I missing something? Because he just loses health on one Sethic here.
Yeah, he would have repopulated the board with more Trogs is the problem.
Oh, right. Okay, but he hasn't hit another Devourer, so it is just game from what I can see.
Silence, trade. If he hits Desperate Prayer, he can survive the turn. But he does not, so just Hero Power alone is going to finish off the game. Or a Rhino, I suppose, with the 7 attack. You could rush into the Drekthar and close it out. As almost salvaging himself there is Okashinsky against a brutally fast start, thanks to Shaxi on the Face Hunter.
Sorry, I want to wind it back to the turn where we saw him trade, and then devour. Because the board was full at that point, right? So you could have devoured, then trade the Trogs, then do the rest of the turn. Because this was it, right? He plays the Wrangler.
It kills off both the Volpertingers, and then 2 more Trogs get summoned, right?
Oh, is that the or? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Because the spell resolves first, and then the Trogs duplicate, right?
Okay.
So, yeah.
In any case, that is a very fast victory for Shaxi. I honestly thought that the Priest would still come out in the lead there, but I kind of forget it is still vulnerable to aggro despite it not being Druid. There's very little removal for the Priest. No Holy Smite was picked up for Okashinsky there, so if he had himself not hit a super fast start, and Coin Drekthar is about the fastest you can do as Priest, you can just get run over. So big win for Shaxi there. Could have come in the form of beating Druid at some point, but it's nice that he just gets one right off the bat. Beast Druid coming up next here, and it's a build that is also pretty unusual, not because of the watch post like what Alan was running, but the double Ram Commander is not something I often see.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a bold inclusion there, which I don't mind the idea of. You know, it gives you more beasts to cheapen your Matriarch, and of course to potentially get more targets for the composting in the mid game. The real surprise for me is double Pride's Fury, which I still contend is the worst card to ever be good in Hearthstone, because 4 mana +1/+3, like when Arbor Up exists as just such a strictly better card, it boggles the mind that Pride's Fury can actually be played and be good but it kind of just is. Whenever you see it, you're like, damn, this board is just never dying.
Yeah, it gives you more resilience than an Arbor Up does in terms of, you know, the health added. It's not a burst spell in the way that Arbor Up and Savage Roar have traditionally been for Druid, but it sort of fills an interesting niche where on your turn 4, where there's traditionally nothing really strong to do for the Beast Druid, you can actually make your board just tougher to deal with. I would compare it to Soul of the Forest even more so than Arbor Up.
Yeah, I think that's a very apt comparison. As all of these options were honestly tempting for Shaxi. With the Taunt available from the Thorn Growth, you could have thought of copying that. But instead, going with a more respectable pick, the card that's just in his deck in the form of Adorable Infestation, does mean he can start putting some pressure on the board next turn with Thorn Growth, Adorable Infestation, maybe even leading up to that Coin Pride's Fury I was talking about.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Adorable just to fill out his mana for this turn. For Okashinsuke, there was an interesting decision of whether he wanted to play the Insight straight up and just get the mana spent, but he values corrupting it more with this turn, which could either be Nazmani or Palm Reading, but with the pickup of Holy Smite, I am very tempted to greed this hand more. The Nazmani can just die to the board plus hero power. I think he can take one more turn to set up with the Palm Reading and get a much bigger swing next turn.
100%, yeah. Especially as he has a 50-50 to hit Stethic off the Insight as well next turn. And even if he hits second Nazmani, just going like Nazmani into Insight, maybe discounting the second Nazmani, getting down the Palm Readings, like he can really start to pull off some miracles here. And second Holy Smite only helps that yet further.
That's insane! The fact that it goes down to 0 means it's just fuel for the Nazmani as well. I don't think he needs to get greedy with Rally yet. It's more just about making sure that you can lock down the board, because Beast Druid, once you remove their development, so many of their cards just do nothing in hand. The Composting, the Arbor Up. I mean, Arbor Up still develops something, but it's not nearly as efficient as when it's buffing something. And you just kind of nip the problem in the bud. As it happens, because there is still one more turn of safety for Shaxi, he can commit the Composting here. Still pretty decent with 4 targets if he plays the Marsul. Shard is always a little bit scary to undo your hard work, but I don't think there's ever going to be a turn where Shard isn't scary.
Wow. Yeah, I was going to say I like the look of that, because if you see Shard, you then still have access to Coin Arbor Up, which is then killing your opponent very quickly indeed. But he's instead relying on just making a more immediately resilient board, not a play I was expecting, as it uses up the coin, which is a very valuable part of this hand as I see it.
Yeah, the coin to get early Arbor Up was where my head was at as well, but Shaxi just saying he wants the immediate payoff this turn. And as it happens, the health from the Pride's Fury is a very big deal here. Double Holy Smite committed by Okashinsuke before he goes Insight, which I think is responsible because there is a big whiff if you start Insight and get Drekthar. Oh, double discounts land on Sethik though. Huge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that Sethik didn't come down previously, but I can understand that he wanted to double discount Sethik or hit the Palm Reading instead. Like, this hand does not necessarily need Sethik generation. It could quite happily make do with a just some kind of an expensive buff or a Draconic Studies to discount off of the Nazmani instead.
Insight down to 0 now. And there could still be a lot more to this turn if that is another Nazmani, but it's not. But the Palm Reading! Oh! Shard!
Wow. Yeah, I guess it's probably Shard, right? Wow, okay, setting up for the Sethik curve next turn.
Okay. Wait. Is it bad to just commit the Sethics this turn too? Like, you play both of them and you've already seen the Pride's Fury. I guess there's still a second one that's scary, but...
Yeah, if they get double traded, it's very bad, isn't it?
True, but this board state is like your Nazmani kind of dies for free anyway. Because without the Nazmani, he can build like a lot of value up in hand, but very few spells are actually playable next turn, I think.
Yeah, well, he could start with the gift, and as long as he draws a spell instead of a minion, which is very, very likely, he will be able to still play the Fortitude for the same cost. And obviously, if he gets himself Renew or Holy Smite or Power Word Feast, whatever, he can make this Fortitude cheaper and cheaper while it's in hand.
Right. But I guess he wasn't willing to take the risk of either drawing a minion or a non-targeted spell with the gift of the Naru. And ends up with some pretty good generated spells, honestly, for our aggro druid. These are amazing.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. The other thing was, of course, he would have actually healed the opposing minions, which is actually quite a big deal at this point, just to stop them from VTing over and over again.
Right.
However, this particular ploy from Oka Shinsuke as to how he went about it has kind of worked out pretty horribly, actually, honestly, because he's now in a situation where his board is traded away, he has no way to generate any more, and he's very reliant on the top of his deck to actually find a win condition right now.
Yeah, win condition, he needs some help, but he does still have the clear with Shard and Holy Nova. Can sweep all of this up.
True enough.
And then he's free to play the gift. Actually, you could start with gift still because he's silencing it anyway. Goes back down to a 1-2.
Yeah, the only reason to not do that is because you have the insight in hand, right? So there's a good chance you'll want to draw draw Nazmani, which is now a 50-50, and then go for Shard in order to discount a card. And of course, if you go gift, there's a small chance that you just draw your minions anyway.
Right. Ooh, there is now the Elune into Umbral Owl into composting, but have you seen a better Soul Mirror, Turk? Oh, sorry,
Pretty
no mana
good.
for composting, but it's still a good Soul Mirror. Wait.
Yeah.
If you copy the Elune first and summon more copies of Beast with Soul Mirror, do you get double?
Oh, because Elune is play, not summon, right?
Oh, played. Okay. Oh, that would have been sick, though.
That would have been sick, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works.
Oka Shinsuke is going to greet it a little bit more. Got Drakthar, which is pretty useless in this spot. I guess 4/4 isn't so bad.
All right, Acorn can just draw you yet more cards, but with the composting in hand, there's a good chance you're going to be drawing a good amount of your deck anyway.
Right, and Shaxi even kind of wants board space. Play Maximum Matriarchs as well.
Yeah. I guess he would consider that overextension at this point, given that he's already got such a dominating board presence, and as long as he doesn't get silenced, this board is getting the job done.
Yeah, fair. I was just saying, like, if you don't take the Acorn, that's a reason to not take Acorn.
Yeah.
If you did want to play the Matriarch, but this is certainly enough pressure here. And now, this is the greatest Soul Mirror you've ever seen. It's going to draw Oka Shinsuke so many cards.
This is pretty disgusting. Yeah. It does clear off a lot of the board while you have a Devour in your hand is the one thing I would consider first. But it's just so sick, isn't it?
Yeah. It doesn't even overdraw because the Elune doesn't die. But the Elune not dying is also slightly problematic, I suppose. Even with the Devour at the end of the turn, it's going to be a 2-1. Yep.
Okay. So, with both players going all the way back up to full hands, I'm honestly not entirely sure who comes out in the lead. Like, I want to say the Priest, but the mana is actually going to be a little bit tight here, isn't it?
Oh, that Holy Smite is so clutch, though, and the Power Word Fortitude.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, Fortitude first. I didn't count the spells, but whatever. If you're going to Fortitude, just do it first anyway.
Yeah.
And he can commit Gift here to fully heal the Oracle as well. Not really scared of drawing anything from this point because the Nazmani's just in hand, right?
Yeah, it's more just that you'd rather have a 0 mana spell in hand for if you go Nazmani copy next turn.
True. Okay.
Wow. Well, I don't even know what the most efficient way to put stats on the board is here. I guess you could dig with nature studies for a way to maybe kill off the Oracle. I mean, you
Perhaps.
can currently do that, right? With like Owl, Ram Commander, Rusher, like a rushing minion plus an Arbor up.
Super expensive, but I agree killing the Oracle of Elune should be a matter of highest priority because Shaxi hasn't even seen what the incited minion is. And with a corrupt insight, all the minions for Okashinsuke cost 2 or less. So Okashinsuke, like, theoretically could get 2 Nazmanis from playing an Oracle of Elune or having the Elune stick on board from Shaxi's perspective. So, all right. Trog. This. Oh man, he's not killing it. Power of the Wild is huge. Okay.
It's big. It's an absolutely monstrous board. Like, this was a very efficient development of stats on this turn and one that forces 100% an answer from Okashinsuke. But what I'm looking for is, exactly as you said, some way for him to abuse this effect on the Oracle of Elune. He can go rally, copy with the Gift of Luminance. He's not even bothering with that, though. He's just right out the gate playing the Nazmani and trying to cheat as much mana as possible.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, he would have to spend so much mana to even try and get the discount on the Nazmani in the first place that you'd probably rather just start with Nazmani to get discounts and copy it the manual way. Double gift, but that's the whole turn. Yeah.
Yep. He was all in on hitting the feast and then hitting, you know, at least 2 on a Thrive in the Shadows. It was possible for him to hit that speed that you need to break out of orbit and hit the incredible Rally Priest plays. But he didn't get it in this instance, which means that Shaxi is 2 games up to 0 now. A situation that we've seen very often happen for our players where they do get off to a strong start. But still, it could mean going all the distance. As I think now with Okashinsuke having tried his Priest twice against the Paladin, if he wants to try it again, I still think he's got himself a decent enough matchup, even ignoring the Druid that he still has to win with as well.
Right, I think this is the Priest's best chance here, and I feel weird saying that because I didn't think the Priest would be the problem deck in the lineup, but it so happens that Shaxi is not replicating Alan's path from yesterday. He is taking wins with the aggro lineup against decks that are not Druid, and that only spells even more disaster for Okashinsuke here because that Druid is going to struggle big time against the Paladin. We shall see if he wants to try again on the Priest, because honestly, even the Demon Hunter, I feel like, is going to be problematic for Okashinsuke to get a win with against Paladin. Oh, wait, Shaxi banned Demon Hunter? I thought he banned Rogue, that's my bad.
Yeah, banning away the Demon Hunter does, I think, make sense for Shaxi's list because he hasn't necessarily hard-teched to be against the Demon Hunter like Alan had done. I think a lot of his decks, like the Hunter and the Priest, would be a little bit shaky against the likes of Demon Hunter. But here Okashinsuke is instead just lining up the worst first with the Kazakhstan Druid, saying, I'm going to have to get a win with it at some point in this series, so I may as well just go for it now against the Paladin, which, as we've seen time and again, if your opponent hits Trog, it's kind of just GG. But maybe we'll get to see a non-Trog game for once, Gia, and actually see the other portion of the buff Paladin for once.
Imagine not hitting. Alan could never not. As for the list for Okashinsuke, 1 Feral Rage, 1 Iron Bark here. He's found room for quite a bit of defensive capability, but cutting the Bog Beams for it. It's an interesting sort of dynamic where all of these options are technically anti-aggro cards, but the balance that you want to hit is very close, honestly. I do like Bog Beam because I feel like you're so starved for single target removal in Druid and you have other ways of gaining armor, and the armor in the early game is not necessarily helping you out. You could make the argument that Feral Rage can be removal or armor game, so it's flexible, but against specifically Trog, it's not the instant removal that resolves before the Trog can copy itself the way that Bog Beam can.
That's exactly right. And it also just bolsters Malagos as a play so heavily in the later stages of the game. Being able to go Mali, Bog Beam, Ironbark is a realistic play that you can actually make and hope to survive against aggro. Another play that you can hope to make and survive against aggro with is Coin Bloom Guff on turn 2. The absolute dream start, especially when your opponent has not only no 1-drop, not only no 2-drop, but no Trog even as well. It's just the worst of all worlds here for Shaxi.
Oh no, he's just hit the disaster hand. I honestly was surprised to see him keep Mukla without a guaranteed 1-drop, because on the play that seems a bit iffy. On the coin, I would definitely get behind it, but man, this could be just a very easy win for Oka Shinsuke if things go according to plan. Off the nature studies, he picks Mark of the Wild, which is nice. It's just, you can look at it as less efficient Bog Beam, because I'm already assuming Oka Shinsuke is going to be at 7 mana and beyond for the whole game because he has turn 2 Guff.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I don't necessarily love that he did play the nature studies on 1, because unless you hit exactly wild growth, I think I would rather just save that to go Coin Bloom Guff and then with your 1 remaining mana play the nature studies, which he can now still do with the second nature studies, but he's still chewing up one of the discounts which he could have saved for later on. But I'm glad that nonetheless it's not deterring him from playing Guff, which is still 100% the correct play.
Nothing can deter anyone from playing the earliest Guff possible. Ironbark, it's the other 2 unplayable in the matchup.
The quickest Mukla of his life. And I mean, weirdly enough, as soon as Oka Shinsuke gets a minion down, it's going to have Taunt, and it's going to be really big as well.
It's true. So you can just ramp up with the hero power here and probably play Guess the Weight.
Be as efficient as possible.
I don't see any reason from the current hand that he wanted to save the nature studies discount for the next turn. If he had 1 more mana, then I'd absolutely say save it so you can go Cenarian Horde right away. True. But right now it's more about cycling, trying to find scale, probably. Misses on the guess, though. And
so next turn... sorry, I was going to say it could be something along the lines of hero powering for mana so that Ironbark becomes active, and then you actually just play the pouch for any minion and then give it Taunt to try and survive a little longer.
Yeah, I definitely like that line. Mukla getting the shield now, starting to ramp up for Shaxi. He has Blessing of Authority, almost guaranteed to have a target for the next turn, which means that even though Oka Shinsuke has had an amazing fast ramp start, it's slowly grinding to not a halt, but a slow mid game, I want to say, where he might not have the time to play Kazakhstan.
Yeah, he's had a couple of weak plays, but I do think that he can still lead himself nicely into a mid game. It has to be a very explosive couple of turns from Shaxi to be able to keep up with all the ridiculous amounts of mana that Oka Shinsuke is working with. Like, he's going into turn 10 when Shaxi is on to 5 mana that he's just used as well. And so even if it ends up just being like Cenarian Ward Ironbark instead of Kazakhstan Ironbark, which is probably the more likely play, there's a lot of plays that Oka Shinsuke can make basically to survive in any situation.
Right, he has the time to stall into then playing Kazakhstan and ideally fitting in a hero power on that same turn so you can draw towards the treasures immediately, which is when you truly get the capability to fully clear the Paladin board. Because as it stands, Shaxi's going to have far too many stats and shields on board for Oka Shinsuke to clear this without help from Big Kaz himself. Blessing of Authority this turn committed on probably just the biggest minion. I was gonna say, after you attack, it sets up for lethal if you draw BGBM on the next turn, but Shaxi's going for a different plan that allows him to weave in the Neophyte as the key part of the turn, which shuts down a potential solar Cenarian from Oka Shinsuke.
Yeah, I like this line. You know, if we look at the amount of attack he's actually put on board, it's pretty much equal to what the Blessing of Authority would have been, and he's massively disrupting the spell capability from Oka Shinsuke. But a powerful play that is not a spell is Raid Boss Onyxia, which in this instance is absolutely bananas.
That is a filthy top deck, and it gets a slight twitch of the corner of the mouth from Shaxi. He hardly ever reacts to anything, but I caught that this time. I see you, Shaxi. You felt something here. It might be a bit of rage.
An actual emotion from Shaxi, can you imagine? Actually considering where to send the last hit here, or where to play the Iron Bark, because it's not, I think, necessarily as obvious as just taking out the 1/1. Because if your opponent does have authority, taking out the Divine Shield makes it a lot easier to clear the board up next turn.
Right. So I really like the line from Okashinsuke where he gets rid of the immune, sure, but pings off the shield, which makes authority the least punishing possible, especially after committing the Iron Bark. It doesn't even kill Onyxia alongside the trade from the 1/1. So Shaxi's just in a whole world of trouble.
Really is. Okashinsuke's turn are just getting more and more powerful as the game goes on. Kazaka-san, if he finds Solar Eclipse, obviously Solar Cenarion is just the game-ending play. And so for Shaxi, in terms of how we're actually staying alive in this game, Blessing of Authority will bring the Onyxia down to 1 health if you trade both of them in. But it could theoretically be Blessing Pass, and then hope that one of your minions survives in order for Hold the Bridge to be played on it next turn to clear off the Onyxia alongside the Squawker, probably.
Yeah, that is a line. If you play Blessing, I do agree it's never a trade there, which means you either force Okashinsuke to make the trade himself or have a target for the Hold the Bridge. But Shaxi does not want to play Blessing at all. He wants to be more mana efficient, goes for the Squawker plus double buff spell, and sets up potentially for a better Blessing of Authority target on the next turn. But Okashinsuke definitely has the breathing room to just drop the Kazaka-san now. He can immediately draw into one of those spells. And he even has Innervate, so if he picks up Necrotic Poison, it would be playable straight up as well.
Wand, Premium, Book. I don't think quite cheap enough to play for 0 quite yet, but still the choice because it will be soon.
Yep. I honestly think Exerciser is fine.
Yeah,
Just
agreed.
yeah, as a draw that he can play off the top right now.
Man, these are all good. Staff, yeah, Krusty. This is just removal city right now.
Mm-hmm. Population 0. Everything's been removed.
It's a horrible place to live.
Oh, he takes ramp though. Interesting. It's probably just taunt up the other minion here. Take a VT. Oh no, he's going.
Oh,
all right. Oh, Kashinsk. Yeah, actually, it makes sense, right? Because if you're not removing all the minions, there's still going to be a target for Blessing of Authority. And if you have 2 taunts, they're still going to have to trade anyway.
Right. And so here, by not trading off the Divine Shield, however, it does mean that he is facing an enormous Squawker on the other side, which means one of those key removal options would go down a treat, like, for example, the biggest gosh dang crab you have ever seen in your entire life.
Did Shaxi just trade a 9-11 over a 10-11?
You're goddamn right he did. And he'd do it again. That's my Shaxi.
I mean, plays around generated scale, right? Which would give it immune again or something.
Oh
or
my
drawn
lord.
Scale, rather. Drawn scale.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Exerciser and the Krusty.
This is Shaxi, by making the wrong trade there, is atoning for the fact that he showed a hint of emotion. He needs to remind us he's not in fact human and is just some kind of Hearthstone playing robot.
I mean, it's not the wrong trade, right? It plays around scale.
Sure.
I just looked weird at the time, but honestly, all of that is just a formality because Okashinsuke absolutely ran away with it, got the early Onyxia top deck, and from then on, it all just seemed like business as usual, right? You play your Kazaka-san, you get the best treasures, and there is simply nothing that the Paladin can do. And that's why we have talked about so many times, this version of Druid just has so much better anti-aggro capability than the straight-up Kazaka-san double Feral Rage, double Moon Touch variant. The fact that you can run Onyxia, play it super early because you're Druid, allows you to remove board and maintain board presence in a way that just scale is often not capable of, especially against these Trog-heavy decks.
That is exactly right. And so now with the Druid out of the way, it's of course a fantastic win for Okashinsuke. That is by far the toughest one ticked off here. And so now the series, while not necessarily over one way or the other, I do think does start to look a lot brighter for Okashinsuke. He now needs to win with Priest and Rogue versus the Paladin, which I want to say are probably two favorable matchups. The Priest versus the Paladin is a little bit of a closer one, I think, because if they got off to an aggressive start with Trog plus buff, this kind of hand right here, the Priest could kind of struggle against that. But I think for the Rogue specifically, it should be able to keep up if it gets any kind of a decent early game hand.
But Shaxi does have Trog on the play, and Quest Rogue wants to play Quest, which would multiply the Trog. So it's already highly problematic for Okashinsuke. If
Just
you
not Quest?
That's what I'm thinking. If you don't quest, you still have to use coin next turn to deal with one Trog, which means that there's still going to be a Trog. So you still have problems, but I feel like it's not the same sort of situation as Druid where you can say, all right, there's always going to be Trog, so let me just fill up the board. With Quest Rogue, I think there's more capability to actually fight back against the Trog boards if you don't let them go completely out of control. So I think it's very reasonable for Okashinsuke to skip Quest here. And that means that this next turn could also just be Dagger. Okay, never mind.
Wow.
Neophyte off the top is huge.
Well, I was going to say that even if you go coin, Foxy, SI7 agent, even if they buff the Trog, you can still just use the battle cry to kill off the new Trog, or the combo effect, sorry, to kill off the new Trog. And then you have 2-3 attack minions on the board, which can probably take out the Trog next turn. But I guess by this method, he gets to go either operative or agent with the combo activated without ever having to have played a spell in order to duplicate the Trog, which just puts him miles ahead on board. Like, I think Foxy plus SI here, or the operative, if you prefer, are both just putting him miles in the lead.
Yeah, I do prefer the operative here because it takes a VT over the taunt minion, and it having stealth is a very big deal because there's potential that the next turn starts with operative and dagger into the Trog, and then you're finally free to play some spells. But Okashinsuke disagrees. He wants more stats immediately straight up, which is also in a way giving you the capability to trade down Trog because you just say Shaxi probably can't deal with everything at once.
And so if we were to see trade kill off the Neophyte and the SI7 agent, Akani is a possibility to go for minion. It does just kind of fight back pretty effectively against a development right away, but it is still a little flimsy on the other side. You know, they have a few minions that can quite easily chew up the counter.
Nothing could make me trade this Trog. I want to hold the bridge in, 1-1 into Neophyte, send it face, just make Okashinsuke deal with the problem. Because the longer he leaves this up, the farther he is from getting value from that quest in hand, and the longer he's not able to play coin safely. I mean, he can play quests, right? There's a line where if Shaxi just protects the Trog and goes face, Okashinsuke finally plays his spells and just VTs the new Trogs and leaves the old Trog up.
I think I like the Squawker, honestly. Like, I appreciate that the Trog is valuable, but floating a mana here when your mana costs are so, like, discreet just hurts so much. Like, I'd rather just play the Squawker and set up for Bannerman plus Neophyte next turn, which, you know, you can still do. I don't know. It's close. It's very close, I think.
You want to hold the bridge, but traded. No! Fine. I honestly think if you play hold the bridge, it's just face because Shaxi is going to clear the... Okashinsuke is going to clear the Trog one way or another.
Right.
Finally play the quest. So feel like Shaxi may have missed some free damage there. I don't think Assassin was playable yet. Obviously, they don't have gizmos if they haven't played the quest. So dealing with the Trog is super difficult from Okashinsuke's perspective if Shaxi just goes face.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem is that they might have removal in hand, right? Like they might just go stab in the dagger and then wicked stab in order to just kill it off without any minions dying.
Oh, is Okashinsuke running stab?
Or I
one
guess,
copy. Got it.
yeah, he's got one copy or extortion plus agent, something like that.
Well, Quest finally active, and he can immediately get a gizmo, but there's no straight up clear for the 5/5 unless he wants to play a super expensive assassin, which honestly might be worth it.
I kind of like it. You get a 4/4 in play, right? And if they go 1-drop plus Blessing of Authority, you can just kind of start going wide and killing them by playing like Operative Agent, Operative Smuggler, something like that instead.
The counter argument is if you're scared of a buff spell, then the assassin just gets better on the next turn, right?
Yeah.
So you maybe face tank 5 or accept that one of the minions you play this turn that's not assassin gets value traded, but you are discounting the assassin, which makes the next couple turns more fluid, I feel like. So looking at it again, kind of like the double threes, but I'm not sure which threes is the problem.
Yeah, I think I was also maybe ending up on just coin agent, take out the Divine Shield plus the Smuggler. But Okashinsuke saying, I'm just going to take this out right now and deal with whatever comes next with the minions manually in hand. Anointment does now allow for the Blessing of Authority, but I do think that Shaxi is correct in not going for it because the gizmos are starting to come online. There could very well be another assassin, and going wide is generally just better against Rogue.
Wide he does go. The hand is dangerously reliant on having stuck a minion, so the Skulker is actually pretty clutch for Shaxi. He's not going to have a board by the end of this turn, I don't think. And so Skulker Authority gives him a setup for 10 damage on a stick and potentially a lethal out with the Battlegrounds Battlemaster if he finds it soon. So Okashinsuke also needs to start cranking up the pressure, and we start to see the rolled over benefits of the Trog that early and the quest being delayed this long because Okashinsuke doesn't have access to scabs for quite some time, and the first gizmo this turn is potentially not playable if he gets a spell because Extortion plus Agent is going to take up the vast majority of his mana.
Yeah, I still think it's reasonable to go about it this way because alternatively you would probably end up tanking quite a lot of damage if you'd gone with the Operative plus SI. And next turn you still have access to Operative Smuggler plus whatever gizmo you get this turn or next turn as well, with the Neophyte Aura having worn off. So I am on board with this line.
It's 11 damage on a stick. My bad. Okashinsuke simply cannot interact with this, and this means that BGBM and Mr. Smite off the top for Shaxi represent lethal, unless Okashinsuke can generate a taunt from his Smuggler.
Which is currently at 4, I want to say, in terms of its overall cost. So you could bump it up to 5. I do not know which is more likely to give you a taunt.
It's at 3, right? Quest 1 out of 2 when it was hovered.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Sorry, I'm still in old Smuggler world.
Don't worry, I make that mistake all the time. I could also
It's got to be
do
4, right?
Yeah. We could do another quick search in the Hearthstone card library and type in Taunt 3 mana versus Taunt 4 mana, and then manually count which one has more outcomes. And then have to divide it by the overall number of minions. I can't do that quickly.
Yeah, I think I'm just saying 4 is better than 3. So let's go about it that way, as I think Okashinsuke is also coming to agree on.
Sounds good to me. That's a 7/7 already because he played SI cards before the quest. Oh wait,
oh, it
sorry.
was 5 because he played
SI
one
cards
before.
Right.
I was right all along, and he actually got the taunt in the Truth Seeker, which is so sick here. Even if there was lethal available for Shaxi, it is no longer so.
That's nuts! He actually hit the taunt. Unbelievable. Night of Anointment. Doesn't really get anything useful. Hold the bridge. If Shaxi wants to unstealth this, like the lifesteal actually takes him all the way back up to full. Because at the moment, he's worried about counter lethal.
Oh, very much so. I mean, he's just dead on board right now. That might be able to stop it, but like Okashinsuke is just one SI away from Scabs, which means like if he hits Skulker, then it's just Skulker, Scab, Sap, and Lethal.
Right. Extortion too.
Yep, that'll do it.
Oh. Is it ever Okani for minion? Plus Protector? He can play all the minions this turn.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if you go for minion, like you say, it does lock out Skulker as a lethal out. So now with hero power, operative.
850. It is just lethal.
It's just lethal, yeah.
Yeah, he even has the Noggin Fog for an additional 2 damage. Hope he sees it. Oh! No! Oh, no!
19, you attack with the dagger. It was just lethal. It's still just lethal, thankfully for him, in multiple different ways now.
Yes. It is indeed.
He sees it.
Yep.
I know he sees it.
Yeah, just dagger, send 3 damage into the 2/2. Everything else face in the stab, it's lethal. Actually, even if just this board goes face, it's lethal. It's 19 exactly.
But there's no exact tradesies, right? Oh, come on. What?
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 Ah! Oh,
Okashinsuke, no!
Oh, no.
Are we wrong?
Shaxi?
Someone tell me I'm wrong, please. Nothing had lifesteal, right? The hold the bridge hadn't been played.
Nothing. It was just a buff from a bannerman. Does Shaxi have an out, though? If he gets, like, BGBM and just hold the bridge on his minion, that's, like, Carriel. Oh, my... Surely he's not dead anymore, right, with Carriel?
Carriel clears off all but how much? 8, 15 damage on the other side. Yeah, he's just not dead.
Right. He has to leave up the 7/5, but he's just.
That means if he swings in, he's still not dead, right? And then you can swing again next turn, and it's just lethal with hold the bridge. Right, you swing with the
Carriel
weapon.
math. Yeah, this is 2, 2, and 3 damage. 2, 2, and 4 damage.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
No way this game ends this way.
So it's got 8, 9, 10. That's all I can count right now because the cutlass doesn't actually up the damage from the dagger. Right. He's just alive.
Oh my god! Okashinsuke, no! And Shaxi, to be able to find the setup of Carriel, keep your minion stealthed, and use that as the lethal out is absolutely nuts. Okay, minion... Oh, Shadow Step. So he gets the full health on his minion again. Okay. So now Shaxi doesn't have lethal necessarily, but Battlegrounds Battlemaster still would close it.
Yep, Mr. Smite is also going to get it done. Oh, that's not it, though.
Shaxi knows that if he unstealths this, his main win condition is gone, but he can get so much healing if he goes for that.
I mean, he can just kind of go for the board control route, though, right? Like, he can go hold the bridge, attack in. Yes, it's going to get sapped, but then he can just go hero power Skulker. Like, he's still threatening a lot of damage. Like, Mr. Smite at any point is still just GG.
True, the pickup of the second Skulker is so huge here, just as another stealth minion, which gets the buff from the Cariel hero power and is playable alongside everything else here. The fact that he had Neophyte as a cheap enough minion to guarantee the buff on the Skulker is a huge deal. Shaxy's just debating as to whether he should send the 2 damage face. It does give him a Mr. Smite out on the very next turn. Oh, sorry, a BGBM out on the very next turn, because Mr. Smite is lethal no matter what, because you can buff it with a hero power. But he does kill off the assassin to make his current board more resilient and remove a Shadow Step / Tenwu target.
Okay, so at least he can set what the next card is, so he can make it so he's never dead next turn with the Spy Master, and you make sure that BGBM and Mr. Smite, more importantly, are not there. Give him Muckler, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's happening? Okay, operative. Sorry, my head is
No.
a spin. You can't.
He
He
has
can't.
2
He has
mana.
to sap
Yeah,
it.
yeah. You gotta sap first. Let's get that done, Okashinsuke. Then we can deal with the rest of the turn. Trading
Problem is
in the 9/3.
Oh, I hate it so much. But
If he doesn't,
he
he's
give.
well. Sorry, he knows he's not dead to Battlegrounds Battlemaster, right? I was gonna say he leaves himself dead to
Right.
that, but he knows it's Muckler off the top, so he could ignore it here and just go face.
Yeah. Yeah, Gyroblade and the Mole, I think, is the right line here, because he really needs to set up his own counter lethal. Mukla, 10 damage available for Shakti.
So there is now 5, 4, 2 to what, 11, 12, 14 damage. There is lethal represented because of the Noggin Fog generator, right? And Shaxi should know that.
Yes. So he has to trade. Or he can say Okashinsuke misses it again.
In which case, was he supposed to trade the minion but go face with his weapon? Because then Mr. Smite... Oh no, Mr. Smite's still lethal, sorry. Yeah, exactly. With
Yeah.
Okay. But because he didn't play Muckler...
Oh yeah, it's not guaranteed anyway. But if he played Mukla, he would
Can't
get
guarantee
bananas.
to hit it. Yeah. Would that have given lethal, though?
I think so. Or wait, no, I can't do the math quick enough. I'm sorry.
Right, because you can't get evens up... Oh, you can
I
get
mean-
one even up to an odd. Yeah, oh man, it's so...
Right. Yeah. I've honestly just been completely relying on you on the Cariel math. This is my biggest weakness in Hearthstone. It's unlike anything else. But okay,
Oh.
BGBM, that has to be it.
That's just game. I think there's 8 on board right now, plus another 6. That's 14. That is going to be a game. Okashinsuke bailed out of this one in a game that he had absolutely no business winning whatsoever after that unbelievably disappointing missed lethal in the mid game. Like, we've seen it from good players. They just tunnel vision. But this, I think, honestly, if I had to pick up on a big criticism of Okashinsuke, it's not missing lethal, obviously, although that is bad. It's the style of play he has that leads to that kind of mistake, where he's just very, very focused on, like, how do I stay alive? It's very safe, cautious gameplay, but he tunnel visioned in on surviving rather than actually looking for lethal in that instance, which was almost a fatal mistake.
Based on his reaction at the end of the game, I feel like he did realize that he missed it towards the end
Agreed.
there, but
Yeah.
it's crazy that it was missed on the prior to Secret Passage hand and then missed on the post Passage hand, where both options afforded him a method to lethal. Just pretty sad to see, but it happens to the best of us, and Okashinsuke, the real test begins now, right? How do you recover after knowing that you messed up, after knowing that a lot of people saw you mess up? It's all about trying to drown out all of those voices in your head, focus on the very last game, because this is his last shot to make it through to the semifinals tomorrow.
Still just running through that game in my head. Like, it's such a ridiculous way for it to go. This whole day has just been such goofy games of Hearthstone from start to finish, be it through random generation or mistakes from the players, whatever it may be. It does now come down, as you're saying, to this one final game, the Priest versus the Paladin, with the Paladin now having lost 2 games in a row for Shaxi. It just needs to pick up one final win against the Priest. And, I mean, as we've seen, right, we've seen multiple times today already what the Priest's weakness is. It's too many stats at the start of the game and too much pressure so that they can't hit that kind of a miracle turn to respond to it. However, with a palm reading in hand and a Holy Smite, honestly, even though it's got no minions, this is the kind of hand I actually like when I'm on the coin against an aggro deck.
Really good. You could even think about the Devour, honestly, because there's things like Righteous Protector that can fall within the range of that. But outside of that one card, there's not too many targets, so fair enough that he throws it away. Opening hand for Shaxi is a nice curve, 1-drop into Skulker into Hold the Bridge, but it's not a Trog, which means that Okashinsuke is currently free to coin palm reading.
Really nice curve for Shaxi. Okashinsuke, I think, should be able to make the read that this is not a coin palm reading play. It's rare that Paladin is going to put so much pressure on you that you can't go for that. The one thing that is scary is Neophyte, I suppose, admittedly. But even then, even if he has to go for turn 4 palm readings, turn 5 pop-off, I still think that's just quick enough to save him in this game.
Neophyte is scary. Trog to a certain extent, the longer you wait with the palm reading.
Fair.
But I completely see your point. The benefits of holding on to the coin, you can pop off even harder, but it's still somewhat dependent on what you get off of the insight. And I want to say that holding coin, if you get Sethic, isn't particularly good. So honestly, I was still tempted to go coin palm reading here to be able to insight straight away and just play the minion on the very next turn, and then a couple Holy Smites, maybe you got the board as early as turn 4. But with this setup, definitely potential for bigger payoff. All kind of depends on whether the insight can deliver, but Okashinsuke will be very glad to see that the Neophyte is not played this turn.
Yeah, not quite yet. It's still pretty good next turn, admittedly, unless he can get a Nazmani off of the Insight. And then even then, actually, I think the mana increase would be too dire for him. These, however, are all 3 fantastic options. Wow.
Oh, what? And I'm really tempted by the focused will because this board is going to get much bigger than it currently is. Obviously, Condemn on this board state looks fantastic, but we're getting to the point where you expect Hold the Bridge, soon Blessing of Authority, and that's the type of minion that Okashinsuke will really struggle to clear, not within range of Shadow Word Devour and not within range of Holy Smite. So I think this is the responsible pick for sure.
Cult Neophyte 100% correct to come down on this turn from Shaxi. After you've just seen the palm readings, you have a very good chance of delaying them for a full extra turn here, which for Shaxi means a full extra 12 damage. But for Okashinsuke, apart from Insight, which I do still think should happen on this turn, the rest of the turn is a little bit more complicated. It all depends what he gets, really.
Right. If he gets Nazmani, I'd be super tempted not to use any of the 1-cost spells because you can just discount the entire hand the next turn. If he does get Sethic, there's the option to play the Sethic straight away and start smiting some things. Try and get some board presence. But you also want to make sure that you have a minion target of your own to play the Devour on the next turn. Wow, he's not even playing the Insight. Interesting.
Intriguing. Yeah, I kind of thought he'd like to bank the mana on that turn just to have more pop-off potential next turn. But now the pick of Focus Will is going to be coming in so clutch because he actually has a nice, easy answer to this minion buffed up by the Blessing of Authority, which means basically no matter what minion he gets here, good or bad in the case of Drekthar, it's still going to be him surviving the turn.
Okay, that's a Nazmani. entire hand playable here, but there's no big payoff card. However, he can deal with almost the entire board. A bit annoying that the knight goes back to 1-4 even after the silence because of this focus will text, but the vast majority of this is cleared off. He can smite away the 2-1 or the 1-3.
Obviously thinking about potential top decks, right? Because he wants to still make it so that at any point from here on in, if he draws Drekthar or Sethek or Insight, he is able to pop off, or at least generate some extra spells, even if he doesn't go infinite at that point. And so I like the slow consideration here. I think as long as he holds back the gift plus one of these other two targeting spells, Sethek's still kind of just game winning as soon as he finds it.
And so if we're saying only one of the targeted spells is to be played this turn, is it the Feast or the Holy Smite? Oh, Coin Hero Power.
Okay.
Clever. It's banking discounts while you have the Nazmanis on board guaranteed. Shaxi can make a significant dent on this board. In fact, he's just a little bit off of full clearing it, unfortunately.
Yeah, not quite. It's actually
Wait,
really
if you go,
close, though.
if you carriel and hold the bridge, oh, it's still one off because you need one more ping effect for a shield.
Exactly, yeah. Even with the carriel being a 5-4, not a 4-3, it's still just a little short. So instead, it's just biggest minion, all face here for Shaxi, saying, you know what, you've got the Setheks, but you've got the Nazmanis, but you don't have the Setheks, which is the very important distinction, which means that Oka Shinsuke just has no way to develop any extra effects. No Shadow Word Death, no Shadow Word Ruin, no Silence, no Apathy, nothing to deal with this Squawker.
Crazy stuff. No shard, no draw effect. Yeah, it's just sticking. Like, the Devour's pretty nuts to get rid of all the little piddly minions in the way, but like Oka Shinsuke, all he can do to defend himself from this walker is hero power face, and you are still dead to smite and Battlegrounds Battlemaster. You're not dead to hold the bridge if you fit in the hero power at least.
Or he can go gift on the Righteous Protector and then devour the Righteous Protector as well.
Ooh, I love that. That's very creative. But
Which, like,
says nope.
It makes your Sethek top deck a lot worse because you've used the gift, right, which is the most important thing, but it means you're dead to a lot less things on the other side.
Yeah.
But I guess here he's just making the call that it's only Smite or BGBM that's going to be finishing him off this game.
Still, though, I feel like Sethek would still have been good enough.
Oh,
and
wow.
I'd prefer that Oka Shinsuke give himself the out to survive those things. But he even commits the gift on a Nazmani here. A 2-off lethal currently for Shaxi.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably just face, Carriel to take out the 2-3, and then blessing the Carriel, probably, with the reduction that you have as well.
True. You can hold the bridge.
Yes.
If you go Bannerman, that's an argument towards, you know, just cycling the deck, getting closer to a potential Battlegrounds Battlemaster or a Smite, and then you can still fit in Carriel. Because part of the argument this turn is whatever additional damage you push from buff spells this turn doesn't necessarily matter. However, there's of course the build a bigger board argument, which you just saw Oka Shinsuke struggle the past turn. Okay, this Renew needs to come in clutch. We are looking for Shadow Word Ruin. You taken against the all odds here, even though it kills your own boards. Oh my god, he hit the Shadow Word Ruin!
No way! No way! Is that better than Psych Split? Yes, it is, right? Even though you can get a rushing Carriel, because you can't quite kill off the parrot, so yeah, it does just have to be Ruin. Oh my god, that is insane!
That's so gross. Shaxi, no reaction once again. Nothing can phase this man.
I think you just chill now, right? Like another Sethic on board. Another Nazmani again, apologies. I don't know, maybe it allows you to kill one extra thing, but I'd just rather have the longevity, right? Like, if they hit Cariel, you're going to need to play the mid-game, not just the immediacy.
I agree.
Really?
Kind of a whiff for Shax. He's honestly hoping for a stealth minion.
Oh. Okay, we want hand for cycle. Yes,
Yes.
good.
Does he
buff up.
commit it this turn?
Yeah. Like, just buff up the 2-1 and Noble mount it as well, so that, like, the one-attack Nazmani doesn't do anything. Or
True.
Noble mount one of them, it doesn't obviously matter at that point which one you choose.
Oh no!
Oh, this is so excruciating for both players.
I can't tell who's in the lead. Like, Okashinsuke,
Right.
his only good top decks here are the Sethics and the Drekthar, right? I guess palm reading.
He's got a couple
Sort
good
of.
discovers. Yeah. This list doesn't run Gift of the Naru, obviously, but, you know, if he can generate that and draw through his deck, these are all good outcomes. Just trading Shard of the Naru.
Yeah, and for that argument, Shaxi also has very few good top decks here because the Mr. Smite is getting out of range as well. He's really looking for Cariel, I'd assume, at this point. But Thrive is a big one. Gets Insight, which can finally find him a Sethic or Drekthar that he needs to pop off.
Yep, they're all good. Drekthar would still work because it's... Oh, no, it wouldn't because it would discount the cost, so it had to be Sethic, sorry, in terms of the outcome. And he does get it here. Holy Smite offers him Draconic Studies? That's insane!
Oh my god. Ah, Anixia is playable next turn! Oh, but Mage Scribe is playable this turn. Okay.
Yeah, okay, Mage Scribe Rally. He still doesn't have a way to kill off the 4-2 right now.
Yeah. Wait. If he took Anixia and played the rally, he could have played it this turn, right?
Maybe, but there wouldn't have been much board space is the problem, right?
Okay, fair enough. Just going for value.
You've got to jam this, right? Like, that thing's got to die.
Yeah. Yes, it removes the out of Smite / BGBM plus buff spell. Wow!
Oh!
No respect! BGBM's lethal.
Oh, okay, that's... I don't even know what that can hit yet. Still, Authority. Hand? That's how much damage? That's plus a little bit extra. He can still hit BGBM, but he misses it. Oh my god.
No!
Draw another card. Okay, still looking for Smite.
If I doesn't do anything right, they have a bajillion mana anyway.
But if you go face, you kind of want to... I guess I was going to say you want to save the buff spells for Mr. Smite, but if you're going face anyway, you may as well play them. But the problem is, I think you might not be going face. Do you have to trade the Sethic here to stop the train, or do you just pray they've got all absolute trash?
Oh, I have no clue.
Oh, he's
Maxi
going
says
face.
It's only a couple generated spells. They need to be targeted spells to keep the train going, so he decides to take the risk. The Drekthar can pull another Sethic, but that's not quite enough to close the game immediately. No targeted
Not
spells.
quite.
Does he have to trade this shard?
Yeah, I think you start with the trade.
He can honestly just go for a Soul Mirror play.
True,
Make room.
yeah. But
Or
I
rather,
just
yeah,
want to
trade the
find some way to
1/1.
survive against Smite, right? Like, there has to be a way in your deck to heal out of range. Like, one renew, and you can just start to dig yourself out. You discover 2 spells. You can get yourself Apotheosis that just instantly wins the game. Oh, my lord.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, Drekthar obviously no longer works, as I think he's just realized.
Yes. But I just thought he'd resign himself to not playing it this turn anyway.
I mean, that's fine. It's not that bad because he still has the Sethic in play. And it all comes down to now. Still, can Shaxi find Mr. Smite? He misses again, but gets himself a stealth minion, which maybe can stick around long enough. If it wasn't for the blooming shard of the Naru that Okashinsuke's hold on to, oh my god.
Oh, just a slow procession towards lethal. How much does Okashinsuke even have on board? 10, 12, 16, 17, 20. So Shaxi's still not even dead the next turn.
Not quite. I mean, Bless does it. Fortitude, I think, just does it on the spot, right?
Right. But he has to live in the world where he's not dead.
Oh,
And he's not.
Does he trade and look for lethal, or does he just kill the minion here?
I think he just killed the minion, right? Because you always have the lethal the next turn. I guess Cariel then becomes a concern. But if you can weave in the hero power, you're not dead to smite. You are dead to smite Noble Mount. That's the thing. If he feels like that's in hand.
And if you can go for the trade, like I said, you can hit these chains that just win you the game on the spot. Exactly. If he just goes trade Bless, GG. It's over. He is through to face Lambi series.
Oh, and this is the kind of situation that Okashinsuke really gets in his head about. There's almost no time left in the turn. If this was going to be a big train to find lethal, I think the train has already left the station. Okashinsuke is probably just going to end up killing this.
You've got to choose trade or play. Okay, he's just playing it, clearing off the board.
Oh my god, Shaxi has a 1 in 9 to find the Mr. Smite.
One last chance. It has to be right now.
We will feed on this world.
Okashinsuke got up from his chair. Is he gonna look this time?
No! Oh. Oh my god. Oh, I am exhausted, Gia.
Me too. Okashinsuke is too. And Shaxi maybe is, but we'll never see it on his face.
Man, Okashinsuke is just going to be a husk after that series. Like, how do you ever come back from that one? You spend like 5 turns teetering on the brink of just dying after having just punted a completely won game into outer space, one of the biggest throws I've ever seen. And yet still, after that, he had like 4 incredibly difficult choices, one after the other. And each time he just decided to say, I'm letting you kill me with Smite. I'm just hoping you don't find it. And he was rewarded because Okashinsuke is going through to the decider match against Lambi series, and Shaxi is finally out of the runnings in Grandmasters.
Oh, I feel for Shaxi here. That Shadow Word Ruin, my god. I would have just flipped my table from that point. And then he was just dangled a carrot in front of him, a little bit of hope, right? Oh yeah, I have lethal with Smite this turn, and this turn, and this turn. But he just never found it. Oh, poor Shaxi. But he still gave it his all. Definitely went out the way that we expect to see from Shaxi, right? Sticking to his guns with the full aggro lineup, found a lot of creative lines to stay in there. I think he can hold his head high for a great many seasons of Grandmasters. He has been here since the beginning. And even though with this match, he falls to exactly 1 more loss than he has in matches in Grandmasters, I still am going to remember him as a positive presence, one of the most creative deck builders we have ever seen in Grandmasters. However, it is all about Okashinsuke now and whether he can recover from that absolutely draining series mentally, emotionally, physically, because he still has to face Lambi series if he wants to make it through to tomorrow.
Yeah. Emotionally and mentally draining, not just for the players, I'm going to say, but for the casters too. This has been a long day of competitive Hearthstone already, and we are still not done yet. We've got 1 more decider match yet to come, and it's going to be a rematch, right? The first match of the day, Okashinsuke versus Lambi series, is going to be happening once again. Okashinsuke in with a shot at getting revenge and getting that spot in the semi-finals alongside Mighty, Alutemu, and Alan, both of whom qualified yesterday. So when we come back, we're going to go to, I think, about a 10-minute break before the final series of the day, when we find out whether it's going to be Okashinsuke or Lambi in the semi-finals. We'll see you then. Welcome back at long last to the final game of the day here in Asia Pacific, the decider match, which is going to be a repeat, as it just so happens to be, of the first match we had of the day with Okashinsuke versus Lambi series, all fighting for that one final spot at the semi-finals, alongside, as we've said, Mighty, Alutemu, and Alan to round things out. And like I said, we've already seen this series once today. It was a bit of a clown fiesta with Lambi series getting some ridiculous wins at the start and ultimately just being able to close out the series. And so hopefully we're in for something equally entertaining for our final series of the day, Gia.
That's right. I think Okashinsuke will be out for revenge because he did get sort of scammed in a couple of those games at the beginning. Definitely, Lambi still earned it at the end, though, with a very, very tense last couple games. Went all the way down to a Game 5 series, as has been the theme of today. But Okashinsuke has only had 10 minutes to recover from what was admittedly a very rattled state towards the end of his victory against Shaxi. I hope he can calm down enough to be able to play just as well as he did at the beginning of the day. There is absolutely no more room for error here, Jarek.
That's right. We need to see Okashinsuke back on form. He just needs to, as we saw him a couple times during that series, take a step away from his computer. You know, yes, he needs to be thinking about his ban phase, all that goodness, but honestly, just making sure his mental game is in check is the most important thing for him here, because we've seen him crumble a couple of times by not taking an objective look at the game and instead, as I said, tunnel visioning on certain aspects of it here. And interestingly enough, we are starting with the same matchup that we had in Game 1 in the first series of the day when it was these two players, but flipped around. This time Okashinsuke is lining up the Demon Hunter first and Lambi series lining up the Quest Rogue first, which we did see Lambi series winning both sides of this matchup, both his Demon Hunter versus Okashinsuke's Rogue and his Rogue versus Okashinsuke's Demon Hunter. So this is, I think, the real match where Okashinsuke is going to be out for revenge, as to show that he can get a win in this one.
Yeah, that's right. There is, of course, a couple differences between the Quest Rogue builds that we brought up earlier on. And when it comes to the Wicked Stab in particular, which is the most notable, I would say, exclusion, or rather just one copy for Okashinsuke, it's one of those cards that I would rather not have when facing Demon Hunter, at least in the early game. And even towards the end, it feels like your win condition is not so much centered on having that last bit of burst after you've gotten pushed off the board. It's more about having a board that can't be pushed off in the first place as a Quest Rogue, which often comes in the form of SI7 Informant or Scabs, just being stealth and out of range of Talented Arcanist plus Immolation Aura. Those back-to-back board developments and the removal from the Demon Hunter is not unlimited. They need to oftentimes curve perfectly of removing your first board into quest progression, into play their Kurtrus hero card, into have performers, into have Jace to deal with every round of threats, and that's asking far too many questions. Why it comes, and that's why it comes out in favor of the Quest Rogue overall. But there is room to potentially get aggressive in the early game as the Demon Hunter, as we saw Lambi go for earlier on today, and having a timely Kurtrus, maybe a turn earlier than the Rogue would expect, can be a way to sneak out a victory.
That's right, and we shall have to see whether it can happen. Starting things off for Okashinsuke, he's got himself a reasonable enough hand. Like, we've talked a good amount about whether or not the removal portion of the deck should be kept versus Quest Rogue, and it does seem, for the most part, players do seem to agree with what Okashinsuke is going for here, of just keeping card draw, keeping quest completion rather than keeping removal, which I do think I agree with. But even then, it's always tempting to just look at holding on to Arcanist plus the Immolation Aura to be able to clear things off. But with that all said and done, it does mean that Okashinsuke is left with what is overall a bit of an underwhelming hand, to be perfectly honest. He does not have especially potent clears. Arcanist plus Fellscreen Blast is not bad to clear off a couple minions if stealth doesn't get in the way. But what he really needs is just some extra quest progression off of this Need for Greed.
Yeah, it is an awkward hand, isn't it? With that being the only form of card draw. The double jump does afford him a 50-50 to find Spectral Sight and get that quest progression as early as now. But we have seen, I think, Lambie go for being more patient with double jump in the first series between these two players, just to give himself the option of coining Glide if he gets that. Okashinsuke does miss on the 50-50 here, which is unfortunate. And that Glide is probably just going to get coined out for non-outcast next turn to make sure he can progress the quest.
Yeah, most likely. Outside of that double jump, honestly, it could have been coin Need for Greed on turn 4 he was looking at. But like you say here, getting down the Glide, I think, is perfectly reasonable enough. He still has the vast majority of the draw still in his deck without having used any Need for Greeds, any Spectral Sights, and only one double jump as well. Now that he's found the Eldraki Warblade, I guess you could consider going for that and just take it a little bit slower. But I don't know. I've got to say, I still do think I kind of preferred the Glide there just to get quest done as soon as possible.
Yeah, I thought so too. Oh man, this Viper is
Wow.
huge here. So much board presence, and also just deleting the weapon removes a lot of Okashinsuke's overall heal potential, which is necessary to kind of have that durability versus Rogue towards the end game. Right now for Okashinsuke, coin Need for Greed does progress quest stage 1, but I'm honestly still looking at the Glide to just replace what is a bit of a disaster of a hand. Like, Arcanist Fellscream is good, but against the Shape of Board, which has 4 health, it's not quite good enough, I feel.
Well, the one consideration I'm taking into account now is that now that Fellfire has been drawn off the top and he could discount it by going coin Need for Greed, I'm actually not massively opposed to the idea of going coin Need for Greed, just pray that you hit Kurtra's Demon Render, and then hope to kill them on turn 8. Again, I know I keep bringing this up in the Quest Rogue versus Demon Hunter game plan, but it does just always give you that possibility of just squeaking out a win, especially when the combo costs 8 instead of the full 9 mana.
Yeah, it's very true that oftentimes just trying to outlast all the threats from Quest Rogue doesn't work out in your favor. The removal tends to run out for Demon Hunter, so finding a counter push for lethal instead could be a way to approach it, and Okashinsuke agrees. He went for the Need for Greed and gets discounted Jace, which is not terrible, but bridging the gap till turn 7 is another matter altogether. The Fel Barrage plus Arcanist can deal with what he currently sees on board, but of course Lambie now has another turn to develop even more, which could come in the form of Neophyte plus Swindle. Informant feels like it's not quite juiced enough. I value that card so highly in the matchup when it's gotten at least above 6 health.
100%, yeah, especially in a post-scab state where you can generate a Noggenfog generator and potentially apply it to the informant rather than to the scabs itself. Or if you just get Noggenfog generator off of one of the gizmos just from regular quest progression, which, you know, he hasn't completed even one layer of, so there's still a good chance that he does end up with the stealth.
Neophyte is pretty clutch as well to shut off what looked like the clear of Arcanist, Fellscream, and Fel Barrage, but with the top deck of Immolation Aura, the full clear is still available here. Obviously feels expensive to use Arcanist Immolation Aura just like that, but I don't quite think Okashinsuke can afford to tank another 8 damage. Ideally, you'd like to maintain Arcanist in hand to go with Fel Barrage, which actually can clear one of those tall minions you eventually expect from Lambie, but it's just not possible to have your cake and eat it here as Okashinsuke.
Well, the other alternative is to go Aura plus Fel Barrage, right? Which does still eat up the combo that you were talking about of Arcanist plus Fel Barrage to kill off a tall minion. However, it does then get more spells in the pool for Jace, right? Which is quite tempting to me, given that it's available in just 2 turns' time.
Yeah, and it still maintains another combo of Talented Arcanist plus Fellscream Blast.
Oh.
Okay. Interesting. So he wants to go for the Fellscream this turn and gets the maximum healing from it as well. Putting damage on the operative means that it cannot rush into the minion and then be stealth because it doesn't have enough health to survive by that point. Oh my goodness, I don't know this card. I'm sorry.
I have absolutely no clue what that card is whatsoever.
Breakfast.
That one gives you
Like
armor
ganker,
bits.
right?
Oh, no, I don't think it is Genka, because that is like
No, it's
4
not.
attack, right? Yeah.
True.
Well, who knows? Maybe we'll get to find out something.
Maybe we won't. This looks like an Immolation Aura turn to me.
Yeah, it does look kind of dead, doesn't it? Thinking about how we can fit in the rest of the mana on this turn, first of all, which could be a glide, theoretically, as the Immolation, or sorry, as the the Illidari studies can be used to discount the cost of that glide by 1. Even if you're not shuffling your opponent's hand back in, it does still complete quest again. But it comes back to that central question that's been at the heart of this game all the way throughout. Is it important to complete quest if it comes at the expense of losing a lot of your combo pieces along the way?
Yeah, I don't quite like the glide because of that, right? Not just combo pieces, but also this Jace, which looks primed and ready to go next turn. So the turn could just be Immolation or a Hero Power, one of the smugglers, and then Fel Barrage can clean everything else up. And with the spare mana, you could just see what's in the studies at the beginning of the turn, or hold on to the studies altogether. Okay, he goes double Fel Barrage then. Completely loading up Jace here. It's a bit of removal that's not expended on minions, but Okashinsuke is determining that he's in a position where he doesn't need all of that removal saved if he is just going to Jace straight away on the next turn, which will repeat all of those removal spells. For Lambie, though, this does look like a very suspicious Fel Barrage just used for damage, so he could be expecting Jace straight away. So whether or not he wants to build a lot of stats onto that board is another matter. Does commit the Informant, though.
Yeah, Okashinsuke should be starting to get really scared now, because even though he's been all in on this plan, I think, of finding that Kurtrus and trying to get lethal that way, Kurtrus, Demon Render, the hero card, I should say, it has not currently represented itself. So he does need to start considering backup win conditions if that is not available. And honestly, this Jace is a good amount of a win condition, in all honesty. If he can just get... you know, potentially play it on this turn, but ideally juice it up with another Fury and then get more damage face with some more Fel Barrage's face on the turn after, which I guess if he is going for the Jace win condition, does just about, as I was going to lead up to, lead to the expendable performers, I think, to clear the board and get a lot of stats in play.
Yeah, I like this. It means that he gets to build a board, which we've already mentioned going wide is very annoying for Quest Rogue to deal with. And it means that he's clearing the way for the Fel Barrages from Jace to go face. So perhaps even giving Lambie series a taste of his own medicine with that super early Jace lethal from the first series of the day. Whoa!
Oh!
Rattler.
But you can't
quite kill it off, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was just reading the text on SI7 Assassin, like, can I kill my own minions with this? Is that how it works? Even though he obviously knows that it isn't. I think you probably just give up on the dream of Fel Rattler. Oh, sorry, I was going to say you go for BGBM plus Assassin to clear off, 5 of these minions, just leaving 2 in play with the extra swing of the Mole and the weapon swing plus Death Rattle. But honestly, maybe using the Operative and the Fel Rattler just for their rush effect is good enough.
Time's ticking.
Close, honestly. Getting Scabs in hand, obviously nice, but I don't think it should be played this turn because he doesn't have the mana to apply stealth to it. So it does look like just spend your mana on minions is the line for Lambie here. Shouldn't be overly fussed about missing full value from the Death Rattle. You can just look at it as, okay, my hero power generated me a 3-mana 3/2 rush. That's pretty good. Not hero power, the Mole.
Wow, okay. These top decks for Okashinsuke are leading up to it looking to be a very, juicy Jace indeed once it does come around next turn. I-Beam can be used to make it even bigger potentially, which is very interesting, and offers him a slightly cleaner clear on this turn as well, I believe.
Yeah, I like it. It means he's going to float a lot of mana this turn, though, because obviously if you're looking to Jace, you probably won't glide. But we are in a situation where he can just glide and say, I have a decent shot of getting the Jace back after the turn. But the glide has both pros and cons in terms of Lambie's hand, because it is shuffling back scabs, but it is technically returning more cards than there were at the beginning. I don't know whether or not Oka Shinsuke should play the glide, but I definitely like I-Beam and Immolation Aura at least for this turn.
Yeah, I think you're just supposed to chill on the glide on this turn, if I'm honest, because you're expecting scabs next turn, and Jace, I think, is just a guaranteed answer to scabs. It maybe gets a little bit awkward if you hit like double Fel Barrage first and hit the smaller minions and then get double Immolation Aura, but the vast majority of the time I think it will lead to a clear board the turn after, even if it's not immediately winning you the game.
Yeah, it's almost every single Fel spell played here. We've seen double Fel Barrage, double Aura. Maybe a Fury still missing, or a Chaos Strike, but if there's even a single Chaos Strike, the Jace also affords Oka Shinsuke card draw, which is huge. Give them...
Oh, wow.
Glide?
Yeah,
Because my thinking is if they just glide and outcast the next turn, yes, your hand is disrupted, but they're not playing Jace, which is the thing you're most scared of.
Right. But if you give them Warblades, they can't play Jace plus Warblades on the same turn, right? Which is what you'd be also afraid of.
True.
Kind of close.
True. All right. Tons of stats committed to the board. Oka Shinsuke just wants this Jace to start with Immolation Aura, and his life gets a lot easier.
Yeah, if it can just do that for him, I think he should be very easily dealing with this Scabs board.
Ooh.
That's the wrong order, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, the barrages all went.
Very wrong order.
Yeah, and he can't even target.
Wow.
Wait, the Scabs just lives. What are the odds of that? It had to be both barrages before, like. I mean, it had to be one barrage at the beginning. Yeah. Oh man, unlucky.
Well, and that means now that with 18 damage on board, +2, +3, it's just shy of lethal still for Lambie series, but it's a lot more than if he'd had a clear board.
Absolutely, and it's just a pretty clean two-turn setup because Oka Shinsuke is just kind of out of healing at this point. He can still top deck Warblades, but the capability of getting it up to the lofty heights of big healing is gone now that Jace has been expended.
All right, and so for Lambie series, I think what we're going to be seeing here is obviously BGBM for the extra 9 damage, but then just Secret Passage. He's got double Wicked Stab in his deck, right, which is just lethal on the spot.
A bit annoying to pick up the other passage in that turn, because ideally if you don't immediately hit the passage, you can hit the Wicked Stab, you can maybe hit the second passage off of this turn.
He's got a couple tradables. You trade that one first, yeah, because you might trade the Cutlass into discounting the Wicked Stab off the top, which is exactly what he's done with the spell discount. Oh my god, that ordering from Lambie series was so clutch. And that's going to be doing it. Wicked Stab to close out the game. Lambie series has played this matchup from one side or the other 3 times so far today, and he has now won all 3 of those games.
That's gotta feel great. And it's gotta feel like a disaster for Oka Shinsuke just because of the context of Lambie taking the unfavorable before. If you just look at it from a vacuum, yeah, it's fine. Quest Rogue is favorable versus Demon Hunter. You can probably expect this to happen at some point. But like we laid out at the beginning of the day, the Demon Hunter is on paper, the problem deck for both players, the most difficult one to get a win with, because the other decks on the other side are Quest Rogue and Rally Priest, both of which are pretty effective here. So Lambi, even though he has gotten a win, it's not with the most important deck of the lineup just yet, I would say.
Quite right. Yeah, it was a dramatic way to get there, but still the expected outcome of what we believe Quest Rogue vs Demon Hunter is intended to be, which means Lambi series has the Rogue out of the way. Okashinsuke is not one with the potential problem deck of the Demon Hunter yet, but I believe for both players it is going to be that victory whenever they find it of getting the Demon Hunter win. As Lambi series is queuing up, I think, the easier decks first. Rogue getting a nice win versus the Demon Hunter. Priest against all of the remaining decks, I think, is in a good spot. Obviously, the mirror is just going to be a 50-50. And the mirror it shall be, actually, with our first Rally Priest mirror of the weekend so far for Asia Pacific, which I'm very glad we're getting to see.
That's right, because we jammed so much of this in practice, and yeah, there was quite a lot of Rally Priest submitted, so it's kind of weird that we're only seeing it for the first time now this weekend. And it is a doozy of a matchup, so many different things to consider, and it very quickly snowballs out of control in favor of one player. Even off the back of a single Sethic being played first, if it's not immediately met by a Holy Smite, it can get up to so much health with a Power Word Feast, with a Power Word Fortitude, and suddenly you feel really, really bad about using your one of Shard of the Naru if you're Okashinsuke. Lambi does have 2 copies of Shard, but on the flip side, he only has 1 copy of Feast, so his capability of asking those questions first and setting up that big Sethic first is a little bit less likely.
That's right, because there's just so many various things to bear in mind, where, like you say, Shard, a fantastic card in the matchup, make no mistake, but it's not the auto-win card. It often is against the likes of Miracle Priest, where they play a couple of Nazmanis, they buff them up to be absolutely massive, maybe they get a Malagos down if they're lucky, and that's really it. In this matchup, if you just have a couple 2-3s and a couple 2-5s, even if they get silenced, you're still probably winning board. Like, just the vanilla stats on your minions, even minus the buffs and the text on the card, is still really annoying, because weirdly enough, despite how ludicrously high of a power ceiling both of these decks obviously have, this can often end up being a very low power level mirror, where it just feels like you're playing 2 bad arena decks if all the text is silenced off all your minions and you don't hit that kind of infinite chain of damage. So like you say, it's interesting to see all the different ways that this one can come down to, as for the moment, both players have honestly pretty playable hands. I wouldn't put anyone as a huge favorite here so far.
Right, because Okashinsuke has Smite, because Lambi has the Sethic, and he even has his one of Power Word Feast. So if he decides to play out the Sethic on curve, and Okashinsuke doesn't have the answer, suddenly Okashinsuke is so far behind. Smite will take this back into more of an even matchup, though. The question is whether he wants to coin the palm reading before smiting here, and I don't particularly think there's a rush if you are removing their minions, so just Smite and greed the coin a little bit more, I do like.
Yeah, if you had an insight in hand, we could talk about it a little more, just to get that corrupted and played as soon as possible. But for now, not necessary, as Lambi series hits Sethic number 2 with a renew into Raised Dead.
Oh my God.
Pretty good.
That's insane. So much value.
Mount. Wow, okay.
A weird matchup in terms of trying to hit the balance between value and tempo, because on paper both decks can actually hit unlimited value depending on how hard you pop off. So it's just about being the person ahead on board every single turn is what it boils down to. And so having back-to-back Sethic and ways to regenerate them turn after turn works out greatly in Lambi series' favor. Okashinsuke, though, with the pick of Shadow Word Ruin, is posturing himself to be the defender here. Obviously, none of the cards naturally on the opponent's side have 5 attack or more, but you expect them to be buffed at that point later on in the game. So that Shadow Word Ruin could catch Lambi off guard. But for now, Okashinsuke would love to find a way to deal with this Sethic that doesn't involve using the Ruin. Because every turn he leaves this up, not only is it pushing the 4 damage, it's potential for Lambi to generate more and more spells.
That's right, which is why we could consider him going for the Renew. Less so, I think, to find an immediate answer for the Sethic, but more so just to try and find a minion from his deck. Like, if he can go Renew into Horn of Wrathion, or Insight, of course, is the two big ones to draw a minion, or even just Thrive in the Shadows. Like, there are quite a few decent spells that he could discover. But the downside is, of course, if you play Renew, you've played Renew. You've used up one of your best cards to go infinite with in the combo if you find either Sethic or Nazmani. But he deems it a necessary expenditure here to try and find something to do with this hand, which is so close to being so powerful, but it's just not quite there.
Interesting choices though. Alec Mount and Fortitude, both pretty tempting. Fortitude is naturally in the deck, so you'd gravitate towards that. But the Alec Mount also provides like a less conditional type of card, which is strange to say because it naturally costs 7, but there are situations you can get into where you're forced to expend spells and suddenly the Fortitudes are extremely clunky. Pickup of Gift of Luminance for Lambie means he can get another Sethic in the pool, but I'm honestly looking at just Nazmani on this turn and chill because you have Rally. If that gets dealt with, you can resurrect it. You can raise dead it potentially as well.
The only other thing I'm considering is just going for Gift of Luminance and then playing Devour on the 1/1 that you generate, just because that gets you 2 extra cards, which, you know, I know it's a slim chance, but just getting any, or 3 extra cards overall, actually, sorry. Just giving you any chance of hitting palm readings is so valuable at this point in the game. But he does just go with the slightly higher tempo route, as you were laying out, which, you know, with the gift, with the rally in hand, is all looking to lead up to a very, very potent mid-game for Lambie series. Whereas Okashinsuke is still just waiting here with really like a bunch of bullets, but no gun from which to fire them, as this is such a powerful hand, but it's just not doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, if he wanted to, he could remove the board by buffing Lambie's minions and then going Shadow Word Ruin, but I think Okashinsuke correctly realizes that it's gonna get a lot worse than this. If you use that many resources to deal with their board, you're probably gonna face the next problem on the following turn and have no answers then. So he's trying to bait Lambie into expending a bit more before he goes for the big removal. The problem with baiting them into expending more is that expending is all in quotation marks here. It's literally the potential to hit infinite value as long as a Sethic is present.
Okay, now we're talking. For Okashinsuke, if he can hit, honestly, any of the outcomes are pretty good, as Drekthar would still be active. But he needs to think about how he's actually going to be spending the rest of his mana, because say he hits Sethic, you could go Sethic, Shadow Word Ruin, and then Fortitude, just make a massive minion right now. Or you could just go Insight plus Shadow Word Ruin pass. Interesting.
Yeah. Looks like he's just going for the clear turn. Devour on either the 8/8 or the 5/9 into Shadow Word Ruin will be able to get rid of everything. And having such high emphasis on playing Ruin this turn, I think, indicates that Okashinsuke really wanted to corrupt the Insight. That was the only card that let him do so. Oh, but his Drekthar, no! The disaster!
Oh, it's so bad! Oh, he's just coining it out.
Yeah, coin it out so it hopefully dies, and then you can raise dead it as the only raise dead minion, and then it's actually active, right? Goes back to 4 cost, and then it can pull 2 minions, but something tells me that's not going to be enough. Lambie has the instant rally, the fortitude, and tons of resources to work with.
Okay, I was kind of wondering if it was, in the end, definitely supposed to be a rally turn, because just playing the Devouring Plague was pretty good in this instance, whereas the Deliverance is not actually going to give him a clear, unless he gets, of course, very lucky on the outcome of the Sethic. Which means that his board is still a little vulnerable here, especially with a really nice pickup of Sethic Veilweaver.
Isn't that nice, though? Because I feel like Okashinsuke has not the right balance of cards in hand because he had to use so many resources a while ago that if you trade in the Drekthar and raise dead it, that's -1 spell. The powered fortitude is getting expensive. If you play Drekthar, you only have 3 mana to work with the rest of the turn, which is not a very big pop-off at all. So it might not even be the Drekthar raise dead turn. It could be like Sethic and like fortitude this. Okay, feet. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you can go feast plus fortitude, right? Or feast, bless, maybe, but feast plus fortitude, and then get a VT and it heals all the way back up, which is a pretty monstrous minion.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And then after these go in the Raise Dead pool, he can actually get full value from Raise Dead. The downside of killing the Sethic, which was the higher stats minion, so it makes sense, is that the Nazmani is left on board and there were more Sethics in the pool for Lambi at that point. So, like, by that point, the Nazvani is the more scarce resource, and it's Lambi very happy to have that survive.
Wave of Apathy is so clutch for this turn as well. Even if it's not dealing with the Drekthar, it's dealing with it for a turn. It's not going to be doing anything right now. If he can hit the discount on the wave, but it looks like instead he just went for the immediate play of Elec Mount, which means that he's left with an unplayable hand aside from the Raised Dead.
I think this is fine though. It's just sort of being play the targetable spell while he has the Sethics and the Nazmani on board, and you can get even more value, but he gets to have his cake and eat it, Derek. The wave discounted at the end there is super clutch. Now Okashinsuke has no value and no advantage on board. And he can't even kill off his Drekthar to raise dead it. I mean, he can, blessing the Nazmani on the other side, but that sucks.
Or bless his own guy and then trade and ruin, but there's no point in that, like, because then you've killed off their guy.
You probably just don't kill off your Drekthar this turn. Like, bless is still pretty big here. Ruin to remove their thing. Bless, just kill the other... Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's an elephant in the way, so Bless to kill off the elephant. Try to have the Drekthar, after it's raised dead, do enough on the next turn, but I don't think that's working out. There's simply not enough resources for Okashinsuke here.
I mean, it is, to be fair, a really, really big Drekthar, which can be doing a lot of damage on the next turn. Probably not lethal, but not a million miles off either. And Lambi Series currently has no way to duplicate this Nazmani, which is what he really wants to be copying here most of all. But I think he actually just has lethal, so who cares about that?
Exactly, straight away spotted. I was busy being distracted by the, oh, if you go for Devouring Plague Initiation, you can get another Drekthar for yourself. But Lambi, with his many, many options, completely zeroed in on the combination that would get him the lethal immediately. And this is what we talked about. The mirror can snowball so hard out of control if one player is able to stick minions that don't immediately get answered. In this case, Lambi had the Sethic and the Nazmani way before Okashinsuke even saw any minions at all, and it gave Lambi that incremental advantage in the early game because playing out minions early is not punished the way it would be by other control decks, or rather than other tempo decks would get punished by control decks, because those minions that you play regenerate value if they're Sethic.
Yes, exactly right. I gotta say that overall I'm a little bit disappointed, or I'm sad that Okashinsuke did hit the Drekthar, because it was actually, I think, a really nice representation of the two styles of play you generally can employ in the mirror, which was Lambi Series' approach of play a minion, buff it up each turn, just play cards as they come along, and the side that Okashinsuke almost hit, which is play palm readings and then kind of go for a more miracle approach, which generally I think does beat the just play minions approach if you do manage to find a minion to actually pop off on. But he was not able to do so, which means we are heading to game 3. Potentially Lambi Series taking the second series versus Okashinsuke in a row today. Just needs to win the Demon Hunter Mirror to close it out.
Yeah, Okashinsuke queuing up his least favorable, I think, in the 50-50, ripping the Band-Aid off. And that is early glide available for Lambi Series. Oh my goodness.
Yep, I was going to bring up the possibility of holding on to Kurtrus Demon Render, because I do think that is a really nice card to have at the start of the game to bolster your hero power, deal that little bit of extra chip damage, and always keep the threat of Performers plus Deadeye. But when you have Studies plus Glide over on the other side of the hand, you're not even considering that at all, because it's just so much more important to get the disruption and the quest progression all at once.
It could be as early as a turn 3 glide for Lambi. Not quite turn 2 if you're planning to play the quest in the meantime as well. Which is, you know, not necessarily the priority. I mean, to play the earliest possible glide, because you don't want to glide when your opponent is also still on their stage 1, right? That would progress their first stage for them. And so I think Lambi will wait to see if Okashinsuke can progress before he lets loose with his own glide. Okashinsuke kept Chaos Strike, which is pretty interesting. I don't normally see that in the mirror, but it is just a guaranteed way to spend your turn 2, which is hardly ever going to progress quest when you're on the play. And that's a spell in the Jace pool. That's a spell thinned out from the deck.
Well, this is entering an interesting state where, like you say, neither player wants to play Glide until the other has completed the first layer of their quest, but neither player can complete the first layer of their quest without playing the Glide first of all. So I wonder if theoretically this actually just ends up from Lambi series being coin Glide, ignore the Spectral Studies entirely, which he has given himself the opportunity to do by holding on to it for so long.
Yeah, that is definitely a line he can consider, especially he sees now that Okashinsuke goes for pretty suspicious turn himself, dumping some cards. Maybe Lambi can expect a glide on the other side here. Even though he is just going to go Fel Barrage hero power, and that means he's saying that glide will disrupt his hand, but if Okashinsuke does go for it, at least it progresses stage 1 for Lambi. Interesting.
I know it's bad to give them quest progression, but this hand is just doing nothing outside of the glide, right?
I mean, if Okashinsuke wants to continue the game of chicken, he does have at least more dumpable cards that you don't want to draw post-glide, and he can technically wait one more turn. Just dump the cards on the right. Maybe not even the Fury, wait for it to rank up next turn. Yeah.
And now I think
this is so weird. It's yet another new pan out for the matchup. We've seen it go so many different ways.
Right, exactly. Just a big game of chicken. And I think in the game, in the pan out where both players are just passing, essentially, you know, playing their Fel spells to keep their hand nice and trim, sure. Lambi series is just in a better position. He's got Coin Kurtrus next turn, which is such a nice way to fill out this mana until Glide does come online. Whereas Okashinsuke is just doing nothing in the meanwhile. Yes, he's juicing up the Jace, but I think it's fair to say that Jace is not being played on turn 8 unless he draws it back off of a glide.
All right. If Okashinsuke finds something good to do off of the studies, that's another possible turn he can delay glide. But because these are not particularly good, I think he should just take the runner, play the Fury, and then finally play glide.
Okay.
We are getting to that point where, like you said, Coin Kurtrus can break this sort of parity that our players have established for themselves. It does progress stage 1 for Lambi, but at least it is like shuffling back 2 extra cards. And Okashinsuke in the meanwhile. Wow, okay.
Oh, okay. That's not a bad
progression. Yeah. He found something else to do, so it's still not a glide.
Chaos Strike Fury? Is that silly? I know it gives him an extra card draw for next turn, but like, he's got Jace in hand. And again, glide is now a real concern from your opponent because you've completed that stage level, quest level 1. And honestly, I think Okashinsuke can have a reasonable read on either glide or maybe Kurtrus, because Lambi series kept 2 cards in the starting hand and still has not played either of them.
Right. I do like hero power over Chaos Strike though, because if the argument is playing around glide, the Chaos Strike just replaces itself in hand anyway.
Yeah.
Weaving in extra damage where you can definitely be relevant in the matchup, especially since it has the potential to pan out in fatigue, as we saw between Alutamu and Chonsu. Lambi not going to go for Glide, though. He goes for the fast purchase, which I completely agree with. Just getting that online sooner rather than later means your hero powers eke out extra damage throughout the course of the game, and you can constantly be threatening a scarier Jace / expendable performers.
Now, most annoyingly for Okashinsuke, he's completed his quest, he's got Glide in outcast position, but he still doesn't want to play it because it'd just be speeding up a Lambi series because he is still just refusing to complete any levels of his quest. And therefore, I think for Okashinsuke, the game plan does just become, okay, I'm just going to turbo my quest. I know you have a bunch of stats on the board. Yes, this is very scary, but his own quest progression is his one glimmer of hope in this game so far.
The Eldraki Warblades pickup is pretty clutch too, because the Need for Greed can be traded and then discounts the Warblades, and then he can use that to take out a Bat and try and stabilize next turn with his own Kurtrus. There's also a line where he hero powers the 5/3 and then Fel Barrage to clear everything, or just Arcanist Fel Barrage to clear everything up, which I think is the best one because he doesn't have to face tank any more damage.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I think he wants to go clear without taking any damage this turn, Warblades plus probably Kurtrus next turn, and then Jace for a big heal on turn 8 is the average pan out. Obviously, that could all go very wrong because there's still just the Glide that we are expecting from Lambi series. But if that doesn't come down, that is definitely the game plan currently for Okashinsuke. But as we can see, Glide does now come down, which means Lambi series is done finally with Quest Stage 1, and Okashinsuke loses his Kurtrus Demon Render before drawing it straight back again, which is a glorious way for him to spend his turn 7.
Now Lambi very aggressively just playing out the Deadeye. He knows that responsible Demon Hunter players shouldn't really leave their opponent with the capability to go for combo like that. So it's just keeping the hand trim because he wants to just glide straight away again next turn. Was a bit annoying for Lambi to have to glide before he saw the quest reward from Okashinsuke. But because Lambi was so far behind here, he probably expects to need to glide again. And that's exactly what the new hand has given him the capability to do. Although Kurtrus this turn can make his life a bit more painful.
Well, you know what could make it even more painful than that? It's Magtheridon that's just available to be activated on this turn now with the pickup of Fellscream. And I gotta say, a 12-12 on board, your opponent does not deal that very well, and I would be incredibly surprised if you die on the following turn. Even Jace, I don't think offers lethal, right, with a 12-12 on the board.
Yeah, it's really tough to clear Magtheridon after you've played Kurtrus, and Lambi already has, so no bats to deal with this. Good spot. You can even push the 1 damage from the Arcanist face.
Indeed.
Every point of damage counts. Alutamu and Chonsu can tell you that for sure.
Yeah, I think that was the takeaway from that game of Hearthstone, is that every point of damage counts, not don't concede a game that you've already won.
Every point of damage counts when you count it, I should say.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Okay, Jace not playable just yet, so Lambi going for the self-glide. Doesn't want to give Okashinsuke more cards, of course. Gets the quest stage 2 done. And finds no good answer for the Magtheridon.
He can heal up pretty nicely, though, on this turn with alongside maybe a trade of the Viper, or just drawing some extra cards. Okay, sure, that also works out just fine. And it means that he is unlikely to be dead on the other side, unless it's like exactly Jace, I think is the really scary one that could maybe close out the game.
Right.
Oh!
But does it?
It's double
deal 12
chaos.
damage here.
One Fel Barrage?
Double Fel Barrage, I think.
Was he played both? Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's just one. Sorry, it's Lambi that also played quite a few.
I think it might just be lethal.
Yeah, I see no Fel Barrages in the remaining cards. That's just gotta be lethal then.
Oh my god. I feel so powerful, Gia, just summoning these cards from the top at will. There we go. A Fury as well, double Immolation or a double Fell Barrage, double Chaos Strike, all the goodness that he needs. As Lambi series gave it such a good shot. I thought he was so far in the lead throughout the majority of that series. His manipulation of the glides alongside coining out Kurtrus was, I think, so spot on to make his opponent's game plan as difficult as possible before he finally let rip with a glide of his own. But it just wasn't enough. The 12-12 inevitably always swings the favorability to one side or the other.
And this Demon Hunter, we've said it before, is just such a Swiss Army knife of a deck that you have to be worried about so many different threats. Glide for hand disruption. How do you play around that? Saving Kurtrus, do you ever do that to play around Magtheridon? Because there's really no good answer when it's just alone on the board, it feels like. And then the Performers combo later on. Can you use your Deadeye so willy-nilly? And then Jace, do you have to use yours preemptively? Or can you use it to answer their Jace? Man, it's just so many different variables, and with this particular pan out, the fact that Lambi series went for the Turbo Kurtrus game plan, which in a lot of instances does help him because he gets more damage throughout the course of the game, it did not work out because it meant he had no good answer for Magtheridon. Wait, what? Okashinsuke won.
No, yes, that is a mistake. Okashinsuke is going to be doing the rogue, the quest rogue, sorry, instead of the Demon Hunter, whereas Lambi series does still have to win with the Demon Hunter, which, again, is just the Achilles heel. Despite being 2-1 down here for Okashinsuke, he's won with the tough deck, and Lambi series has not. Lambi series has to queue Demon Hunter into rogue and win that one, or Demon Hunter into priest, two just unfavorable matchups.
That's right. Okashinsuke has opened himself a path to victory by starting off with that worst matchup, the 50-50. Now has two favorables left, but Lambi managed to pull this one out the bag last series. Can he do it once again? In terms of the many different ways we've seen the Quest Rogue versus Demon Hunter matchup pan out, I think it's definitely an outlier the way that Lambi won it last time with the Skull. But perhaps the more common way of seeing Demon Hunter actually beat Quest Rogue fair and square is managing to find enough removal for their threats, I want to say, from turns 1 to 6 or so. And then from there, going with a Jace of their own or a Kurtrus, and then going for counter-lethal rather than outlasting even the Scabs board.
Interesting little hand representing itself here for Okashinsuke with Foxy Fraud plus Swindle. It's not necessarily the most of aggressive starting hands, but it's the kind of hand I think actually just works really well against Demon Hunter, because you don't necessarily want to vomit your entire hand onto the board around turn 4 and then just lose to a Arcanist plus Immolation, or you want to have that longevity, the ability to play 1 or 2 SI cards every single turn, and with Secret Passage plus Swindle in hand, you should be able to do that very, very nicely. As I do think this should be, the Foxy plus Swindle on this turn, save the coin to probably go with the Secret Passage on turn 4 or 5. Wow.
Picks up second Foxy Swindle. Just a lot of resources, but it's the scary type of hand into glide if he feels like Lambi is going to go for that. Lambi at the moment, though, just uses Chaos Strike number 1, which I honestly wasn't sure if it was an autoplay, because if he had held on to that, it's guaranteed quest progression on turn 4 with Spectral Sight and Chaos Strike without having to expend the other Spectral Sight for only 1 draw, which obviously feels bad in the matchup. But he does pick up second Chaos Strike, so it's still progressible on turn 4.
Well, playing the operative,
This is the face of a man who doesn't want to get glided.
That is true.
Stance
that
of
is
man,
a good point.
rather, I want to say.
Yeah, the blurry visage of a man who wants to avoid a glide. I mean, unless you want to dump a coin, which sounds horrible, I don't think you're realistically playing around it, so you just pray it's not there.
Okay, no tradable for Lambi, which means that he cannot both finish the first stage of quest and play Fell Barrage this turn, which is a bit annoying. Just getting rid of any SI7 minions lying around not only saves your health, but also removes potential Shadow Step targets from Okashinsuke. But it's still fine for Lambi. It's only 2 attack.
Does have as well discounted performers and Felfire Deadeye, which, again, is nice for how cheap it is and how early you can play it. But honestly, the main thing is just your opponent doesn't expect it on turn 7. So if he can find Kurtrus in the next 2 turns, it could catch his opponent off guard, and even if not necessarily be lethal, push a huge amount of damage.
I feel like I really need to get in the same headspace as you, where you look at Deadeye and performers as Il'gynoth and Moarg when they're discounted. I'm honestly not used to it yet, but it's very true. After Alutemu got that lethal against Possessi, it's just something to always be aware of.
I don't know. Maybe I'm bringing it up too much, but I just think, like, for this game in particular, it just leads to a really interesting dynamic where he has that really nice combo, absolutely. But what is he going to do in the interim if he doesn't find Kurtrus? Because double jump into glide, you've deleted that possibility just like that from your hand. The Spectral Sight is not going to be outcast until turn 9. So it leads to a very all-in approach where you're kind of just banking on finding it naturally off the top of your deck in the next 2 turns, which is really not especially likely.
Starts with the Viper trade and can still clear the board with Arcanist, Hero Power, Fel Barrage. But if he's going Deadeye, it looks like he's clearing with the 0-cost Hero Power and just wants to get the most amount of tempo on board. Lambi is playing aggressively here, which is also something the hand sort of lends itself to with the Jace and potentially even performers on curve just for board presence.
True. Yeah, just getting a bunch of 1/1s is difficult for the Rogue to deal with. And I think Lambi series is approaching this very nicely, where this feels like a clean solution to the conundrum I was talking about, where if you don't get Kurtrus, do you glide away all your valuable combo resources? No, you do neither. You split up your combo. You use it for tempo right now, try to get a little bit of chip damage in these interim turns, and then rely on, yes, a little bit of damage from the Kurtrus later on, but more so Jace once you've drawn all your Fel spells to close out the game, which I really like as a good kind of middle ground between the 2 approaches.
If I continue my analogy of performers Deadeye being like Il'gynoth and Moarg, Lambi just played a tempo Il'gynoth, my favorite thing to do in Hearthstone. Unfortunately, it just got assassinated. So his win condition is gone? Oh, no. This is a different deck. He has, for sure, still ways of getting there off the board and off of the Jace. But it is kind of sad that his big investment into board presence was that easily removed. Although, having said that, it's kind of fine because he still has like the full performers next turn. Oh, or not because of the stealth. Because if that 6 health had been left on board targetable for Lambi, he could trade off the perfect 6 performers he would get with 1 Arcanist still on board and then regenerate all of them. Would have worked out super nice.
Pretty sick. I mean, he could still just take the approach of trade performers and then trade 1 in to leave himself with 6 1/1s in play, which is, you know, not as good, obviously, as clearing off the 6/4, but still a nice way to go about it. Alternatively, he has his choice of outcast or non-outcast glide if he wants to start with the glide or double jump to draw the other glide and play the first one in non-outcast. But given that he was facing quite a scary board, I like that he's setting up a bit of board pressure here that will give him some clear potential next turn without having to expend any mana, and he can just go for glide on its own next turn to try and complete the next level of quest.
Interesting, because the way I look at this, it's like I feel Lambi doesn't even want to glide until after he's played Jace. It just feels like the setup is to make sure that the Jace can come down at the earliest juncture. Having said that, it's not particularly juiced at the moment, just like Fel Barrage Chaos Strike, I think.
Yeah. I think maybe 1 Fury as well, but yeah.
Meanwhile, for Okashinsuke, the threats are starting to get out of range of Arcanist and Immolation Aura, which is always the scary signal that the Demon Hunter is running out of time. But the rest of the turn for Okashinsuke is probably just pass. I don't think it's worth unstealthing the 6/4 here when it's done on board.
It's a very suspicious play, isn't it? Because it's obviously telling your opponent that you're trying to just win the game with BGBM next turn, either in hand or digging for it with Secret Passage. But like you say, you know, if you don't attack here, then I think there's still a reasonable shot you get to attack next turn, because it's the turn before Jace even comes online. Close, though.
Fair enough. Yeah. Unstealthing it also doesn't actually remove that many different ways from Lambi to clear it off, because Arcanist Immolation Aura still would have dealt with it either way. Some sort of Fel Barrage play could have also dealt with it. Does mean potential 2 targets for Fellscream Blast, but that's not available to Lambi here. And he has left himself in a situation where if he wants to save the Jace for guaranteed play next turn, he is not doing very much about this board and could just die straight up. It's not looking good.
Not looking fantastic, is it? So he's going to be going for setting up healing and also a stronger Jace next turn. I do very much like the look of this, to be able to set up for, like I said, a bunch of damage and also surviving until afterwards, until he can find himself that Kurtrus to try and close out the game that way with just a couple of hero powers every turn.
Oh, expensive.
Yeah, I think it's probably just got to be Passage, right? It's at that really nice 7 mana cost where you have a good chance of playing 2 SI cards in the same turn. Or SI Bounce, SI Neophyte, something like that.
He hits exactly Extortion. He could also just play Scabs this turn, although that's not particularly nice to play it unstealthed. But I do think the first argument you made of like 2 more SI cards is strong enough to go Passage this turn, as opposed to just like Agent and Neophyte, because Lambi's plays have very much looked like they're leading up into a Jace play, and this board that he builds with just Agent and Neophyte is too weak into that, and Neophyte doesn't even shut off the Jace turn. Feels like a bit of a waste. I like Passage.
Yeah, I guess the one consideration is that if he saves the Passage, he could go for Neophyte Agent this turn, which does, I believe, get him Scabs in hand, right? At which point he could then save the Passage for BGBM or Mr. Smite afterwards. Whereas with this, you know, either way, if he plays these 2 cards or 2 other SI cards, there's a very good chance that they just get cleared off by Jace, given that that is, I think, the expected play at this point. Or some other method of clearing off the board. And so by saving the Passage, it gives him a couple more outs for lethal a little bit later on down the line.
See that. It also like incentivizes Lambi to play Jace on a board that isn't Scabs. So in a way, you're protecting your Scabs here. Lambi doesn't take the bait though. He doesn't want to play Jace into this, which really shocks me. I thought that was the whole point of saving it, but maybe he's just decided if it's not clearing a Scabs, it's not a Jace turn. And he hits Immolation Aura, so he gets a clear.
He does, yeah, thanks to the discount. Even the Cult Neophyte cannot stop him from playing it. However, Okashinsuke gets himself back an absolute monster of a hand with Scab, Smuggler, and the BGBM to potentially close out the game. I mean, this turn, theoretically, if Lambi Series doesn't see the threat and doesn't clear any of this off.
Yeah, he does. Goes up to 10. So Wicked Stab 1 of for Okashinsuke would be lethal here. It's not there though. Currently 7 available damage here. Because it's not lethal, probably just Scabs.
Yeah. There's actually 8 available, right, if you factor in the Stealth for +2 immediately and the Gyro Blade.
Oh, the Gyro Blade.
Yeah, it's still not quite there. So I do think Spiomatic makes sense, yeah. Yeah.
And Lambi's holding on to Immolation Aura last turn. Now that I look at the rest of the hand, is clearly a setup for Magtheridon Wake Up on the very next turn, which is a way of dealing with Scabs. But it's not that much healing without an Arcanist, and he could just die off of consecutive weapon swings.
However, if Okashinsuke plays Assassin alongside this Mole, he can actually make such a big board that Magtheridon is not even playable. It was a really tough read to make, and he does just end up on the Stealth instead. Which does mean that Lambi Series, despite facing down an incredibly scary board, is still hanging on by the absolute skin of his teeth with a really clean board clear.
And he can glide at the end of it too.
True. Oh my god, that's nuts.
Which shuffles back the weapon from Okashinsuke, because if Lambi just takes the full clear, the scariest thing is Wicked Stab plus Gyro Blade, or just Smite. Obviously can't play around all of that, but if you just give them less cards to work with, it's less likely that they have it, I think.
Yeah.
Oh man. What's it gonna be off the top? Oh, I forgot about the 3 healing from Lambi as well. Yeah, from the
Exactly.
Fell Scream Blast. Actually pretty clutch here. It still requires Okashinsuke to have 2 cards to find lethal here. No one can get this done on its own, but Secret Passage. Probably start with Fizz Flash. Just make a concession.
Yeah. I think that's a little bit too scary. But then all of a sudden, you know, your lethal outs kind of just start to disappear. Like, I know it's unlikely, but you could still go Passage, Mr. Smite, plus Wicked Stab, right? To maybe squeeze out a slim lethal. But I do think the grown-up play is to just go for this one, send it back to hand, and hope to hit 2-turn lethal.
Oh, he's gonna hit the Smite and Wicked Stab here, and we're gonna say, grown-up suck!
Oh, okay.
Oh, but he had Smuggler 10 with Smuggler.
Okay.
That's insane.
That better than a bunch of neophytes? Yeah, it has to be.
Smells like.
A lot of board presence.
Ah,
Contra, what?
not quite.
Not yet, Derek. We haven't seen the other cards. Are there ways to generate some nature spells? Oh,
That's
another Druid
nature-ish.
card. That turns into a 6/7 taunt or something after
when it's frenzied.
Yeah.
Yeah, Druid of the Plains. It's actually pretty sick here, because it just makes it really tough for Lambi series to clear. Even if he had Arcanist, it would obviously 1 tick of Immo, transform, and then get damaged as a 6/7, so we only go down to 4 health, I believe.
True.
That's how Immolation would work with that, so it's a pretty sick outcome.
But if Lambi does find the Arcanist, he can start Fell Scream on the 7/6 and then full clear with. Oh wait, no. Sorry.
One off.
It would still, yeah, 1 off. And first of all, he needs to find Arcanist or something, and he hasn't.
Oh man! So he's
Still has a
got
tradable.
Aldraki Warblades plus the heal from the Fury and also the Fell Scream Blast, which means he can go for this, and then Fell Scream Blast in the middle, which will kill off the 1/1 left from the Smuggler.
Yeah.
He's still
Alive?
alive. He's still alive.
Just barely.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so taking all this damage here, it means that he goes up to 11, right? Which means Mr. Smite is exact lethal. Battlegrounds Battlemaster is just short of getting him lethal.
But a tradable from the Extortion allows him to still play Wicked Stab if he gets it.
Uh-huh.
What? 1 of.
Ah!
Again? Again? Trade
Yep.
again?
I don't care about playing both these minions. I want to end the game.
I mean, if you play both minions, so what removal do they have left? Honestly, like, you've seen Magtheridon, you've seen Jace, you've seen double Immolation aura,
That's
you've seen
fair.
double Fell Scream Blast. I was honestly kind of thinking just make the concession and play both minions. He doesn't hit it though. Probably still just play the Battle Master, cash it in while you can. It's also just a 5/5 body, which is good at
Exactly.
this point in the game.
Yeah, it's really tough for Lambi series to clear. And he's thinking, oh my god, I actually have to play another turn of Hearthstone here.
Yeah.
He's not dead
Out
quite
here.
yet.
It's Demon Render Kurtrus, that's the out.
Oh my god!
Oh my
Oh! There's no shot. There's absolutely no shot.
And he gets 3 hero powers.
Oh!
Four, sorry, the natural
4.
one, and then
He
3
gets
from the
all
upgraded.
4. That's disgusting. Oh!
Oh my god, this hero power is up to 9
Yeah.
attack. And so he's just back up to 17 health. I think Okashinsuke's just been locked out of this game.
I do not see him pulling this one back. He's played Scabs, right? Had it shuffled back in. He needs to get Informant right now. He gets Wicked Stab. One turn too late. Oh, not like this.
Not like this.
Okay, so outs that we are looking for. Still one passage available, I believe. So it probably comes in the form of sticking a big board next turn, right? Your opponent can play Kurtrus, you know that to be in hand, so you want to leave yourself in a situation where Kurtrus can be cleared. So I don't think it's Fizz Flash Distractor on this turn, right? It's probably just Operative Rush it in, save the Wicked Stab to go for lethal damage, and save the Fizz Flash to deal with a Kurtrus next turn so you don't just die. And then pray your top deck passage as your only realistic out left in the game.
It's just not enough, right? Wicked Stab Hero Power Face is 7. Passage Smite is 7 again if you include the dagger, and he only plays 1 Wicked Stab.
Right. I'm not trying to hit lethal though. I'm trying to stick a big board, right, on the next turn.
Okay.
And
the next
you have the Fizz Flash as well, and then they maybe can't answer it the turn after, right? That's the out I'm considering.
Got it. Makes sense. Oh my god, Insta Spectral for Lambi. He plays the Kurtrus. Everything costs cheap. Oh, it's...
No, he hasn't played it yet.
Out right now.
So he's
I mean, like, you could have started with the Kurtrus. He already played Jace, right?
Yeah.
Or did he not?
No, I don't think he ever actually played Jace, yeah.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Sorry. So... he was trying to find Jace. Now it's not playable even if you trade into it. So... trade... 8 damage.
That's 10 damage he can push on this turn, but it means not playing Kurtrus. He's just going all in on trying to hit lethal next turn.
Very likely to find Jace by that point.
Another Spectral. Okay,
yeah,
so
I think he just always guaranteed can play Jace next turn because there's just 2 tradables in his deck right now. So if you take the Spectral...
Yep. Punch them for 8. Bit in the hero power as well. I think this should just be game on the following turn for Lambi series, unless Okashinsuke can somehow hit an absolute miracle turn that starts with Secret Passage. That is not it, though. SI7 Agent means he can start chipping down his opponent's health, but Lambi series, as long as he finds the Jace, which we think he can, is just going to be game.
I think so too. Okashinsuke racking his brains for anything he might have missed, but I think he will slowly come to the realization that if Lambi picked up card draw from the studies, and he absolutely has, there's just tradable Jace left in the deck. And that just means that there's no outs for Okashinsuke. Fizz Flash a 1-3. Go!
He has to. He literally has to, or he's just dead on board. It's the only out. And then you probably play the Agent as well. He's played both Swindles already, so you don't need to keep a combo activator for that. I'd rather just have the stats on board.
Right. Man, how long has this Demon Slayer Kurtrus just been sitting in hand for the series? You don't play the quest reward. You play the quest to discount the cards you draw in Stage 1 and Stage 2. There is the Jace.
That's the one. That's all he needed. Okashinsuke, after one of the most tiring days of Hearthstone I think any player has ever had to get their way through, just narrowly misses out on his spot in the semifinals and ends his run in Grandmasters. Aside from the mistake we saw from him today, I think Okashinsuke can hold his head high. He has really come into his own over the last season of Grandmasters, and in my opinion, just been one of the best playing players over the last month of play. But it wasn't good enough in this instance to take down Lambi Series, who will be joining us in the semifinals, 2 more series victories away from that spot of Worlds.
And we have such a stacked Final Four here. We have Alan and Alutemu over from Group A, and then Lambi and Mighty joining us from Group B. A good mix of OG Grandmasters in Alutemu. We have Alan, who is not an OG Grandmaster, but has been a long-time player as well, like Lambi series. But Lambi has had perhaps a rockier story in Grandmasters, where he has at one point relegated out, but requalified through the Masters Tour system. And then we have Mighty representing the new guard, fresh blood, and some very, very underrated talent, I would say. Super excited to see who will be representing APAC at the World Championship. It all comes down to tomorrow.
The pressure is going to be on, and pressure, I think, is going to be an absolutely key facet of how the day goes, because we know that all of the players in can play phenomenal Hearthstone, make no mistake. But I feel like some of them deal slightly better with high-pressure situations than the other. I think Alutemu has been consistently a player who doesn't let these high-pressure situations get to him. Yes, he starts to rope out occasionally, but he always seems to find the actions before he truly ropes out in the end. Alan is a bit of a wild card because I think he plays well under these high-pressure situations, but he clearly feels it very much. He's an incredibly emotive player, and I hope that his desire, his hunger to prove himself as one of the top Hearthstone players doesn't get himself in his head too much and lead to messing up some things that Alan never usually would. And then for Mighty on the other side, I think we can say quite fairly that aside from some very strong play for the most part from Mighty, the couple of blunders we've seen from him have been where he's been in high pressure situations. He's been roping out. Yes, there have been some disconnect issues to his credit, but it does lead to some misplays from him, which he has to avoid given the caliber of player he is going to be facing.
And given that all our players have these very different histories, different ways that they deal with pressure, there is also the difference of lineups that we have to contend with. Whereas on the left side of the bracket here, Alutemu and Lambi have the much more standard lineup that was piloted by Gabby to victory at the Masters Tour. I think it has just become the standard for the meta as we enter the last couple weeks before the new expansion drops. And then over on the other side, we have Mighty and Alan, who are both rocking a more aggressive style of lineup. Not a complete mirror, though, in terms of archetypes, because Alan does have the Shadow Priest in there, whereas Mighty has Quest Rogue, which I feel like is going to work out slightly in Mighty's favor. So many different matchups that we have the capability of seeing. And no matter what, Derek, our finals will be between the tried and true lineup and an aggressive lineup. Trogs versus Kazaka-san. Who comes out on top?
The ultimate showdown for this metagame. I think it could not be more appropriate if we tried to write it ourselves, which still no one can prove that Hearthstone is scripted after all these years, try as they might. But for both of our players, like I said, I think it speaks to the power of the aggro lineup that 3 players brought it, and 2 players out of the 3 out of 8 total ended up in the finals, clearly showing that it does have a lot of legs in this metagame. And as brave as a bring of it was for Shaxi, didn't work out for him, but for Alan and Mighty, it's working out very well indeed, which means that we are heading into tomorrow as our final day of play here in Asia Pacific for this season of Grandmasters. I think the clocks are changing again for any non-American viewers. Is it only America that changed it early? Whatever it is, I think it might be like starting an hour later yesterday. For me at least, it's starting at 9 or 10 o'clock GMT rather than 9 o'clock GMT. So you can adjust accordingly based on how your country may or may not be changing its clocks. But either way, that does mean that we are all done with today's action. So Gia, any closing comments before I send our players, our viewers very rapidly over to Europe?
No daylight savings in my country, and I will never ever understand it. But also beyond that, good luck to our top 4. I am so proud to have been part of Grandmasters this long as a caster. It's been such a privilege to cast everyone. It's not quite done yet, but I'm starting to have the emotions set in, Derek. It's been a few very pleasant years that we've had, and the honor of casting such high quality of players cannot be overstated.
That's right, truly the end of an era coming up very, very shortly, and we'll see who can stamp their name in Hearthstone history tomorrow with the finals of the Asia Pacific Grandmasters playoffs. So for now, thank you very much for watching. Enjoy Europe with Raven and Sottle with its own very exciting set of dramas amongst all the European players. And we shall see you tomorrow.
I can't just sit here. Storm with me.
fist bump and he did it! Oh my gosh.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right for why are his cards green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well-deserved. He stays in for another series.
72 damage both times. Both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is Cards Green? Right for Myri's Cards Green! He got there! Oh, sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello everyone and welcome to Hearthstone at Grandmasters. We've got day 2 about to start here in the European region, and there's a lot more action coming up for today. Not only Europe of course, but the Americas will be following on later as usual. Sotil, welcome. I've changed my intro a little bit for no reason whatsoever. But how's it going? We've got another maybe quick day ahead of us if yesterday's anything to go by.
Aside from the fact that my right eye won't stop watering and has now immediately started again right as it got broken, can you see it? It looks like I am ridiculously emotional about the ending of Grandmasters as a single tear rolls down my cheek. And yes, let's just say that's what's happening. I have no idea what's happening, dear viewers. You're just going to have to put up with it. Here we are, playoffs. It's the end of the road for Europe Grandmasters as a regional tournament, which is clearly why I can't stop crying. And we are one day through a roller coaster of a weekend. Yesterday, I think, was one of the tensest and most exciting days of Grandmasters that I can remember casting in this era of competitive Hearthstone, with the main contributors being Superfake and Yala, I would say, within that story. And this is why it's also tense, is that we are playing for the first allocated spot of the year for the Europe region for that World Championship later on in the year, which is really what every competitive player is looking to achieve once the year is done.
Yeah, and so far yesterday we've already ended up with Yala and Fury Hunter going to be waiting the wings for tomorrow in that top 4. And today we're going to find out who the other 2 players are that are going to be joining them and keep on going with that quest to get to a World Championship. Here we are though, we are in that Conquest format, and honestly, I feel like this week, even based off some of the matchups we have today, this is some of the sort of hardest target Conquest submissions I've seen for a long time. Like usually we've seen soft targets in recent history, or just different lineups that, okay, you think everyone's going to bring control, so I'll bring some control buster lineups, but these are like omega hard target lineups, and we are going to see more of that today. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, and I was talking to a couple of players about this, and I brought it up yesterday even, but I've been talking last night and this morning, and it does seem like this is a thing that's coming up more in conversation, that this is a thing that's more in players' mind, that people are saying to me, well, playoffs is all or nothing. You have to win playoffs to go to the World Championship. Otherwise, yeah, sure, you're going to be in a different iteration in that breakdown of the prize money. You're going to get a little bit of extra money in your pocket. But the kind of binary nature of going to Worlds or not going to Worlds, which is the goal once you get to playoffs, means that high risk, high reward, like we saw here from Yala, is what's going to pay off, because you're either going to bomb out and go 0-2, or you're going to go to Worlds, right? Like those are the 2 chances that you're increasing the likelihood of. And the bombing out and going 0-2 is functionally very similar to finishing second in playoffs. So why not take that risk and just get that pay dirt where you just have these insane favorable series if you get the meta read right, like Yala did against Superfake?
Yeah, that was the beginning of quite the tale of yesterday, was the Yala versus Superfake matchup. As you did just see, he did just dominate Superfake 3-0 in their first match. He then went on to face Fury Hunter, and this was definitely much closer. As you could see, both players, Yala wasn't going up against that sort of as much of a problematic lineup that Superfake had, but it was in the end Fury Hunter who got there and took the win over Yala, even though it was a lot closer, and a couple of things went right to help Fury Hunter out, like this abomination here that just did all the work in the world, pushed Yala out of the series, and that got Fury Hunter his spot in the final day.
Yeah, he absolutely needed that outcome, because it looked like the target druid strategy from Yala was going to work out right up until that moment, still against Fury Hunter, who did not have as strong as a lineup. But in the end, that incredible roll off the Cenarian Ward got him there in the end, and Superfake had to fight back, finding a far more favorable series for his lineup going up against J4U, getting out by the skin of his teeth with a nice little mage win after initially failing with the first Mizaki pop-off. He was able to get there with the additional ignites towards the end of the deck. And that meant he got a revenge shot against Jarla. And oh my goodness, what an attempt this was from Superfake. We wrote him off. We said it would be doing the impossible if he managed to get this one across the line. And he very, very nearly did it.
Yeah, I was talking to Celeston last night after we finished, and he said, oh, you know, Grandmasters was good. Like, how was the end? Because I didn't get to catch it. And I said, oh, go and watch this match. Go and watch Jarla versus Superfake. It was incredibly tense and an emotional roller coaster. And about, you know, half hour, 40 minutes later, it was like, yes, it was. Yes, it was. It was incredible.
Raven sorry, sorry, I saw the names dropping on the floor, Raven. I'm sorry, like, yeah, okay, you talk to developers, we get it, jeez.
Oh, God, everyone talks to Celeston. Sociable fellow. But yes, we did see Jarla just about grab the win over Superfake. It was much closer and not even close to the steamroll that we saw in that initial match. But as I said earlier, this means that it's Fury Hunter and Jarla taking the victories, you could say, and moving on to Sunday. They'll be playing tomorrow, but today, Sottle, we're going to be going through Group B in a much similar fashion to yesterday. Of course, there's that initial match at the top, and one of the players will be in the elimination match starting because of the 7th place finish.
Yeah, so the player in the group that has finished in the top 2 and the player in the group who finished in the bottom 2 of the places that make playoffs, so the top 8, I suppose, in simple terms. The best way to think about it is they've already played each other, and the person that was in the top 2 has won that match, and therefore the defeated player is down in the lower bracket, they're in the upper bracket, they have 2 bites at the cherry. The lower seeded player has 1. It's just a way to give an advantage to the players that have had the better season, which, you know, yes, is less impactful over the course of a shorter season, but it's still a nice thing to reward. And the player being rewarded here for good behavior over the course of the season is Blaze, who put in another fantastic shift over the course of the regular Grandmasters season, whereas Floki scraped his way in with a performance that we got to follow through live on stream on the last week of regular season play 2 weeks ago, as he was able to put together a great performance against Bunny Hopper in particular, I believe. Oh no, was it Casey? They had the same lineup, so I might be remembering that wrong. I think it might have actually been Casey in the end, with the Shaman against the Control Warrior, where we all thought he'd put in hours of prep, but it turns out that he's just a savant and he was able to work it out on the fly within the matchup. So I think that adaptability and improvisation will put him in great stead with some of the weirder matchups, the strange tech cards, things that you do kind of have to evaluate in a vacuum because you don't have 1,000 games of experience playing against a lineup that has King Muckler in every deck, for example. So you do kind of have to work.
And done every turn 3.
And played every single time on turn 3. But we will get to Floki later, because initially we do have to deal with the not insignificant matter of Bunny Hopper going up against Psycho Raven.
Yes, and we do have, like I was mentioning earlier, a bit of a similar start from yesterday and today. Bunny Hopper is bringing Druid, and it is going to be a form of Kaz Druid, and Psycho is bringing a very aggressive lineup with the aggro or Beast Druid, I guess. He's bringing Shadow Priest, the buff Paladin, but then the Brute Demon Hunter, which again, I want to see more of, just because it's very recently, you know, there's so many submissions of Brute Demon Hunter at the moment. Looking forward to seeing how that performs. But it really, again, does feel like Bunny's going to be on, okay, get the Druid through, you know, past the finish line, and then worry about the rest of the lineup later.
Agreed, yeah. I think there's a couple of other nasty sticking points in the series for Bunny. I was talking to him a little bit earlier. He described it as not the best lineup to run into, but not super fake levels of impossible,
right,
referring to the insane odds that super fake had to face yesterday, which I think is spot on. He's got a couple of breakpoints which are not very nice for him. I was talking to him specifically about the Demon Hunter mirror. They're both playing Brute Demon Hunter, but Bunny's is tech for other matchups like Paladin and Priest, for example, whereas Psycho just having a more vanilla version of the deck is kind of better in that mirror against the Demon Hunter on the other side. So there's a couple of matchup cues that he'll be looking to avoid, which is, of course, just straight up dumb luck at this point as these matchups are queuing up against each other. But I do think the biggest point of stress is going to be this Druid.
And I will say, speaking of matchups, for me at least, Saul, Bunny started with a half-decent one, right? He's going to be playing this Druid into the Demon Hunter, the Brutes from Psycho. And for me, like, again, I've not got a million games on Druid versus Brute right now, but if I was going to this series, I would like to start with this instead of it, you know, versus the Shadow Priest or Buff Paladin, because the Druid's actually from Psycho been banned. And I feel like it's, you know, one of the, if not just the most winnable matchup for him.
I love this. This is top work from our resident statistician, whoever that is. Has not played any of these archetypes in previous weeks. That, I think, really plants a flag in the idea of playoffs, right? Is the players understand that Comfort Zone is not good enough anymore. Comfort Zone might get you into the quarterfinals or the semi-finals in a regular season every week and rack up a few points and get you into playoffs. When you actually have to win a tournament, when that's all that matters to get you to the World Championship, breaking yourself out of that comfort zone and finding a lineup that might just break the meta is what you're looking to do. And I think, as you mentioned right at the start, it feels like there are more players doing that this time around than there ever have been, which, you know, might be due to things like in the past, Yarla doing this and winning playoffs and going to the World Championships, you know?
I heard following people who have done well forever is probably a good idea. But yeah, just check out the list. We do have a potentially different Demon Hunter list to look at later on if we see Bunny pulling out of the bag with his Demon Hunter. But yeah, fairly standard there from Psycho. One of the biggest differences between like the heavier teched Demon Hunter and this one is that Lion's Frenzy, or lack of, for example, in Bunny's list. But let's dive into this one. It's going to be Druid on the top for Bunny Hopper and Demon Hunter on the bottom for Psycho. Important to note, just as we get into this as well, just because again, it's to give people a refresher on that playoffs format. For this match, the loser is not out. The loser goes down to face Floki, but then it becomes the elimination matches. So even if a player loses here, they're not knocked out straight away. But of course, a win would be much preferred.
Always a pleasure to see Guff in the opening hand. I go on the play, which does limit some of the turbo options that you can get with Brute Demon Hunter. There are some draws that allow you to complete with consistency the first step of the quest on 2 mana by using the coin on turn 1 alongside the quest, or even using an Illidari Studies on turn 1. But going first, although you are going first, which kind of accelerates you by half a turn naturally, does mean that your quest completion might just be that turn slower as well to compensate for it. Is this a Studies on 1 hand for Psycho here, which is an interesting deliberation already? Gonna go Spirit Gem on 1 instead. Okay, Tempo King, yeah. Obviously, if you cast Illidari Studies on 1 instead of on 2, that moves the Outcast card 1 card closer to the left-hand side of your hand than it otherwise would have been, which, you know, if it's a Spectral Sight, that means maybe you can cast it a turn earlier, that kind of thing. But he is just going to go Tempo King here with the 1/3.
Really interesting choices here for Bunny as he does that Studies. I'm honestly looking at Ironbark, and it may be a little bit silly based on the power of Solar Eclipse, but maybe that's just what he needs. Maybe that's the sort of thing that will help him out a little bit if he needs to stabilize at any point. If there are some, you know, 1 or 2 early Brutes drop down, not yet, of course, but with basically next turn being a Guff turn, it was interesting to look at, but it looks like Bunny Hopper's just gone with the more universally, this card will find a good use.
Yeah, and honestly, I like it. It's with Guff already in hand, he's going to get so much mana so quickly. He does play Fungal Fortunes in the deck, so all he suddenly has to do is draw Guess the Way, Fungal Fortunes, 2 copies of Cold Tooth Mine, or 2 copies of Moonlit Guidance. If he draws any of those cards, then he starts finding either, you know, Kazakhstan with the Cold Tooth Mine, or he can go Moonlit Guidance for Cenarian Ward in that situation, right? So taking the Solar Eclipse just gives him the ability to do something disgusting as early as possible, and I like that.
Psycho does have that glide available to him though, but he'll be a...
Wait, sorry, did you see the Discover options? I was looking at deck lists. How did he end up with an I-Beam in his hand from Illidari Studies? That does not seem ideal.
Honestly, I was looking at the deck list as well.
Okay.
I didn't quite see it. Someone... Let me get it up on the old replay. Oh, here you go. Chaos Leech, Kurtrus, I-Beam.
Yikes. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
But here, I mean, we can see Glide, of course, and that's, you know, a thing. but for Bunny, he has drawn Overgrowth, but like, just play Guff, right? You ever skip playing Guff? Surely not.
Yeah, I think you play Guff here because your opponent's on 3-mana Glide, right? They've played Illidari Studies and played the card they took. So you'd much rather get the Guff played than the Overgrowth. If you're going to have one of those two cards glidden back into your hand, you would much rather it be the Overgrowth with the Guff already played.
And even now, I'm sure Bunny would almost be okay seeing a Glide right now, right? Like, his hand's fine, but it's not mind-blowing. He's going to see the Glide, but of course not in outcast position, which means that Bunny's going to keep hold of his hand while Psycho progresses his quest. And okay, it's Spectral, not bad. He can get to it very easily as well, because I do think here the Broom is very dumpable, isn't it?
Top 3 best feelings in Hearthstone, Raven. Number 3, getting the quest proc discount on Sigil of Alacrity to 0 mana when you have 0 mana remaining, so you can load it up for the next turn. Number 2, Arcanist Fel Barrage. Number 1, in with a bullet, hot off the presses, Arcanist Embers of Ragnaros, as we learned the other week.
Oh, you can say, hey, number 1, 0 mana Broom. I was like, well, okay, I did. Sol really likes this Broom. When he has a strange choice, it might look like a very obvious Overgrowth, but when you think you could just spend 2 mana to gain a mana and still do something with your turn, you do have to at least look at what's going on. Overgrowth might well just be the play anyway, just use the card now, gain that big ramp going into 7 mana next turn, because it is important. I know we were talking about Broom, but other than Broom, what actually even contests a board full of Whelps?
Nothing. Welcome
to
Brute
Demon Hunter. Oh, not even rehearsed.
0 rehearsal.
Psycho can get to this Spectral Insight, Spectral Sight very easily, as I said. Still has the double jump as well, so he should be okay to proc the quest, right?
Yeah.
I think he can just throw the Broom away. He doesn't, you know, obviously going into a scale turn, you'd like it, but there's nothing to Broom anyway, right? You can't guarantee having minions to be able to use it with regardless.
Yeah, exactly. There's no point holding onto a Broom. You're like, okay, I might be able to rush my 7-8 brutes and actually take some cool value trades, and maybe get back onto the board if Bunny starts taking a lead. But if the Broom's blocking your ability to get those brutes in the first place, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yes, I drew a Sigil Runner. I can rush that in.
Yeah.
A little bit flimsy, isn't it, this hand? And it's one of the drawbacks with the deck sometimes is, with cards, yes, Brute Demon Hunter can empty their deck very quickly and activate cards, but it also runs so many minions that you really do have to empty your deck, it feels like, 99% of the time. Because, yeah, it's fine with just spells in there, but I feel like because you trade in so much with the likes of Rushdrop Viper and Peddler, that it feels like you always have a minion in your deck until your deck is empty. Like just the scale here?
Yeah, scale is fine. I was really hoping from Bunny's perspective to draw a play that was more appetizing than scale this turn. But I don't think resizing Pouch is it.
Do you ever consider, like, draw a card? Well, Cold Tooth for Kaz and then draw a card, maybe? Or maybe even if Ramps goes up to... Yeah. I'm trying to think of a way to Cold Tooth and play the Kaz at the same time, although he has seen one Glide, hasn't he? So I guess he's not mega fearful of Glide.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think if it's seen none, you would think about it a little bit more, I imagine, right? Because it's very close to just going Cold Tooth Kaz in the same turn anyway.
Yeah, and that's very much where my mentality was, where it's like, well, I kind of want to play Kazakhstan the same turn I draw it, so that if my opponent wants to glide, then good luck, you're giving me a handful of treasures. But yeah, you're absolutely right. He's not only seen one glide, he'd also seen one studies already come out in the early game, right? So I think he feels relatively safe against glide. But yeah, Bunny sort of wrinkles the nose and says, yeah, fair enough, took the risk. I still think the odds are in his favor. Valid risk to take. He's going to have to start from scratch.
Ooh. So fragments would be huge. I think it's something that can be relatively hard to judge as well. Like, yes, Kurtrus is in hand now for Psycho, great. But I would have been very interested to see if, like, if Brute went down to 0 that turn, would he throw a Brute out, or is that just too weak, like, versus Druid? Because there are, you know, enough ways for that one Brute to be dealt with.
Yeah, without the ability to play the philosophy as well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, just a Brute.
Yeah, it would have been a tough decision, especially because you have Kurtrus in hand, right? Like, once you have Kurtrus in hand, you basically know you're playing as many Brutes as you want the turn after Kurtrus, right? Because that's just how the deck works with how hard you can cycle, unless you get into one of those positions where all the card draw is buried towards the bottom, as we did see on one occasion.
Now whether... So many options here for Bunny. He's going to go for maximum mana. I did wonder if he wanted to start off with Moonlit, if he wanted to just nourish for cards, because again, one, it would get him to Kaz quicker, but also it would just give him more Druid cards to play the game with, even if he does draw Kaz, right? Like, there's so many options here for Bunny with his rate of card draw and the amount of mana he has. I mean, look at it, doubling Psycho's mana right now.
Yeah. Minor thing, but I think I would have still killed a 1-1 with that attack. Demon Hunter, Brute Demon Hunters tends to just heal off that damage, no problem, in the next couple of turns with Soul Fragments anyway, right? So I think it's going to end up being borderline irrelevant that you did 4 damage to face here, but it's a very minor concern.
Well, there it is. Cold Tooth will get the other Cold Tooth as well, right? Which is very nice. It's some more card draw for the treasures. He'll ramp for mana, play the Kaz. And Bunny Hopper now is reliant on some decent treasure offerings.
Distant is fine. Embers
Embers?
is nuts.
Looking at Boombots there.
Little awkward. He has Clockwork Assistant, so Banana Split goes up in value a little bit.
What about Buck? Because if the Brutes are played, he can make a big taunt.
Oh, he didn't take Embers off the first roll. Does get it offered again, though. Wow, turns it down twice. That looked like a Bubba pick that time as well.
Just a little bit worried about like drawing it and then Psycho going wide, and then most of Bunny's turn is, well, Embers maybe just killed 3 minions. Like,
yeah, it might also just be about that Cold Tooth Mine as well, that he wants to manipulate certain draws off the Cold Tooth Mine that weren't necessarily Embers of Ragnaros. Obviously, if he hits Book, then Book overrules everything because it remains max cost in the deck until you draw it, but hard to say. But yes, you are right. Demon Hunter can just put a whole bunch of minions on the board, which makes Embers kind of just a very inefficient removal spell instead, right?
Yeah, I think the big problem for me was no Wand of Disintegration, because if he was offered Wand, then I think you can take Embers, because they normally don't make a massive board twice, right? So trying to get hold of a Wand to clear it, then go Embers for the win would be a plan, but how much damage is this?
Not enough currently, but it is also triple Brute on top of all of this.
Yeah, not enough damage for lethal, but enough damage combined with a huge board generation to basically tell Bunny he's got to get something done right now. He has a few draws because he's just got so much mana to play with. Ooh.
What's the most expensive card in his deck? He has Bubba in there for sure. He has Clockwork Assistant in there for sure. Is Clockwork Assistant the lowest cost card in his deck at this point?
Unless he took the Destroy Minion for 2 mana, it probably is, yes. But what did he take on the... Did he take Clockwork on the Embers offer?
That would have been either Boombot or Canopic Jars.
Oh, yeah, it was
First
Boombot
Ember.
Jars, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
6 mana Nourish here to draw 3 to Wax Rager.
Wax Rager will do.
Copy. That's a lot of taunts. Copies the brutes. Try and beat my army of 1/1 taunts.
Honestly, yeah. That's kind of
Wait,
insane,
wait.
actually.
Does he ever play Wax Rager first?
Just to have the better potential rush target from the Gnomish Army Knife.
Yeah, I
We'll
mean,
have space for it next turn anyway, though.
I guess, yeah. He's just... Oh, the big damage from the Gnomish. That's actually so sick. Like, so used to seeing Gnomish used for just lifesteal and Wind Fury.
Yeah.
That it's easy to forget Poisonous is insane.
So I think he took Ancient Reflections instead of Clockwork Assistant, which on reflection now is genius, and I actually did not think of this at all because, like, yeah, good luck
nothing.
going.
Yeah,
good
there's
luck going
nothing.
face with Alliance Frenzy. He can do. Wait, does Psycho play Royal Librarian? Does he have room for that with
I
everything
believe
else that he has?
no. His tradables are just Peddler and the Snake.
Yeah. Okay. And the broom has been used.
Yeah. Oh, that broom.
So with
so
either just Broom being able to kill a 1/1 or with Royal Librarian being able to silence 1 taunt, this would have still been lethal because he would have been able to deal with enough stuff to be able to get through. But without either of those cards available, this is always going to be a 1/1 taunt tanking the weapon. Always. There's
He
no
just
way
doesn't
for it
swing,
not
right?
to be. But he's drawing every card in his deck. Like, what good is it?
Oh.
Oh, that's such a good pick from Bunny. I never would have picked Ancient Reflections there, but that is so smart.
This was my worry, and I guess like it wouldn't matter because he could have died, which is fair. But the reason why I was sort of saying about the Wax Rager,
A good deal.
wouldn't have had the mana to do the double trade anyway. Yeah, it couldn't have worked.
But more importantly, he would have died, right? With
Yeah,
one
that's
less
what I
one,
mean.
right?
Yeah. Because he would have left 2 more minions up, right? So yeah, so he's gonna draw and try and do it again. Tycho needed to kill his own brute.
As Bubba this time, okay.
Go for draw again.
Bubba can kill the Kurtrus.
Oh, he's
He's
gonna
use it initially to
jars.
kill the 3/1.
The jars trade, right?
A Gnomish for the security.
Yeah.
On the yep, I like this. Makes sense.
So good.
Really strong.
Heals to 1,000,000 as well. The weapon's gone. Psycho has his own Kaz and a Dream, but is it too late? Because like I said, I
Oh! Insta-Ralgor!
I think Psycho still has minions left.
Rakara! The Bubba still has an attack left! Barragan, what's happening? Stop!
Enough is enough. Okay. 412. Bubba dies. What's that gonna get?
So is
Yeah, lame. Okay, so Kaz is live because they're only fragments. Okay.
They're only fragments.
Yeah, sorry. I thought. Oh no, he did have a minion. Okay, yeah, it was a minion in the fragments. No problem. Always gonna happen.
So 1 tradable. Can't draw a wand and play it same turn. So Book is the best outcome. 1 tradable into Book. That's
Wrong
the
book.
wrong book.
Could have made Quel'Danar though. Offered the blade and the hilt.
Moral victory. Can't even play the Brute after this. Gonna be 1 out of range.
Not lethal on board, right?
No, but what is
I
that?
know we can
16,
see
21, 25, double Feral Rage in
Yeah,
hand.
we can
yeah.
see it. Yeah. Wow. Wait, was it 25? With the Geddon 2 damage?
Oh, true. 14, 21, 25. Yeah, it was lethal on board with the Geddon.
Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. Even better. Wow. Bunny, takes game number 1, and that looked so close, but honestly, just a great use of the combinations of treasures that he got hold of, and some great heads-up picks. Dug Bunny out of that one, and he just about held on. And again, it's the first thing that when I started playing Brute Demon Hunter again this past week because of all the submissions, I was jamming games. It's like, wait, I just can't kill anything though. Like, how do you do this? And obviously having to dump the broom early was rough for Psycho, but that's just as straightforward a problem as you have with Brute Demon Hunter. It's powerful on one hand, but when you need to do just spot removal, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, but again, it was just such a smart set of picks from Bunny. That Ancient Reflections being able to get himself out of this. Even recognizing, like, there's a mechanic I forget that Gnomish Army Knife gives poisonous as well. That's something that I factor in. Because I'm usually just so focused. I think as a utility card, it is generally used for a big heal with a high attack minion that you forget that if you just want to use it as a removal tool, you can just use it as like a bootleg version of the Reborn Snakes instead, right? Just to be able to clear off in that position. So recognizing that 7/1/1 taunts was insane in that Lion's Frenzy situation that he was in, and then he could still use that alongside Gnomish Army Knife to be able to clear off 2 of the biggest minions on the other side anyway. Like, that was a game-winning pick off that first selection, I think, straight up from Bunny Hopper. So there we go. But now he is going to move on to his own version of Brute Demon Hunter, and this is a little bit different. As I mentioned earlier, Bunny has gone with a Sigil of Silence, which loses him some percentage in a couple of the matchups he might be focusing on in this series. However, it does gain him a good chunk in some other matchups, particularly, I would say, Miracle Priest and Rally Priest as a matter of urgency, and then also Buff Paladin, that kind of thing as well. But this is the matchup I was talking to Bunny about specifically earlier. It's a matchup I tested a good chunk against Gia as well. And in this matchup, that Sigil of Silence, which has shown up dead center to troll Bunny, is so much worse than Broom in particular, which is kind of the equivalent card on Psycho's side. So this could be a matchup that he is going to have a spot of bother in.
Yeah, Bunny, his time, of course, on the mulligan. He did even tweet out today, right, that he was like nervous. He's still nervous in GM, even though he's played so many high-level competitions in his career.
Doesn't look it though, right? Like, he's playing
doesn't.
so well and so calmly and so considered. It's insane.
I think that's what makes a good player, right? I think most people will get nervous, but it's how you deal with it, right? That's the trick, right? So
yep.
Even though, he's saying, he still gets nervous in GM, obviously we know there's a world spot on the line. The main goal of every competitive Hearthstone player ever. He said, forgive if he ropes a bit. And it's like, Bunny, we've been forgiving you for roping for years. Not going to change now.
We've been observing him rope for years. Whether or not we've been forgiving him for it, I think, is another matter entirely.
Well, I'd tell him I'd forgive him for it. Whether I meant it.
Yeah. He's a nice guy. We tolerate him. It's fine. The Sigil keep here from Psycho gave him the opportunity to hit something in the mulligan, so he could have gone Quest, Coin, Sigil on 1, and then if you have an outcasted Spectral Sight from there, or if you have Double Jump plus outcasted Sigil Runner, or Tradable plus Double Jump, any combination of 2 cards for 2 mana, which is quite easy to do, you can then get a quest completion on turn 2, which is very nice. However, he hit 3 of the absolute worst cards in his deck for the early game after that mulligan with Philosophy, Kazakazan and Soul Shit. But if he'd done it, if he'd done it, he would have hit Pay Dirt with the Spectral Sight off the top.
And Bunny somehow was fine to probably the best use for Sigil in the matchup, which is a cheap card to get out of the way for Spectral Sight.
Yes.
So that's going to be decent for him next turn if he chooses to go for it, of course. Psycho's just getting blocked, right?
He is. It's such a series of unfortunate events right now for Psycho. Didn't coin the Sigil, which was absolutely right with the hand that he had. I want to make that extra clear. Then drew the Spectral Sight, which would have rewarded him for making the bad play of playing the Sigil on 1. And then tried to rip the Spectral Sight anyway, knowing that all he has to do is hit Double Jump, second card Sigil Runner, so it's outcast, or any tradable, right? And then he can just coin out, complete the quest. from that position anyway. Still didn't manage to hit it. Very, very unfortunate start for Psycho so far.
Bunny's one step ahead, right? If he wants to, he can easily activate his quest this turn. Again, just dump that Sigil of Silence. Because honestly, other than super specific scenarios, it's not getting any real use, is it? So, you know, you'd have to stretch so far to try and argue to keep it. Makes sense to get it out of the way, let Spectral draw 2 cards, progress the quest, and now a 0-mana Sigil of Alacrity. It'd be really nice to draw him extra next turn for free if he wants it.
A good Sigil indeed. Yeah, so again, myself and Gia ran this matchup a lot, mostly because we're both degens who would, you know, enjoy playing this kind of matchup, and we just bruted each other for a good hour or so, having a great time. And honestly, the only good use I found out of Sigil of Silence was one turn where she then had a Razorglaive Sentinel turn and drew her whole deck, and then I didn't have to worry about killing the Razorglaive on the next turn because of it was just already silenced. That was it. That was the only time it was useful in every iteration of the matchup we played.
Well, now there's just too much card draw, Sol.
Like London buses.
Why is that there's too much of them?
You wait. What's the? You wait all day for a bus to arrive and then 2 come at once, or something? Some phrase like that. Yeah.
I remember the last time I got a bus. I think it was when I was in high school, which was many years back now.
They will never catch me. Job done.
Bunny wincing. He doesn't want to see it. He wants that to be the turn. There you go. He gets the good news. It's as the end of the turn. No brutes have been found.
It's always terrifying, isn't it? When you see how many cards your opponent's draw and you're like, oh, please, no. Bunny gets off to a decent start, starting off with those, the fragment draw. Go +1 on the quest. Oh, Glaive plus Tusk Piercer wouldn't be terrible. Egel agrees, I'm guessing.
Egel does agree. He really likes that play, which, you know, shows that he's been raised... Oh, sorry, yeah, my bad. She has been raised in your household, because I think that play's terrible, Raven.
Got some cards, though.
Your dog should be ashamed of herself. I'm joking.
Just because you're a cat person, Sol. Take it out on Bagel.
Yeah. Imagine, like, I think that would finally cross the line. Like, the people who have tolerated me being so horrible to you for like 6+ years at this point, but like, oh, start going at the dog. It's over.
Everyone's like, no, you can go at Raven all you want, but do not say a word about the doggo. And then I'm just like, wait, why are you telling him he can keep shouting at me? What's going on? Hey, though, Bunny Hopper is only just going to get the 1 brute down, but again, it is better than nothing right now. Put some level of pressure on Psycho, so that's going to be able to start pushing some damage. Psycho, it feels like he's got a million cards and no cards, honestly, at the same time, doesn't it? Because his whole hand is just a bit of a mess.
It is, and it really... Remember when I said he's drawn 3 of the worst cards possible at the very start, and it was Philosophy, Kazakhstan, Soulshare?
Yeah.
Look at the 3 cards over on the left-hand side of his hand, just making his life miserable right now. Just really not finding the goods whatsoever.
And the problem is, it's so early in the game. I was looking at, well, what can he dump and then just self-glide? Just to, you know, try and move forward. But like, well, nothing. He's only got 4 mana. Like, you know, there's not really a lot that he can dump out of the hand here. So I wonder if he ever has to take the hit and just glide anyway. Because this achieves nothing.
Yeah, I think he does. It's really weird as well, though, because obviously the advantage that he has right now is that he's so much further through his deck than the opponent, which is excellent news in terms of you don't feel like you're winning the brute battle as Psycho right now. So maybe you can just be first player to Kazakhstan and win the game that way. And in that regard, he's down to 13 cards left in his deck versus 21. There'll obviously be some soul fragments influencing that as well. But that means if he glides this huge hand, he's just going to fill his deck back up again and get further away from that situation, which feels really, really bad.
I have to be Sentinel now. Normally this is kept for a little bit later in the game, but honestly, like, what's Bunny Hopper supposed to do? Needs to progress somehow. He does have 2 cards he can play with the Sentinel for a minimum of 2 extra card draws.
Yeah. Does seem like a much more fitting turn for hit. If the fates favor him, he will be able to get a decent-ish chain going at the very least.
Yeah, that's all right. Another sigil. He does still have the swing as well, right? Which is just something worth considering for card draw. He won't need it because he is just going to play the sigil. I think it was too good to pass up there. Bell has an additional draw anyway.
Agreed, yeah. We're now down to 17 versus 13. Bunny has 4 fragments in the deck as well, and I believe Psycho has 0, so they're actually now back to deadish even on card count. And Bunny has been able to be much smoother with his advancement of the quest as well, which means he's just going to be able to jam Kurtrus next turn. He is down a Razorglaive Sentinel, though. However, the Razorglaive Sentinel is not dead. It's currently on the board, which presents a massive problem for the deck that can't kill anything.
Yeah, the Brute actually being a big deal, right? Because there's no even Soul Shear plus Weapon Swing available or anything like that, right? Because can't get through, or Psycho can't get through the Brute. There is now double shear, but not enough mana. Oh. Also, not even okay, can hero power, I guess, to kill the Brute. This is painful.
You can see, remember when I was saying to you, did you see the game in the Masters Tour when there was one of those people that's like, I'm going to cut Soul Shear from the deck and not be able to kill anything? You can see why people do that, though, can't you? Because a lot of the time you draw Soul Shear and it's just like, my God, if this was anything that said draw a card on it, I'd be winning the game right now. It does happen. It absolutely does happen, and I can certainly understand why that thought process comes through, but oh dear, does Psycho have bigger problems than that right now?
Yeah, there's just a 7/7. This Kaz has ended up back in the hand again for Psycho. It's like, will you just go away? Oh, pain.
Bunny still has a Spectral Sight left, so I think you rip the double jump here because, yep, that can happen, and then you are away.
Philosophy. Okay.
Double jump.
Were you playing Bunny's list in testing?
Yes.
Did you like Safety Inspector?
No.
Perfect answer, because I loved it. I thought I found some great, because you can mess with mana cost so much.
Yeah.
Can really like aim the shuffle, and I found it like, you know, a pleasant surprise actually, because I didn't think it was going to be useful.
Yeah, weirdly, I did find it strangely useful a couple of times to actually put Kazakhstan back in the deck, because I was able to manipulate that to actually be the lowest cost card in the hand in some spots, which was weird. But no, I wasn't a big fan of it overall.
Again, this is the problem. Even it's not the biggest Brute turns that Bunny's doing, but he's basically got himself at this point because he's just been that step ahead in quest progression, in obviously just not getting a selection of terrible draws that Psycho's had. And correct me if I'm wrong, Subtle, but outside of 100 Brutes, yeah, there's nothing that's going to deal with this. There just doesn't exist in the deck. And Bunny Hopper goes up now to a 2-0 lead. Insane. Just Demon Hunter just getting beaten up from Psycho's side, and it does mean now he only has his Shadow Priest left. Wait, is it Shadow Priest? I think I'm being stupid. Sorry, Rally Priest. Psycho has the Shadow Priest left to get a win with, and Bunny Hopper's got to be feeling great right now.
He does, yeah. And again, I was talking to him a little bit earlier, and was talking to him about this matchup in particular, and explaining that like the mechanics of the Broom and how it created real problems, because the fact that all the Brutes always have 1 more health than they do attack, it just creates these nice value trades if you're going second with a Broom, and how that was making the matchup more difficult. And Bunny's response was like, yeah, I hear you, and that all makes sense, but I'm just going to Brute them before they Brute me and then win the game. Like, yeah, no, that's pretty much what happened. Yep, spot on, fair enough.
Here we are taking a look at Bunny Hopper's Rally Priest, a deck that has blown up in popularity recently and is one of those Priest decks that I don't hate, Sottle. And it's definitely fun to play, right? Some of the things you can actually pull off with this deck are pretty incredible. And I do think as well, there's a lot of room to be bad at this deck, which makes it very interesting to cast. I'm not particularly saying any of our players here are going to be bad at piloting it, but it's one of those things where if you got, say, 10 pros together and played through a few games of Rally Priests, you'd have like 100 different lines that people would want to take, right? And the arguments would last forever. So it's a pretty cool deck to see, and I like that it's at least currently in the format for now. Is there anything particular that Bunny will want specifically against Brute Demon Hunter, or is this mulligan for the Priest just the standard sort of rally mulligan?
I mean, why not both is the answer to that. Like, yes, there is something very specific. He wants minions to play on curve, but that is also just kind of
that's what I was
Rally
meaning.
Priest mulligan. So, but specifically against Demon Hunter, that's kind of accentuated more, right? Because of that problem you saw illustrated in the previous matchup, where if you just kind of get one banner minion down on the board, in that case it was Razorglaive Sentinel. In this case, it would just be any minion in the deck outside of Drekthar, but Drekthar comes with those minions anyway. Brute Demon Hunter just can't really interact with it, so then you put a buff on it, and then they can't interact with it more, and then you put more buffs on it, and then they can't interact with it even more than that, and then they die. So
possible for something to be more like you can't interact with it more, but you just can't it's more immune.
I mean, I'm pretty sure every one of us says things like, you know, it's somewhat unique, slightly unique, almost unique, which is a definite concept as well, and we all get away with it, so why not?
Fair enough, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So, unless you want me to stop and pick you up on that every single time, then we're going to have to draw a truce, right?
You drew this round. Yeah, speaking of Drekthar as well, like it feels like a win card, right? If that's played on curve, it feels incredibly difficult. There is a Soul Shear here for Psycho, so if the Sethic is played early on, there is an immediate answer if it's not going to be played with a buff.
Yeah.
Outside of that, oof. Let's have palm reading to go fishing for an insight. I guess that is the number one fear, right? Is if you do have these priest games sometimes where you just don't get hold of the minions for 5 turns.
Right. Yeah.
And 5 turns is an eternity for Demon Hunter.
Long-term plan, wouldn't mind to see an Elec mount here. His hand is still relatively cheap, so he can afford to have a mana sink in there. If he does draw a Nazmani, he already has Gift of Luminance and some 1-mana spells to pop off with. And I think Elec Mount is a pretty useful mana sink to have. Yeah,
and I was just going to say, the more I see this card, I think I'm becoming obsessed with Stonepike Aid Station. Because I was just like, well, we just said there's only Soul Shears. What if you just give everything 2 health for turn after turn? Seems pretty good to me.
That's it.
I like it as well because even though it's not perfect, it's one of those cards that if Bunny has a slow turn, but he's got minions coming, he can just play it beforehand, right? Oh no, you miss 1 wave of +2 health. It's not the end of the world.
Bunny choosing to dump a Holy Smite with the fear of, yep, exactly that, Coin Glide being available. Don't think Bunny will be massively upset. You never want to see Glide because it's still a handful of discounted spells that he's losing, right? Which does suck, and he has multiple routes in his deck to be able to. He was 1 Sethic, 1 Nazmani away from a real good time in that spot. Now he does kind of have to start from scratch, but having drawn the Insight, I think that might just be a deal that Bunny Hopper would have accepted in hindsight.
Does have to face down a Brute though, as Psycho managed to get 1 down. And 1 feels like enough right now. It might not in the future, but right now, just having the first actual relevant minion on the board as Demon Hunter, looking good for Psycho. Just need to be able to get to that Spectral site soon. But again, if Bunny doesn't play any minions, Psycho's probably okay with not being able to necessarily Spectral Sight next turn.
Aid station. Absolutely nutty.
Yep.
Look at all those minions with +2 health.
All that value.
To be fair, I wanted to take Elec Mount, and if it was Elec Mount, he would not have even corrupted his insight this turn. So there you go.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Ended up
Right
getting
now.
a Spectral anyway. Nice.
Very nice. Fragment did not end up mattering because of the double tradable that was then found. Would have been able to complete the quest anyway. But Bunny running out of time to do something disgusting here. Okay, that certainly helps.
He just needs to renew into Soul Mirror. He'll be fine.
Well, even then, like, the asymmetrical nature of the brutes doesn't really help that much, does it?
It means he gets loads of 1 health taunts.
Yeah, true.
We go digging with the renew. Just get the Nazmani for cheap. Gift draws him a card. Yeah. Save the mana as well, because the reduction hit the gift.
Does get a 7 health Nazmani out of the deal. That does mean that Psycho finally has a target for this Soul Shear on the left-hand side if he wants to use it. But now, with Acrobatics hitting Tusk Piercer, I imagine he is going to go that route instead for the double draw. And it's going to be Kurtrus in hand, but is it going to be further Brutage? Unlikely now.
Like he's going to trade. I think there are sometimes you can disrespect just an Nazmani on the board. But I think because next turn is likely to be Kurtrus, which is a relatively slow turn by Demon Hunter standards, it's worth killing because next turn you're more or less playing a 7/7 and passing, right? So just kill the Nazmani and be happy with it.
I expect now in response to that, we're going to see Raise Dead play the minion, gift. Which means if your opponent wants to play Kurtrus, then you are going to have some form of surviving Nazmani on board, which is a very big deal. Even rolls the discount to be able to land the Bless, creating a 7/9 on the other side, which is pretty nightmarish to deal with now.
Just to at least have the taunt in the way, so that will protect the Kurtrus at least on board initially.
I grow impatient.
Kill off the 1/3. I do wonder, like, I guess he can buy some time, but yeah, and I'm just wondering, like, what if he just goes face? Has Lion's Frenzy in hand and now the Kurtrus reduction.
Yeah, I can certainly see the argument.
It's tricky because, you know, anything can happen on Bunny's turn if you leave them up, right? Or even if you leave the 1 extra up. Yo, is he going to trade the big one?
Playing the big one. Yeah, so there was a bunch of lines there. There was all face, right? There was just use the weapon swing and the soul shear to kill the small Nazmani and then get your 6 to face with the brute. And there was kill the big one, which is what Psycho ended up doing. All of which kind of had their own relative merits. The outright aggression obviously being face damage plus Lion's Frenzy equals win the game. The Soul Shear option dumps the Soul Shear, which is nice because then you have Kurtrus Spectral Sight on the following turn, but also would get you some face damage with the Brute. Whereas Psycho's line, he dumps the Soul Shear, gets the Spectral Sight unlocked, loses a bunch of face damage, but he does take away big, scary outs like, you know, massive Elec Mount, massive Apotheosis, all those kind of things, being able to punish him coming back the other way. But I believe that Bunny's deck now is down to a single Bless, or has he used both at this point? I'm not sure. I know he used one on the previous turn. Yeah, he has 1 Bless remaining.
Yeah, he used one.
The likelihood that he was going to die to that 1 remaining minion was pretty low.
Yeah, for Bunny, this has been kind of one of those hands, right? Just didn't get the Sethek, didn't get the any real good value, not getting that generation at all, and it's just it looks pretty miserable for him so far.
Yeah. And I would expect that Psycho is almost always going to find lethal here. Hopefully he is secure enough in this lethal calculation that he does not need the philosophy for the extra soul fragments there, which is of course something that you can do when you are going for straight up Lion's Frenzy lethal. He finds himself too short at the end of his deck. You best believe I'm bringing that one up again.
He even had Soul Share, right, as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Soul Share can always go in, right? And then the initial two from the 1/3 always go in. It's whether you want to use the philosophy to kind of create extra ones in your deck over the course that really matter.
Yeah, I was meaning more like mana concerns, right? Like, what worked out being the same anyway.
Yep. And I think the defining factor here is that with Lion's Frenzy already in hand costing 3, Psycho's just saying that he doesn't have enough mana to go for the Lion's Frenzy lethal anyway. Which makes sense, so he's just instead going to go fishing for brutes and then use the philosophy to make the massive unbeatable board instead. Excellent decision making from Psycho, and this should pretty much lock out the game from here.
One more draw though. Know what it could be. Have to be exactly Sethek or Drekthar, yeah.
Yeah.
And it is.
Did you say renew?
Oh, no.
Insight. Sethek.
Sethek.
It's a Sethek. All right. 1 and 1 though. He's going to need a very early Gift of the Luminance. Gift of the Luminance?
My name's Luminance. Oh, we got Soul Mirror as well.
Yeah.
Many cards left.
Yeah. He has far more important things to deal with than waiting to die in this game of Hearthstone right now, it seems. One card left in the deck is Razorglaive Sentinel, by the way, which is why the Kazakhstan is not active. In order to draw a card, he has to trade another minion back into his deck, so that doesn't work either.
Yeah, if he plays Lion's Frenzy, he will then draw.
I grow impatient.
Oh, he won't, sorry, will he?
Nope, wrong tradable.
Yep. Oh, yeah, he's just going to clear the board.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, not go crazy.
Weirdly, there's very few cards here to counteract the argument of what happens if you just play an 8/8, don't you just win the game? One of those cards specifically is Soul Mirror.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that before. I played it, the 8/8, and thought, oh, yeah, it'll be fine. And then it got cleared. I was like, well, now I can't win the game. Oops.
Quick, play the Sethek while the Razorglaive's still alive. Ah.
Like, it is likely going to have to be ads, right?
Mm-hmm.
He does have the Broom and the 1/2 to trade in. Or maybe Bunny Hop, and pretty much knowing that Psycho has access to any cards left in his deck now, maybe he actually heals a Brute, right?
Maybe, yeah.
The 1/2 and the Broom, just taking the 6/1s out.
Yeah. I think if Bunny's digging for it, there are ways he can die here, depending on which cards are discounted and which cards aren't. Like that Glide, for example, that Psycho had, if those were both playable alongside the Kazakhstan, then theoretically you could draw enough cards with the Lion's Frenzy and then draw, you know, an actual playable card from a discounted treasure that's still being discounted from the Kazakhstan aura. Sorry, from the Kurtras aura.
Yep.
To be able to get there, but it's very, very hard to know what optimal is in this spot because you're missing so much information on what costs mana and what doesn't.
Okay.
I would imagine you don't use the broom here in case disasters happen. Oh no, okay, he is going to.
Win the game quick. That good Kaz trade in to that 1-2. I don't even know what this was. That Drekthar?
That was Drekthar.
Where were you before? Bunny gonna concede. Pretty much just spent the whole game getting pushed out of that one by Psycho here. Bunny not really able to get hold of any of the early minions he wanted or needed. But Psycho did a good job there of keeping calm, because that was what I sort of half brought up during that game is against Priest, things can just go wrong because there's so many different things they can generate, whether it's value, whether it's removal, whether it's heal, whether it's a mixture of those things, that you can't be confident in saying, okay, I will get to do this next turn, because you don't know what you'll be able to do a lot of the time. So I think Psycho did a really good job there of just keeping cool and making sure he wasn't letting himself slip.
I love how we're only like halfway through this replay and Bunny's already at the point where he had checked out, taken off his headphones, and he was just waiting for the opportunity to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
That's what most of this game had been from Bunny. Like, the draw was not there. He had something set up with the initial palm reading discount if he was then able to get hold of a minion. He then got hit with the glide into a position where he got the insight to find the minion, but without the support that he'd got from the discounted spells that he'd set up previously. That was too slow. He was stuck in a situation where it was all Nazmanis and no Sethic, and you kind of want a mix of both with this version of the deck. So it was always going to be a bit of a problem overall. And now Psycho moves on, having found that win with the Demon Hunter finally. He starts to move on to some Muckler decks, bringing us back to what we saw yesterday. Buff Paladin with Neophyte thrown in, with King Muckler thrown in, with Blademaster Akani thrown in as well. This is very akin to what we saw from Yala's lineup yesterday.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a deceptive matchup as well, because on one hand, well, if the Buff Paladin plays, has a decent curve against what Bunny just did in the previous game, you'd be like, well, Paladin just destroys Priest, right? Like every single time. But that's not necessarily the case, is it? So what do you think about just this matchup in general, the Rally Priest versus the Buff Paladin?
I do still think that the Buff Paladin has a good time of it in general. It does depend a lot on build, because if you're going to add a couple of stealth minions into the Buff Paladin, I think that makes a big deal, because if you have Sneaky Delinquent or whatever that you can land on the board, then basically no matter what, outside of Condemn and a few other things that can get generated, there's always caveats when you're playing against Priest, right? Because they have access to the entire card library. Yeah, right, exactly. But things can happen. But stealth minions are generally helpful, because then even if a Sethic or an Nazmani comes down with a Fortitude or a Feast or whatever else, you're then in control of the buff and the value trade on the other side. Broom is another tool that can help you do that as well. But with vanilla lists, it can just be a little bit dependent on who gets the fast start, right? Because already now you could see that Bunny has the opportunity to just take a role with the Sethic if he really wants to, and if there's no immediate response to be able to buff up and trade up, then he's going to probably run away with the game from there because of that consolidated Sethic, although he does not have the ideal hand for it right now.
I do like it anyway, though, right? Because what would the buff have to be to both kill the Sethic and the Knight of Anointment not die? Right? Mm-hmm. So at least if the Sethic dies, it's probably due to, it probably means the Knight of Anointment's going to die, or the Sethic lives most of the time. So I do like it, because he has Drekthar anyway, and I think it would just be better if he just tried to not let Psycho overtake the board early. A different way, though. Use Thrive instead, ended up getting that Devour, which again is very useful in this matchup.
Yes, indeed.
A lot of 1 health minions.
Lots of 1 health minions. Righteous Protector 1/1 Divine Shield as well, which, you know, Devour is one of the few cards that can kind of bypass a Divine Shield effect entirely.
True strength comes from within.
Also, just the interesting interaction in this matchup. I think we saw in APAC where a Gift of Luminance on a Righteous Protector can be a huge, huge deal. And then we'll see if that comes out to play. Another Thrive as well. Just to try and set up something. Does have Rally now too, so the Drekthar next turn, even if the stuff is cleared up. Still feel confident.
Yeah, but I think now with the rally draw, Bunny feels, and I think rightly so, like he can fight for tempo a little bit here, right? Like,
Yeah.
this felt like the problem with the Sethic play last turn is like, yeah, okay, you play a Sethic, and let's say it was just Hand of Adal, right? And the situation that you were talking about, where the Knight of Anointment trades into the Sethic, but that's the whole turn, the Knight dies, the board's empty, you go from there. Bunny couldn't really capitalize on that, right? Because he didn't have a follow-up. Whereas now, he can kind of just play stuff every turn for the rest of the game, ideally, because he can go from this into Drekthar, into Rally, and then hopefully by that point, he's got some sort of turn based on those 3 things happening over the previous 3 turns. So I think this, just 1 extra turn of patience from Bunny does make a good deal of sense here.
It gets the Sethic in the mix as well for Rally, doesn't it? So it's going to be pretty good here. Psycho does, of course, have the buff and the trade for the Sethic. But Bunny is going to be able to just drop Drekthar and be able to just contest the board pretty nicely, actually. When you look, there's only a 6-2 and a 1-1 at the moment. Goes double Nazmani, wow.
Yeah, double 5
health.
healther is
Yeah.
very nice indeed. Because if this was a 1-on-1, if this was Nazmani plus Sethic, then Seika would be able to deal with that, right? He'd have 1 trade already locked up, and then it's just to hold the bridge or whatever else, and then bam, you deal with the 3 health minion. Dealing with 2 5 health minions, lot trickier.
A question for you, Saul. How unplayable is Mukla in this matchup? Because it must be close, right? You must feel bad whenever you drop it.
Yeah, it's definitely not the ideal matchup for it, I would say, but I would say that can also be overstated. Like, there are certainly situations where you will happily just have a 5-5 because, you know, Rally Priest is also very brute Demon Hunter in a lot of regards, where if you get a decent-sized minion on board, they're just not going to remove it without having minions in play. So if you just go, like, Trog, Coin, Mukla or something like that, right? Like, yeah, sure, then we're in business.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Go for Okani.
Don't hate it. Takes the spell, but Bunny Hop can just happily trade into it and get on with his life, which I think is what he's going to do here.
Yeah, it's the sort of side value or negative, depending on where you look at it, of that card, right? It's like, yes, it doesn't work if you just kill it, but it has got 6 health, right? It's still going to soak 6 damage one way or another if that happens. Try and Thrive into something that could help him out next turn with a Rally. That seems to make sense to me. Gets a Renew or a Feast.
Gotta be the Renew, I imagine. Ooh, double proc on the Soul Mirror, not ideal. He wants to see 1 proc go on the Renew at the very least. Does not. Got in that weird position with a Fortitude as well, where it was just kind of eating discounts, but also getting more expensive as you consumed spells, which can be a little bit painful. It's why a lot of the time you'll see it be used as a matter of first order during a turn, so that weird dynamic doesn't happen. But in this spot, I think Bunny's sequencing was absolutely fine there. Just a little bit unlucky in the way that the discounts rolled.
Yeah, really strong setup though for Bunny. Double Divine Shield on the Nazmani means that they're almost certainly safe, right? Like, what can even kill them with just a horse on board? I do wonder now if that ever means Bunny, imagining these Nazmanis live, he's just going to drop Rally for just Ascetic next turn. Maybe not now. Ooh. expensive Fortitude?
Could theoretically still get both expensive Fortitude and cheap Fortitude down this turn, which would be insane. The discounts play ball.
Or just Soul Mirror? Oh, you've got to look at Hysteria, right? Oh, okay. I guess it's the choice between doing your own thing versus thinking about what your opponent wants to do. I was just thinking, if you ever scared of, which maybe is not Bless of Authority, then the Hysteria can help actually just clear a whole board. But I guess the idea is if he picks something else, he's going to get ahead on board anyway, so it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, and exactly that. Because if you pick Hysteria, even if Psycho makes a huge minion, when you cast Hysteria on it, it's going to clear your board as well, right? Which is not what you really want to be doing in this position. So I definitely agree with that decision. And in that case, if you're scared of Blessing of Authority, Focused Will is also quite effective against Blessing of Authority.
Yeah, but it gives them health.
Don't think it does, though.
Depends what trade it made the previous turn. There we go, though. Bunny finally gets the rally down. Gonna start going with the Sethic.
Yeah, this Soul Mirror is getting cast for 0 this turn. I can tell you that much. Okay, if he's going to end up focus willing, it probably won't.
I'd love it if it kind of did, though. Just 'cause it'd be funny. It's like, no, I want that 1/4 horse.
I mean, honestly, if you like, you might still end up in a position where it's correct just to burn it for the discounts, right? If you do get it down to 0.
Ooh. Ran out of targeted spells. Yeah, I don't mind it, honestly. Get a taunt out of it as well.
It does seem a little bit frivolous now that you have dealt with the big old 8-5 problem or whatever it was on the other side of the board.
This is starting to snowball, right? Like, this is the problem with the buff Paladin. It's ability to come back from a rough start is not great, other than that ability being buff smite 100 times with the hero power.
Don't you start!
I'm doing it on purpose.
I'll banish you to the Shadowlands of America's Grandmasters if you carry on like that, Raven.
You wouldn't dare. You know when people say, "Oh, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies." You know what I mean? I think that would be okay. I think I'd be safe because I don't think you would do that to me sort of after our years of friendship.
The etymology of that phrase is actually describing making people cast with Lorinda, actually. So yeah, you're spot on.
There you go. I'm safe. Gonna drop smite. Okay, really respecting the Sethic, and it makes sense. Again, if the more you play this deck, you very quickly realize that without Sethic, it is nowhere near as powerful as it seems.
Unfortunately.
Found another Sethic. Wait, though, right?
I wouldn't hate it.
Because like, if he just gets a Gift of Luminance, he is very happy, right? Whereas if he plays this Ethic now and then, he's already used, what, a Raised Dead and a Rally so far? So he's running out of ways to bring them back. So I think he's so far ahead on board. He knows exactly what Psycho's deck's capable of. It needs to play the minions and start pushing, but it's very slow. He's just seen Smite used. Like, shouldn't be afraid of anything, right? He has 4/7 and 2/2/5s on the board. Looks really good to me.
Yeah, also, so it doesn't even necessarily have to straight up be a Gift of Luminance. If you just draw a second targeted spell off of your deck, right, then you can just go Sethic and have 2 guaranteed targeted spells to reroll for. And like currently, of the 14 cards he has, 6 of them are targeted spells. 1 of them's a tradable that rerolls. And he has the Amulet, which he's just put in there as well, which is another one that rerolls. So he's actually in a pretty good spot, I think, overall, just to be able to wait for an extra turn here and just improve his average pop-off by a large amount on the next turn.
Oh, now he's got 1 mana Soul Mirror, so he can get an 11-1 after.
victims, but we fight.
Bunny wants some juice. He wants something pointy here, ideally. That is not it, though.
No. Like, what if he just... Again, like, just Soul Mirror, heal the 11-1, and just Plague? And clear, obviously the Plague will clear the what's left, right? And just say, okay, I'll wait another turn. I'm massively ahead still. Now he's got an 11-3 on the board. Like, again, I think it's that point where if he starts being greedy with Sethic, or maybe not even greedy, but greedy's probably the wrong word, but if he starts throwing Sethic down now, both Samuro clears the board and then suddenly he's in trouble.
Yeah, this is the first term where things have got a little bit scary, I would say, for Bunny, because up until now, even if Samuro is a card in hand, he's been able to calculate the breakpoints, right? Whereas, like, well, Samuro doesn't clear my board anyway, so who cares, right? I'm not going to play around that nonsense. Forget about it. Now we've hit the first turn where we're actually in Blade Master Blessing of Authority territory, right? Which can suddenly be a massive swing, but like it does not find it. With that pesky 1-1 taunt in the way, still, as it hasn't for multiple turns, Blade Master Hold the Bridge does not do enough.
The problem is, doesn't at least kill the 1-1, it's just lethal on board. So weirdly enough, is it Blade Master Hold the Bridge?
Has to be, right? Yeah.
And trade heal, and then it holds the frenzy ability anyway. Well, he just has to, yeah. And just plays the Skulker with it as well. Oh no, it's gonna hold. Okay. So Bunny needing a total of 1 damage. And
Let's all do it.
Yep.
Huge victory
Easy.
for Bunny. Huge series to win. As I mentioned, he said he felt a little bit unfavored, and I would concur with that going in. And that means, of course, that Bunny will now advance. He falls into the waiting arms of Blyze, who is in the victorious position in that upper bracket, whereas Psycho goes down to face Floki, who had the lower seed and was waiting in the lower bracket. So big series to win for Bunny. Again, he wasn't a massive unfavorable like we saw yesterday with Superfake for sure, but just a couple of interactions in the matchup probably made it to the point that Psycho should have felt advantage, but he did just have a few rough draws.
Yeah.
With the Brute Demon Hunter in particular, I would say, and then this Buff Paladin draw was far from ideal. Bunny left in the position where he had 3 bites at the cherry to get there with the Rally Priest, only needed 2 in the end. And that means that is the situation that we see now, as was just described. Bunny versus Blyze, Psycho versus Floki coming up for you later today.
Yeah, Psycho still has a chance, of course, if he can take a victory over Floki. Who knows, we might get the rematch again like we had yesterday with Yarla and Superfake. But coming up next, we've got Bunny Hopper versus Blyze for the winners match to see which the first player from Group B will be going into that top 4. I can't wait. One, I love watching Blyze play. You know this, everyone knows this. But also, it's just going to be interesting again because we get that different lineups sort of jumping at each other, similar to what we've seen most of the weekend. Actually, we've not really seen too many mirrors going on so far in Europe. But as always, we are going to be going to a break, and just like yesterday, it's going to be a bit of a longer break because, of course, Bunny is playing yet again. So we're going to give him 10 minutes or so. But don't go anywhere, and we'll be back to continue today's Hearthstone Grandmasters. welcome back everyone. We are ready to get into our second match of the day, and it is going to be Blyze versus Bunny Hopper. Bunny Hopper coming off the back of a win just mere minutes ago, and his opponent is going to be the player who sat in the winner's side of the group, I guess, which is going to be Blyze. And so they do have fairly similar lineups as well, but the big surprising factor is the week when everyone's going brute, Blyze is not.
Yeah, I don't really know what's happened there, because it does seem like he's done all the hard work. I was saying yesterday that Brute Demon Hunter is the most successful deck in Europe Grandmasters, 80% plus win rate. But Blyze has now done all that work, being the person largely responsible for that happening, and then just jumped off the train right as everyone else jumps on it. We've seen multiple other people getting on the Brute Demon Hunter train, and Blyze has just said, nah, I'm back to Fel Demon Hunter this time around, which is a very interesting development indeed.
It reminds me of Letta, right? When he was playing Miracle Priest for so long on his own, and then people started playing Miracle Priest and he stopped, and it was like, is it just the ultimate hipster thing? Well, if everyone's playing it, I'm not going to play it because then I wouldn't be cool anymore. We'll have to see. The big surprise for me, though, Sottle, is the difference in bans. Although the lineups are very similar, we do have Rogue banned away from Blyze, and Bunny Hopper's going to be losing his Druid. Is that down to the sole factor of the difference in Demon Hunters?
I would expect so, yes. I think we've seen what Brutes can do to Druids a couple of times over the course so far. I also think that, you know, Rally Priest is a deck that certainly Bunny has in mind with the lineup that he's gone for, some of the tech cards that he's gone for. It is interesting to see Druid being left up in a position where it's not necessarily being straight up necessarily hard targeted, but still, you know, good decks, reasonable decks in the Druid matchup. And yeah, weird to be sat in a position where we're like, oh, Quest Rogue, yeah, that's a good enough deck to ban from your opponent, because, oh, it's come a long way from the days of yore where I think only Libram Paladin was more the butt of the joke in Hearthstone Grandmasters than Quest Rogue was a couple of seasons ago. So it's come a long way.
Yeah, and it looks like the first matchup is going to be Bunny Hopper on that Demon Hunter, which is the Brute variety, going up against Blyze, who's going to be on his Druid. So we're going to get another Demon Hunter versus Druid matchup. And honestly, I'm just excited to see Blyze play, especially the way he's been playing this season. He's been looking extremely confident with the decks he's chosen to bring throughout the past 3 weeks. And yeah, I think even though, you know, I love Bunny and I think he's more than got what it takes to go all the way, Blyze is just, for me, one of the dangers of the European Grandmasters. He's someone who I feel you'd always want to dodge if you're going to run into someone in a bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Mentioned there, of course, back-to-back 400-player tournaments. Thank you for putting that in there, because we should talk about that all the time. But yeah, one game away from making Worlds as well, which I think is crucial as we now talk about getting to that part of the season yet again. Blyze had a real heartbreaker in a playoffs finals against Frenetic previously, which was a real nightmare scenario for him, getting all the way up to the line. You know, I did interview him at one point and said that it was the first time that we'd really see him like passionate and seemingly invested about things. And he was saying that, you know, even though he gives off this sort of nonchalant aura where he just shows up, jams some cards, leaves, you know, like he is really, really invested. He does want to get to the World Championship. He wants to be world champion. Like, this is what this has all been for. And if he can't scuba, then what does it all mean?
Yeah, and looking at the Druid deck here, it is just a fairly standard list, nothing too crazy. Druid, outside of some of the stuff we've seen from Fury Hunter so far this weekend, not normally a deck right now that's being teched too much one way or the other, purely because it's just top of the food chain, right? It feels like with Druid. So do you need to tech it when it's, you know, so powerful? Although this weekend has all been about so far targeting Druid and seeing if it can perform or not. But we are ready to get into this game. Game number one here, Bunny Hopper, Demon Hunter on top with a pretty solid opening, and Blyze already throwing out the mulligan but keeping the resizing pouch.
Which I would imagine signals the intention, sorry, to just throw that straight out there on one. Pick up a Vate or a Bloom to be able to do something grossly powerful as rapidly as possible. There it is.
Oh, the Desk Imp. No, okay.
Yeah, grossly powerful. Yeah, that's how I would immediately describe it.
Bunny Up and Nat has a nice, at least initial setup here, right? With Sigil unlocking the Spectral Sight for next turn.
Yeah. This, weirdly enough, was that dream coin hand that I was talking about in the previous series in Psycho's game, where on coin you would have just gone quest coin sigil, and then because that sigil was far left, you would have unlocked your Spectral Sight for the super fast quest completion. Bunny will have to make do on turn 3.
Oh, insta overgrowth here coming out from Blythe. Not going to bother with the nature studies or anything, just going to get straight into the overgrowth. I was going to say either looking for the ramp or obviously most importantly the guff to get to, because he does have access to that coin still. I think he'll be more than happy with that overgrowth.
Vanilla instincts here just tell you to rip the Spectral Sight, finish your quest, that's 3 and 4, then you have 1 mana remaining to play probably the Sigil to set you up for the following turn. Discount all the cards on the right-hand side. All makes sense to me.
Although they're pretty good, but I was going to say maybe a little bit disappointing that the Soul Shear grabbed so many of those reductions from the Sigil and the quest now, because in this matchup specifically, Soul Shear is really there to actually just put fragments in the deck, right? So
pretty much, yeah.
I even wonder if it's ever, like maybe even next turn, it's like in this turn, like Sigil run it and then Soul Shear it. Is that ever a thing? Is that too dramatic?
I think it's pretty reasonable, honestly.
Makes sense, right? You just want the card draw.
Yep.
And get it out the hand, right, if you want to glide. Get it gone.
I'm always interested, by the way, to see whether players do or do not play 0-mana Tusk Piercers in situations where they've already attacked. This one, it doesn't matter. Obviously, you play it, right? It costs 0, you attack with it, so then you draw a card on the following turn. But sometimes you've completed quest by swinging a Tusk Piercer in the first place. You draw another one. And there's kind of this internal debate of like, well, there's no reason to play it. Yeah, there's no reason to not play it either. So what do you do? Entirely arbitrary argument. Good start. That looked like a brute. It sure was. And it hit the discount of the Sigil, which is beautiful. Ooh, followed up by Illidari Studies as well. So he has 2 draws already for 0 mana with swing and double jump, which means he has 4 mana to get brute down from 3. I'm feeling like he's going to get brutey this turn, Raven. Oh, he's going to get very brutey this turn.
Yeah, it's not looking bad so far, is it?
Now it goes down to 2, so he has 3 mana remaining. 2 mana remaining will get this down to 1. That Philosophy gets discounted to 0. The Illidari Studies get discounted to 0, which discounts the other Philosophy down to 0 when he casts it. Yeah. Infini Brute. Actually ends up just spending the mana on the Philosophy since he has it to spare anyway. No Spirit Jailer concerns because the Brutes got cheap enough anyway before he started casting Philosophies. And good game.
Yeah, Blythe has 6 mana and a Dream next turn to try and do something to stop this. I'm already struggling to think of what.
You see Bunny has played around Resizing Pouch, Cave Hydra, Resizing Pouch, Broom. Very nicely done.
I would honestly imagine that the only real draw there for Blythe would be Guff, right?
Just because it gives him the best chance of just doing something deeply degenerate next
Yeah,
turn.
exactly, yeah. Because other than that, like, nothing gets in there. He doesn't have the mana for Kaz into treasures or anything like that over the course of a turn or so. Doesn't have the mana to really impact the board in any way. I imagine that's why he started with the, I think he started with the 1 mana Moonlit Guidance, right? Obviously, if he got Guff there, that would have been a big deal. But yeah, I don't see what it is. Looks like he's going for Innovate for the Resizing Pouch into Bloom. That's what, 24 minimum this turn? Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. Interesting, not playing the studies first.
I also had one of my trademark silly suggestions. What if you just played the glaive?
Play the Razor Glaive, go fade.
Yeah,
I
what
thought
if
about
you
it as well.
played it,
Honestly, I
right?
thought
It's
about
like,
it as well.
what's going to happen? You've got 3 Haunting Brutes.
Yeah. I actually don't think it's that far out of left field. I think if he'd have not drawn complete quest in one card off the top,
Yeah,
he might have
that's
had more of a
true,
chance
yeah.
to think about it. But like, this is just Kurtrus in hand now, where you know your opponent's at the very least going to have to spend their whole turn reacting to this in some way. So you should have just free reign to then play Kurtrus on the following turn and win the game.
No, those look good enough to me. Yeah, the buff doesn't even actually change anything, does it?
Not really.
Adorable. It's what, 1 damage off right now?
Husk Piercer lethal, the rarest of lethals? No, doesn't find it yet. Can go Illidari Studies for a couple of lethal outs here as well. Dreadlord's Bite and Gunnar Glavesmith. Not those.
He probably can, right? Yeah. I was looking whether he can do like Philosophy with Brute again, but he probably can't, or maybe just actually can't. So it's likely to just be Kurtrus, maybe take another Glide.
Yeah, it's close. It could still be Philosophy, and you just trust that with a full turn of Kurtrus that you're going to get a good Brute turn, even with only 1 tradable right now to start the card draw train going. But I do think Glide is probably the most secure pick in that spot.
So Guff, Moontouch does not do enough, I don't think, right?
Nope.
Put him up to 9, Moontouch.
15.
Wow, these Brutes really did come just in time, right?
Yep.
Even though it seems incredibly powerful at almost any point in the game, I feel like if Bunny got to those Brutes a turn later, we'd be talking a lot more about how Blaiz can win this game.
Yeah, I think so too. Guff just, you know, still living his best life.
Oh, he's always having a great time.
Yeah. Blaiz searching deeply for resizing pouch outs, has an Innovate, a Bloom, and a resizing pouch available to go digging with. Ends up looking for a 2. Don't think any of these are getting it done.
Oh. That's all the mana spent. That's the concede, and Bunny takes game number 1 in, I'm going to say, fairly straightforward fashion. Obviously, you know, he did the plays. Like, Brute Demon Hunter is a very fickle beast sometimes with how, you know, the draws happen, how to actually progress your quest. But got the Brutes down nice and early, pressured Blaiz. And even though Blaiz did have a reasonable draw, just didn't have a way to stop 3 Brutes together. And honestly, not many decks in the game do. So understandable, but it does mean Bunny's off to a great start. Takes a victory over a Druid already, and now he just has his Rally Priest and that Quest Rogue to be able to get the job done with.
And it is a fairly rare situation, but it is one that you love to see as the Brute Demon Hunter. The Brute being drawn off the first proc of Sigil of Alacrity at the start of the turn, because that usually makes such disgusting things happen. You get the 1 natural discount from the Sigil, you're then almost certain to complete a quest because it's a Sigil turn, you then get another discount on the Brute, which has then also been discounted 4 or 5 times by the actual draws that you're using to complete the quest. So the world's your oyster at that point, because you get that Brute down to 0 so easily. And that's exactly the kind of draw that Bunny would have been looking for going up against Druid in particular, because now the big question mark, right? The risky decision of leave up Druid with a, sort of softer target lineup than we have seen from some other people in this tournament. You're always going to be asked questions about that, right? Particularly by stupid results-oriented casters who would look at a Druid that got a win against you straight away and go, well, shouldn't have left up Druid, should you, idiot? But now, at the very least, Druid is going to go 1-1 in this series for Blythe, right? Which is fine as a deck that you're going to leave up on the other side. So a very vindicating victory for Bunny Hopper so far.
Yeah, and we are going to see Druid being played again from Blythe, a player who has started to make, well, not started, but does make a habit of just endlessly jamming one deck until it wins and then moving on, as opposed to we see other players who it's almost surprising to see them queue the same deck twice in a row if they've lost with it. So we'll have to see if it pays off one way or the other. But Blythe, yep, going to be on the Druid again. Bunny on this Priest. And once again, I'll ask you some questions, Sol. In this matchup, this definitely is just a throw the minions out on curve, right? If you have them, and if you have a relevant hand, of course. But I feel like this is something you want to just pile pressure on the Druid, because you can't wait, surely.
Yeah, 100%. Like, if you just go Sethic into Feast in this matchup, like, you just get there. If you go anything into Fortitude in this matchup, you just kind of get there. Like, absolutely, this is minions on curve. As always with the Druid matchup, there is that consideration of Lunar Eclipse specifically. But it gets a bit weird, right? Because if you wait one turn to play around the Lunar Eclipse breakpoint, then you're then also walking into Feral Rage or Moon Touch Damlift.
Right,
now, additional cards that aren't available if you just jam it out with the coin or play it on 2 straight away. So yeah, I think it's a very, play your minions, hope they don't have the removal, because statistically, they don't have the removal more often than not on the other side, even with the amount of, tutoring and digging that they can have through their deck.
Blythe's picking up another Bloom. Bunny getting hold of a Nazmani now. Obviously a little bit too early to play it yet, but it's a start, especially when you're sitting with Apotheosis in hand, right? Like, that's, again, just another reasonable little buff there to chuck on top of the Nazmani. No doubt fishing for more ramp. One of the problems as well in this matchup, right? A lot of matchups for Druid, if you feel like you're struggling, but you have Blooms and a Scale, you can just play it, right? Just throw the Scale out early and say, I'll control the board for the next turn or two. Against Priest, one Devour, and all that work and overload just burns away into nothingness, right? So it's actually pretty scary.
This is a tough decision.
Play the minion.
Well, so here's the thing, right? Hear me out. If he plays Palm Reading, he discovers another spell, so Feast stays at 3, except it then gets discounted to 2 from Palm Reading, right? He then draws any spell next turn, which means then Fortitude costs 1, which means he can then go Nazmani plus Fortitude on the same turn and get a functionally unkillable Nazmani straight up at that point. However, 5 health, 3 mana, already very, very difficult to kill on the other side of the board for Druid.
Yeah, I was going to say, my response would have been, but Nazmani on board.
Yes.
Guff is there, and it's an option with the Bloom, and honestly, one of those plays where I feel like if it's offered, you just do it, even if there's a Nazmani staring at you on the other side.
So Bloom, Guff, 1 mana, Nature Studies, still playable here.
Ooh.
Interesting. Still doesn't quite get you there in terms of the dream scenario of achieving both here. Playing Guff and killing the Nazmani. That would have been incredible scenes if that was possible.
Yeah, I do like this, though. He's massively overloaded next turn anyway, so just overload even more. Just gain the ramp and go. They managed to draw the Kaz with the Cold Tooth as well. So Blythe has a very clear game plan in front of him. It's all up to Bunny to pile on the pressure to try and take this win.
Indeed.
I imagine, yeah. Ooh, gets the reduction too.
That's huge.
Yeah,
that's so huge, because now 1 mana Fortitude still corrupts it. Oh, that's so insane. Wants to dodge the Drekthar here, and does.
And now he waits, right? There's no reason to play the Sethic this turn. No targeted spells that are castable at this moment in time. The Sethic could die. I guess he's got Rally, so that's one small argument, but you don't want to rally if you don't need to, right?
It's Rally and Raise Dead, and Raise Dead is currently uncastable, and he has a giant Nazmani on board, so honestly, like, minion in play just to die that activates another green card in his hand isn't actually the worst thing now that I look at it.
Yeah, I guess I was more thinking if the minion dies, you raise dead, well then you have, like, the Sethic's a 2 mana, right? I think he's fine enough to just have a pop-off turn next, especially now he's got Gift.
Yes, agreed.
The old smite your own Nazmani play.
We will feed on this way.
Well, he's not going to be playing that anytime soon. Could still be useful over the course of the matchup against Druid, though. But I would suggest just going down the path of make thing bigger.
I wouldn't mind a smite on the 1/1, for example.
But to what end, though? Like, I think it starts with Apotheosis for sure, right? Because that's the card that's useful. And now at this point, is it really worth smiting a Divine Shield just to get one more generated spell?
Yeah, I guess I would have just done the other way, and like if you generate this cheap spell and then Apotheosis gets the reduction, and then you can do it again and maybe do something else. Just the potential of a slightly bigger turn, especially just because Blythe doesn't have a attack hero power anymore. Gonna be Kaz coming down for Blythe. Oh, wand.
Wand.
You deal.
Crusty.
Oh, okay.
Krusty's insane. Like, honestly, I know everyone like talks about Wand being like the insane card, but in some situations I almost feel like Krusty's just better because it's actually a swing, right, in one card where you just get to eat a giant minion that they've always made. There's always at least one giant minion on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I think the drawback with that is you always feel like they have removal for it anyway, because it's priest and there's so many ways to kill minions. But you are right, it actually does make them have removal.
Really wants to find a way to get a second Sethic rolling now so he can start going infinite.
That's Deliverance.
Does.
That's the honor kill. Now he can raise dead the Kaz. The game's really coming together. He's got a late game plan.
Yeah, that's what he needed. Yeah, now he's got a win condition.
Yep.
There was one thing I thought he was really struggling for at the moment. It was ways to win the game.
Yeah, it can happen. Wand.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is actually a pretty decent contingency plan against the amount of wands he's got on the other side.
Is he going to raise dead now? It would guarantee, wouldn't it?
It would guarantee it at the moment, yeah.
Okay, one of the few matchups where the weapon's not so bad.
Exerciser gonna go into the Divine Shield, I would imagine. Oh no, there's a 4/9 over there. I don't know why I didn't notice that was bigger, but it just is bigger.
You fool. Okay, so Blythe has achieved job number 1, completion. Clear the board of these massive threats.
Yep. Doesn't get it. Okay.
That's only his first raise dead though, right?
Correct, yep.
And look, Stormpike aid station again. It's clutch.
I think it will end up getting played this turn. Sequencing and even whether or not you play this other Nazmani first are kind of tricky here. Ooh.
It doesn't hit the station either.
No. means that is likely the end of the turn here, unless he does want to just dump the other 2-5 in play.
Now wants more spells.
Okay.
I can see it. It makes it a reasonable bless target as well, right? Because it's like a threat that's, because it's silenced, it's like a weird threat as opposed to, well, if you just put bless on a normal Nazmani, that's of course going to be targeted. But now the highest health minion isn't necessarily the biggest threat. Rabbit is there. Gale again. Can finish on the crab, I imagine.
Yep. Might still choose to reserve it for bigger threats that he doesn't have good removal for, though, which I wouldn't mind. Yeah, it looks like that is what he's going to do.
Oh, really interesting there, actually, that he went Cold Tooth when he could have actually, if he wasn't going to play the crab, he could have played Heart, right? Don't know. Maybe that wouldn't change breakpoints to be relevant.
Our enemies will meet their ancestor.
We will feed on this world.
Just an awkward selection of spells right now for Bunny. It's not been one of those super clean games where every time you start popping off, you just generate another rally or another Gift of Luminance or a Psyche split or something that really helps you, really helps you get rolling immediately. He's had to be a little bit more creative with his turns. But now it does find that first additional rally, which is a big deal here. Solar Embers, right? Should just be enough.
Yep.
Only 2 are going to get tanked by the minions that are on board.
Like, it adds up to me. Really clean game from Blythe as well. Obviously, you know, getting hold of those treasures, specific ones, meaning he mostly has answers to anything that Bunny can do. Was useful, but I think he just kept his cool throughout that, knew when to clear with the scale, knew when to ramp and play, you know, I'll use the word risky, but when he actually used even more blooms on the overload turn to just keep ramping and push himself into that early-ish curse. Yeah, I think Blythe just was very solid game there and just did enough there, just completely neutered Bunny Hopper's pressure.
Yeah, agreed. Multiple scales over the course of the game as well. Was very picked a very balanced deck as well, I would say. Lots of reactive cards, you know, with Exerciser, Krusty, Wand, all in there. But then knowing that because he had Solar in his hand, he could do that. Because sometimes when you do that, you panic against some decks. And you say, all right, I need removal options. And then you end up without a win condition in your deck. And if the other player is quick enough to recognize that, they can switch to Fatigue as a win condition, right? Because you didn't pick a win condition yourself. But Blythe's in that spot recognized because he had Solar, all he needs is 1 Embers, and that's almost impossible for most decks to resist, particularly if every other card around that kills a minion in play. Right?
Exactly,
So even if things stack up on board, he's able to pick them apart and then drop Solar Embers to win the game.
Yeah, I've messed that up on treasure picks many a time when I'm thinking I'm under pressure. I pick all the removal and then go, oh wait, what do I do now? But here we are going to move quickly on to Blythe on the Fell Demon Hunter, and I believe Bunny is jumping over to his Rogue as well. So a matchup that we've seen dip in and out quite a lot of, with, I think, discussions going both ways as to whether Rogue, like how favored Rogue is or isn't versus Fell Demon Hunter. And I think that's because the nature of the matchup and the nature of Fell Demon Hunter is sometimes you just rip all of your removal at the right times and it looks super one-sided, but other times Rogue just starts the snowball rolling and it never really stops. So I do think it is a pretty close one here, with just a nod to Kazakhstan right at the top end there in this build for Blythe. But other than that, everything looking pretty standard.
Yes, indeed. And on the subject of Bunny's lineup, and I guess continuing this theme of how players tend to take bigger risks, change strategies, go for something a little bit left field going into playoffs when things are all or nothing. We got that great stat from Lorinda that Psycho is playing a brand new lineup. None of the decks, none of the archetypes that he'd brought, he'd played at all in Grandmasters up until that point. Bunny's also pretty close as well. Like, he's had Kazakhstan Druid, of course, but if we can fudge things a lot by saying that was banned a lot over the course of Grandmasters. So he's only played 3 games in Grandmasters with Druid. He's only played 2 games in Grandmasters with Quest Rogue, having lost both of them. He is 0-2 in Grandmasters with Quest Rogue. Never played Rally Priest or Demon Hunter, Brute Demon Hunter in Grandmasters this season. So again, you can see how players are really, reacting to last week's Masters Tour and taking into account the fact that this is an all-or-nothing style tournament. I don't want to say there's no prize for second place, because that's factually not true. There is a prize for second place, but the absolute order of magnitude in which the first place prize of going to the World Championships is on these players' mind means that finally pushing the boat out, doing something a little bit outside your comfort zone is just that little bit more appealing.
Hey, Bunny Opera has a selection of choices for this turn 2 play. Has just Neophyte if he wants to do the old try and disrupt the Demon Hunter early play. Has the Skulker, again, a great start for Quest Rogue. But then also just has the Foxy Swindle turn. You took Shadow Step on top of all of that. And honestly, I don't even know where to start with this opening, Sol.
Choose soon.
My instinct just says Skulker. Bunny is leaning that way as well. I think everything else around that can support this quite well. I really do like Neophyte on 2 against a Quest Demon Hunter, but I do think it's a little bit worse now with Fel than the OTK version, because they're not necessarily super focused on turboing through to the OTK in a lot of positions. So I think in a deck like Quest Rogue, you can, instead of using the Neophyte as Quest Disruption, you can potentially just use the Neophyte as board protection instead when you start to build up that good-sized board state with Smugglers or Informants or whatever other big minions you do manage to get down.
And I do like Bunny there using the step. Obviously, you can argue about, oh, well, he played around glides. But I think in general, just stepping SI minions in a matchup like this is just good. Yes, there are some you would rather step than others. But especially the Skulker, it has the added benefit of mana reduction stacking for next turn. But also, just the fact that you just progress quests. Just get the big stealth minion that Demon Hunter can't deal with down. And you're looking good probably at that point, right?
Big debate here, I imagine, about whether there is an extra 3-2 in play this turn or not.
Yeah. Just funny, right, that he lost Foxy Swindle, got it back, got another Skulker anyway, so that glide wasn't even the end of the world for him. Another Shadow Step. I think this should be Turbo Quest.
This is an incredibly fast quest completion, yeah.
Yeah, another mole, so that's 2 moles in the deck now. Well, 1 in the hand, 1 in the deck.
A mole in the hand is worth 2 in the deck. That's how the old saying goes.
They will never catch me.
You ever think with sayings like that, you'd love to know who said it first?
I see.
Same thing with like, well, who called a tree first?
What?
You know what I mean? Don't think about stuff like that. Who was the first person to go, that's a tree?
Are you casting Hearthstone right now, or are you just hanging out on like r/shower thoughts? What's happening?
No, what I have been doing is hanging out in the Americas broadcast too much.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Just think about
We're
it.
into frantically taking notes. Well, hang on. I need to get to the bottom of this one.
He's used up tree, pulls out the dictionary. Right, what other options have I got here? Even the 0 mana extortion, like extortion, the 1/1 SI face go sort of thing. Like, this is how I would play this in this matchup anyway. Just go absolute max aggro.
This guy's toast.
In the spirit of the Americas broadcast, I just did that TJ thing where I concentrate really hard in silence for a bit, and now I know something that I didn't know before. Tree is actually a Germanic variant of an Indo-European root word shared by Greek, meaning wood or spear. There you go.
Right, but who said it first, Son? I don't care what it means and where it came about. Who was the person that went, it's a tree, that? And someone goes, what do you mean?
I don't think anyone said that's a tree, that.
No, you know what I mean? Someone must have. Someone said it first, right?
So I don't think trees were discovered in Manchester specifically, right?
How do you know?
I don't actually know. You got me there.
This is my whole
Horrible
point.
assumption.
No one knows who said it first, so who knows where it was first said?
Yeah, fair enough.
There you go. Argue with that.
No, I elect not to.
Regardless, Bunny Hopper has managed to get the pretty rare scabs on 5 if he wants it. There is, of course, the slight fear that 1, he cannot stealth it this turn, and 2, if he plays scabs and then another glide comes out, all the treasures just disappear. But is that a risk worth taking? So all scabs into like extortion, and then he just has Battlemaster next turn? And even if it's not lethal, he can either try and bank the damage or just use the other treasures if they're not, or the gadgets, sorry, if they're not glowed away.
Yeah, I am generally an advocate for just slamming scabs quickly in this matchup because honestly, stealth scabs just doesn't really add that much utility to it surviving. And there was a matchup in APAC where I was kind of confused that scabs just didn't like get jammed on curve and waited for the extra mana to play the stealth because I really don't feel like the stealth does that much. And I think going quicker makes it more likely that your opponent does not have the answer.
However, an answer has been had.
But this is what I mean, right? Like, stealth the scabs all you want.
Oh, it doesn't, yeah, of course. Yeah. I completely, I would think more, I think people overthink it because it's scabs. Whereas if I said to you, do you want to drop a 5-mana 7/7 on an empty board against Demon Hunter? You'd be like, yes, of course. Right, so play it, you know. Still though, just as easily as Bly's removed Bunny's scabs, Bunny can just dispatch this Magtheridon without much effort as well.
That's right, yeah. Probably starting with the Spiomatic.
Probably Frustrat?
Yes. I think it's fairly close between Viper and Fury. Viper, in a weird way, is just kind of like choke 1 mana from your opponent if they want something else, whereas Fury might not be a useful card at all, especially as you just saw Warblade as the other option, right? So that's half of the potential Warblades in the deck that are not in Bly's hand, which would be very useful alongside that Fury.
Now, the stealth might be worth something here. Your operative weapon instead, okay. Gonna use that to just push 2 damage later, I imagine?
Yeah, try and be as greedy as possible to pair that with your Battlemaster turn, right? Just on any minion that survives. Not a bad idea.
Well, is gonna have to get something pretty solid here. There's no real good removal. The Fel Barrage will only actually kill 1 minion right now, right?
Yep.
Put like Fury into something and then Fel Barrage to kill 2.
Yeah, if you Fury Hero Power into one of the 4 health minions.
Oh yeah, this will still just kill the 1, right?
This kills 1 extra, yeah. Ah, the mole's back.
It's a Wind Fury mole game, so...
Might well be.
Because Bunny is running out of juice here. And again, it's one of those things where the Battlemaster, yes, Wind Fury is a big deal, but it is also just a 5/5 that you currently don't have on the board.
Yeah, I agree. And a couple of Demon Hunter cards, like Demon Hunter cards transform into damage fairly often, right? So it's not a bad thing to go for here with the mole.
I even just like the extra damage here. Maybe
but I think
reload.
I think you can attack with the mole first, get your cards, and then if you want to use the extra damage, you can just use it on the SI instead, right? Those are terrible.
That was 5 mana, wasn't it? Originally.
The Dormant? Yeah, it was.
Add a Hunter card and release it this expansion. Okay. Card draw available for Bly's, but already now wondering how good this Jace is. Can Bly's rely on a Spectral to dig him out of this? Because he must be feeling quite dead.
Problem is he hasn't played an Immolation Aura, right? He's played 1 Fell Barrage.
Played Fell Screams as well, right?
And Fell Scream, yeah. But Fell Scream could theoretically also not end up targeting anything, right? No, because he hasn't played any Immolation Auras, so Fell Scream will hit something on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I think this isn't great, but rolling the game on the Spectral site probably felt worse.
Oh, what? What on earth? So first off, the Fell Scream Blast has to go first, right? Then, well, it has to go before the Fell Barrage.
Yeah.
Then it has to go on the other side of the board, which is 2 out of 3 in Bly's favour. That is in his favour, that individual iteration. Then the Fell Barrage has to win a 50-50 by hitting the stealth 4 health minion before the unstealth 4 health minion.
Wow.
That's so unlikely. What?
Time for imprisoned. That's the way Bunny wins this game.
Yep. 10 damage.
Gold Eye is so sick as well.
What does Sigil of Reckoning do? Is it just summon a demon from your hand every turn? Pretty sure that's what it does, right?
Not every turn, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Because
Important
it's quite strong.
Yeah.
Just better than Skull.
Mm-hmm.
You will regret imprisoning me.
We'll need for greed off the top here for Bly's. We'll be able to provide him with a lot of card draw, but looks like he wants to just reroll instead.
Just jam the Kurtrus. Yep. Instantly gets it into play.
Then has need for greed next turn, or even just Chaos Strike to kick it off with, depending on how he's feeling.
Now, Bunny does have Fizz Flash Distractor to be able to take some stats off the board here. Can push face with the Mole, which I'm sure he'll do first. Oh my goodness, these cards have been utter garbage from the Moles.
Hey, this Antian's all right. Just wait. It'll be fine.
I think he's going to have to Fizz Flash Distractor, load up on stats, load up on damage, and just hope that Bly's cannot put enough stuff in the way. Be able to resist this damage coming through from the Antaeum.
To be fair, there's not that much stuff, is there?
No. Oh, the Warblades are potentially huge, though. The Immolation Aura as well now has double Immo to sweep all of this up.
Yeah, I think he was really digging for Kurtrus, though, wasn't he?
Kurtrus would have been the ideal for sure, yes. But I think he will take this situation, right? Full clear, full health on board to soak up some of the pings, a little bit of healing.
Waiting for exactly 10 to face. Go. Beep, 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 beep.
Haven't pressed a button in a while. He needs it. Oh, that's not a bad consolation prize.
Yeah.
How big is the Smuggler at this point? Because he has spent all of the early turns just rapidly spamming SI cards. It is all the way up to 10. Oh my goodness.
And suddenly, even at basic level, right? Yeah, yes, there's the Warblade with Chaos Strike, but those are two relatively large minions that, you know, you've seen Jace It has to be Kurtrus, right, for Blythe.
It does have to be Kurtrus, but there are only 4 cards remaining.
And he can draw minimum 2.
Yep. And he knows... Bunny will know there's a Chaos Strike remaining as well, so that's one potential reroll. Oh, Raven, no. Why have you done such a thing?
It's Studies, Fell Barrage, Spectral, Kurtrus.
Uh-huh.
I hadn't pressed the button in a while.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
I mean,
That
that's a
should
good
do it.
start. Yeah.
Yep.
You ever wanted to just empty the deck? That's the card off the top.
Kurtrus can come back down, reapplies the Battle Cry. These do stack on top of each other. As a 2-mana Kurtrus Demon Render.
How many times has he actually attacked, though? What was that, 6-4?
6/4s. 6/4.
Oh, just enough. Yeah, that'll do. He has that, a trade into the 1-3 and then Fell Barrage.
Exactly. Trade 1 in, face into the 1-3. Pop that barrage.
He could fake. No, he could just hit face, right?
Oh, you could just hit face, yeah, sure.
It just leaves the. Yeah, I think both steps have been used as well, right? Just like that, things are looking rough for Bunny. Might well end this game with a couple of terrible Demon Hunter cards in his hand.
Oh, is this better? I mean, yes, both steps have been used, but there is a Tenwu. There is a Tenwu in the deck, which could have then been turned into, like, Scrapyard Colossus. And the
Just
bounce,
assumed
like,
it was a 10 won't, so it's fine.
Does that just end the game at that point? Like, I understand that's a massive amount of damage to ship into a 1-3 in that position. I get that, of course, but you get into that spot of, like, find me any win condition in the deck if you kill the 1-3, and I suppose the answer to that is the other SI7 Smuggler, and then you've done less damage, and maybe there's a chance to get back into it. So yeah, I guess on reflection, it's probably fine, but still, Bunny did go digging there. I think Blythe played that very well throughout most of the game. Bunny got a very rapid quest completion, but Blythe just didn't really panic, and I think as we watch more and more of Blythe, this is kind of a weird characterization because he's such a fast, frantic, snappy player. But I think, honestly, one of his greatest abilities in Hearthstone is that he doesn't panic when he's in bad situations. We've seen him in multiple cases where a lot of players would just be throwing their arms around and thinking they were out of the game. Blythe just plays cards and makes things happen and eventually turns things around and wins the game. It's a very underrated skill, I think.
It feels like he's seen it all before, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, okay, well, this outcome, unexpected, but it's happened before. This is what I have to do to beat it. And it's just as easy, it's as simple as that, right? Beating it might not be as simple as that, but it does feel like, oh, I've seen this interaction happen. I've seen this card get pulled at this point. It's fine. He is going to be going over to this Rally Priest, though, and again, another deck that I think Blythe can be Blythe on. We've seen the insane drawing capabilities of Brute Demon Hunter. Blythe show off on decks like that, even with certain Druid turns as well in the past with some of the faster paced Druid turns you can make. And I think this Priest is right up his street in terms of what Blythe can be capable of if he gets hold of just the right building blocks, right, to let himself have a pop-off turn.
Yeah, I think if you were going to characterize one of these two players who both have Rally Priest remaining in the series, if you're going to characterize one of them as a Rally Priest player, I'm fairly sure where most people would be putting their money at this point, and that is to take nothing away from Bunny's ability to play these kinds of decks, because he is a good Hearthstone player. That is not limited to, you know, any individual deck or strategy. He's been at the very top of the game for a long time for a reason, but there's certain decks that you just think Blythe's vibes with, and Rally Priest is certainly one of them.
Yeah, and with this position now, like, of course, there's the mirror match, which we're going to have, but let's say Bunny Hopper evens up the series. Who are you liking if it's going to come down to Rally Priest versus Rogue?
I do think in general, Bunny's lineup does have a little bit of a nod towards Rally Priest. We talked about the Sigil of Silence, for example, being a very deliberate tech in that direction in the Demon Hunter. I do think Quest Rogue is a deck that has game in that matchup at the very least. Just because of Assassins, Fizz Flash Distractors, the ability to dump big stats on the board quickly. with the cards that they have available. These are all things that do very well against Rally Priest, but it's not a straight up punishing matchup that the Rally Priest can't get out of either. But I'd almost be tempted to say Quest Rogue, and the only reason I'm taking the long way round to that answer is I still can't get that dirty taste out of my mouth when I have to say good things about Quest Rogue, because I do believe it's a good deck now, and I do fight its corner, because I think some people are sort of stuck in that legacy idea that Quest Rogue just kind of sucks. But still, just that ingrained nasty taste of Quest Rogue sucking is just something that I'm still struggling to deal with.
Yeah, as a day one Quest Rogue enjoyer, I do find it funny that I've still not really come across someone who hates Quest Rogue as much as you. Just as a general, general hatred of a deck. You could admit it's good sometimes, but you still hate it.
That is true, yeah. I'm absolutely not going to play the deck myself because I have self-respect. But the deck
That's
is...
your problem.
That's what I've been doing wrong this entire time.
On weakness. Here, though, as we've been talking about rubbish, Blythe does manage to land a Nazmani, but Bunny Hop has already started an early pop-off with Sethic, and it's fair to say in the mirror subtle that this becomes a weirdly like a board-focused, like heavily board-focused and aggressive matchup in the early game, right? Because priority one is to just stick minions first.
Yeah, it can go either way. Like, you certainly can win this matchup on value if you kind of invent this route through the game where you destroy all your opponent's Sethics and all their routes to get more Sethics, right? If you kind of exhaust through the rallies and the raised heads and just focus on limiting resources from your opponent, you can run someone out of stuff. That's, I would say, a rare outcome, though, to the matchup, and the more common matchup by far is the one that you're describing, where players just kind of dump stuff into the board every single turn in that constant back and forward battle to just try and attain dominance.
And it is back and forth, isn't it? Because one thing I've learned from watching a lot of this matchup is even if you think someone's winning, they might not be, because any given turn, AoE silences, soul mirrors, there's so many, Shadowwood Ruin, there's so many plays that can just flip the board in an instant. So it's really difficult to get a good judgment on who's actually winning, unless one player has a handful of cards and the other player has none, for example, right? Which is a little bit more obvious.
You mentioned Soul Mirror in particular, but I think that's one of the trickiest parts of the matchup as well, is that every good minion that you play is a potential target for your opponent because of Luminance, Deliverance, Initiation, Psyche Split, Soul Mirror. Like, all of these cards are things that can go, oh, there's that Sethic I've been waiting for. Or my opponent's just played one. I shall take it. It's a really, really fine balancing act in terms of things that you are willing to even present to your opponent.
Please don't even suggest it. We're not going back to matchups where the play is to not play things until your opponent does. I refuse.
If you are referring to the Token Druid mirror of old, Raven, that was never correct. I stand by that.
No, but people said it. People talked about it, so it started
Otherwise,
to happen.
smart people who were good at Hearthstone convinced people that was the way you were supposed to play it, and they were always wrong. I will die on that hill forever.
But people did it.
They did, yeah.
We will feed on this world.
Hey, look, Bunny Hopper. I kind of was going to use the words all in. It's obviously not all in. He's doing good stuff, but he's committing a lot to the board right now, is more what I meant.
10 cards in hand, he's all in.
Yeah. This doesn't work, nothing will. You know what I meant.
I mean, yeah, I have to effectively know what you mean to be able to effectively make fun of it. It's just necessary.
Long for the day where you just accept that you know what I mean and act like it, as opposed to going, I know what he means, but
I'm going to willfully misunderstand it for comic effect. Yeah. All right, this is the first real pop-off turn of the game, I would say. Blythe has engineered himself into the position of 2 Nazmani, 2 Sethic. He now has, in my opinion, the perfect ratio of 3 Nazmani, 2 Sethic. Obviously, more is better, but if you can get to this point, this is the point where I'm secure to say that you are probably just infinite. But now Blythe, with additional Sethics and additional spells, This is a spot where with infinite time, all things are possible for Blythe this turn.
Yeah.
Does not have an attacking minion, otherwise I would be saying with infinite time, this is just simply lethal. But he should be able to make an incredibly obnoxious board and kind of curate exactly what tools he wants to end the turn with. Looking at big dragons, draconic studies, yep, Ysera the Dreamer is a perfect one to pick up here.
If Smite could go face, this would be lethal with infinite time.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, this is
by
a
which
huge...
you mean Holy Smite, of course, and not
Yeah.
Mr. Smite, which can go.
Or Father Smite, depending on whose broadcast you've been watching.
Father Smite, Daddy Smite.
As long as you don't say boom anywhere, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay, the really impressive board there from Blythe. Bunny Hopper back to square one, and no Soul Mirror or Gift in sight. Does have Condemn now, or Shadow Word Ruin, either way, but Condemn doesn't achieve much. Ruin kills one minion. Ugh.
Condemn plus Devour, and then Devouring Plague? Still isn't really enough. Oh no, he's just gonna have to go digging. Needs the silence, has to find it, is not finding it. All right, Devour looped into Devour, that is something at the very least. But no silence,
That's
which means,
all.
yes.
Yep.
This is now the situation that with infinite time, this is simply lethal. And if there's anyone who has close to infinite time in a situation like this, it's Blythe.
Yeah, it's 23, I think, at the start of this turn, so then just add buffs from there, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, Blythe is like the Flash. Goes so fast, everyone else looks slow. He just gains extra time. Our word Fortitude, gonna be nice, a little bit of extra damage.
Dumping Shadow Word Ruin. I believe now if he just makes space for the Ysera cards, this is guaranteed lethal. I believe that's what he's doing right now. Yes, indeed.
How
Now
did he
we're-
work that out so fast?
Now with Fortitude and Nightmare. Hey, for once, I was up to speed with Blythe. He wasn't like 10 minutes ahead of me.
Yeah, that looks good with Nightmare and the clap from Blythe. As he just moves on. Has his one
Gave
match.
himself a literal round of applause. Even that's what he did.
He had his one match to play today. That could have had to turn into two, but never mind. Blythe turns up, gets it done in the first try, and he's going to move on to the top four to join Yala and Fury Hunter. I already can't wait for tomorrow's Sol. It's ridiculous. Oh.
What is Europe Grandmasters? Honestly,
The best,
I will
that's what.
I will preface this by saying this is hyperbole, and you should watch all of Grandmasters because it's great. But why would you watch other regions? Like, Europe is just the best. Listen to that top three that we have out of our top three so far, top four already. That is an absolutely absurd lineup with potentially Bunny Hopper, Psycho, or Floki waiting to join that. Ridiculous scenes.
Watching the clap just cracks me up. But yeah, a great win for Blythe. And yet again, like it's very similar to Fury Hunter yesterday. That's exactly what you want, right? Just for maybe even your own stress levels. You've done the work to finish first or second like Fury and Blythe did in the season. You get your free win to start in the winner's bracket. Turn up, you win your match, you take a break and get ready for tomorrow, right? Or, you know, the day after in Fury Hunter's case. It's exactly like the confidence booster you want. You don't want that added stress because, of course, I am sure Psycho, Bunny Hopper now, after both playing some games out today, now being in that, well, if you win, you've got to keep playing. If you lose, you might just be out and you're done. It's just that extra stress factor, right? So it's just a lot on the line for these players. But again, just another congratulations to Blythe. I think, to no surprise, we talked about it right at the beginning of the pre-game. It's a Blythe deck. He just went, right, my turn, go, 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 go. The board's cleared. Bunny Hopper can't respond. Game over.
Yeah, weirdly, I was actually looking at the stats during that series, and what I would kind of ascribe as the Bly's decks that are in the meta right now, like Kazakhstan Druid, previously Miracle Priest, now most people are playing Rally Priest instead, if we kind of lump that together. He's actually running negative with all of those decks in Grandmasters this season. It's kind of been the other decks around that have been the successful ones for him, because you can imagine if there's a couple of the biggest decks in the meta that he's running unsuccessfully with, but he finished in the top 2, you can imagine how hot he's then running with the other decks instead. So weirdly, those kind of degenerate combo decks that we're used to seeing Bly's do incredibly well with haven't been performing for him, with the one exception being Brute Demon Hunter, which he consolidated as the best deck in Europe Grandmasters and then didn't bring to the tournament. Like, what is Bly's? He's such a strange and enigmatic beast. I can't get a read on him. It's so weird. But he is going to find himself. No, I don't either.
Okay, with the mystery.
Better left as a mystery, I agree, but he is going to book a spot in the top 4, and we do have one more spot now left to play with 3 players vying for that spot.
Yeah, we've got 2 more matches left for today. Next up, we've got Psycho versus Floki, and then the winner of that will then play Bunny Hopper for that final spot in the top 4. So still a lot of action left. We are going to go to a quicker break now, as we're going to be jumping into that Psycho versus Floki match after the break. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Hearthstone European Grandmasters. We are moving on to our third match of the day, just past halfway through technically I suppose, and it is going to be Floki versus Psycho for the first elimination match of the day. So to put it simply, the loser is done for playoffs and done for this final season of the European Grandmasters, as next season we are going to have the cross-region Grandmasters last call. Okay, that caught me messing with my mic. Which is going to be very exciting, of course. I'm looking forward to seeing the regions just clash in the league together. But for now, it is all about Psycho, Floki. Hunter banned away from Floki Aristotle, and Psycho losing the Druid.
Indeed, and we are going to kick things off with some Shadow Priest from Psycho. Looking at Floki's lineup, obviously it's the first time we are seeing him. He has probably one of the more standard lineups that we have seen so far. I feel like we've spent a lot of time talking about, okay, here's like the unique playoff-centric strategy that everyone has gone with so far. But in this case, Floki's just looking at a Quest Rogue, a Kazakhstan Druid, a Fell Demon Hunter, all very standard stuff. And then Quest Hunter as well, which, you know, is a rare deck at least this time around in playoffs, but has been a very standard deck over the last couple of weeks, I would say, in various strategies. So this kind of feels like Floki setting himself up with the, you know, I'm the good decks player in this tournament. I'm the one that everyone else has to gun for. He does have a couple of little interesting techs, Showstopper in the Quest Hunter, for example. But for the most part, he is the player playing the standard stuff that everyone else is going to have to gun at. And in particular, this Kazakhstan Druid is a deck that many, many players have in their sights for this tournament.
Yeah, and already just an unfun start to the series, I imagine, for Floki, because for me, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I feel like Shadow Priest is the truest sort of Druid killer deck. Even, you know, removing all tech cards and stuff, but just as a general archetype, Shadow Priest seems to be just the strongest overall if you really want to pounce on those Druids. But in general, it's just going to be a rough series for Floki, right? And it's just the way it's going to be with Psycho on the buff Paladin, the Shadow Priest, and then the Brute Demon Hunter. So guess what? We're going to talk about it once more, and it is a bit of a change based off previous weeks, but instead of Druid being banned all the way, now it's, well, can Druid win? Which honestly, Sottle, is a conversation I really did not think we would be having at this point in the rotation or in this expansion, because I feel like Druid really has hit the apex of all of the tools needed to just become the factual strongest deck and almost unstoppable.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I talked about this a lot at the beginning with kind of the save that stuff for nationals attitude of people have been targeting Druid, they've been playing the best decks available in terms of decks that already exist to try and beat Druid, like a quad aggro strategy going into the Masters Tour. But this is the first time we've really seen people go, okay, I'm going to lose 5% in every other matchup on top of those decks to gain 10% against Druid, right? Like that kind of goal, which is much more of what like a hard target strategy looks like in Conquest. And so far, it is paying out for the people that have gone for it. Psycho is doing things a little bit differently. He has his own Druid in there, which is not Kazakhstan Druid. It's the Beast Druid, which is a extremely rare deck in Europe Grandmasters. Only 4 games, I believe, of it have been played in the whole season of Europe Grandmasters so far, even though it's kind of been a deck there bubbling under the radar a little bit very carefully. So even now, because when it shows up, you tend not to see it because it gets banned, as it has been in this series, because it's pretty much unbeatable in a lot of situations. But still, that same core strategy of trying to beat up on Kazakhstan Druid is very much there for Psycho.
I honestly just don't remember casting it this season at all. But what's funny is I don't remember casting it, but I always recall just whenever I watch APAC or Americas, it's just always been either played or talked about, right? Yeah. It's like, well, just Europe don't like it, and I think that might have even transferred to me. Like, I personally believe it's not a great deck. I think a lot of its win rate comes from people on ladder and not mulliganing for it and mulliganing for the Kaz Druid instead. But we'll see. But anyway, back to this matchup. It is, of course, the Kaz Druid on the bottom from Floki, and Psycho on that Shadow Priest. Elimination on the line for both of these players as we kick off this series right now. Psycho got the post, Subtle.
Got the posts, got the attendant as well, which was a card I erroneously believed he'd cut from the deck for about 30 seconds earlier because I was staring at it. Genuinely, I just had Void Touch blindness. I was going up and down the deck. I just couldn't see it for a straight 30 seconds. I was like, okay, I know me and Psycho disagree on deck building quite often, but I feel like we've reached the point of ridiculousness at this point. But yes, of course, it is in fact in the deck, and it is of course in the opening hand for Psycho. Oh, I've just noticed as well, minor point of correction, sorry, I was looking at the Aggro Druid stats, which is a different deck from the Beast Druid. There's been 26 games of Beast Druid in Europe Grandmasters, which is much bigger than 4, but still the point stands. That's a very small sample size, even if you compare it to like a vaguely niche deck like Quest Hunter, for example. 125 games of Quest Hunter have been played, just for a point of comparison.
Sal, I'm going to leave you to just cover me for a second. I need to step away. I'll tell you why.
You got it. All right,
Thanks.
fair enough. No worries. Floki here looking to deal with this as best he can. A 1/4 start is relatively easy to ignore from Druid, of course, so he would love to just be able to blow past this.
Time waits for no one.
But he is just going to go with the hero power for now. Psycho choosing to go with the 4 health minion on turn 1 does make sense because it is obviously the most resistant to Lunar Eclipse, which is the card that can come down there. And then because he has a minion that's resistant to Lunar Eclipse, that means that he then gets to pay out with the Deceptor on the following turn, draw a card off the damage being thrown in. And now this way, he's actually building a board step by step, which can then be cashed in with damage with that Void Touched Attendant, as opposed to just throwing out the Attendant on 1, potentially getting it Lunar Eclipsed, and then you are in trouble.
I'm sorry, Sal, I'm back now. Thanks for that, mate.
All good.
Yeah. Have a bit of a battle with a wasp.
Yeah, of all the explanations, I was not expecting that to be the one.
It was nothing serious, but I cannot sit here and cast if there's a wasp trying to attack me. So, yeah, I'll just shoot it outside. It's fine now. But yeah, I knew if I tried to like work through it, I would just be constantly not looking at the monitor. Anyway, I'm good to go. What's happened so far? It looks like Psycho's started to just build the board, does have the Void Touch Attendant in the hand as well. Most importantly, with that post ready to go. Yeah, and you like to see this, right? Just calling out the post right now early is just 2 minions, but that's going to start stacking. It's something we've seen from everyone who's been bringing this, right? Is get the post out ASAP and then build the board, as opposed to trying doing it the other way around, which is a little bit more risky.
And already the nightmare scenario appears for Floki. Too far away to be able to power out a Scalar Onyxia in this position. No clean answer to, you know, a 7 health minion essentially, because obviously any spell that you cast, the Watch Post does gain that buff immediately. So he's just kind of got to sit there and get hit in the face for a few turns right now.
Is it worth going Lunar Barrel Rage? The post?
Do what? That doesn't even kill it though, does it?
Right, but it lowers it, right? A lot.
Right, I see.
You know what I mean? Like, you're doing, what, 7 damage, it only gains 2 health. And just at least put you in a position that you can try and kill it the turn after.
I see what you're saying, okay. It's such a monstrous amount of damage to dump on the board as well, though, isn't it?
Muzzle their magic.
This is also a monstrous amount of damage.
So, game 2, Raven.
Yeah. Because the problem here is oh, well, you know, Luna, that could help him out, kill a Void Touched. Well, it buffs everything else, and then we can see there's just Raised Dead.
Well, it also just doesn't kill the Void Touched, right? Because the buff happens before the spell resolves.
Yeah, sure. I just like, I guess with hero power, right? You could kill it off, but it just adds as much damage back to the board anyway, right? And obviously with Raised Dead in the hand for Psycho, See a bit of a shake of the head from Floki, and honestly, yeah. This has been the story of the weekend, at least in Europe, right? Druid just getting got, especially by decks like Shadow Priest that just feels so strong against it. Obviously, this opening very strong from Psycho, of course, but the deck's built to open like this.
Yep. But it's such a hard read to make as well, though. Like, I don't think it's a hard read to make, but it's a hard thing to convince yourself as a player coming into this tournament. Let's say you don't want to do this type of strategy that Yala, Psycho, Alan, whoever else has gone with, right? You want to be playing some variation of the good decks. You want to be doing what Fury Hunter's doing, right? Like, play the good decks, tech them towards the idea that aggro is going to be there, and go from there. Are you really, if you're making that kind of strategy, going to go with the idea that you're not going to play Druid as part of that lineup because of the way that it's going to be hunted down by everyone else? Like, Druid equals Druid. That has to be the first order of building a lineup coming into this. But we've just seen it time after time. Kazakhstan Druids being bullied out of series, and we are looking very likely like we might be seeing another one here again for Psycho.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, honestly, the swap, like, would you even say, okay, I won't play Druid, but I'll play, what, Control Warrior? Like, even maybe a teched Control Warrior to an extent. Like, that is a hard sell, right? Even if you know the meta, that's a hard sell. And then the problem is, well, what happens when you run into someone also not doing the aggro strategy, and they have Druid? Then you're like, oh, oops. And that's the big problem. And it is the risk, right? The players have taken, all of the players take when you submit a lineup, especially for something as important as playoffs. Like, it's the natural risk of saying, well, I could do this because I expect this, but then if that's the read, and then people are going to go that level deeper. And it's something we've talked about for years, is how many levels deep do you go when doing lineup construction. So it is tough. And again, it's difficult when you are the player who's running into like the hard counter strat. And again, we see it talked about during Swiss, for example, in Masters Tours. It's like, oh, lost this match because I just ran into the person who's playing this, specific thing. But the problem with playoffs is you don't really get that many chances. There's not 8 rounds of Swiss to play through, and you hope, okay, you can run into one that's unlucky, fine, but you've got the rest. That's just not here.
Loki, back to the well. Druid again. Buff Paladin coming out on the other side. Buff Paladin, including the cards. Cult Neophyte, King Mukla, Blade Master Akani. What do you even do?
You don't.
Oh, buy them.
That's the trick.
Yeah.
Give up before it even starts.
Can't be disappointed if you just immediately give up in all circumstances.
Yeah, you see Floki even just staring at this mulligan, right, and thinking, is this enough?
I think Nature Studies ends up being a keep. Lunar Eclipse is debatable. I mean, that might sound weird because obviously the goal of the deck on the other side of the board is to play minions and then buff them. So you feel like any tools that you have to remove minions is going to be very useful. However, I do think the way that you win is just to blow past all that and just do something more powerful with Ramp and Overgrowth and Guff and Innovates and Lightning Blooms and Scale of Onyxia and Kazakhstan and generate a Cenarian Ward and whatever else that you need to do. Trading 1-for-1 with a minion, I would argue, is not good enough if the card Trog didn't exist. Because if Trog comes down, you need to be able to Lunar Eclipse the Trog or you probably just lose immediately.
Yeah, a big problem as well is, though, these players, they're good enough to not just sacrifice a Trog to Druid, right? A lot of the time you'll see buffs held, you'll see the Trog played with other threats so that, yes, okay, you killed the Trog, but now I hit you for 6 and still have 2 more minions on the board and so on. So it really is a tough one. I do wonder whether, again, similar to what you were talking about, let's just live in the perfect world where the Luna's mulliganed and you get a Bloom for like scale as early as possible and try and win that way. It's really difficult. We do see now, though, the Luna is going to get value taking down this Neophyte because Psycho's had a low-ish opening, actually, so far, which is something, right?
Yes, indeed. Neophyte turn not as
there he
disruptive
is.
as it could have been because of the Nature Studies discount, still allowing the lunar eclipse to come through, but it did, I suppose, in some worlds impact what was possible after the lunar eclipse, even though not particularly in this scenario. However, Razorboard Jungle Panther, not a bad combination of cards, particularly the Jungle Panther, I would say, because that can be used to trade very nicely on Floki's terms. That is a useful tool for him to have available, particularly now when the threat of King Mukla is coming down, because boom, bananas, big deal, right? And this is a scenario that's actually been set up from Floki since turn 1, where that partner assignment, is that the name of the card, was picked up from the Nature Studies early on to create this exact scenario. And now he has the answer. You see the laugh, right? It's like, I've got this covered.
Again, what Psycho's doing here is saying, well, I don't really have a better play.
No.
I'll make him spend the mana on the banana, make him do the trade. Hopefully, for Psycho's sake, the Neophyte lives, and you can keep on building, right? Maybe double Hand of Adar next turn. I mean, this looks all right purely because there's 2 Innovates next turn for scale, right? Banana Boar.
Okay, that is a big deal.
Yeah, off curve, but does the job that the Hand of Adals do not.
Exactly.
The only problem is, does he just Hand of Adal anyway?
You might still just like double hand go face,
parrot.
potentially.
Yeah, because it'll draw so many cards, right?
Yep.
And next turn he has the parrot to draw another card. Tough decision to be made, but now...
Theoretically, doing it this way, though, he can still just have this minion live, not have to parrot next turn, right? Like, he could just go Hand of Adal, have a couple of shots at Vindicator, for example, and then curve out that way and still get the Hand of Adal back onto the Squawker, maybe even delay enough time to find Blessing of Authority, right? Could even just get Blessing of Authority straight off the top if the Neophyte lives. This gives him a lot of options doing it this way, so I like it.
Ooh, Floki gonna go for the Feral Rage instead. Just wonder, it does cost the Innovates, of course, but I did just wonder, like, what happens if you just get a full board of scales here?
Yeah.
A part of me... okay. A part of me wondered if it was Hero Power Hand of Adal. Because I just think the card draw is that important. I guess it's going to be difficult for this to die. Obviously, we can see that it could if Floki wanted it to with scale again. But looks like he's just going to say, nope, I'm playing the Kaz turn. Treasures for everyone.
Treasures for everyone, indeed. Psycho will be able to pick up a lot of tempo in response to this, which is at least something. Because he'll be able to trade down the 8/8 just with 2 Divine Shields and likely do an awful lot of buffing with the Hand of Adal. But this is an extremely disappointing scenario where we are not going to be able to see what is in Floki's deck, which is of the utmost importance at this point.
Well, we get to be Psycho for now.
Mm-hmm.
And we just don't know until it happens.
Job done.
Choice has been made.
The Psycho can play Carry All Hand this turn.
Oh, we could carry all and hand, but both hands on the parrot and just go face. Of leaving the Kaz up though.
Yes. And then, of course, the eternal fear whenever you're leaving minions up in this kind of scenario. Gnomish Army Knife on the other side, which is always going to be a huge problem. Necrotic Poison is not the worst thing that could have happened to Psycho this turn. Obviously, it's good. Most treasures are. But since it's only a 2-mana draw here, I imagine Floki is just going to spend his mana on the Scale of Elixir instead. Yep, I like this.
Does mean that you can't kill off everything, though, right? Sorry, without trading the Kaz.
Without trading.
Yes, yeah, sorry. Well, it's a small victory for Psycho, I suppose. Can just slam Carriol now. Try and get this Trog buffed. Looks like he's going to go for the Trog straight away, actually. Okay.
Blessing of Authority into Blessing of Authority, and there's just a Necrotic Poison in Floki's hand.
Oh! Reflections.
No. Absolutely not.
What to do?
The ancient, if this 2-1 lives, which it obviously can for now, the ancient
Yeah.
reflections on the whelps are actually pretty sick, right? Just a board full of 1/1 rushes. Yep, there's Necrotic. There goes the Trog, and Psycho, I think, is in trouble. Obviously, we don't know what the treasures are, though. Floki could have whiffed on a win condition.
Yep.
Or at least the damage win condition, should I say.
Yeah, which I think is the best. Actually, honestly, I think the best hope Psycho has is that Floki does have some damage win conditions, but not much. Like, doesn't have Embers to go with the Solar, for example. And then Lightforge Carrier could perhaps potentially tank all of that damage and fatigue from this point. However, that is the best draw in the deck, I think, for Psycho in this spot, because that is an enormous uninteractable stealth minion. That is a big, big deal.
Just the bubs.
Carrier will, of course, clean this up, but I'm sure Psycho is interested in bigger things right now.
Oh,
that's not it. Still waiting for the day where we find a card that isn't close.
He does get to play a buffed peasant, though.
True.
All that carrying the logs around has paid off.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
Now the question, Subtle, is does he the 10-10 stealth?
You could even argue, and again, we talk about leaving a dirty taste in the mouth. Value trade to protect the peasant?
Yeah,
I know. I think that's probably nonsense, though.
What if it's just go face with everything, play the peasant, let Floki deal with it?
That's honestly where I'm at, yeah.
It still puts your opponent to 4, right? Smite off the top is still a win. You know, I'm talking without heals from Floki or blah, 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 whatever. But it's probably just this. I did just wonder whether the stealth changes anything. But yeah.
Oh, but again... So obviously, like, that's a really tough decision and potentially a game-defining decision. It's actually quite interesting that we're in a spot that we don't know what the treasures are, because again, Psycho and us, from our position of ignorance, have to think about playing around Gnomish Army Knife, right? Because they've only seen 1 or 2 treasures now with the Necrotic Poison and the Bubba. So there's still plenty of potential for Gnomish Army Knife to just probably straight up end the game at that point, just because you're leaving a minion up. But if you don't do that, then you're in a position where, well, you take away outs off the top, like Mr. Smite, for example, just to play around those cards on the other side.
Oh, was that a buff? Well, hit him for 2. The problem is the hero power from Floki is going to be painful. It's going to add just a whole turn if Psycho has to resort to just keep swinging this weapon. Oh, looming presence! Solar?
So we've seen Necrotic Poison, Bubba, Ancient Reflections,
Looming Presence. There's one more.
Looming Presence. So there's 1 card left.
But you just Goal is just for the armor, right?
But it does move him immediately towards fatigue. Like, Floki knows what the last card is, so this is a much easier decision.
Yeah,
for him.
true.
But if the last card doesn't just straight up win the game, okay, that's very good because he has Ancient Reflection as the other remaining card. So yeah, that is a excellent win condition for him. But yeah, if the last card was another removal tool or like a low impact minion or something like that, then pushing yourself this far towards fatigue just might end up being counterintuitive. Like, Looming Presence just doesn't even really gain you armor in that spot, right? Because you end up fatiguing so quickly.
Yeah, and
Guaranteeing that you have Clockwork Assistant Ancient Reflection next turn is going to be game winning for sure.
yeah, I guess the issue as well is it doesn't really stop Smite, does it? Got 15. Psycho
16 with the hero power?
Yes, sorry, yeah, I was just counting flat. Yeah.
Mhm.
I guess Psycho just hero powers, plays the peasant, plays them out, goes face. Hopes to rip exactly Smite next turn. Because now Psycho's seen every card, right?
He's seen every card apart from one card in his opponent's hand, which could be any remaining Druid card. That's the only card that's a mystery at this point.
Yeah, Psycho just has to play the stuff and go face and just say, well, see what happens.
The weird part here is that playing a minion, because you know that one of the remaining cards is Ancient Reflections, you've already seen one of them. If you play a minion, you're allowing Floki to trade off 1/1s and turn them into 14/14s with the Ancient Reflection on the Clockwork, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, it is, but he's 2-turn anyway, right?
I think he is, yeah. I don't think there's too much of a way to play around that. Like, you could think about like Righteous Protector outs or something if you don't give your opponent a bunch of 14/14s, but I don't know if that really changes anything.
Here, though, I am pretty sure, correct me if I am wrong, Smite or bust. That's 10 health. The hero power will guarantee hit the Smite. And none of these minions have taunt. Don't think there's any other card that changes anything for Psycho. That was a Trog. No, it wasn't. But it wasn't Smite, which was most important. There's nothing there. Psycho's going to take the loss. Druid gets over the line there for Floki. It still must have felt a little bit dicey at least, because in multiple turns there in a row, I believe Smite was just simply lethal. So still a little bit close there for Floki, but he did get the win, and that's the most important thing. So now we have the Buff Paladin and the Brute Demon Hunter against the, let me just triple check. Yeah, it is Fel Demon Hunter and Quest Rogue for this series. So some very different matchups we've got heading our way, Sottle, and we're moving very quickly away from the Can Druid win.
Yeah, and it's about time, really, that we saw one of these series where the target Druid has to test their mettle against some of the other decks because the Druid's already got it out of the series. Druid's gone 1-1 there, which, you know, doesn't sound like a disaster, but as I was talking about earlier, Psycho is one of those players in a spot where he's actively sacrificed percentage in other matchups to gain percentage against Druid. So then that deck that you're targeting only going 50-50 in the series is a big problem for you, because when you come down to more vanilla decks, suddenly the idea of, you know, having King Mukla in all of your decks is not looking quite as appealing. Although he does move over to the Brute Demon Hunter, which is just, you know, straight up fairly standard Brute Demon Hunter. 1 Broom, 1 Lion's Frenzy, filling in those last couple of cards available, playing a Rustdrop Viper in there as well, which is not necessarily a given. But yeah, it goes without saying, really, that the Druid getting out of the series now means that Psycho is going to find himself in significant trouble.
Yeah, this matchup with the Demon Hunter versus Rogue now, as Floki is going to be on this Rogue. Looking over the list, looks fairly standard to me, Sottle, of course. We could talk about whether or not Okani's standard now in these lists, or whether people are playing it for specific matchups. But it's a card I can always see the at least half value of, right? I think it's a card going forward we will see, maybe even forever, while it's in the rotation, just dip in and out of the meta, just based on what's popular.
Yeah, and I think Psycho will be weirdly comfortable in this matchup. Like, if you're going to be playing a Demon Hunter in this matchup, it almost feels like you'd rather be playing Brutes than Fel, although I don't think that's actually the reality. But we've spent so many weeks in Grandmasters playing Fel Demon Hunter into Quest Rogue, and it does just feel like quite a poor matchup at times. That just the ability to be degenerate and just blow past what your opponent's doing instead has at least got to be something to think about. But in reality, I think this matchup is also pretty miserable from Psycho's side of the board, because that combination of just fast stats building up very quickly on the other side, and of course the Cult Neophyte that we see for a lot of disruptive potential for what Psycho is trying to do in terms of getting to those quick brutes. It feels like Psycho might be in trouble yet again.
Yeah, solid opening, or at least playables for early for Floki if he chooses to keep some of this. But I do think... Oh, was that a full keep? No, okay, good. I was going to say. I do think this Smuggler, with the current change, or recent change, should I say, to how it not counting itself, does mean that you keep it a lot less often than you used to. Right, a turbo opening here for Floki, but Psycho, on the other hand, looking good, isn't it? It doesn't have the coin again with this coin sigil we keep talking about and never actually see. But Spectral into Spectral is about as good as you're going to get. Loki does get hold of the Skulker now as well, which is going to be pretty nice. He does have something now to play on turn 3 and 2, as opposed to having to use the coin early if he was feeling a little bit worried. It does mean he can get the secret passage good to go once he maybe hits that turn 4 or 5 to try and just give himself more SI minions to push.
Yeah, you saw the little grin just spread across his face as the Skulker came into hand, right on time for turn 2.
Job done. This guy's toast.
He does choose to coin out the SI7 instead. To coin out the SI7. I have to stop saying that. It's been years. It's so ingrained.
I see.
Some green brutes.
Yeah, it is a green brute. Can get cheaper from here, though. Double jump. It hits the philosophy. Does not. I imagine Psycho will hold the Spectral Sight for next turn now in the left outcast position. Just be happy with one Boulder Fist Ogre with Taunt this turn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm wondering if he plays the Broom here just to kill this SI off. I actually kind of like it.
Fine.
Just get it moved so there can't be any Shadow Step combo shenanigans going on, at least with the SI7 agent. That is not a nice trade for the Operative, is it?
No.
Strictly.
Really needs some help from the Gizmo here.
Yeah.
He doesn't find it. Okay, I mean, Undercover Mole is probably good enough. I was wondering even whether you would rip a 1-mana Secret Passage just to go fishing for, like, exactly Shadow Step, just to make further progress with the quest. And then also you would discount the Assassin in hand to 4 for the following turn, which would be obviously ideal. But I think Mole is good enough not to take that risk. Just get another Stealth minion in play.
Not a terrible hand from Psycho at all. Still equipped. Imagine. Probably save the Spectral. He's on 0, right?
On 0 for what?
Quest. Progression.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, because he just procs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 0 mana extortion. Not bad at all. Maybe this starts with the mole just pushing. Not enough for the trade.
Yeah, it does allow Floki to land like a fairly nice empty board Akani here. Just trade down the Brute, extortion the 1/3 if you think that is necessary. But yeah, I mean, if that is going to be the play, then you would probably just see what's in the mole first.
Okay. And weirdly enough, in this matchup, if you're into an empty board, are you picking spell or minion?
I think it's still spell. I mean, you have seen a lot of the smaller minions already, right? But it's the sigil runners still remaining that are kind of a problem. But I suppose you could make the argument that if it's sigil runner, you're still disrupting card draw, which is what you'd be trying to do with spell anyway. But I feel like it's still spell.
Okay. Oh wow, double soul share.
Oh,
It's
would you
minion.
look at that?
The double soul share was pretty well. I guess one soul share was good then, but because he could still hero power and double trade now if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it's not dead yet.
I see.
Yeah, just going to use the second soul share to clear this up.
Makes sense. Kurtra's nice in the outcast position as well, because it'll be able to just... It cleans up a lot of the rogue minions, actually. Very nicely, especially when it's immune. Okay. I was looking at Operative and the Sigil that turn. Oh, Smugglers.
All right.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good.
Oh, easy.
Smells like breakfast.
Oh!
Well, Soul Share's gone, Sol.
And the broom as well.
Yeah, how do you deal with a 9-1?
9-1s are just 9-1s now.
My quest, my revenge, it all ends here.
This
So
could,
Psycho-
even from this point, be a huge train for Psycho off the tradable here. He is just, I think, considering what it looks like. Yeah, okay. If he was to trade the Persistent Peddler there and then not hit a card draw, he could get potentially stuck in a loop where he's not then able to draw cards on the following turn either, and he misses out on the Brute. So I think this makes sense just to line it up for maximum pop-off potential on the following turn.
Such a big pickup, right? He can Extortion.
I wonder.
Yeah, he could just Extortion, Informant, Assassin, right? Can't quite get it, so the Sigil's playable.
You can also play Scabs instead, right? If he really wanted to, but I do think the Assassin ends up more important.
So what's the run?
My problem with this play, though, is I think if you're doing this, isn't it better to go face with the 3-3 and then Extortion your own 3-3 and just trade the 1-3 into the 1-1?
They will never catch me.
I feel like you
okay
want,
with that.
I feel like you want a 9-1 in play really, really badly right now.
Ooh, the glide by Scabs. Before he gets it back. Oh,
I mean, that's a fairly good consolation prize.
And
Oh,
there's all the scabs.
Okay.
Look how much he can even do this turn. Foxy, scabs. Scabs? That works, right?
Time grows short.
Meantime, Psycho's just drawn 1,000 cards. Ooh. It's lethal, never mind. I didn't know he got to 18 that quick.
He
Jeez.
did indeed. Chain interrupted. Finds the 18 damage out of absolutely nowhere. It was, I mean, I guess from his perspective, a little bit of a win-win scenario, because if he doesn't hit all the card draw, he's hitting other brute stuff instead, and then he gets to make a massive brute board. However, we could see that if he ends up hitting board instead of card draw, that Floki actually had a surprising amount of counterplay to that with the Foxy turn that he did have with double scabs, and then of course Fizz Flash distractors and so on that would come off that, and then the board that he already had to be able to trade down on the other side. So actually really, really solid turn there, ending it with the double weapon, the overwrite for that last card draw for 18 damage. Super, super clutch for Psycho. Good early draw, initial brute, used that as a platform, drew quite well from there as well, but very, very smoothly played. And that, I think, is the point of relief that Psycho is going to need in this series after the shock to the system of Druid picking up a win in just the game before.
Yeah, there will probably be just a bit of a creeping worry that this Paladin's going to fall over again, mainly because that's just what it does to people, or at least does to me. When you sort of half whiff with a deck once, you think, oh no, this is just bad. But I'm sure Psycho's good enough to not let it bother him. It's going to be now just this Paladin left. This win means that Psycho goes on to play Bunny, and his hopes of a World Championship spot are alive. The loss for Floki, or I guess for Psycho, if it goes on a bit longer, means that they're just done for the season. I feel like, honestly, this is a pretty tough matchup for the Paladin here.
Yeah, it certainly struggles to deal with Assassin and Fizz Slash Distractor and all the efficient ways the Rogue has to deal with individually large minions. Not to mention, it's even harder than you might think to even land minions to buff in the first place because of the efficiency of the early rush minions and SI7 Agent, SI7 Extortion, all the other things that they can throw at you. And Rogue, of course, also has that ability to just go, you know, Foxy, Scabs, play 1 million stats in one turn very early on in the game as well. So there are a lot of different roads to El Dorado for Floki in this one. I do agree. This is a tough matchup on the Paladin side.
And here I actually really like just dropping Tenwu. I don't think you expect to have much time to do fancy Tenwu things. I think the battle for the board will be so brutal that it's unlikely you're going to be having stuff to stick around, especially if you don't play something early. Floki is going to go for the hero power here, so decides that he can try and get some more value from the Tenwu instead. It would just worry me that it would put him on the back foot when having your opponent, that's effectively the aggro deck, I'd call it in this matchup, skip turn 1. I thought that was a good moment to jump on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated it. Played around a couple of things with Noble Mount as well, like Trog Coin Noble Mount or Vindicator Noble Mount, for example, because you then have a 3-2 in play and a dagger that you could use, or you dagger up the next turn and be able to use that to pop the Divine Shield. So would not have been the worst thing in the world, but I think also with Ace Scabs in hand, right, your eyes just light up looking at that Tenwu and all the things that are potentially possible with it. So Loki going to take the greedy lines.
Speaking of noble mounts, a couple. Is this instead just a coin carry-all turn? Take a couple of trades. I guess not for Psycho. I was interested in that, actually.
This does leave the option open for Psycho to go coin Authority before potentially SI7 Assassins really come into play, though, which is fairly interesting. But by coining Authority, you're then a turn further away from the Battle Master to then follow that up afterwards. So whether or not that can like cheese a quick lethal or anything remains to be seen.
Well, that's what interests me the most, though, right? Coining Carriol would be like coining Authority because it would
That's a
reduce
good
it to
point.
4.
Yeah.
You coin Carriol, take the trades, have a 3 health and a 1 health minion on board, and you could play Blessing next turn.
That is a very good point.
Okay, just not having the hand. Yes, there's scabs, but feels very slow right now. Has to clear up the Trog, go for the secret passage. And the problem there is, and it's one of the other strengths of Trog, I think a lot of people consider like, oh, turn 1 Trog is the nightmare. But there, it's the fact that Floki had to commit resources to killing a Trog and not the 3-1 and the 5-2 on the board, right?
Yep.
Like, it's such a big deal. But now we do see Floki did manage to get hold of something very strong in the form of the Foxy and the SI to kill off at least the major threat.
The SI, indeed, yes. He needed the SI in the form of SI7 Agent or Operative, right? He really needed one of those 2 cards off the Secret Passage, or I think he just would have ended up way too far behind. So that is a pretty fortunate outcome for Floki. Not to find one of those 2 cards, which fine, you're probably entitled to do that, but specifically finding SI7 Agent alongside the Foxy fraud, that's probably the biggest swing possible in that scenario from that Secret Passage outcome.
Ariel is going to come down, though, and can take over the board a little bit. Obviously, Psycho is ahead. But that's the fear, that the longer the game goes on against Rogue, the more fearful you are of Assassins, right? Because those are the cards that flip the board instantly.
Absolutely, yeah. Not available currently for Psycho, but he might have that fear of continuing to play around it in this situation, especially as he starts to see more and more card draw coming through. There is still that Tenwu in hand. Extortion gets found off the swindle. I think if you clear the board and you're Floki, you have to feel like you're going to be able to do degenerate scabs things next turn with this Tenwu. And you are.
Yeah, that's the main weakness of Paladin, right? Very predictable. Once it's off board, you know that there's very few things that are actually going to impact you outside of, certain decks that run in Blade Master or Carriol exactly. Other than that, not much is going to go down.
Yep.
The light dims, but we fight.
It is still probably just dump Blessing of Authority on this, though. Like, you're going to lose the game to Assassin, sure. I feel like every other play is just losing the game to your opponent doing literally anything, right? Like, what does making a 3-3 this turn really achieve? Alright, Psycho disagrees. I don't like it.
Want something to live to more realistically land Authority on next turn? And actually be able to trade?
Having the Divine Shield Taunt in play here does make life a little bit awkward for the degenerate scabs potential. Means that if Loki does want to do that, then the attacks can't really happen preemptively, which would be the ideal.
However weird it was, I was honestly looking at like dagger into the shield, right, and push. Or just try and make, kill one of the horses at least. Still pains me, so maybe this Tenwu wins the game for Floki, but it still pains me that it's still in hand.
Well, if we're being fair, didn't he just get... Wasn't that the same dagger that he equipped on turn 2 that he just used the second charge of? Has he redaggered since then?
I don't think so.
Okay.
As in, I don't think he's redaggered. I think it is the same dagger, sorry.
I do think that is a factor worth considering there as well when we're talking about it on turn 2, is that you do expect to deal with a lot of divine shields over the course of the game, right? So dagger on turn 2 also does help you do that.
Battlemaster potential. Either way, I think Psycho will be happy. Might be an over-exaggeration, but very okay with killing the 6/6 this turn for free, I'll say, with the use of the Divine Shield there.
Yeah. I'm still not overly sure like what this one-turn delayed Blessing of Authority really achieved, because, you know, you're still losing to Assassin just as much now as you were last turn. There's one turn further down the line for it to be in the hand.
Hey, remember, I wanted to turn 4 Blessing of Authority, so...
That's true, yeah.
You know, I'm with you.
Yeah. As it happens, of course, the world that we actually live in is a no-assassin world, so Psycho could potentially have a bit of a platform to build from here.
Have Hand of a Doll, though.
Yes.
Go for one.
Oh!
I was so upset that card just never really saw play, because I just like the card a lot. I think the theme of it's really cool.
Agreed. It is a really cool card, yeah.
Oh, don't avert your gaze, everyone.
Oh, unforgivable scenes.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. And my worry is sort of we might see it again. Can any human being deal with back-to-back might trades? Once a game sometimes is too difficult, but twice, back-to-back turns?
Dear viewers, if you have to turn off the broadcast and go do something else, we'd understand, okay? Like,
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, we appreciate it. This is not easy to watch.
Yeah, some tough stuff. Need to put up a warning for the VOD. This game contains disturbing scenes.
This game contains trading. No, I still hate all of it.
Yeah, it still sucks, but you still might have to do it. Oh yeah, okay, Psycho saved us all. Even if you could argue it's just a worse play, he made the sacrifice so we wouldn't have to see it.
Not War Medic time? Come on, I mean, you've been given the thing. You should really do the thing, shouldn't you?
It's awesome.
It's only fair.
Yeah.
The game really wants Psycho to draw Blademaster Samurai, which is exactly the one card Floki does not want him to draw.
I imagine you gave him Skulker there. It's the most do-nothing card, even though it's a little bit scary because it's stealth.
I would agree.
But right now, with a lack of Assassin, I think he's more okay with stealth than potentially giving him another Blessing of Authority. Oh, the Medic didn't get
Honestly, this missed Medic value.
Oh!
It just gets better.
Or worse, depending on which way you look at it, because the Medic's still not been played.
Yeah.
What the Tenue's going to get done. The quest progression sorted.
Yeah, I do like this. The want for Medic aside, this does make the most sense. Clears the board without taking any damage, which is ideal because he's massively winning by every other metric. So just take away the option for Psycho to just steal a win with some kind of win control. Oh, wow, he actually gave him the Samurai. Oh, interesting. I guess that actually makes sense thinking about it, because if you give your opponent a stealth minion, it's a stealth minion, right? Which is the
Ah,
one thing
yes.
you can't really control. If then they go stealth minion, they leave it there, they put buffs on it. The thing is, you saw the Battle Master, though, which kind of removes that, thought that you would be scared of that situation of the stealth minion being buffed up. But I'm still a little surprised to see the Samurai being gifted over.
I can't just sit here. Stormwind needs me.
We're going to see shenanigans. Probably not with this much mana, I imagine. Still doable. By that, I mean
Yeah.
step in the Tenwu, of course.
That silly cliche that people come out with sometimes is like, Psycho could choose which card to draw this game and still wouldn't be able to win. People don't say like Floki could choose which card his opponent draws every turn, and was like that's not fair. You shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
That's literally what's happening.
It's like he's already struggling. Jeez. I'd love it if you just gave him the best card out of the three. You know what? There you go.
Just a nice, friendly person who wants to help Psycho out.
Oh, wait. Hey.
This is actually just trolling.
Hey.
He's just being overtly mean at this point. That's what he's doing.
I'm just surprised that was the choice.
Over what?
Just doing it to Tenwu and not losing Tenwu, right? And just bouncing the scabs, potentially.
Right.
Is that you get another sap, you get way more damage, you get stealth as well, again. And it's like, yeah, the Spiomatic is funny and it is powerful, but you've just played like two back-to-back. Like, what if you just had another scabs?
I honestly kind of like it in a weird way, though.
Do you like it because it's funny?
Well, first of all, it is objectively torturing your opponent, which we all know I'm 100% into. But this is the illustration. If you can go as long as humanly possible, guaranteeing that your opponent does not draw Cariel, like, you are just going to grind them out of this game eventually, right? Like, that feels like the one card that could potentially get them back into this situation.
My counterpoint, if you killed them quicker,
Yes.
you give them less time to draw Cariel because they're dead.
Yes. And I 100% appreciate that. But say you're going for the... No. Seriously. Say you're going for like the straight up, be as aggressive as possible, kill your opponent, and you even want to say, okay, they have one turn to draw Cariel. In which case, if they don't draw it this turn, I'm just going to murder them. That's still one turn they can draw it, right? Whereas this way, if you can guarantee they never draw it, how do they win? I'm just not seeing it.
Fair. It's fair.
In before he's just given them Cariel. No, okay.
Yeah, I whoops. Okay. So, how much damage is there here? 24, 27, because he knows there's a weapon.
Yeah.
So he has to bless in bridge trade, right?
Has to at least buff once to trade something significant off the board. Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have to dump it all in. Because he does also know there's a Fizz Flash distractor on the other side, right? Which is depressing.
At least for small victories, he gets a stealth minion back if the game continues.
Yeah.
Not that it realistic. Oh my. Damage is that. Yeah.
Strike. Then strike hard.
27? Oh wow, we just... Oh, yeah, I didn't count the trade. Oh!
Oh, I didn't count the Librum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That is
Smart
cheeky.
stuff. Yeah, I did not factor in Sorry, I was forgetting that this rogue was playing War Medic Libram Paladin the whole time. I forgot to factor that into my calculations, yeah. Very nicely done by Floki in the end. It was a little bit of a torturous way to go about it, I will grant you. I do also think just being aggressive and, you know, stepping more aggressive cards and stepping the scabs and stepping the bigger scabs, 10 wooing either of those things as well, I do think that also wins. I absolutely do not want to present the counter argument to that. But this is playoffs. There is a spot at Worlds on the line. And I think, you know, if you're a professional Hearthstone player and you convince yourself that, okay, if I make this game last 10 minutes longer than it needs to, I remove the 1% chance where I feel like I might lose. Yeah, absolutely. That is the thing that you're supposed to do in that situation, right? So I fully respect the way that Floki played it. Absolutely grinding his opponent out of proceedings in that one. Very, very nicely done.
Yeah, and that does mean we are going to be moving on to a Game 5 to decide the series. The winner moves on to face Bunny Hopper. The loser goes home. And again, not putting any words or thoughts to Psycho or anything, but he's played Paladin, 1, 2, 3 times today and lost every single game with it. So he's not actually taken a single game with Paladin yet. And guess what? He has to queue it again. And it's going to be going up against Fel Demon Hunter. So again, it's going to be that mixture between, yes, Fel Demon Hunter has removal, but Paladin also has just strong on-curve aggressive options, as well as Divine Shield, Death Rattles, and big buffs. So it is a tricky one, definitely winnable either side. But I think Psycho must feel like he deserves some kind of strong opening after the day he's had with this Paladin so far.
He does, yeah, and I do think this is a fitting end to the series for it to come down to. Obviously, the route A for victory was just to bully the Druid for Psycho, but this is a matchup is a good one to fall back on because it wasn't that long ago, even in the Masters Tour in the previous week of Grandmasters before that, we were talking about this sort of soft target Demon Hunter strategy, which was bring 2 good decks and then play Quest Rogue and a Paladin, right, in order to have decent matchups against Fel Demon Hunter. Not the kind of 80% matchups that some of these super teched aggro decks are against Druid, but still in a position where big, chonky Divine Shield minions are a struggle to deal with for Demon Hunter, and if you can stick one of them, or even, well, if you can stick 1 or 2 of them with Battle Master, that can end the game incredibly rapidly. That's not to say that Demon Hunter has no game in this one. It absolutely does. You can still pick things apart with big lifesteal weapon swings, with the Kurtrus Hero, with the rushing bats that come alongside that. But I think if you had offered Psycho this matchup to win the series at the point Floki's Druid won, then I think he would have taken it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think this opening as well, and maybe not the one drop he would have wanted, does have Skulker, which is solid. And even potentially the Okani, although I struggle to push where that's actually a keep in this deck with Paladin. Without a very strong curve, you know, to build it up with. Only going to keep Protect. Okay, not even going to go for Skulker.
This is a really difficult mulligan from Floki here, by the way. Like, Warblade's fantastic card for board control in a lot of matchups. Doesn't really do anything if every minion on the other side of the board is going to have Divine Shield, which it very well might. Illidari Studies, useful utility card, a great keep in a lot of matchups where you're just trying to turbo combo, but that isn't necessarily what this matchup is about either. Looks like Floki full mold and then ran straight back into the Eldraki Warblades anyway. But yeah, I think that might be a confusing one for some people watching on. Like, Eldraki Warblade's such a good anti-aggro card. You're up against an aggro deck and you throw Warblades away. But I do kind of like it because honestly, looking at this situation, like, what does Eldraki Warblades do against this board state? Then Noble Mount comes down, then Carriel comes down. Like, there's just Divine Shields everywhere and your Warblades just doesn't really interact with them.
You even think this board may actually need the Hero Power Fellscreen Blast already?
100% agree.
It's the one way that we've seen Paladin struggle time and time again is because its card draw just sucks, right? Like, the games where we've seen it do well is when it's got hold of the Hand of Adon, the Peasants have stuck for a turn or so, and there's plenty of options, whereas going forward, it's just, if you can remove that option, then it's just going to be Floki gets to just laugh as one card per turn is drawn.
Oh, the intake of breath and the nod from Floki as he saw that hero power come down on turn 2. Suddenly, I think he is feeling significantly more comfortable than he was mere seconds ago. Very important clear on the Peasant, as Raven was saying. I agree with that 100%. Starve the resources. You can see what that means already, right? One extra card draw off that Peasant could have been a Vindicator here. It could have been a Cult Neophyte here. It could have been any manner of things that would mean that Psycho is off to the races. And even just the Righteous Protector still being in play would mean a second Peasant could then potentially come down and get hidden behind it even. So really important play on turn 1, or sorry, on turn 2 from Floki. And now he gets rewarded for that with the lack of development from Psycho. But he might be thinking about skipping on quest for one additional turn, and he does indeed, dropping down that Warblades.
I like it a lot. He spends 3 mana, it still does a job, removes the minion, clears the board, but also it opens up quest Spectral next turn if he wants it. And even if he doesn't, it still spends the mana, so when he does want to play quest, he has Spectral sat there ready and waiting on the far left, right?
Interesting that Psycho went for Peasant hero power there as opposed to Peasant hand when he has a pretty bad hand, so drawing cards seems okay, but then also just Squawker in hand, which he would then be setting up as a reasonable, at least, on-curve play for the following turn.
I grow impatient.
Maybe he just wants to make it as likely as possible he can land double Hand of Adal instead.
I can see that.
They will never catch me.
Okay, still not committing the quest.
Grows short.
Holding it to counter the Okani. Still feels like it's got to be double hand here. Playing Neophyte, the Immolation Aura still just clears the board. It's not even close. Just get the card draw done. Move towards those blessings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this board is incredibly easy to clear as well, but at least you are just continuing to cycle, draw cards. Because I agree, you're having now missed out on just the super tempo start where you just get to stick minions and build a board. I think Psycho's on the plan where he just needs to draw Blessing of Authority and just scam one giant minion into play that Demon Hunter can't deal with. Use that Battle Master on the far left. Just seize a game out of nowhere.
Or even arguably 2, right? If you can land 1, he's still got the Pirate that he might still have, depending.
Yeah, absolutely. Which I expect is what Psycho's plan has been the entire time, right? And it's why that play of Squawker was not set up on curve, why Hand of Adal didn't come down on 3 for Squawker on 4, because Psycho really doesn't want to use this Parrot on anything except Blessing of Authority, because he recognizes how big of a win condition that will be, how disparate that win condition is from anything else he can do.
Tricky choice now for Psycho. Keep going with the card draw. Drop the Okani, or even maybe even just look at Neophyte hero power. Neophyte Nobleman. Just to try and have something stick. But again, it's hard to say, oh, we'll stick something if you don't have Blessing, right? And also, if Noblemount or Hold the Bridges are played without the Parrot coming down now, then the Parrot misses out on the card draw and even potentially the Blessing later. What if it's just Okani to just stick something big?
Yeah, 6 health minion does not seem terrible here, certainly. Yeah, Psycho's just going to go dig in though. You can tell he doesn't feel great about it. But yeah, card draw is king at the moment, needing to find those win conditions. It is a useful card to have stored up for the matchup. Obviously, one Fell Screen Blast was used already in the early turns from Floki. One of the biggest reasons he is in this dominant position in the matchup already. But that is one of the few ways to deal with board states when they do get out of control. If that Blessing of Authority were to come down for Psycho at some point, Magtheridon is one of the only real cards that can clear it.
Okay, well, there's a Fell Scream. Also, having the Eldraki pre-equipped is nice. Clean kill on the Trog as well. Means that I think Floki's just getting in a progressively more solid position here, and a more winning position.
True, but he is now leaving a sizable minion up for the first time in the game.
He is, but he does have Eldraki, double Chaos Strike, double Fury. Right, it's definitely a lot to at least deal with once, right? Another Parrot's going to still be Hand of Adol, right? Going to be another card draw if he wanted it right now. Maybe Okani with the Noble Mount make it stickier, yeah.
It looked like he took minion there as well. Which might make that Rustrot Viper an incredibly useful draw for Floki. Because I don't mind this plan from Psycho, right? Make his Okani incredibly sticky, and then say the only way you're clearing a board of this size is with the Magtheridon. And then you just don't get to play Magtheridon because of my Okani. There's very few other minions in your deck that you can interact with. I suppose the other way of dealing with it would be with Talented Arcanist, right? And then same deal. So that Rustrot Viper, I think, might just end up being very important, but he trades it away now.
Well, you might see it the other way, and the problem is, what if Cariel's coming down next turn?
True.
Like, can he throw because it's only one Rustrot, right?
Yeah.
So he might feel like, can he afford to throw the Rustrot into this if Cariel's coming down? And if so, like, he's still got the same problem next turn. If Cariel comes down, is he then expecting to go Magtheridon, get it burnt, then Rustrot maybe?
All right. Well, in the end, in the end, it ends up not mattering because he does find the way to efficiently kill it with the Fell Screen Blast. Is absolutely fine. So now the Magtheridon, the Jace, everything else that we were talking about is back on the table.
Ooh. For all that, do you play the Smite? I feel like that was a lot of resources used from Floki.
It was, but that's the thing with Fell Demon Hunter, right? Is that those resources just come back again through the Jace later on. It's always the 1-2 punch that tends to get you. We're like, oh, they've used so much removal. And we just build one more board, and then boom, the Jace just out of the game.
That's the issue, right? It's like, that's why I was thinking to just throw the Smite out there, because I doubt it's Smite going to be for lethal at some point. Because the next board build is going to be removed, whereas maybe the Smite by itself warrants the Jace. I'm going to go for the Parrot with the Noble Mount. He'll fight to, hopefully for Psycho's sake, make Floki's turn a little bit trickier.
Yeah, and it kind of has. 10 cards remaining, still 2 talented Arcanists in there, which is honestly quite impressive that Floki's managed to deal with this many boards without a single talented Arcanist so far, because it's such a crucial card, not just with Fell Scream and Immolation Aura, but even just using like Fell Barrage to clear up a couple of minions with talented Arcanist. It's such a boon to your removal power through the mid-game turns that the fact that Floki is this stable in this matchup without having used talented Arcanist is honestly pretty impressive.
So Smite Noble Mount or Battlemaster Noble Mount? I imagine Smite pushes maximum damage, and then Battlemaster hold the bridge next turn.
Desperately trying to stick something.
I mean, this is everything Psycho's got right now, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Oh. There is that Arcanist. If Floki plays Demon Slayer Kurtrus and plays Spectral Sight from the left-hand side, he has 1 Immolation Aura left remaining in the deck that he could draw, which would be free to still go alongside the Talented Arcanist. That would all fit, but it wouldn't clear the board, crucially.
Yeah. I was actually a little bit surprised that Floki went for the Glide, considering he had Jace in hand.
Yeah, true, actually. That is a good point.
His Jace was pretty juiced, right? Of course, there was that second Fell Barrage there, but it had the double Fell Scream. It had a decent amount of removal, and especially weapon buffs and card draw in it.
Yeah,
the double Chaos Strike.
2 Chaos Strikes, 1 Immo, 2 Fell Screams, 1 Fell Barrage, I think.
And he could have added another... It was 1 Fury as well, but he could have added another Fury if he really wanted to, right?
Yep.
This will kill the Parrot and then prop the shield, yeah.
Hit the Divine Shield, but that is not nearly enough. Well, that's out of nowhere.
It's just
out of absolutely nowhere.
It worked. Sigh of relief from Psycho. I think he actually probably can't even believe it himself with the games he's had with this Paladin recently, or today, should I say. But that is going to be a victory for Psycho and a farewell for Floki as he loses the elimination game. But congratulations to Psycho on this one. That must have been the biggest relief ever. The second Floki pressed end turn in that game.
He, honestly, if you watch Psycho's body language throughout that series, particularly in that last game, from the point that Druid picked up the win and then throughout that game in particular, after the catalyst of that Fellscream Blast coming down on turn 2 and taking out his Peasant, it was just shaking the head and shrugging the whole way through. Like, it really felt like Psycho was like, oh, I've lost, it's over. But credit to him, he kept his brain engaged the entire time. You could see that he was digging for a very specific plan, right? He wasn't just playing stats on curve. He was drawing cards. He was trying to find the big buffs, the ability to land big minions on the board, and just hoping. I said it feels like half an hour ago at this point, but I said it like he just has to scam a win with one big minion. And that is exactly what he ended up doing with Floki just running out of juice and that removal at the end.
And it's like I was saying, right? I completely understand it, because imagine you've lost every game with Paladin today. You're in the elimination match. You've already lost with Paladin twice this series. And then that happens early. The Fell Scream Hero Power, and you're like, right, I'm just going to lose this game. I'm going to lose this series. Done. But you are right. He kept playing well, right? He kept drawing the cards, kept trying to build something up. He pushed Floki out eventually. And yeah, he did get hold of Smite and then, managed to stick and everything. That was really good. But bear in mind, like we said, Floki chose to glide away his Jace. And maybe the Jace would have kept him in it. Like I said, he had a lot in that Jace, a lot of card drawing itself that maybe would have outweighed the glide. Considering that, yes, the glide did get him Kurtrus, but was Kurtrus ever really going to be super impactful in that game? I don't know. Of course, commiserations to Floki. He did start today with being in the rough spot of starting in the elimination match, so it was unfortunate for him. He did get close on making it work, especially with that Druid win, but it wasn't going to be enough, and Psycho moves on to the last match of the day, Sottle.
Yeah, and of course, because Floki started in the lower bracket, that means by extension he finished in the lower half of the Grandmasters standings, which means he then does not get a spot in Grandmasters last call at the towards the latter half of the year. So that means, unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Floki in terms of Grandmasters proceedings, as he now is going to have to look at alternate methods like Masters Tours and seasonal championships to find his way to the World Championship instead. Although, luckily for Floki, I've heard a rumour he's quite good at Masters Tours, so he might still be all right.
I've also heard that whispered somewhere. I'm not sure where, though. But that is something that is important as well. Make sure to keep an eye on the Masters Tours as we go, because the next one is going to be the decider for the first seasonal championship. So it's going to be a big deal. But as I'm sure you can understand, we're going to give Psycho 10 minutes or so just to mentally recover from that series and all the pressure he must be feeling, and get ready for the final match, which is going to be Psycho versus Bunny Hopper for a spot in the top 4. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready for our last match of the day. Just to put it into perspective here, we have Fury Hunter, Blythe, and Yarla currently locked into the top 4 for tomorrow. And joining them is going to be either Bunny Hopper, who is on your left here, or Psycho. And what a top 4 it's going to be. So regardless of which of these great players wins this match we've got coming up right now, it's going to be incredible because the winner of that top 4 tomorrow has a spot at the World Championship done and dusted. And honestly, we'll be asked for predictions, no doubt, for tomorrow, as we are every week. And I just won't know who to pick. So I feel like just going, yeah, anyone's great. Sure, whoever.
I mean, Gabby's not in the top 4, so that rules out rule number 1, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's true.
As we were yesterday, we find ourselves right back where we started, ending the day with the match that we started the day with. Different story this time around, though, because yesterday we had Yarla versus Superfake, and in that case it was Superfake got bodied in the first encounter, was massively unfavored, managed to narrow that gap a little bit in the rematch, but still wasn't able to get it done. This time around, I would say that Bunny's actually unfavored in the series and managed to upset the odds first time around to make his way out into the upper bracket. So having then missed that opportunity against Blythe to get straight out, he now falls back into a position where he is yet unfavored again in that same matchup against Psycho. And Psycho has the ability to just kind of restore balance, right, by winning a series that he should be slightly favored in my opinion.
Yeah, I also think a bit of an outside factor as well is I feel like both of these players have had a bit of a rough day too. Like Bunny Hopper, yes, he beat Psycho, then lost to Blythe, but those matches were not easy, as you said, right? It wasn't like Yarla versus Superfake yesterday in the first match where Yarla basically just closed his eyes, played some cards and won a game of a series of Hearthstone. So both players have had, a bit of a rough day, maybe Psycho more than Bunny, but it's important that, they both took the time they've had to just refresh themselves and be like, right, laser focus, back on, need to win this match to move on. So let's get into it as both players appear to be ready and in the mulligans here. Bunny Hopper on the top on that Druid of the Kaz variety, and Psycho going to be on this Shadow Priest. Yet again, I will say it subtle, Shadow Priest, the natural predator to Druid right now.
Can we get a full diagram of like the Hearthstone food chain a la Raven?
Oh yeah, happily. I'll work on it for tomorrow.
Okay.
It's going to be Shadow Priest above Druid and then everything else below Druid. Easy.
And then just a big picture of Rexar flexing at the top.
Yeah.
All right, pouch on 1. We saw Blythe in this almost exact situation go immediately for that early pouch. In fact, he kept a pouch to be able to play in this scenario so he could get early Lightning Blade. Bunny concurs and immediately gets hit with the garbage.
Oh, it's a tough call. Does go for the 1-1. Picked the correct one, of course.
Well, arguably not. This is one of Lorinda's rambling nonsenses that I do very much agree with. If you feel like you're going to lose the game, you should actually pick Desk Imp. Then you lower Desk Imp's win rate, right? So you can inflate the discrepancy between the two of them. Very important.
Was answered by Gordon, though. The big question, is Psycho going to coin out the Peasant? He does not, I imagine, because it just gives them a much better hero power target, right? So no need to use the coin yet. There's multiple bigger plays he could make going forward. Maybe even an early Blade Master Okani if it's available for turn 3 for Psycho. We'll have to see.
Yeah, does look like that is something that he is potentially planning for long term.
And even this, it's that same question we always ask, right? Yeah, Bunny Hopper could just hero power this, so it's dead. Great. But he's not doing Druid things then. He could just guess the weight instead and start cycling.
Oh, he does hero power. Wow, for me, I was really expecting guess the weight that turn, honestly. I think, digging for ramp and scale, ramp, guff, scale, those kind of things in this matchup is probably massively beneficial over having to drop a hero power in that spot.
And do you fancy using the coin now, Sottle? Because Trog coin Cult Neophyte is definitely an option. Yes, it wouldn't stop Luna, so that's probably the reason, but it... Yeah, I guess, okay. Holding the coin might be better.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't actually stop anything, right? Because it stops Feral Rage and Moontouch Amulet being played, but they're not actually answers to Trogs in reality. So, yep, I agree. Holding on to it makes a lot of sense here.
And again, you've got to ask your question for Bunny now, is the hero power feels arguably even more worth it, because it's not even about the Trog anymore. I think it's about the card draw being a problem.
Yeah, that's very fair. He did find himself the scale naturally, though, without ripping the guess the weight, which is kind of best of both worlds scenario for Bunny. And he is now in that situation where he can kind of willingly spam Trogs everywhere if he really wants to, because he knows he'll be able to eventually answer it with scale. No real reason to be doing that immediately. As you said, just drop the hero power, take care of the peasant, limit the card draw. But with that scale in hand already, there is some kind of mid-game plan at the very least for Bunny right now.
Yeah, I like this a lot as well. On the Okani. Well, certainly will be the spell counter, yeah. And Bunny Hopper does have Innovate to burn this. But still, it's a problem, because it's still just a 2/6, right? He can't actually kill it, so it's still just going to be bopping him for 2 every turn.
Yeah, and even using the Innovate just to pop the aura from the Okani, it's still an Innovate that he then doesn't have anymore, right? For the scale, which is super relevant down the line. One turn further away from being able to use that scale of Onyxia to answer the Trog board state.
It's really tricky, isn't it? Like, does he burn Guess the Weight? Because he doesn't want to burn Moon Touched or Feral Rage, right? And Nature Studies can be something that can dig him out of a rough spot, maybe get him a Luna, get him, you know, just something that helps.
Or what if it's just the ultimate bait and your opponent has picked minion just so you start spamming spells?
I do wonder as well, is with Studies, could he afford to burn the Innovate? Because Studies kind of acts like one anyway. Oh, wow. Drop the Traveling too. Oof. Hold your Natural Predator.
Yep. Hey, when you're right, you're right.
How does it have to be like Feral just to kill the Void Touched? Arrow power and the Trog.
Innovate to pop the aura.
And now he
Now from
can
here.
Studies, right?
Now he can Studies to set up the scale for next turn, yeah. He can't, obviously, Feral Rage or Moon Touch to deal with the Void Touched anymore because he's already used his attack on dealing with the Trog. It's just going to have to be Studies to ramp up that scale for the next turn. Presumably Ironbark.
Makes sense.
And he's dead.
And funnel cakes. Job done.
And just, it's brutal to watch. Again, one of the few times recently we've even seen Traveling Merchant hit the list and actually be impactful, right? A lot of it does feel like a bit of a dead draw. Because the old Shadow Priest package with the zero mana 1/1s and the Ganling isn't really a thing anymore. $22 on the board. Effectively.
I can see.
Funnily enough, Psycho looking a lot more relaxed about this situation than he was in the previous game with Paladin against Demon Hunter.
I can understand why. But yeah, really quick, straightforward win there for Psycho. Yet again, just a great way for him to start the series. But also, again, important for Bunny Hopper to realize, he obviously will, that's just a horrible matchup. You're probably going to lose that if you run into it. So try and win it. You might just, you know, the priest might draw really bad, you might draw really good, and you might steal a win. But just forget about it. The priest took a matchup against druid. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I do think that is the story throughout, though. We are back in the situation where the druid does really have to find a win. It's not as definitively true about Psycho's lineup as it is with some others because of that slight diversion away where he has the Beast Druid, he has the Brute Demon Hunter thrown in there as opposed to some of the other decks that we've seen flying around. But this is still, you know, 4 presumably good matchups against Druid. So that is 1 box ticked. We are now moving on to the Buff Paladin, which has seemed like one of the more fragile decks over time. It does have that, you know, ability where it's a very half and half deck, right? And if you draw too many buffs, not enough minions, too many minions, not enough buffs, too many expensive cards and not an early curve, or only your early curve and then you don't draw any of the expensive finishes. You know, it's a very split down the middle kind of deck where you can get punished with some inconsistent draws, in my opinion. So I think it is a weak point, a stress for the lineup, which can potentially be exploited. But if it draws anything like a decent curve, my goodness, it is a brutal matchup against Druid, because the speed with which big minions hit the board when this deck is drawing well is just not something that Druid is capable of dealing with.
Yeah, completely agree. And looking at this opening already, for Psycho at least, does have Peasant, does have Neophyte, does have Vindicator. He is going to throw the 3-drop. He is on coin as well, right? So again, if he throws the 3-drop, it gives him more options for double 1-drop on 1 if he wants it. More options, or more opportunities, should I say, to actually get a Trog, for example, which again, with Trog Peasant, there you go, could be a very strong opening, followed by a Neophyte as well.
Yeah, I had a suspicion that we might be seeing a Trog appear because Psycho, who sees the mulligan immediately while we wait as a spectator for both players to complete, clicked his buttons, said confirm, and then gave a very big nod to himself as he saw the result. So felt very much like we were going to see an Iron Deep Trog appear in the hand. And just as so we did.
No bloom here for Bunny. Pounce again, as usual, looks like a good removal tool, but versus specifically Trog, doesn't get the job done. So I like the 1-1.
Stop nerfing Tiny Finn's win rate, Bunny Hopper. Oh, no.
Super weird, right? Because now with the 1-1, Psycho knows that the next turn being hero power is so likely.
Yep.
Like, is the play still just double Trog, or does he ever wait with the Trog to pair it with Neophyte the turn after?
I think I like double Trog. You just curve out then into the Neophyte anyway. It will be on the turn 3, so you would still get hit by Lunar Eclipse, but you can just pretty much play your curve here. And if Bunny Hopper has all the perfect answers, then sure, Bunny Hopper has all the perfect answers. But if he doesn't, you are going to snowball from this board state very quickly just by going this into Cult Neophyte, into anything you draw, into Carry or Roam. It
was just interesting that if you swap to Trog here for the Peasant, what Bunny does, right? Like, does he still kill...
Trade Lunar Eclipse straight away is the thing you're very vulnerable to in that position.
Yeah, right? That's true, that's true. Because in the hero power scenario, it gets very interesting, right, as to what happens, like whether the Trog lives, the Peasant lives. If the Peasant lives, you draw. If the Trog lives, it's a Trog living anyway, so, and then you could still back it up after the fact. So yeah, regardless, a lot of options there for Psycho. Did go for the double Trog, and the hero power comes down.
Yeah, but I think the definitive deciding factor there is hold the bridge, by the way, when I said play something that you draw on turn 3. Yep, that'll do. Is in this scenario, I don't think there's any hand that leads to an empty board, right? Whereas going Trog and Peasant, it's just
yeah, fair,
have an empty board. I literally can't think of a sequence of cards that would clear that board, because even if you had enough removal spells and blooms to be able to play it all on turn 2, you'd just be duplicating Trogs the whole time.
Yeah, makes absolute sense. Funny bit of a raise of the old eyebrows in the hand there, because, yeah, what's he realistically going to do? Looks about Capture Cold Tooth for lowest, I imagine.
I mean, he already has Bloom, so it's very possibly just highest as well, right? To get the scale in hand. No, all right, he does go for the vape, but that was an option for sure to go highest into scale, and then we're back in that situation that none of us can stop talking about this weekend, where it's just board full of Trogs versus scale of Onyxia.
Again, Hold the Bridge does look good, but there are actually 2 Trogs, not 1. So is this a cheeky opportunity to land Peasant Hero Power? Or maybe just... No, Peasant Hero Power's fine. Look at whether you'd want the space for a potential Trog or not, but...
Yeah, it's a good point.
I think you just take the 1-1, right?
Yep. Now the Trog is already replicated. You don't need that security of the Divine Shield, right? Is the big point. So you can just try and sneak a Peasant.
I made my mind up about whether you press Hero Power or not. I want to say you do because it's just another minion. I can definitely understand it if Psycho doesn't because, well, Druid plays spells, so why not have a 1-2 that duplicates instead of a 1-1 that doesn't?
Yeah, okay. I'm down.
Innovate Guff.
Guff stuff intensifies. Already so much damage that you're opening yourself up to, though. You'd ramp into 5, go to 6 next turn. You don't really have a way of spending that remaining mana efficiently. If you go Innovate Guff, Bloom, Hero Power, Moonlit Guidance, that spends all of your mana efficiently.
Oh, wait.
Ramps twice and gives you a dig for Scale of Onyxia.
You could just do this instead, right? You could just Bloom Guff Hero Power.
Yes.
Then you just have to use the Innovate.
Right, but you're also then not casting the Moonlit Guidance this turn, necessarily.
Right.
Because this way, even if you like Hero Power ramp, you are still floating 1 mana at the end of the turn. Yeah, he's just doing the same thing in a different order. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, this makes sense now. It actually plays out. Yeah. Because the 1 mana, right?
He ended up drawing Guess the Weight, which changed his... Oh! He did. Oh, yeah, actually, like, good sequencing this way, because obviously that way you get to see the card draw from the Guff first, and then he decided to use that 2 mana that I was already allocating to Moonlit Guidance. He used it on Guess the Weight instead, and then immediately picked up Scale of Onyxia, which I'm imagining, because he then didn't draw the next card in his deck is also Scale of Onyxia, right? I'm pretty sure that's the only way that could happen in this spot.
And I imagine here the Hold the Bridge actually goes on the Trog, right? Because given the Peasant +1 health doesn't change anything necessarily with a scale. And I think that's the main thing. I know you could say, well, yeah, casters, you see scale in hand, but that's the only real thing Psycho's worrying about, right? It's all you ever worry about in this matchup.
Yeah.
He's like, but which Trog?
Job's done.
Amount of damage, and of course, Bunny is overloaded this turn, so there won't be any scale shenanigans. Exactly a blue.
Yeah,
yep,
that's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, you like scales, do you? Or have all the scales in the world?
What do you think about Solar Moonlit here?
You'd have 1 mana remaining. You could play Pouches and Studies. I suppose you could play Blooms as well, but you don't really want to be overloaded going into the next turn.
I was more just thinking to just maximum fish for like armor gain, for example, or something, right? Just use this kind of dead turn to just go, because he doesn't need to ramp with the hero power necessarily either, because he's almost certainly going to scale.
Stockades Guard?
I mean, sure, with Kaz next turn.
Yeah,
change the plan.
Better or worse than Broom? That's the really big question, right? Because obviously Broom is just vanilla good. You just get a rushing 8/8 instead of a vanilla 8/8, but it's just a matter of whether giving it Taunt was better or worse in that scenario. It's fairly close, I think, but I do like the Broom.
So 12 here. Now 14. with the hand.
Yep.
Again, making odd trade points here. 3 health on the Neophyte now. Means that 2 whelps would have to go in. Now, yeah, because of that, the whelps don't really cut it on their own, do they? The broom can help.
Where the broom comes in, yeah, outside of Kazakhstan, this broom just works as an extra minion this turn. Just, either deal with the Divine Shield, attack the 2-1, be the break point between the 5-3 and a 2-attack whelp being able to deal with it. Even then, you only have 8 attacks, and you need 9. Plays the Bloom first because he knows he's going to need the mana this turn. Have all the scales in the world.
He needs expendable scale of Onyxia. That's what he needs.
True, actually. And then also Fellfire, Deadeye, and a Kurtrus hero power that's actually the Guff hero power.
And to go past 20 mana.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can do it. I've had that done to me with a Caldara Drake. 2 damage. I believe Smite adds at least 1 damage to this board. And Psycho takes a game with the Paladin going 2-0 versus Bunny Hopper. And I honestly can't imagine the relief for Psycho in that game because just... Again, maybe I'm just projecting my own thoughts of how I would react, but Paladin definitely feeling like the rough deck in his lineup today, at least. Just getting the win, just done. 1 game, 1 win. Let's move on. 1 more game left. Must be a very, very relief-filled moment for him there for Psycho, and it does mean he's only got brutes left, Sol. Just the brutes.
Just the brutes. 3 attempts in which... all that needs to happen is Psycho gets bruted once, and he is going to find himself with a spot in the top 4, the final spot in our top 4 among such illustrious company. But Bunny Hopper is not out of this one yet. We have seen already several times in this tournament in playoffs what Brute Demon Hunter can do to Druid. It does seem to just go a little bit too fast on average. If it can get even 2 7-8 Brutes down relatively quickly, that does seem to get there. I've also, talked in the previous series about how I feel that Psycho's list is quite heavily favored in this mirror as well against Bunny, even though Bunny was able to absolutely dumpster that matchup first time around. He was in complete control of the mirror the first time they met in the series. So for me, it's obvious in the fact that Psycho is 2-0 up in the series that he's massively favored. But even just in the context of ways you can be 2-0 up in a series, I think Psycho is even further favored than that initial scoreline might suggest.
And I know this isn't the mirror that we're at. Hang on a minute, let me triple check. Oh, sorry, it is the mirror. Apologies. But on top of the broom, how much of a big deal is the Lion's Frenzy or the lack of Lion's Frenzy from Bunny, do you think, as well? Of course, we've mentioned the broom a lot with the effect it can have for Psycho, but he's also running that Lion's Frenzy and Bunny is not.
Yeah, I will say, in the matchups that we tested, myself and Gia, the Lion's Frenzy, it was scarier in concept than it ended up being in reality, because as we played it out, obviously there's so many taunts with the amount of brutes that you can eventually generate. And if you ever get into Kazakhstan world, then suddenly, Gnomish Army Knife, Annoyer Horn, all of those things lock Lion's Frenzy out of the game entirely.
Reflections.
Yes, precisely. So I do think it is an advantage. Would I rather have that than a Sigil of Silence? Yeah, probably. Would I rather have that than, I've forgotten the name of the card, the 1-mana 1/2 that recycles your hand into a different card? What's it called?
A 1/3, I think.
Is it a 1/3?
I think so.
The
Safety Inspector.
Safety Inspector, thank you. Would I rather have it than that? Yeah, probably as well. But I don't think it's as big a deal personally in the testing that I put in as the Broom is in this matchup, because it's just such a huge problem when all your stuff gets value traded.
Yeah, obviously we talk about a very specific matchup, but just looking at the list, if you've seen Brute Demon Hunter before, it is a pretty big surprise to not see Lion's Frenzy in it, isn't it, for Bunny? Or at least it was to me anyway.
Yes. But I think it's something that people are flirting with the idea of Kazakhstan coming in, right? Like, Lion's Frenzy is your win condition, but you can also just... Well, it's kind of your backup win condition, right? It's like, okay, I've done my brutes. There's my brutes. Can you deal with them? Ah, you can. Unlucky. Now I actually have to try and win the game. And that's where Lion's Frenzy came in, right? As that win condition that could potentially finish out the game after that point. I think some people are just sort of saying, well, we have Kazakhstan now as that alternate win condition. So do we still need this really awful, clunky card that we draw in the mid game? Like, obviously, Kaz is that as well. Yes, thank you, Psycho, for demonstrating how annoying that draw is. But do you want multiples of them in your deck over time?
Both players with very middling hands, although Sigil could change things for Bunny this turn already. Both of them do have Tusk Piercer active, so they can swing and get that done in their respective turns. And okay, well,
done
some quest progression, Sol, because I think Bunny Hopper might. A fancy way to do this? I guess if he leaves, because he only needs 2, right?
Yes.
So he could just leave the Sigil runner on the far left for next turn, I suppose.
He could, yeah.
Or do it like this, because he just sort of the Sigil runner that was outcast on the most recent draw is now not lit up yellow, so it cannot be used.
Yeah, I was a little curious about whether he might be just trying to use the Soul Shear this turn just to get it out of the hand. Now, when there's a 1-1 on the other side of the board, which would, of course, unlock everything then sequentially from the left-hand side of your hand, which is the ideal scenario.
Makes a lot of sense, because he can do
Like
he could have done exactly this, right? Where the 2 draws were the trade and the swing instead of the Crimson Sigil runner in the trade.
Exactly, but it gets the Soul Shear out the hand without being a detriment to his own board, and now he's lined up perfectly from the left-hand side to just rip outcast after outcast.
Can the game even contain this much card draw? Because that is filthy, isn't it? Psycho side. Ooh.
Gross. Vengeful Spirit is technically a card draw card. If you really want to dig that deep.
And Argon push the 4. You've just seen the Soul Shit.
Psycho's going to yump. If he hits the other glide, he can actually get a symmetrical glide, but he doesn't. So if he wants to glide, it is just to himself.
Does now have Spectral and Swing, right? To do it instead?
Yeah, that is true.
Glideroo. Doesn't want these philosophies in the Kaz stuck in hand, which again I can respect. Oh, wait.
It wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world because he'd already drawn 1 card. He was then gliding to draw 4 more. He then got the discount on a hand, and he had another 0 mana draw from the swing of the weapon as well. So theoretically, if he'd have got Philosophy back alongside Brutes from that glide, it actually could have been a very, very good turn for Psycho. But just getting the Philosophy back without a Brute was a little bit underwhelming.
They will never catch me. They will never catch me.
I see.
Probably at the very least worth opening the studies box here to see how much of a chain you can keep going for. Yep, that'll do very nicely.
There is still the Soul Shear as well if he wants to just go again with that Soul Shear on one of his Sigil runners.
Double Jump just finds Philosophy again.
He could dump a lot of Soul Fragments in, right?
He could, yeah. Going to.
Yeah. And the odds of him being able to just max Brutes in the very near future have just gone up a lot.
Oh my goodness, the double quest completion off that final soul fragment. That's so sick.
The Kurt on 5. Again, these minions don't look like much, but they're there, right?
Yes.
They're just stuck on board, and there's not really too much Psycho can do about this. Yes, he can kill one with the weapon, but he can't believe it. He nearly pulled off the dream. Double quest completion to Kurt on 5. Maybe he'll get it back. This might also eat a lot of his fragments as well.
That is nightmarish now from Bunny. He had a super creative line, like dumping all those fragments into the deck and then taking that one last card draw, trying to find that one extra draw to double quest and get ahead. And I really respect that choice to go for that. Because he does need to be ahead in the game, right? If he's playing from behind, I don't think he really has a significant win condition. He needs to be turboing Quest, turboing Brutes. He needs to be the player going first because he doesn't have a comeback mechanism, right? The Broom is the comeback mechanism that Psycho has available to him. So the fact he then got punished with the Glide on the other side is a brutal scenario to have to accept.
Oh, and there's the philosophy as well. Does he just play it to get it done? Get more Brutes available? Not now, but...
I think he just has to take the mid-hand Glide and try and get the Kurtrus back for next turn at the very least. Like, that is resigning yourself to playing a turn behind, but like everything you're doing is resigning yourself to playing from a turn behind at this point.
And for acrobatics, got Tusk Piercer and the Snake. Obviously can't play them both. Little bit rough.
Like, tradable into runner, soul fragment, or he has 4 left. I mean, that's absurdly unlikely at this point.
Okay, well there goes Kurt. I do wonder if the Spirit Jailer is going to come down just to get the fragments in. I wouldn't hate it. To bring them down after the draw makes a lot of sense. Bunny.
Oh, 1 turn late on the Glide.
Oh no. I mean, he probably still does it, right? Like, is his hand really doing anything else?
Well, the thing is, you take 5 full cost hands from Psycho and replace them with 4 discounted cards. Like,
Yeah, he can do it without Outcast, right?
Right, yeah, sure.
Glide again! Oh.
Probably just Sigil Runner, right?
Yeah, it's just more stuff, isn't it?
Razorglaive too expensive to keep going with. Have to be the tradable. Like, I just don't think he can afford to Glide here. He needs to just have a pop-off turn with the Brute and the Philosophy, try and get it down to the point where he can make it happen, but it's just not there.
Yeah, the fact that Kurtrus on its own just farms the Brute is bad enough, honestly. Never mind anything Psycho will actually do this turn with the Kurtrus effect.
Yep.
It's the Glavesmith.
He's going to Glavesmith in his deck.
And that's the thing with a matchup like this, and just with what Kurtrus does and how the decks are made, once one player has it and the other doesn't, it starts to snowball in disgusting fashion, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
The card draw gets more card draw. You can play about 10 cards easily in any given turn. Like, it's so hard to fight back from.
And extra crucially, if Psycho's the one in the position where he's doing it and you're not, in the way these decks are built, there's even less comeback mechanism. Right?
Yes.
Because reverse the deck lists, Bunny could top deck Kurtrus next turn, play the Kurtrus, start popping off from there, and then, you know, find himself an immediate Brute turn where the Brutes cost 0, then also draw Broom and take a bunch of value trades and suddenly be back in a really dominant position. Except with this exact hand, that couldn't happen because you can't draw both Kurtrus and a card cheap enough to draw a card. But pretend that you could, for the sake of the argument. That would at least be something that could just present a dominant board that might be able to end the game. But when you are behind and you don't have Broom, it takes you 2 full turns to catch up from this position, and Bunny just doesn't have 2 full turns.
Yeah, and the mana's not there either. I was even looking at the Sentinel with the two outcast cards, you know what I mean, cards on the outcast position, to see if that would have done anything. But I think mana-wise, crazy things would have to happen. I mean, crazy like double soul fragment for a start. But things would have to go very, very right. I don't know if Glide is better odds. If Bunny's doing it, it probably is better odds here. There's the Kurtrus to just slap him in the face on the way out, potentially, but a little bit too... Especially because Psycho just still has card draw. There's some soul fragments coming out now as well. Oh,
let's go.
Well, this is just over, isn't it? Although the Lion's Frenzy is 3 mana. Oh, the Brutes aren't, though. Oh, Spirit.
That's
the soul shit. Jeez.
Acrobatic drew 6 cards.
Smooth. What was that? Can I just get a mana check, Sol? Was that 1 mana?
1 mana, draw 6, yeah.
Wouldn't mind one of those. And the problem is, this turn is big enough that Bunny just won't be able to spend 5 mana on Kurtrus. Is he just dead from Lion's Frenzy?
This is still the acrobatics, by the way.
13 from Lion's Frenzy.
He had, what, Tusk Piercer, Lion's Frenzy, which would have drawn 2 more because the Death Rattle... the Death Rattle's in hand, so it wouldn't have actually drawn another card off that. So never mind.
It's still going. Oh, they're Spectral, why not? Draw the deck. Oh. There's Philosophy for another Brute. He's got the time, I'm sure he has. A lot of the time, the players are way ahead of what we see in terms of actions.
I really hope he is.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
So he held off a Brute.
Yeah, I think deliberately so, right? Because it would have given him another draw, another fatigue tick. He doesn't really need it in play.
Yeah.
Same reason Sigil's not coming down. I think it's fine. I think if you have time to really stop and deliberate about it, you just play it there anyway, because the extra fatigue tick versus the potential to just immediately kill your opponent, right, I think is very reasonable in this spot. But there's also board space considerations because you're probably going to have your Razorglaive Sentinel live next turn. So ideally, you'd like to be able to play your Kazakhstan and then start playing minions from outcast position to draw cards as well, right? Which
I'm already sat here going, right, Lion's Frenzy Kaz is 9 mana. Can he draw enough treasures to actually kill him? And you know what? I think it could be possible. That's how silly we are at this point.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, with that, little mana he has. Obviously not possible next turn because their mana isn't there, but still, it feels like it.
My greatest creation, the treasure hoard.
Wait. Oh, book. Wait, this doesn't matter, right? Isn't Broom just lethal now?
Oh, is it really?
Well, he trades the 1/3 away, plays Broom, and then puts the Kaz in,
18,
and then
23, 26. Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that I would have loved if he just like spent ages on the treasures, picking the worst ones just for the troll factor. But yeah, I believe that is lethal. So does Psycho, and so does the game. Psycho takes the series 3-0 over Bunny Hopper, and with the day Psycho's had, I think he needed it. Booking himself a spot in the top 4 for tomorrow. So now we can confirm it's going to be Blyze, Fury Hunter, Yala, and Psycho playing out tomorrow in the final day of this season of Grandmasters. The winner gets a guaranteed spot at the World Championship. I cannot wait.
Very good weekend for Team Boomer, as I believe Psycho and Yala kind of tongue-in-cheek call themselves. They do practice together a lot. You might notice that even though the lineups aren't identical, with Alan and Yala, that there are a lot of shared ideas still between the particular lineups. With Mukla aggro decks, for example, being a common theme amongst both, but they have heavily practiced together, going all the way back to the Galakron Warlock days, which seems like a very long time ago at this point. So a fantastic result for that practice group. Blyze getting the job done the easy way, picking up the easy victory over Bunny Hopper. Fairly straightforward day for him. He was able to get the job done nice and early, but it was really felt like Psycho's journey today as we saw him initially struggle against Bunny Hopper despite, you know, a position he should be favored in. That Demon Hunter matchup, I stand by it. I think if you play that 10 times, then Psycho should be winning 7 of them maybe, with the big difference that the two decks have. So the fact that he came up against that on the other side in the initial was probably tough for him to take. He then had a massively emotionally testing series in the lower bracket against Floki, managed just to scrape his way out of it, and then suddenly it was just a victory lap against Bunny Hopper at the end as he was able to basically walk through the Druid and the Demon Hunter 3-0 in the end, and there you see his reward for it as he joins the Killer's Row, the started top 4 on Sunday.
Yeah, it is looking just incredible. I mean, I expect nothing less from the European Grandmasters, of course, but just the fact that there's just so much going on, right? There's Yala, who's second placed in a Worlds before. There's Blaze, who just missed out on making it to Worlds. There's Fury Hunter, who has won everything but Worlds, it feels like. And there's Psycho, who's been here from the beginning, and he's one of the most creative deck builders we have in the region that we see, right? He's always brought different things, even if it's just tech cards. He takes his own approach to the game, and honestly, I can't wait for tomorrow to kick it off. But we are going to round it out since, believe it or not, we were supposed to start early today. Didn't happen because APAC took ages. So we are, I guess, dragging on a little bit based on the schedule. But Sol, before we go, any final words?
No, just honestly, I love Europe. I love Europe Grandmasters, and I know obviously we are bringing it to an end fairly soon. We're going into Grandmasters Last Call, where all the regions will be thrown in a melting pot together, the top 4 finishers, which will be happening later on in the year, which will be awesome to watch in its own right. But I think, you know, consistently throughout, with whatever criticisms that you may have of the Grandmasters system, Europe Grandmasters in particular has exposed people to real quality Hearthstone on a consistent basis for a very long time, and I think that's awesome. And I think we have continued to see that in throughout playoffs this weekend. I think our top 4 speaks volumes to just the quality of the European region as a whole. And like you, Raven, I echo your sentiment. Let's just freaking time warp to tomorrow. I don't need to sleep. I'll do it right now. Let's just go. It's fine.
Well, I need more than 4 hours, okay? So, you know, anyway, I couldn't agree more, Sol. As always, everyone, we are going to round it out today. Of course, TJ and Lorinda are going to be bringing you Americas, and you can only hope for as good quality games if we've had today in that region. See who their top 4 is going to be going into tomorrow. But from Sol and myself, for production, everyone, thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day of Hearthstone Grandmasters.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right for Myri's cards green! He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lambi with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is Cards Green? Right for Myri's Cards Green! He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to America's Grandmasters. This is playoff week. Today is Saturday, and guess what, Neil? This is the last Saturday ever of America's Grandmasters. This is the last second day of playoffs ever for America's Grandmasters. The last Group B playoff playthrough ever of America's Grandmasters. It's pretty intense. How you doing, Neil?
Pretty intense indeed after yesterday's last everything Group A Friday ever America's Regionals. Doing great. I was going to say some great action yesterday. There was some good action yesterday. Some of the games were a little one-sided. But today is going to be so much better to make up for that.
Yeah. Yesterday it was fine. You know?
Exciting.
It was, yeah. I mean, overall it was pretty good Hearthstone, like as far as like the actual plays were concerned. We just ended up seeing a lot of one-sided matchups, but that's just how things tend to work when you have a metagame like this one, where players have a huge sample size from the match tour last week of what lineups were, and they can come into this week with a good idea of how to counter that. And we'll get more into the deck list in a bit, but let's go over the overview for the playoffs. We have two dual elimination groups, which each have 4 players in them, which make up the 8 players that were the top point earners for the regular season. Tomorrow we're going to have the top 4 meeting, and how we get to that top 4 is we basically just take the top 2 from each group. The players in first place and second place got a bye, so they start off the group with a win, and the players that finished 7th and 8th place in the regular season got an automatic loss, essentially. So they start out the group stage with a loss. And of course, we're going to be playing Conquest, Neil. Conquest! Whoa, yeah! Woo!
Yeah. Board expert
hear it in the back.
Woo! Conquest! Oh, that was loud. Each player bans one of the classes. We play a best of 5, and then guess what? We have a dual tournament into the top 4. Just in case you hadn't, you tuned in late and didn't hear TJ, with the top 4 advancing to Sunday. And what we do to do that, we take 2 players from each group. Thank goodness, because how weird would it be if we took 3 from one group and 1 from the other? Think of the complaining that would go on. Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine, how weird that would be. But
not as weird as this.
Speaking of weird, all right. So basically, for every stage that you complete within the playoffs, you get $500 with a $1,000 starting bonus. You get $1,000 for making the playoffs. And if you pass the first stage, which means you get to 3rd to 4th place, which means you get into the decider match, right?
Yeah.
Of the playoffs, you get $500. If you get that's if you make the semifinals. Sorry.
Yeah.
Then if you get second place, that's another stage. You've passed another stage. You've won the semifinals. You get $500. Then if you win, so you've won the finals, you get $500. And then as a bonus, we've thrown in $133 as a bonus to the player that wins. So that's how you get $2,633.
And then also you might go to the World Championships. I mean, you're granted a place at the World Championships, so you probably go. But the $133, I think, was just found in a jar somewhere. It was like every time we had a tournament and somebody, had an exchange rate difficulty or something, they just put a few cents in the jar, and we gathered that money together, and we got $133, and that's where that comes from. So we're going to give it to the winner to get rid of it, because it's cluttering up the place, frankly.
Yeah, it was actually the caster swear jar. We threw $1 in there every time we said a no, and we had $133 times 3, which is $399. Wow, that's a lot, actually. We need to step up our game, or step down our game, I don't know which
Either
one.
way, like we could swear more and the players get more money, or we could swear less and we would get told off less often.
Yeah, but that money comes from somewhere, and I got sent one less light than everybody else. That's where it came from. So even though my green screen looks good, I'm making it work with one less light. That's where that money came from.
God, yes, they sold TJ's light. Just got $133. There is some Hearthstone today, but that is going to go off the screen. Pun, RBG, Dmitry Kazov, and Monsanto are assorted randomly around the groups, depending on how they did. So it's not that random after all, but it looks random, and we like it that way. TJ, what's going on with
Exactly.
those groups?
Yeah, so I sort of mentioned it. Actually, not sort of. I specifically mentioned it. Players that finished first and second in the regular season, i.e. Fled, who got the bye yesterday, and Dmitry Kazov, who gets the bye in Group B today, start off the group stage with a win. The players that finish in the middle of the pack, so in this group, Pun and Gamer RBG, play out like it's a normal group. They start off with an initial match. And then the players that finish in 7th and 8th, so the last 2 spots to make it to playoffs from the regular season, which in this case, Nagidon and Monsanto, get a loss to start off the group stage. So they already start in the elimination match. We saw that Nagidon, just despite being in the elimination match to start things off yesterday, still managed to make it to the top 4. We'll see if Monsanto can repeat that today, but we are going to start things off with the initial match, which is Pun versus Gamer RVG. 2 newcomers to Hearthstone Grandmasters.
And very normal looking lineups, nothing to see here. They've got aggro druids on both sides, or beast druid as you like to call it. We've got the buff paladin on both sides, we've got a face hunter from Gamer RVG, we've got Shadow Priest, which has been banned for Gamer RVG, and then Pun has the Rally Priest and the Evolve Shaman like you do.
Yep. Evolve Shaman. I'm excited for this one. I really am. Kind of. But also not really. But I'm excited. This deck is incredibly interesting, and it is not banned, right?
It's not banned. We're going to see it. We are
not banned, yep. Druid, the Beast Druid, was banned away from Pun, and the Shadow Priest was banned away from Gamer RBG, which makes a whole lot of sense, considering Pun's got a ton of board-based decks, right, that rely on having a board, and Shadow Priest is one of the best at taking and keeping early board states, and they can run away with games incredibly quickly. So, Beast Rally Evolve buff.
Yep, that sounds like just
the Breb.
Name of a card. I'll play my Beast Rally Evolve buff. 7 mana, do these 4 things.
Yeah, that's what's that? The card.
The new legendary, the
Radiant Asharan Radiance.
It's like stand on one leg, fire
Radiance
your
of
arm
Ashara.
at their face, and
yeah,
plant your keyboard or something. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's like if you cast a nature spell, your frost spells give +3 attack to beasts, and then if you cast a frost spell, your fire spells give +2 spell damage to elementals, and then if you cast a frost spell, then your nature spells give your fire spells a 50% chance to cast a frost spell on your Nagas. There you go.
The great thing is your opponent then just...
Pretty sure that's the card.
They're reading the card. They're like, what does this do? They just missed their turn. But here is Pun's Evolve Shaman. He has got the tiny toys, the box by Knuckles at the top end there, the main highlights. Adriano played something like this at the Masters Tour, but it was even more curvy, like with a Mookler and stuff thrown into that version. This is just good stuff. Evolve, basically burn Shaman with Boner thrown in. I don't know how you want to word it.
No, not at all. It has no burn except for Serpentine Portal. It just makes a lot of minions in the early game to fight for board, and then it has Box by Knuckles and Tiny Toys thrown in the deck to, just make sure you have that kind of board-based finisher.
If you've won the board and you're hitting them with all your minions in your aggro mirror, you can win even better by having even bigger things.
Well, a lot of times
you
end up losing the board in this deck. I've been playing a lot of this deck. A lot of times you do end up losing the board in the deck. It's just you have enough stuff in the early game to, kind of get there, right? And then you have that big payoff of Box by Knuckles plus Tiny Toys. Box by Knuckles in the deck, outside of that, is still pretty good. You're turning these like early Battle Cry minions into potentially bigger threats. There is some anti-synergy in the deck, which we'll go over once we actually get into the game. But it still is a pretty cool deck overall, and a lot of little neat interactions, things that you can do to improve your win rate against some of the decks in the metagame. But Gamer RPG going to be going with Face Hunter, and I pretty much highlighted the Trog plus Cult Neophyte combo in every single one of Gamer RPG's decks because it is in every single one of Gamer RPG's decks except for Beast Druid, which he doesn't have the Cult Neophytes but does have the Trogs, and it's hard to fit Cult Neophytes in that deck. But in all the other three, the Iron Deep Trog plus Cult Neophytes in all of them. Oh yeah.
How does this Shaman match up? I mean, forget the Trog War for a second. How does the Shaman match up against all these aggro decks he's going to have to play against?
It's tough. You basically rely on having a good early start and not much dead stuff going on. You don't have the payoff of Trog that you do in some of the other decks. Like every other deck in the metagame nearly can play a Trog on one and then buff it onto in some form or another. Paladins, obvious. Druid, you can throw a Adorable Infestation on it, or any number of things. And then with Hunter, you have Doggy Biscuit, Adorable Infestation, and Ramming Mount for a little bit later on in the game. For Shaman, it's just there to plop it on the board, and you play it on curve on the play. It's still difficult for your opponent to deal with, and does give you that board. But this is a pretty good opening for Pun. Obviously, he can't coin anything out, but he gets to go one into Wailing Vapor into Wailing Vapor Trog, which should be able to trade over the Trog on the other side unless Gamer RPG picks up something to do. Oh no! Okay, never mind. It's terrible. Terrible start. Oh no! It's so.
Good start turned really bad. Where's Gamer RPG living now, by the way? Where does the ladder lead today? Because Fled sold the bunk bed. So he's now in somebody else's house.
He sold it. Gamer RPG was sleeping underneath. He didn't realize that he was making the trip. I don't know. He's just living in wherever Fled decided to sell the bunk bed to. That's it.
Just somewhere else. Doesn't matter. He's just woke up. He's just worked out, hey, I'm in a different city. Oh, well, Hearthstone's home. It'll work.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever bought that bunk bed got a deal, too, because it came with Gamer RPG and his PC. So,
yeah.
Not bad.
He's going to need that $133 to get back home.
Yeah.
All right, so Gamer RPG, with that amazing pickup of the biscuit on turn 2, has completely altered the course of this. And you find that a lot with Trogs, is the first person to get a buff on their Trog kind of ends the game. It's not over yet, of course, but it is going to be difficult here for Pun to get back into it.
Yeah, or being on the play is super impactful. Because you get to play your Trog and your opponent can't make a power play with coin to try and contest it. So a little bit of a tough situation for Pun. No matter what happens here, he'll still be able to play Serpent Trap Portal.
Yes.
But
yeah, and Gamer RPG,
a lot of power.
Not falling for it, right? He knows the portal's available, so he needs to be able to take care of the Trog. And the aimed shot taking care of it now would have left next turn as being pretty sad, so it works nicely. But it does unlock Lightning Bloom if Pun wants it. Ooh.
Now I don't know if you want a Lightning Bloom here because you're going to get the discounts almost always. A Ramming Mount or a Doggy Biscuit on the Intrepid Initiate to trade over the Octobot would stop that. But I think you can hold on to the coin and the bloom for a bigger power play.
Yep.
The Cage Match Custodian being on the board would allow Punt to have a little bit more pressure, but I think you can, since you know that you're going to get the Knuckles, you can hold the Lightning Bloom for a power play with the Knuckles, potentially.
Next couple of turns are going to be pretty silly with that Rhino pickup as well. Gamer RVG very limited what he can do this turn. But the Rhino should help him fight back. It's going to be pretty brutal out there for a couple of turns.
All it takes is one good Knuckles, though, you know, and
Yeah.
you build a board. If you're not taking early damage in this matchup, there's a lot that you can do to try and come back into the game. It does depend on draws, but you do have multiple ways to try and cycle through your deck with Primal Dungeoneer, with Cage Match Custodian to pull the Knuckles, and then Drekthar kind of in a weird way. Still draws two, plops them on the board. Drekthar's weird in the deck, but it's just to get minions on the board, and it lines up. You go Drekthar into Knuckles to make those minions, to turn those minions into something else, potentially make them stronger. So there's a lot of damage going into minions too.
You touched on it earlier. When you evolve a battle cry minion, you get so much value because it's had its battle cry, which is factored into the cost.
Oh,
there they are.
He wanted to go Cage Match Macaw here and just draw both Knuckles out. The worst draw in the deck by a wide margin. Wide.
How wide?
Very wide.
Oh, wide.
Could go. Nah. I was gonna say Custodian into Lightning Bloom, coin Knuckles, but then you have no payoff next turn because you would only have 3 mana available. Your Macaw would still be doing nothing.
How about blooming out the Knuckles to clear the board, wasting a charge, but getting them back next turn with Age Match and the Macaw that way? Who don't do it properly, I guess.
Oh, no, I actually like that. Oh, I'm just gonna Totem instead. Totem Custodian.
Not a good draw either. In the tier 1 players just play the Rhino and kill the 1/1 with it and trade in. Yeah, he's going to need that damage. So this is the level 3 players just play Kodo Bane and shut your eyes and hope it all goes away. Not really getting anything to use the Macaw on here, but he's got a load of powerful cards, but he's got to get a move on using them.
Yeah, I'm fine with just a Wild Paw Caverns here.
Okay. Taking some damage.
Yeah, but it's not that much damage. Like, if it would take 5 more. Okay, it's going to get out the Macaw, and Game RBG will get some information here that the hand is double Knuckles.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Allows him to go mega wide. There's very little board clear, right?
Well, he could buff the Rhino that's on the board to push more damage. Because it's a wherever they are kind of card.
I knew that part. I was just thinking that playing the Wolpertingers, making them bigger, have a really wide board, might just get there. But this seems fine because you've got another Rhino for next turn. You've got a lot of damage. Well... Not dying anytime soon unless there's a good evolve occurs, which there could be. kind of splitting up the two plays, going half wide, but yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
I'd play the Knuckles, TJ, I think.
Yeah. And he's going to do nothing.
Hey. Oh, look at this.
Trampling Rhino, Guardian Og Merchant it, and then trade over so it doesn't get frozen. Still push a ton of damage, and then we're on Tiny Toys as essentially the only out for Pun. And it's not even an out by itself. He would have to get good stuff with the Evolve on the Tiny Toys for it to still be worth it.
I guess it's just got to count whether... I mean, it should be worth protecting the Rhino. I'm sure it is. I can't see a reason why it wouldn't be. He'll be thinking about, the 4 damage from the hero power, the 2 damage.
Yeah, but that's...
Nothing makes sense, really.
Yeah. It's 2 damage wasted this turn, but it's potentially unlocking 7 damage for next turn by making the Rhino not frozen. That is Neophyte, and that is the game.
Yet the game has gone, yeah. Like, Neophyte. Okay, I concede.
What can he get? Nothing.
Very lucky.
A whole lot of nothing. And yeah, not a great display of what the Evolved Shaman is capable of. It was kind of off the back of just the Doggy Biscuit being picked up on turn 2 and Gamer RBG being on the play. Because outside of that, Pun's start was actually really good. And if he was able to keep control of the board, which if he was able to deal with the turn 1 Trog, he would have had the board, right? He had a lot of things going for him with just on-curve plays, Wailing Vapor, buffing Wailing Vapor, and but the Doggy Biscuit just really shut everything down, put him behind, and he was just never able to catch up.
Yeah, that finishing position's why I wouldn't have minded playing the Knuckles on the turn I suggested it. I don't know if it was right or not. Probably not if Pun didn't do it, but it just felt like that's the way to optimize where he was at. But I guess he felt he'd get too far behind.
Yeah, which makes sense. Like, Knuckles is very expensive for what it does on smaller boards. And that's like the biggest reason to not play it. It's only 3 damage. It's not really fighting for board that aggressively. And you're evolving 2s into 3s, which a lot of times is the same amount of stats.
No Neophyte, as you said. It's just Trog and then Arbor up and then, oh no, I haven't got a Neophyte. I just put Prize Fury in here because of Trogs.
Yep. And another tough matchup, but this one I think is more doable because, like, your you can end up using like Revolve in cool ways, like to get rid of like composting, right? So you get double the benefit. Obviously, Pun only plays 1 Revolve, but you can also block like Colt Neophyte and McCall in the early game. Even Bolner to an extent, like Bolner, Colt Neophyte, it interrupts the ability for Beast Druid to like spam onto the board as quickly because you're delaying their spells, you're delaying their buffs, and you can make way for bigger boards yourself. But again, it's still completely reliant on the early game for Evolved Shaman because they have a lot of things that are not really super proactive in a way that some of these other board-based decks can do. Right? Their cards don't contain a lot of raw power. It's just like disruption in the early game to buy time for your bigger plays in the mid game.
No Trog versus no Trog. Keeps the Bolner for some middle game value, I assume? Ooh.
Yeah, you can play, in this deck, playing Bolner on curve is usually just the play.
Yeah?
You don't really have any battle cries that have like these massive effects for the mid game like you would, or the late game like you would with actual Bolner OTK. You just play Bolner on curve, it's got 4 health, so it almost always survives, and then you follow that up with like Colt Neophyte, Sleepbreaker, or Cage Match Custodian, and then you just get more value from those cards, and that's it. And then Bolner 6 again, you do the same thing again. Like Bolner Cult Neophyte is actually so huge against so many decks in the meta.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It would be pretty huge here if you got it, but the kennels are coming down on turn 2, set up by Gamer RVG on turn 1 with the nature studies. Do their thing for a while.
A very good hand.
Has Fury in hand. Yeah, he's going to get some massive stuff like by turn 4 or 5.
Yep. I kind of want to contest the Bolner, so I wouldn't mind just playing out like a Vibrant Squirrel here. Coining out a Vibrant Squirrel, because his turn 3 could still be Thorngrowth Sentries plus Adorable Infestation. Like, it doesn't change that. And if he just lets this stops right now, he just has a 2/2, which Adorable Infestation does not contest the Bolner any longer.
Doesn't need the coin for the prize Fury. If a squirrel dies now, there'll be 2 draws, which is what, 11 in 36 chance of hitting at least one squirrel person, whatever they're called.
A nut.
It's 2 turns. Well, they're called like, it's one of them is like Happy Squirrel, and the other one's like Squirrel or something.
It's a nut.
Smiling squirrel. It's a squirrel. It's got a picture of a squirrel on it when it comes back. But I can't remember what it's called. It's something like Satisfied Squirrel or something crazy. Not having it. I'm not letting you say it's a nut. I'm just not. Nope.
We'll see.
We will. Well, we won't, because we'll just see it appear and then we won't know what it's called.
Always little time.
All right. Oh.
Ooh.
If he wants it now, he can take down everything.
Everything. And these are some massive value trades. Druid of the Reef, Adorable Infestation, play the 1/1, value trade over the Bolner, and yeah, Pun's already in a bad spot.
Yep. He does have the tiny toys this time around. He will have the weapon, but he is going to need it because Prize Fury's happening next turn.
Yeah, he's just going to die.
Yeah.
He's got to go Knuckles into toys. He has to have enough time to go Knuckles into toys, which doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
I mean, ouch.
Yeah, this is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 power, 17 power with the summon. And he's at 19, so he would need 2 damage.
In a deck that just has so many buffs.
Yeah, Moonlit Guidance into... actually...
If Moonlit Guidance doesn't do it, it's too early, I think.
Moonlit Guidance into Power the Wild.
Sure, that works.
Oh, or just draw Power the Wild off the top.
And it's 2-0.
Wow. Not the best showing for Evolve Shaman up until this point. Obviously, we're looking at very good opening hands for the aggro decks that it's going up against, but it's not made to beat up on aggro decks because it's a board-based deck that does rely on having a board at some point in the game, and aggro decks don't allow you the time to just wait until Knuckles plus Tiny Toys. You still can do Shaman things with Lightning Bloom, Wildpaw Caverns, Lightning Bloom, Drekthar, but Punch just hasn't been offered those hands, and even then, you still need the follow-up in order to make it happen. So,
yeah, the lack of sort of landslide as compared to, I don't know, Burn Shaman or any other Shaman, basically, is just telling, isn't it, right now with these starts? Just allowing your opponent to build a board. Like you say, you're just half a turn too slow. Everything costs 2, and Druid, everything costs 1. But the Paladin, no respite, really. But he has queued up the Rally Priest. He's kind of sick of the Shaman. Wants to show us some good old Rally Priest. This deck is still... I don't know. I think it's very hard to judge how it does against everything so far because the level of play of the people actually piloting the deck is also wildly variable.
Yeah, and you still do need the hand. You can get incredibly awkward hands as the Rally Priest. They do have tools to deal with Paladin, in the buff Paladin in the early game, notably like Holy Smite, Shard of the Naru at certain points. If you can get a minion on, like a buffed minion on board before the Paladin can, which can be tough at times, you can also find yourself in a good spot. But again, we're looking at Iron Deep Trog, Cult Neophyte. So if Gamer RPG can find those plus buffs in the early game, it's going to be very difficult.
Yes, it is. And so far he's 2 for 2 on Trogs, which is 2 Trogs more than I've had in the last 24 hours, I can tell you that. Not that I'm bitter, TJ. I've not had a bad day.
Well, I mean, there's a trick to drawing Trogs. The first step is to put Trog in your deck.
I did that.
You did that step? You did that?
Played a load of Trog decks, lost
The
every
second-
game, so I switched to Warrior, which didn't have a Trog. So
The second step is to, in the mulligan phase, mulligan away all of the cards that aren't the Trog. Did you do that?
I did that too, yeah.
Oh wow, then I'm out all out of ideas.
But I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. It makes me feel much better now about how things have been going. And this mulligan phase, how much is Gamer RVG going to go for the Trog with a Knight of Anointment and a Vindicator already in hand?
Keep Vindicator, throw away the rest.
All right.
Kind of where I'm at.
Get on board with that.
Keeps a 1 on the coin. I probably would have liked to just keep going for the Trog, but I know where, like, he just wants something to be able to buff. So.
Also drew the Akani, which is going to make things incredibly difficult and awkward for the priest, potentially, on turn 3 or 4. Probably turn 4, I mean.
Doesn't have a minion or a way to fetch a minion currently. So I'm kind of eyeing the Renew just to have something flexible.
All right. I'm kind of looking at the rally and trusting my deck.
Okay.
EJ, yeah.
Well, you're wrong.
Quite a few choices here as to when he wants to actually play the Trog, because he could wait and put a Hold the Bridge on it next turn.
I wonder.
Yeah, but then he wouldn't really be doing much this turn except for playing Hand of a Doll.
Yeah.
I don't want to do something more powerful this turn.
Uh-huh.
But what is that? He could coin Vindicator. But you're buffing just a Knight of Anointment, which isn't that high in value. You could coin Bannerman. Just Trog? Okay. That's a secret option number 3.
Scary option as well, because he needs to be able to deal with a Nazmani, which I was going to say was not in hand, but as if by magic, appeared.
Yeah. It's interesting, however, because he does have palm reading. And it looks like he's just going to palm reading. So he's going to go for... Ooh, against all odds. I love that card.
There it is.
There it is.
That thing you put in the key cards. Remember
What did I put in the key
old-
cards?
The Trog Neophyte thing. Good. Counter against all odds. Otherwise it could go bad.
It's got to be Minion.
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
really don't see any other options.
Yeah. I mean, I do, because I can see the opposing hand, but yeah. Realistically, you're right.
All right, you can I was gonna say you could Psyche split the Akani, and then against all odds next turn. Don't worry about the fact that it literally gets punished by any buff.
I won't. I'm not worried.
He's just gonna go against all odds this turn. Still gonna have to deal with this Akani. And by deal with it, I mean
second thrive.
Play a minion and give it up. Or find a way to kill it before he has to play a minion, which that seems like it could be a difficult task.
Yeah, fight would actually be really good here because of the double thrive, and it would just make things really awkward and horrible. Turns out that playing against Priest is really hard, though, because you don't know what's in their hand. Like, against all odds. Should have played around it. Yeah, cool. That just makes a real mess of Pun's hand.
He could find Shard still. And then start popping off next turn, I guess, but he doesn't have a Sethic, so it'd just be like a Nazmani pop off, which, I mean, still has value, but in this deck, not nearly as much as it would in, say, Miracle Priest as opposed to Rally Priest.
It doesn't get very far very quickly most of the time, does it? It's just sort of needs the help from its friends. The Sethic's the big one in this deck. I mean,
sure.
Find a minion or a way to get one.
Ooh, Hysteria. Okay. That's a way to guarantee kill the Akani. Well, not guaranteed kill the Akani. If Gamer RPG just plopped all the buffs on the Akani, then sure.
Will he?
And it's
then you
tough
start
to
running
think
into
about
other
like,
things.
Yeah, like Shard. So it's a difficult situation to navigate here for Gamer RPG because he doesn't really know what he needs to play around, right?
Yeah.
Like,
it's so difficult. My instinct here is just to give everything Divine Shield and go in, but
That's an upgrade. Probably.
might turn out to be brutally nasty. Okay, that's much better. So basically doing what you said, but not quite.
okay, so Hysteria here is actually pretty nutty.
A full clear.
It's possibly a
yes.
no, I don't think it can be, right?
Oh, of course, you leave a 1/1 at the end on the good run. Either way, it's a
you would leave.
clear.
You leave a 3/2 or 2/2. Yeah, like this. Because of the Divine Shield on the Righteous Protector.
Yeah. It's still pretty good.
It is pretty nasty. And now Gamer RPG's got to start over. He invested a lot in kind of trying to like protect that Akani, and now has to basically start from scratch. Does have buffs, however, but Pun is relatively healthy. And does have pop-off available next turn, like a good pop-off available next turn.
Yeah.
And no Cold Neophyte, no Akani will stand in his way. He's going to be able to get a lot done.
Yep, including healing as well as setting up a good board. So Gamer RVG really needs to be in position where he can win next turn if things happen. Annoyed himself. Why, if I'm honest. All right, pop-off time. Pun's going.
Yep. No time to think. Just move.
This could actually go wrong really quickly. It shouldn't,
Yeah, so
but it's one of those that can just fail.
Yeah, he didn't play the Sethic right now because he wanted to see if it would hit this like second Nazmani or something, or realize that he likes the spells in his hand and just wants to discount them.
Now we can go.
Yep.
Should now.
Oh, what?
Oh my!
Just one spell nails a Devour, which clears off 2 of these minions. Okay, another Psyche split, expensive. Not the best, but still more stuff in his hand for a potential second, like reload pop-off turn.
Pretty much everything. He can keep the Nazmani back, but having it on board just seems like another thing on the board to me. Ed, I mean, genius analysis.
You know what, Neo? It does seem like another thing on the board to me as well.
All right, how does he try and win this? It was so close. If he had 2 minions up, it would have been lethal with the Battle Master. But now it's not.
You can kill the Sethic and just hope that there's no way to get another Sethic.
Which currently...
There's not, but at this point, I mean, Pun could just dump all this stuff and make a massive unkillable board and also clear Gamer RBG's board. Like, that also seems pretty good.
Yeah, we talked about how it's not so good with just Nazmanis, but he's got the double Psyche split plus double palm reading. That's kind of an exception. Egg Mount, just never getting through that.
Yep.
Tell me when you get to this point. Oh, Ray's dead, Rally. How? Just do stuff. In old school, just gonna make the big things as big as he can, like you said. Don't need no stinking Sethx around here, because look at my board.
Just dump the hand, build the biggest board, and win the game. Yeah, sounds good to me.
Uh-huh.
And Game RBG is not even going to wait to see. I mean, he emptied his hand. Like, he saw the last card. He's like, okay, yep, that's good enough. I'm out of here. So Pun gets himself on the board at least 2-1 now in favor of Game RBG. Still got the buff Paladin. And we're looking at some potentially tough matchups, right? With Burn Shaman. Wait, no, it's not Evolve Shaman, sorry.
Yep.
I did my analysis earlier of Dmitry Kazov, who's running similar lineup to Nalgidon, and against aggressive decks, like the Burn Shaman seemed so good. And then I'm like, oh wow, okay, that does seem really good. But nope, he's he's got the Evolve Shaman. Not really potentially tough matchups. Obviously, you still have Wind Chill, but you don't have the Snowfall Guardian to get things going. But Pun's going to go with the Mirror first. Shows how much faith he has in the Evolve Shaman right now.
He said he got on the board, but that's been his problem with the Shaman. He's not been able to get on the board, TJ.
Yep.
Or at least not been able to stay there. So, Trogs, Neophytes. Yep, I agree with these key cards.
And then I just threw a Blessing of Authority in there. There's so many buffs, I was just like, you know what? Let's just do the biggest one.
Nicely ordered in numerical casting cost order. I like that as well.
Yep, I always do that.
I always do it unless I know I'm going to be casting with Sottle. And then I just put them any old place.